other forms. There are other forms. Meaning, really, when I have the complete awareness, it's a complete awareness. Like no one goes ahead and at work goes ahead and gets up and lays down on their desk. He's like, oh, I thought this was my dad. Right? No one has that because I have to use work awareness. So when you have an awareness, you're present. If I do something wrong, there's a lack of awareness. So that's what Subject says. Those are the such incredible souls. So therefore, even when I commit an Avera of children, even when I commit an Avera accidentally, the Subject says to show something manifest growth in society. So whatever goes on, it's about that door.
My shoe was broken, shit got fucked up.
About this, no about that, the Sako deal, we'll pick up in there for the local point out the subject to do. Two layers so far. So layer number one is up until I know personally, up until I learned opening class in the subject, I always assumed that either you were a subject or a left. There's no out of the ground. The subject says that's unequivocally
no, you're hot right now.
Most of us
but I'm just
are
saying,
always
thinking that I'm joking. Or something like that, like should be good.
So that's all. Although we're going to just
Tags or anything
that's level one. Because that means no matter how badly I get in life, in any given moment, I still have that deep as I stand outside. Lesson number two, as Subject is teaching us now, is responsibility for shelter. Why is it that the get accidental
you kind of throw away the blurred line segment. It might be better if you just pick a song that's just absolutely inappropriate for what you just said.
Sometimes I like to say intimistic, but
and this is why
I think you gotta do romantic though.
as a second
about what's that say
Always gotta be changing that and do a DJ.
Stop over here for today. We'll pick up again with that last
You have a face for radio. So use it. When you do that video is not a compliment. When you do that big go into a radio DJ's kind of.
That's
what I mean. Hey, you were quoting her and not doing her. You were just saying what she said. Yeah, you can get into it. Be a radio DJ.
Right.
They have a certain way that they speak.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the part where you're doing Delilah, it seems to be, the strongest. When you hit that, when you start going dirty with it, you can really get more.
Yes.
But it catches on. That's the thing everybody can relate to. Delilah. I can't imagine
every city has that.
Incredibly dramatic idea. That's good for you.
Somebody sends in a letter to a radio. It's always like, I just want to let so-and-so know I love him. That guy's not fucking listening to that he loves songs on the coast. Waiting to hear a mention from his, just walk across the room and tell him that you love him. Don't make him listen to a whole night of Barry Manilow songs just to get to that. So, but it's definitely a right.
Furthermore,
It
maybe
seems like it's something you want to do to somebody that you don't like, or like throw their name out there.
That's a great idea.
It's not the way that you speak, it's not the way that you think.
It's so radio, like how you play on something listening.
Which the subject says is Gehenna, which Governor America first.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
You never hear of anybody like awesome doing that. You never hear like
the result of the
celebrity like
the result of the turmoil of the stress
Brad Pitt really wants
of
you
the
to know that he loves you.
embarrassment of the case.
That would be
Governor
awesome.
America says,
Like there were people that are like making
"Dan
it.
Kiva, the case I
So
love
it's
it.
sort of sad.
I had experienced
Yeah,
my
it is.
You
Gehenna
have shout outs and stuff like, oh, I just want to let you know that I love you. I know we're struggling right now financially, but he just wants to let you know via radio because it's free and it seems nice. It's going to play probably. He's like, come on, baby, let's listen to the coast for 2 more hours. Why do we have to listen to that shit? Don't worry about it, baby. I just really want to listen to it tonight because something might happen because I love you.
Irritation David. What is the
The next
punishment
comedian's
for
name is
adultery?
Frank Castillo.
What's the punishment for adultery? So David Melech would say, usually the punishment is Musa, but if he does it, he has Olam Haba. But for Daesh as Navelo Beladin, if one embarrasses his friend in public, then will feel the Olam Haba. Has no portion of it. This is David Melech's life. This is what he contended with when he went to the base measure. Forget about the external enemies that he faced. He said, Ganti I walked in Gehenna. This is the nature of my life. I will say what the subject we began to speak about yesterday a little bit was again the Kuflam test. Look at his bottom right video. He says, "Shahayaholik ba'atzvus b'marat shakor merov parat al-chatav, v'hari ayivi atzvus sheyish b'libo." We began, I believe, to speak about this dynamic yesterday. On one hand, the subject has been so power, ultimately,
You ran up
of
here and the room's
and the
barely
power
big enough
of
to get into a run.
Admas and the power of
So I kind of knew something was up. And Brian also, like, that's the thing that's fun about changing the song every time. It says you have to go up to some fucked up intro music sometimes. You just have to deal with it. And that was a terrible choice. I didn't pump them up at all. That was like the most mellow, weird thing to play.
Stephanie says by the Velvet
in their life.
Yeah, sure.
The
Yeah,
subject
we'll have
says
to come
left
on
hand
to that.
color is that.
Hey, everybody. So I commend you for just being enthusiastic and getting through your thing. And I always, this is a personal thing for me. I always don't like it when somebody that is at your center talks a lot about like having a day job and real work and stuff like that. Because it just sort of, like, you're up here to entertain everybody. You should just be a comic. But that's my personal thing. A lot of comics have great jokes about their day jobs or whatever. So, but just for me, it just kind of takes me out. It just makes me like, oh, well, he's not really a comic. He's got a job. You know what I mean? But that's just me. So if you can come up with a funny enough take on it, you know, and maybe even like said in the past, like make it the job you had before being a stand-up. So everybody likes the fact that you had before, but you didn't have to do it today. Because like we just paid to see you, man. And you just came from Staples where you had this list of rules about, you know, kicking it. You know what I mean? But, and also that, like, didn't pay off really, but I like the idea of it. Like, everyone should be like you. It's kind of a fun premise. Like, maybe you should figure out a way to make it like your boss has no idea that you're high all the time. And then all the attributes of being high make for a great employee. Yeah.
Even though I walked through the hand in this world, I experienced
By the way, the
profound
first thing
sadness
I agree with
as a
what Doug
result
says about that.
of
It
the
just sort of
behaviors
feels
that I
a
committed.
little bit icky, even
Lo
though
ira
people
ra.
do good jokes with their day job, but you
It
could just
says
flip that
over
to
here,
the
stick
past
down in
tense.
the middle of the
Because
paragraph, left-hand
it's
paragraph.
still
You get it?
honest.
Yeah,
Before I started doing comedy, I had this job where I used to work at, you know,
Lo
but
ira ra.
and also you're a comedian, don't be a guy with a job. And on the back end of it, I don't know where you're planning to put the punchline that it's missing, but I think you lose everybody a little bit when you're talking about the list of the two things, and we don't know whether you're making the list or if they're making the list or the other. It seems almost like the other employees were asked to make a list as to what makes you. Just got very confusing. And it shouldn't just jump right to just fuck off or chill out or whatever. Like it should be like all the things that somebody who's still working at a job might be like. Be polite, be friendly, laugh at their jokes. Just all these things that like, well, a high person would do all of that without necessarily being a great employee. This is what you're doing when you're high. I think you can do it, Brian.
I've not
There you go. There he goes, everybody. That's at Frank C Comedy. Frank C Comedy on Twitter. Later, Paulie. Paulie's out. Paulie Howard C. Oh shit. Guess what?
This I think
I almost went to 2007. You know the Addison Improv in Dallas?
I think it's one of the most in my life.
No, it's
The
nobody
kind
we
of
know.
thing life
He's a
success in
fan
spiritual
of
living
podcasts.
requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the atmosphere and the sadness and the profound embarrassment of your shot over what I said. The danger with that is to lose yourself. You lose yourself, right? I can become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done
Insists
and
on
lost.
having his movie played every time he eats dinner anywhere, so you were on track with that.
Just a couple comments about what I witnessed.
There's a sadness.
You
So
guys
that's
should
on the
really
other side of the coin
be,
is
what's
yes,
the
I
word?
back my stand.
Thankful that these guys are giving you
I
guys
have
tips.
goosebumps. I have
Because
colors.
back in the
I have
day,
all
like, you didn't get this shit. Like, I'm
this
sitting
is
here,
that
like,
but I also
listening
possess
to you people up
optimism,
here, and I think
hope,
it's hard to just stand
resolve
up.
for
I
the
get it.
future.
Like,
I
but to do it here and this, but then they
can
give
do
you
better.
correct,
I can do better. I
constructive
can do
criticism.
better.
And I
These
think
are
it's
the
really
two
cool
sides
that
of
these
the
guys are
coin.
doing it. So the
Who
more
شكرت
people
عن
that can come
مسافة
here and do this, I
hope
think it'll help you guys along because you're all comics, right? Most of you guys?
progress
No,
for
you
the
guys just do
future.
it.
And that
Because
sense of
people
struggle
come to
to
watch,
the
but it's a lot of the audiences that come
Really
really
get that.
This
So,
capítulo of this one phrase. Gan كإلك تجي كلمة. I
I'll
live
show
in
everybody.
the
Thanks for
Gehenna of all
coming
my
and
death,
Sandy
the
Danto.
Gehenna which is offered the
At
aftermath
Sandy
of
Danto.
faith, where I recognize
Is
that
it
I
Pauly
messed
Shore?
up so bad. Didn't need
I mean, not only are we doing this, but they took
not why
4 minutes out of their day to watch 3 comedians.
efforts that
Right.
a lot
Yeah,
of.
Exactly.
it was nice.
Believe it or not,
Yeah.
It took longer than 4
Look
minutes,
it up
but
on
you know what I
the
mean.
Governor says,
Well,
but I'm
things
not
to do.
scared that
as
I'm
the
going to lose
clock
myself.
rolls, we're going to roll into our final
I'm not scared that I'm
segment.
going to lose myself.
This
Why?
is
You absolutely
our
right.
take off our clothes, Doug.
Because I
Wait
know
a second.
what
I
you
thought it was
do
just give constructive
No,
criticism.
it is. Our final
You know that
segment is
despite
to
everything terrible
young
that I've
ladies
done,
who
you leave home
have
from you don't
basically
leave me.
started here
You don't leave me. Why don't you leave me?
about 13,
Because you believe
12,
in me.
13 weeks ago
Because you believe
and
in me.
have been doing
Who the
open
fuck?
mics and
But
working
when
the
you believe
circuit.
in me,
One of them
because you
dropped
see the
out of
good that I possess,
college
and if you believe in me,
and went to chase her dream of being a
that
stand-up.
gives me
And
the power to
so
believe
these
in me.
two girls each do a
So
minute, and
therefore, again, as
so
much
they're
as
the
I
only
have
two
to live,
regulars that were
it's
just
a
done
food
with the
show
bucket.
that I've messed message with.
Fuck the bucket.
I love dog because that's necessary and that's good. That's good. When I react that way to think that's a good
Very
sign.
bad.
I won't lose
I thought
myself
we were
in
gonna go
this
through
love.
everybody.
I won't
I
lose
wish we
myself
had
in
that
this.
much time.
Yeah,
No, I understand. You guys have your restrictions, but I dig it. Let's do what you do.
I love it. Awesome. Well, as always, I'm always very excited about this. You know her from the very first Kill Tony when she was the only female in the room. And when my guest said, "Is there no woman that wants to do this show?" She ran up on stage and it began there. She's here tonight. At Sarah Dresses on Twitter, but her name is Sarah. Most of the job here.
I'm
Sarah Dresses on Twitter too. I was talking to my mom about life this past week, and she said if I wanted answers, I needed to find God. I told her the only man-made thing that ever answers me is Google.
So let's begin.
I get these like uncontrollable like urges to be in love. I call them hard-ons. I'm kind of hoping that it'll just feed itself off. But don't worry, it's pretty easy to get hooked. I have a PayPal account. It's not just-
The average total argument is primarily because of the rock myself. Actually, it's important for a person.
Did you give her too much build-up, Tony? Is that what happened?
I don't know.
No, I had to write a new minute every
Still got the
But
idea
you've written a new minute for all 7
week
weeks.
since I started doing one.
That's good. That's, that's,
We're raising little baby assassins here.
what, I'm not sure if any of those particular jokes worked. I missed the joke on that last one.
Yeah, I don't get why were you getting
And I don't know what it is it's like just I get like nervous here. But I know
Okay, so my question is,
I mean, well, it's like if
this is not my question. So my question is this: what are you trying to
I
say
love
in
Ladakh.
that joke where you talk about the PayPal?
Yeah, like getting
إلى
involved in
آخر شهر الشهر.
okay, I'm sorry, I guess I just told that last week. No, the heart one is like I'm trying to make a comparison. Like I know that guys, like you guys have these like I don't know, you have like sexual like desires, you like can't help like it's like carnal natural thing that you have, and we experience like a similar thing as girls, but it's like emotional. And like, so we do get like these uncontrollable urges to like cuddle and fucking snuggle on the couch, but it's like emotional. So I'm trying to make a joke about how that compares, and I'm just trying to write that's the premise, but that's
one
the
more
joke
time.
though, is that girls
After
get
approaching
boners too,
something
but
in
they're
a particular area,
I'm
that
emotional
demonstrative
boners.
is a
The
single
boners of emotion.
sitting on not
like that's the premise. So I'm working on
That's the
that.
demonstrative
That's why I
that
come to
I'm
you guys.
not,
What's the PayPal thing?
I'm not
I don't know. I honestly like. I just. It's seriously
She's
just.
gonna say, I don't know.
I
I don't know. Like that.
I don't know. I mean, I thought everybody knew that PayPal just gets you over, fucks you. It's bad.
area.
It's
Of
the
course,
worst
that's
thing
the
on the planet.
demonstrative that I'm struggling with. You'll see what it
Maybe
is.
better, but that probably wouldn't make sense either.
Yeah.
It's not idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about any of that. But you know, you can get up and speak in front of everybody and commit to these ideas. So based on knowing that she's done it every week for several weeks, this might just be the off week or whatever, right?
I'll tell you.
Usually better.
Because if there's a particular
So,
idea with which I have no struggle, if there's a particular idea
I mean,
in which I am
it would be more.
fully
They just don't understand. Like,
says,
I
we
don't
should
know. I
have
would
a
definitely.
idea.
I
That's
don't know if I
like,
would
we
keep
shouldn't
thinking
have
that the
an
emotional
I
boner
know
thing.
desire.
I honestly like I write these jokes on Twitter and they do really well, and then I try to do them live, and I guess that's maybe my mistake.
is this the hiring picture and you just going back and forth on Twitter on it? Sorry, Patriot.
That I don't
Go ahead.
stumble.
When she goes into that
Yeah,
territory
but I
where she
don't
says it's
trust
easy,
And if it's
for her
good
to
idea,
get sex, because, there's so many loser guys.
desire,
I mean, but I think that's a good territory. There's a lot of jokes there because it's different.
Like, you guys are losers. I disagree.
I don't want to be
No,
like
but
that's not
you
me.
know what I'm saying? Though, it's easier for a girl like her
and by
to
definition,
have sex
any
anytime she
area that I
wants than
can
a
get,
guy.
Do you have an off switch?
and any area that can make me safe, I'm
Yeah,
not
it is
attracted
easier
to
for her to have
it.
sex.
Now,
That is the truth. But yeah, she's trying to get at the the cuddling part, which you can't do with a
Even when I go
superhero.
ahead
You
and I
can't sit
do
down.
let's like, listen at it.
I mean, I come here because, like, in the beginning, you guys, like, really helped me tack, like, my jokes and
What's my
premises.
status?
Yeah,
What's my
but
status?
that's maybe the
What's
problem here
my
is it's hard to
status?
tag where we don't even joke
Right.
there. So like, but
I'm not
I
attracted to
think
that
that the
stuff.
emotional
What I am
bonus that there
is
is
about
something to
I'm
that.
about sugar.
It's just
I'm not
it's just hard to when you do men and women stuff. It's so hard to find a fresh take on it.
Right.
So
Area
make it
which
as
I
personal as
don't mess
possible,
up,
and maybe
which
even
I don't
write a couple extra
stumble in,
lines about it.
and which
You
I
know, like
don't
after the PayPal
have
joke,
desire
maybe you should say.
in that
Because
area,
PayPal fucks you,
I'm
right?
sad.
You know, like you should have
Other
maybe just
areas where I
spelled
mess
it out
up,
more.
where I mess up, either
I don't know,
again, if
it's
I haven't
something
done too
similar
long,
to
I'm
being
gonna
like,
allow
yeah,
you to
right? Like, a couple
or
weeks ago, I
if
noticed
I've done
Gold
too
had
long,
some fucking
I
dumb
add
rules.
because
I
sugar.
agree that
To
you
do
can't just say
everything
yeah,
that
right about
that
everything
is
because if
that
they don't agree with you, they don't agree with you. But in
for
the case of
areas
PayPal,
in
fucking
life
you, that
in
may
which
you may
I
have
go
more
ahead
of
and
a like stand up, but they may just not have figured out that that was your point.
and I have not
You know what I
transgressed
mean?
those particular ideas.
Sometimes you have
Now
to.
listen, it goes on.
Unfortunately, you have to explain
So
things
you're
a
gonna see
little
why
bit
this
more,
guy is
and other times you have to try to get
You
rid
know
of
what it
that.
says?
Which brings me back to Twitter.
Oh,
If
he
jokes
says
are
that.
killing on
The
Twitter,
thing is
say
that
them exactly
because
as
he
written
tried
because
to
nothing
double
you said today was
the
140 characters. Everything had more stuff to it. So maybe you just need to just stand there and just
So what
say a line, say the joke from Twitter as written on Twitter, and it might work better that way too.
The Google thing, like that I wrote on Twitter, is that Google is the only God that actually answers my question.
In fact, one
And
can
I
make
get
the
it.
argument
Google's the
that
only
we are
guy I never got.
in many more areas in
For
which we
some
are
reason that
actually
doesn't just doesn't land. But
Yeah, I knew that that would break if I said
some
it
things
out
are
loud.
cuter or funnier as a tweet than they are
So this
in
is
front of an
like
audience.
this is
But
like
you know,
this
it's a very
guy
atheist
says,
tweet. A lot of
shade
people with like
Don't plan to not share that you work
coffee
with it.
lifestyles are like,
Good news.
yeah,
Good news.
right.
Never did it. Have no
Totally
desire for it.
definitely
But
like
that's
the
just
only
kind of
god.
savage
Fuck
in the
fuck
Indian
yeah.
Arashid.
Maybe Google
Right? I
should
look
be
at
a couple
it,
is a god that will answer your questions or something. You know, there's some way to tweak it maybe
right?
because
Think
it's
about
not,
this
She
for
goes,
it's not a terrible observation.
areas
she
are
said Sarah
comfortable
Dresses
hours,
on Twitter.
We have so many
Sarah
types.
was good job.
Let's finish for good
And
relationships.
as always,
Normal people don't
our
have
other
desires.
lovely lady,
So which means
beer can
even
answer the
within
floor.
the
We can't be
same
confident.
area, even within the same project, I could be excited in certain areas. So the topic
I
said
don't
that
think it's
what
fair
this means
that
is
as a
in
woman
any
comic,
given
I
moment
have to
in life,
cover up
listen to
for
the
the men do.
in any given moment
Because,
in life,
be taken seriously
I
and
am
stuff.
simultaneously
People are like, oh,
a
I thought you
tzaddik
always dress like that.
and I may
No,
also be
I
a
don't
rasha.
want to look like I
I
used
may
to.
also be a rasha.
I mean, there's
Simultaneously
nothing
a
against
tzaddik
lesbians. I'm
and
not a
a
lesbian.
rasha.
My mom just
And
stopped
the
me
topic
anything
says,
outside the
this
box.
idea, the Indian said,
I don't judge. I have slutty
tzaddik,
friends. I have
like the
lesbian
dover
friends.
ekatova.
My friend Kate, she's
Yan
super
in the
slutty.
Gabi Shine
But she doesn't do
Rasha.
anal. She's
And this idea
literally the
that in
skinniest
one
bride.
area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha.
I don't mean to toot my own horn,
But
but everybody
close over here,
masturbates.
listen, it's very interesting in one of the second Gemara. Close over here.
That's adorable.
And look, actually, we're going to stop with this. We stop with this. You want to want to discuss that one. Those are just point out that weaknesses dramatically like that a person could simultaneously be tzaddik and the rest of the same type. You can read that very tzaddik, if you think about it, it's a very
Literally, I just think that maybe because of the 1 minute format, you had to kind of race to it
tzaddik
and
refers
spit
to
it out, so to speak. But
tzaddik is not as
What's the
much
first one again?
my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my
Little chuckle, I mean,
relationship.
maybe that choice is thrown around a little too much
Certain
these days.
Averas, I'm a
That's supposed to
tzaddik.
be a
There's
twist.
certain
And what's
Averas,
the
I'm a
main thing
rasha.
that it's the
Certain Averas, I'm a tzaddik. No type of for it. No desire for it. No shices to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it.
Yeah,
I
at
don't
first you kind
desire
of
it.
compared it
I'm
to
a
like,
tzaddik
you
in
have
those
to
areas.
cover up more
Other
than
areas
guys
I
do, but
transgress.
guys are
After
completely
state of
covered up
transgression, I make that call to a rasha.
Yeah.
But again, if I do
So,
tshuva,
like,
then I'm about tshuva.
I don't know. I just don't know if that's even an issue worth addressing, like how you're forced to dress.
That a
Because
person after faith
I personally think,
is almost
for
like
me, a girl comic, lady comic should
You never speak to a person
just be a
who's in
comic and not be so much about because I'm a lady.
Because of what a
But
person
then
in
that's
recovery
also a
is,
rule that's
you
meant to be
never want.
broken because there's times when people say
If you
hilarious
people in
things about
recovery,
specifically
don't
about
ask,
me.
people don't usually
I'd
say,
say
I'm
make it,
recovered.
as
I'm
much about
recovered.
me. You
It's
as
that they
much as
say,
it's supposed to be.
I'm
Because it's hard enough for women
365 months, whatever. I'm so this amount of time. It's an incredible sort of so profound.
Strangely sick of it, and you also
What
haven't
recovery
embraced
from
it.
addiction
Like at the
really
same time,
highlights is this idea.
like the
This is
challenge
my reality.
It's
This
a
is
much
something
bigger
I will
challenge
contend with
to
the rest of
understand
my
that.
life. It's my reality.
Anytime
My
you talk
goal
about your
is
appearance,
just
it
to
has
go
to be
ahead
the
and
most
spread
hilarious joke.
sobriety
Otherwise,
for
it's
as long
just
as
put
I
in your
can.
head about
This topic
these
says
girls
the same thing in case.
telling jokes.
It's the same
She's
exact
attractive.
thing in
I
case.
can't listen
I'm
to
in
this.
recovery.
I can't.
I'm in recovery.
I
Why?
can't.
Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it.
Somebody,
The
like
areas
that is
in
so
which
many of the
I
most successful
struggle.
ones really
Look, if you think
dress
about this in life,
down.
it's not easy to
Like,
judge
yeah, which is
that
what she's
struggle
trying
in
to
one
make the joke
area,
about. So
and
it's
then
like
that
it's an
struggle
interesting
goes
observation.
totally
So
away.
I'm not saying
And punish
kill it, but I'm just saying
all the
that
time, right?
it's hard to do
New
because
struggle,
drawing
nothing
attention
to
to the
do
fact
with
that,
your own struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves,
There she goes,
the
everybody.
things we
Kimberly
struggle with
Congdon.
internally,
That's at
very
Kimberly
often have a
Congdon
very
on
easy to
Twitter
struggle
with a
with internally.
C-O-N.
All the same stuff. All the same. It manifests
Yeah, Doug,
itself
thank you so much for
differently
oh,
without life.
that was so much
So
fun. I hope that
so there's a sense of struggle.
I hope it was
In your
constructive.
areas of
Totally.
struggle,
Totally.
you never
It's a
really
classic episode of mine.
decided to focus.
Anything you
For
put
this
on that you want
particular
to promote?
I know I'm kidding. But that's okay. Listen, that's incredible. That's why I don't have to become excited in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and move along or string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. Yeah, I thought the top of it was like, this I'm going to tell you is this treatment like that. Okay, this is where we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weakness and strength.
I think so. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have a new nickname for you.
Oh, God.
The Messiah of Marijuana.
Oh, that's not bad.
I thought it would be worse, but
It's not that good at all, though, either. It's not that bad, but it's also not
it's got
good.
alliteration. Yeah, it's probably a little long for a nickname, but I'll take it. I mean, I appreciate it.
That's awesome.
We'll talk later.
Follow Iron, we will not. Follow the Iron Patriot on Twitter. He's at Comedy Patriot. He hit 1,000 followers. Just hit 1,000 followers. I just hit 10,000 followers for my first 10,000.
That squad is powerful.
Yeah. And Brian and I have an amazing set of shows coming up.
Stand Up Live in Phoenix, September 26th. Go to standuplive.com. In Columbus, Ohio, we're going to be there with Tom Segura, Christina Pajitsky, and maybe a surprise. Who knows?
Yeah. I'm thinking about crashing that one.
It's going to be live on Facebook.
TV
from
Friday, September 27th. If you're in Winnipeg by any chance, I'm going to be there on the 12th and 13th of September. And come to Kill Tony taping anytime on Monday. Here at the Comedy Store. Up next, the Ding Dong Show, the longest running show in Comedy Store history. With the man with the legend, Don Barris in the helm. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
I think simultaneously struggle in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time considered ecstatic in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be ecstatic and a non-ecstatic in any
Give it up for Kill Tony. Hi, everyone.
dialectic.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. Another fun weekend. Here we are. Hi, everybody out there. Congratulations for being part of this fun audience.
Right inside the bottom paragraph there,
Okie dokie.
about 500
Always an interesting
because the
Yeah, we mixed it up a little. My iPad's down.
in Gamu Gabi Shara in
Yeah, I don't think that.
and this idea that I can be considered in one area,
Excuse me.
even if other areas I have a rush on.
Well, so that ends the sound effects portion, right?
No, I downloaded an alternative sound effect program.
So
So it's going to be mixed up probably a little.
well, that's exciting.
Just for this episode, instead of the
Camel
normal
drivers.
kitty cat
All
sound, when
camel
the comic
drivers are
does
inside.
1 minute, we're going to have
They
a
changed the oldest
dolphin.
house seated
Well, what's going to replace the
camel
angry
drivers?
bear that comes in if they do
Camel
longer than
drivers, right?
60
You
seconds?
can put
The
those
king
cooking on the
of
above.
cows.
It says the red tomorrow, rope plate tomorrow, Makuna, Makuna, and you
That
want
is
to
a
hang
lot
on
of cows,
rope
man.
plate tomorrow, Makuna, those who camel riders are
So you don't
always
want to
right.
run the
Why?
light. You're
Actually,
comedians
rope
out
plate
there
tomorrow,
that are
if
doing
you
for
ran,
60 seconds
coming
because
in
you don't
the
want
bus
to
and
anger
come
that
out
group of
with those
cows.
things there.
Or the
They're actually
dolphin.
saying that the thing of the year,
Well, the
an
dolphin.
age of riding a
That's
camel,
a
is
nice
that
one.
both
Yeah, the
of you
dolphin's
again,
sort of heavy, but those
eat
cows
their
are
rest again.
aggressive. Speaking of animals, as always, ladies and gentlemen, our head of security, the Iron Patriot, is here.
An incredible amount of therefore, then, all those donkey drivers are
Fuck yeah.
shut.
Still got it, Patriot.
I
Still got it.
You know, I was listening to
Not try that,
the last
but that's what
episode
it is the cash. What's
the
the
other
actual
day,
cash?
and
Because
listening
all
to
the
it
people
is
have
so
tomorrow,
much
so
different
maximum, so
than watching it.
but there's another
Because
tomorrow.
it really
Tomorrow
sounds like we're hanging out with kids.
and what would be like the left hand column here?
Oh,
East of the shade. What is this? Majority of them are shaded. Right to
I'm
people.
not funny on Instagram, so I don't know what that
The
means.
person who follows
I
the
don't post any funny photos. It's mostly foods
in
and
the skin.
shit suits.
The array of the natural
Yeah,
and
The one you posted yesterday, you did a screenshot of my mailman video, and in the background was a jungle fever poster because my video was made in 1991, the same year that that movie came out. And what's interesting is Wesley Snipes just got released from prison a few months ago. He was serving 3 years for tax evasion. He started Jungle Fever, and now he's already got his life back on track, and he's in the movie Expendables 3. He's already got a concert with my Banana song coming back. This might be the return of Jungle Fever this year. Me and Wesley.
I think that's a pretty bold statement, first of all. I don't think you're going to bring back the movie franchise Jungle Fever, the Wesley Snipes
Camel
classic,
drivers,
because
they're
of the
all
music video. But I did watch that music video. You don't know, the Iron Patriot is a human being
let's see.
And
You know what I'm
he
saying?
has he
We've
wears
seen
a
we've got
$5,000
two
custom
camel
made
drivers.
Iron
That
Patriot
is the
suit
one that
that came pretty
why
dented up. He
you're
rides the
not
bus
meaning.
here.
You're
He's here
zero to
every Monday.
like
And
they
he
have to
rides
be
the bus
because
because in that $5,000 suit he can't sit down.
Vast deserts.
So
Like,
he has
you
to
have to
stand
rely
at
on
all times. So he
water
takes the bus here from down the street.
You
And
realize
he was
how
once in a band in
fragile life
Texas
is.
called the Dirty Crabber.
Under the wrong zone you are. That is the number from Texas. There's no bias. After I saw the what's going on over here. How do you reconcile these two things? Are camel drivers showing or are they catering to guys that that's still now? Shotgun in the social service account. Direction says it's not a company. Shot MSC. They were gathering in the jet. So that's not like
actually becoming extinct lately. That's true.
When it comes to construction, they're always seen as huge. So the gamma and
Yeah, but now you have to worry about like crotch heels or something. Those vaginas.
however, the
Yeah, well,
commercial
look, mouth was shaved.
the
Vagina
also
would have gross
the guy
thing.
making in that
What worms?
can
Like
sharpen
girls are dating
well,
worms.
the buckle in the summer
This what would replace crabs.
so
I don't think they need to be replaced. I think that's
they
something
are
we can do
shut in
without.
one area.
So
But
Patriot,
in
you
another
still have,
area.
even though you got the
So
crabs,
there
you
is
still have
shutting
like a full
with the
bush
six
underneath
of
all
the
that.
but it's a weekend because they have incredible level. And incredible we have them
When you say
start.
tricky, what are you doing down there?
The guy with a broken heart and incredible level. Nate, Shagdala, Sanders, or Russia, ain't of the effort, or well as the working with the last place
Yeah, it's air. It's a bad idea. Don't ever do it. I tried it once. I fucking asshole. Everything was on fire. My wife's balls, like the veins, got really hard.
Am I
And you're like, wow,
for
it's so
Russia?
harder.
The answer is
It was like that for
yes.
like a week. It sucked.
The answer is yes. Yes, I'm excited and I'm
How
a
about that
Russia.
one?
I'm excited in certain areas and I'm a Russia.
Now, you were what I was getting at with this band, the Dirty Crabber, and I watched your music video for the first time over this past weekend, and I was laughing so hard. This song called Cheer My Banana that you performed a few episodes ago, a few weeks ago here while holding a banana, you sang a song. It was
And I
racist.
said, because Russia, first of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all these areas.
Can I
There's
ask you a
areas that
question?
I'm doing great
I
in,
noticed.
and then there are areas that I'm
I
really
noticed
this
there's
area. So what is
a
it?
twitch
Let's
on your left arm that
Who am I?
happens.
Who's something really developing it on the
Was that
draft
from when you got tackled by the football player
no
on
crazy mother. If you were shutting and shooting him in the same exact time, how can you see that? You're shutting in this area, shaving in
So that
this
twitch that you
area.
do with your left arm, is that because of the suit that you're wearing, or is that
It's a balance. It's two forces that kind of continue to find inside of me, inside of my persona. And it's not a life of telling idea. There are so many times we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless.
Yeah, I think we're making podcast history so far this episode. Oh yeah, it is Labor Day. What do you normally do on Labor Day?
What is that?
You didn't have this
Like,
right
what
now.
does my group matter for if I know that I'm a Russia
That's
in
what you
areas A, B, and C? What is it? So it's just like
So
that's not true.
disappointed when you
That's
said
not
that.
true.
Do you practice singing a lot in front of mirrors?
Everyone with this balance. Because I did some things with
So if I play a song right now, you'd be able to perform it?
areas of life,
Alright, let's try
even
this.
though
What's
I
the name
know
of the
full
song?
well that unfortunately, I am a
Are you serious? Is
Let's
this
pick up
happening
over
right
here
now?
today. We'll pick up now again. At least you see where something gets this from.
Well, yeah, I think I have it.
Concept, finds its expressions in the spirit and the second Buddha of the Tunida and Sweetness and the terror of the Rasta, and then it can develop
He
more.
sent you another song.
I said that song and then I changed my mind and switched it to another song.
Wow, look at you.
How long did it take for you to decide that you wanted to do a different song? Was it hours you were sitting there thinking about
No,
it?
it just kind of came
Alright,
to me.
so listen, more news
We've kind of been on this jungle fever thing
starting
for so long. I just kind of thought, man, let's just keep it going because, you know, Sister Number 9. I mean, I've never made love actually to black women. I've flirted with them, but, you know, one female brother that does turn me on is Beyonce.
beautiful
You know,
Female sister. Oh wait.
let's
she
see
needs,
this.
she needs to drop that zero and get with the hero.
Also,
Oh my
the
god. Alright, what's
right
yours?
hand power on the right hand power. The upper. Because the organ, minor with standard the volleyball out so whatever road I switch over, well, I'm sorry, the actor person, yes, good. The actor because the organ with minor with standard the volleyball out. Actually, it's important for a person to establish what's the name in the Chinese. We spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a place where we go after but in fact, again, Gehenna could be experienced in a like that when one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes I made in life. So after we've spoken about this concept, also we spoke about this idea that this Gehenna in the Olam Hazeh actually has a profound cathartic impact as well. I love Ladas, which is a very profound idea. After a person does tshuva for a particular adira, kol muksho b'chit sheshav alav b'tshuva, v'simen v'alchacha she'ino naki l'chalutin mecheitzah. So it's like, the Rabbi here says something very interesting, which we're going to have to kind of ponder a little bit. So listen to these words. He says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular avera, that's demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed of that avera. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, "Simin v'alchacha she'ino naki lechalutin mefeitzas." That's demonstrative that I'm not cleansed, or that I still struggle with this particular faith. Okay, so as I said, first glance, the statement seems a little bit obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. You'll see what he means in just a moment. Share, bidvar avera, the davar va'avera, sha'adam naki mizano example. Because when it comes to a certain area or a particular avera, that a person is totally nothing, that a person is totally cleansed from, the ain't no shum nukia, yushicha nafshis, bishum teva la'avera hadi. As it was, this is actually a very beautiful idea. Because if there's a particular avera with which I have no struggle, if there's a particular avera from which I am totally clean and pure, he says, bishum teva la'avera hadi. I'm sorry, Vishum Taiva, I have no desire for this particular Avera. Hari Nikra B'nefshav Adam Zeva Shamayim L'tzadik L'inyan Osa Davar V'Osa Avera. Listen, this is such a beautiful idea. You'll see how I've developed this. If there's a particular Avera that I don't stumble in, a particular Avera that I don't transgress, and a particular Avera for which I have no desire, I am called a tzaddik in that area. These are the two parts of the subject of life, of my personal life. They're the areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the physics of the tzaddik is as follows. The physics is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, let's like listen at it, and I do tshuva with that idea. What's my status now? What's my status? What's my status? Right? So here's the simple thing. I'm not a tzaddik in that status. What I am is about tshuva. What about tshuva? I'm not a tzaddik because the tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm decided. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an avari, or if I've done tshuva, I am about tshuva. Because everything is not a tzaddik. That synthetic is
Breathing
reserved
heavy under there,
for
huh?
areas in life
I'm surprised
in
you
which
used the
I go
word,
ahead and
like a
have need to
dandelion.
resolve
I
your
was
silk
expecting something a
no
little bit more
inflammation and have not
racist.
transgressed those particular ideas. Then once it goes on, you're going to see that this song is in a very exciting section. He goes on and says,
What's the deal
oh, he
with
says
all
this,
of your
the
songs
Indian
being
says,
about hooking
the
up with a
Kosher
black woman
Tzadik
that
was
you
never,
never actually
the
hook up
Tzadik,
with?
Black was never Echad Bilbad. Done in the Gabi China. Just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result of such understanding? What's the beautiful reality that he creates for us? Think about it. We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, I think one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many
No,
more
nobody's gonna think
areas
you're talking
in
about
which
a
we are
nun.
has to
It all
shalom.
depends on who you
I
follow
don't
it up
want
with.
to say
You take off the ER and make it an A and you're fine.
Nobody's gonna think you're talking about a nun when
but
you
in
say
which maybe we
Beyonce.
transgress. So well, this was just a second.
Do you think that
The
you write these
says,
songs because you and perhaps a black woman out there have some unfinished business? Like is it something you still
have
fantasize
no
about?
desire for it. But actually, I'm a tzaddik in the union of Hashem. I want to be speaking to you, but you can find this beautiful, holy list of something. Right? Think about this going on, in the areas of morality. There are so many types. There's certain people in relationships which normal people don't have desires for.
Another hand for the
So
Irish
which means
Patriot.
even within the same area,
This is
even
the
within
show
the
where
same
comedians do
prohibition,
60
I
seconds
could
and
be
always a
tzaddik in
guest
certain
and I
areas.
and
So the
my
tzaddik says about
cohorts here,
what
Red
this
Band
means is
Patriot, we
at
all
any
talk with
given
the
moment
comedian
in
for a
life,
bit, see what's
this
going
is how
on,
the
see if we can
conversation. In any given
punch up
moment
their
in life,
jokes. They can take it
I
or
am
leave it as they want, all for
simultaneously
free. Always
a
just
tzaddik,
giving away gold
and
here
I
at
may
Bill
also be
Tony.
a Russia.
And I always have one of my funniest friends come on and be a guest each week.
And a
Really
Russia.
excited about this
And the
week's
tzaddik
guest.
says, this idea,
He is
the
somebody
Indian
who I've always looked up to since I started here
tzaddik,
many years ago. And I'm excited to have him. He's such an amazing guest that in fact he has his
and this
own
idea
person who
that in
gives
one
his
area
introduction.
I
So
could
I'm
be
just going to
treated
bring
as
up
a
that guy
tzaddik,
right now.
right?
Put
Even
your
though
hands
in
together
many
for
other
his
areas
introducer,
I am
Ryan
like a
Purvis.
Russia, derech shekasher harash b'kedusha b'inda. Look over here, look at it.
This is not the guest. This is the guy who introduces
Look
the
over here.
guest.
And look, actually, we're gonna stop over here for today. We'll stop with this. I want to be able to touch back on something
Are you
like that.
ready?
So just point out, Resonance Movement is dramatic new idea that a person could simultaneously be tzaddik and the Russia at the same time. This is a new definition. A tzaddik, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to, let's go to what they do. Tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain ideas. So certain ideas come as tzaddik, to certain ideas come as Russia. Certain ideas come as tzaddik, no type of for it. No desire for it, no excitement for it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. After theater transgressions, I make that I want to be alone. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. So also it's also about this result of the fast. According to the approach of the Restream, that a person acts the hate is almost like a person being
Thank you.
Wow.
you
Yeah,
never
nice
speak
job
to
for
a
being
person
the good
who's
son
in
of I
recovery.
made that
It's an
happen.
amazing thing.
I made that happen.
Because of
All
what a
jazz
person in
fantasy
recovery is,
players are
he's
in
never
prison.
what?
That's why you gotta get them before they die.
I got OJ in
Because
round
you
2
see
this
people in
year.
recovery
Yeah.
going at,
Really
people
though.
usually say, I'm recovered. I'm recovered.
They
They say, you know, I 365 months, you know, whatever. I'm so this amount of time. It's an incredible utility, it's so profound. Because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea. This
It's so that when
is
you
my
guys are on
reality.
stage,
This is something I will contend with for the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch, to sobriety for as long as I can. This topic says it's the same thing as hate. If same
Sure
exact
that they
thing with
notice
me.
a slight change.
I'm in recovery.
Anyway,
I'm
Freddie,
in
This is
recovery.
great,
Why?
Tony. This is
Because
all
my
professional thing
struggles
you
are
got
my
going.
struggles.
That's fucking amazing.
That's
Really
it.
like
The
it.
areas in which I struggle,
He sings,
look,
he
if you think
dances,
about this
you
in
know.
life,
it's fucking
it's
unbelievable.
not
Can I
easy
ask you
to
something,
say
man?
Yeah,
that
please.
I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away.
Oh, okay,
And
great.
Tony and Kadosh, Bola Khan, like, you struggle nothing to do with your own struggle. That's not good. You have happen. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally, very often are the very things we struggle with all the same stuff. But we say it manifests itself differently outward, but it's all
It's the comedy store shit show.
so there's a sense of
I actually
tragic.
prefer it. I refer to it as
Struggle,
white-skinned,
you
first of
never
all.
really become tragic.
No, or as all I refer to as black. I don't care. It's
To
like
this
whatever.
particular
You
thing.
know?
Every time I'm good. And that's okay. Listen, that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become tragic in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do
My whole life,
is
zero
go ahead and
discrimination.
think
Idiot
along
facet.
and put
Anywhere at all,
together
not from
a
either side.
prolonged amount of sobriety.
No.
That's my goal. All right, well, we'll stop over here for today.
What'd you say?
This I'm going to tell you is this piece of life altering. This is the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas that we can do
Patriots
done.
known for his accidental racism.
That's okay, you know.
Yeah, he's from Texas.
I was born there.
Yeah, he was born in San Antonio.
Jesus, dude, that's great.
Yeah, he researches all the guests. He's the best head of security on any podcast.
That's pretty cool.
I like you. I've seen you on Ice House Chronicles. I've seen you on Joe Rogan Experience. I've been following you for a while.
All right,
Very
Joe.
cool. You'd think I would have noticed fucking Iron
This
Man
morning,
following.
You know he loves you when his left arm twitches.
Yeah, I like him. That's a very impressive. I mean, that's super fucking impressive.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now, Freddie, you said something that I brought up a couple times over the weeks on this podcast. I've always taken a moment to ask black comedians. I ask that on behalf of all black people, all the pressure is on you right now. Why do some black people call other lighter-skinned black people light-skinned with two T's?
It's just how it goes. It's a regional dialect. Yeah, and it's usually in urban and southern areas. That's where it comes from. It's actually there's a documentary called the Talking English. It turns out black people don't like speaking English. It was supposed to be spoken with vast translation.
or that they something
That makes sense.
And that's why all black guys have names
now,
like Jackson
again,
and stuff
whether
like that, like
and
white
it's
British
the
guys.
debate of that,
It's the British
how
ones
it's
sometimes. You mean like a British guy, my name's Jerome Johnson. I don't know. It's like
or
Jerome Jackson's like fucking running.
I read a thing the other day that the first, I mean, I had heard it before, but I read the whole thing about the
and also, of
first
course, the incredible
slave
thing now.
owner
Yes,
was a black guy.
like remember again, after he had
I see him starting like gangs and shit. Like white people stole it.
Because they would
That's the gangster shit slave, right?
Totally.
We always do it. I steal from myself. I'm on my white side, steals from my black side. Are you kidding me? It's always steal shit.
Reading this article, and basically after 3/4 of the way through it, I'm like, this guy, imagine his, I mean, if he started it, imagine all the white guys around him, like, this fucking guy's crazy. We're going to take over all these businesses, and he started it.
It was similar. I'm still for shit. Like they were taking corners.
Because I guess the original guy did research on too.
When you have one, I just
I go on these Wikipedia tangents, that's exactly what I do.
I always do that too. I do that on YouTube, and then I always end up some guy telling a cop off. I always want to see that. Some guy shoving it to a cop, like, oh yeah, well here's the law. And I do like one guy threw the law in his face. The cop's like, is that true? It's like, yeah. And he's like, am I being taken? Well, I guess not. Let's get right here.
I saw that, and I love those videos. They're my favorite
Well,
ones.
you have to be white to do shit like that too. I can't trust them. I cannot look at me. They don't know what I am. They won't go for it.
That's so awesome. Freddie's one of the best impressionists that I know in the world. I'm excited to see if anybody pops up and what's a Jimmy Cliff, perhaps. Well, that's a pretty good section. Oh, shit.
You know, when Freddie has a goal, he can do it. Just signature.
Just
Whatever posits
used to be
that
Jesse the Body
Sira itself, right? This week's
Sounds
parsha
like every
starts
resort.
with Rachel Macharat Shabbos, Sheva Shabbos,
Everybody's
you have an
got
obligation to
Sunday,
count
brother.
7 weeks,
Yeah, it's
49
like a strip
days
club
between
DJ
your
set.
death and
No
your
bless you.
family,
Or
and
the guy announcing the monster truck.
the Rebbe says you completely says that not counting this part is divided into 2 parts.
All
The
right.
first part,
Well,
he says, Habakina Goshen
you know what
Yitzias
goes on here?
Mitzrayim,
Comedians come out
Mi'irat
and they
Lag
do
Bomer.
60
So the first
seconds and
33
we talk
days,
for
or
yeah,
up until the 33rd
it's
day,
true. Little
the
comedy
essence
karma.
of Sfira
Things are
is
good tonight.
really
Comedy Central
Mitzrayim.
roast of James
It's
Franco
almost
is
as
airing.
if it's
So
the afterglow
yeah,
of
We're
Yitzias
watching it,
Mitzrayim.
right?
Like that's the
no, we
less
can't watch it here
the
because
experience of
Comedy
incredible
Store has the
salvation,
only kind
and
of
up
cable I've
until the
ever heard of that
33rd
doesn't get Comedy Central.
We
the
ain't got
focus of the day,
I got some
the
rig.
Kedusha
They have
of the
like
day,
Fox Sports and
emanates
shit.
in Yitzias
They have some
Mitzrayim.
weird.
ובלבד באומר, מסביר האור השמיים הסיני,
The rabbit ears on top of this. No, like,
וליץ
Wait a second, we really think about it. We try to get
the
internet here. They're like, no, we can't do it. We can't get internet here. They're like, no, don't get the cable company involved. See, we'll set
The
it on the
focus
grid.
is no
yeah,
longer
everybody
Yitzias
is.
Mitzrayim,
Celtic grid.
but the
Yeah,
focus
that's serious.
is Avodas Hashem. The focus is Shavuos. And it's not what the focus is. It's not what the focus is. It's really the Kedusha of the day itself. Up until Lag BaOmer, the Kedusha of the Sira, emanates in Yitzias Mitzrayim. From Lag BaOmer and on, the Kedusha of the Sira is pulled from Shavuos. He goes on and says, which is so beautiful. Shemilani Ha'im B'Chazek, Yaakov Kara Lo Gal'ei. The close to Pasuk,
That's if you go during the day with
it's
your
the Pasuk in Pasuk Vayisha. That's in the again, this is when Yaakov Avinu first flees from Laban. And remember again, Yaakov steals away from Laban. He's going away from Laban. Laban catches up with him. And Laban catches up with him, and they make this fleet. Right after a little bit of anxiety at first, or a little bit of tension, they make this fleet. They set up a line of 3 months. And both parties agree, no one crosses the line. Yaakov's been brought back to snow. You don't come back, God on my line. Laban agrees not to come back, and they draw a line. So he says, Yaakov, and what do? They tell it's they made a pilot in order to go and keep on the
I didn't know that's so good.
When you bow, try to open your eyes and I will see. Gal is glad. When Gal comes, when Lag comes, when Lag BaOmer comes, even the Yuma Lag BaOmer, as Masculine Ha'ir B'chinos Ha'ara Kabbalah. So the moment that Gal comes, the moment that Gal comes, is the moment that you begin to feel the energy of Kabbalah Torah. That you begin to feel ultimately again the energy of
comics name now.
Right, there's tons of names in the hat.
begin
You
to
guys
feel,
ready to get this thing started or what?
the energy of what's going to happen in just a few days from now. The Milas adds, see that verse is very beautiful.
Those
Because
people
the
are, where are
word
you guys
adds,
from?
quotes the passage from Haskell, when you love those Ade Adai, which again, if you want to directions for
Oh yeah,
straight Kabbalah Torah, it was literally again in his boxing and
you
his
listen to the
it's the
podcast?
metaphor referring to Tzadi spelled as in the Mediterranean woman. Shironi al-Hashemah.
You're in the right room. I picked a name, and the comedian's name, your first comedian tonight is Flea Wiggins.
Notion that the Torah itself is divided up into these 2 parts. And upper to Lag BaOmer, the Kedusha, the creation of the days, is Novea, stems from what was.
Yeah,
And
so
for the rest
Samara
of
was
the
up here earlier,
Sira,
and
the
yeah,
inspiration
Patrick was up
stems
here being
from
racist.
what
So
will
let's go with this
be.
one. That
This isn't that
actually,
determined by
not too long
electrical
ago,
light.
actually banged a
Like life
ginger.
is this combination of things.
Forced by
We are
circumstance.
inspired from our past,
Because I wanted to,
and
so
ultimately,
that I had to.
again, we gain strength from our
But the
past,
thing is, the first
and
time that we ever hooked up,
inspiration
his
from our
roommate
future.
walked
Quote
in on us,
one more
and his
verse,
roommate
he
just
says,
goes,
"Looking east
"You
of
know,
them are the
sometimes the
shadows,
and ice cream."
cultivated to by the other are shadows.
I was just
Kabbalah
making up to be two
Tafila,
of the 3
and
flavors.
Sodom Kamishim Yom,
It's like, this is the
Kikidish
man
Nidake,
keeping the system
Hasmin
down.
Bini
Hey,
Hasira,
how come we get to be
Kidish
two? And
Niskala Hasagas, Hakar
I'm the one,
Basagas
you know,
Lurs,
Neapolitan ice cream.
Kitsaret Ha'adam,
With
the
caramels.
Tansin
So that's
Master Bini
pure.
Hasira, At Lag BaOmer,
Segregated.
Shehu Chamishi,
People
Shehu Shabur
of not knowing
Chamishi
any
Shel
black
Hasira,
people, so
Shehu
he thought
Chod
that not only
Shebahod,
were black men
ובכלל
coming, people were out
דגל
for them to taste
מסר
like
ולשנות
chocolate.
סייס פון חדש. don't say same idea of the cinema of Hashem quoting the basic same idea, but the use of explaining it a little bit differently in the more esoteric concepts of hold and hold sheva hold. I want to say it's a profound idea because what it tells you is the power there's games that possess an incredible amount of kedusha. The way they just embedded in the world is that they possess kedusha. What happens is as time evolves, additional layers of kedusha are added to the day. So now Yeshiva adds an element of holiness to life Omer. Yashvi adds an element of holiness to life Omer. And here we have a B'Yisrael, and the Art Hashem is saying from the beginning, from the time that we first started to count the sphere, this day was significant. Because what this day represented, it was like really, if you go down to the thing is as follows, you can start with that. The thing is as follows, that in life, if you build on your past, you have the ability to bring forth a magnificent future. In other words, in the ideal world, first 33 days of Shira are Yetzias Mitzrayim. Yeah, Golda is for me to leave my Mitzrayim. Because you all have our Mitzrayim. Like you all have our Mitzrayim, our narrow street. You all have this reason right. It's hold us back. It's power. Yeah. The goal of the first 33 days is to leave your Mitzrayim. And then if you leave your Mitzrayim in 33 days, you can spend the rest of the Shira journeying ultimately to your heart. Because the paradigm for growth in life is
that's interesting.
deal with the things that are holding you back. First deal with the trouble, trial. First deal with the difficulties, deal with the trial. And then
but then afterwards, do you go back?
That's the power of the cases of release. Transition. Work on my past. I've left my striving. I've changed who I am. And I'm ready to work.
That's the thing, you know. She's like,
Do you sleep with like a pillow between your legs or something?
We have a little bit of time.
Do you sleep with a pillow?
At the end of the job,
Do you sleep with a pillow?
no, I sleep with a girl. I have one hand on her tip.
But you see, as I also put on the sheet a beautiful piece by the Zelzereva, which you'll take a look on. You'll take a look at it as well. Really incredibly beautiful.
This turned on like 30 degrees so you don't sweat. You're just locked, like keeping each other warm and you're surviving.
How many girls do you get pregnant with this thing?
None.
Even with the dick inside all night long?
Yeah, it seems like if you let the dick marinate inside of a vagina all night long, some type of life form would have to grow.
Or some kind of fusion would take place. But you have to have a period first before they can even get pregnant.
That's okay.
All right, I see what you did there.
This guy.
I know what you did. And you lean back after that like that.
I just can't get pregnant.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck yeah, I love Neapolitan ice cream. I love that reference there. That's fun.
It was pretty good when you talk about the brown coat coming out of the brother's banana. I've heard people talk about like chocolate milk coming out of it.
The brother's banana too. He can't make enough monkey references while talking about blood.
No, I was saying I like that joke. That was funny. I've heard chocolate milk jokes about
No, that was good.
females breasts, but I've never heard that.
I'm not on board with that soul system number 9 song, brother. Look, that's the intro reference. It's like an afro thing or something. It's very subtly racist. But it's from ignorance, which I feel like it's
Subtle racism is more offensive than overt racism. So overt racism, you just own it.
I said I'm in love with Soul Sister number 9. I said it's a component of it.
It's like a fetish. It's not a good thing.
I love it. What was the, so, yeah. I like the, Dolce Gabbana. What is that?
Yeah. I have references for all the bakeries.
And the Mexican.
The Mexican cookies are like those delicious.
That was good.
It seems like it seems like you could go on and on with a whole ice cream run.
I've been trying to think of
Like the guy that like is abusive. It's like Rocky Road. We could go on and on.
Dying for
What do I know?
no, I like it. I'm gonna go.
that issue, that embarrassment,
Tons of ice creams to be had. Clay Wiggins, everybody. If
it's
you're on
like,
Twitter,
people feel
why don't you punch your follower at Clay
trying
the
to
Pimp?
figure out
That's
exactly
Clay,
what the
K-L-E-E,
nature of
the
that
Pimp,
dynamic
at
is.
Clay the Pimp.
Why is it that Luca
Fuck yeah,
has the
that's
power
fun. So that's how
to
it
affect
goes
this level of
sometimes.
skill?
Sometimes
We're
we
picking
just
up
listen
again
and
with
chat
the
to people.
hook and
Sometimes we
love,
have brilliant
and I'm picking
ideas.
up now
Sometimes
in
the
the second
Patriot
paragraph
just
of that
fucking
footnote, so I
twitches
tried
his little
to
arm
see
off.
this over.
How's that
This
racial
over my love,
slurs?
this is a chulo.
Yeah,
Covers
when the
that
brothers come
says,
out of their
Lama
banana.
Hadisha and
Hey, what the
Attack
fuck are you
of
thinking over there?
why is
I
it
love it
that
though.
Hadisha? Why is it
Brother, like when you say
that
brother with a hard R, it tells me you say nigger
go
with a
ahead
hard R.
Yeah.
and so for one
I'm starting to think that because of his accidental racism, the Patriot bought that suit because he was getting beat up by black people all the time. That's why it's all dented and shit. The fuck you say, boy?
so why
All right.
because
Back into
about
the
go
black
back to the
bucket we go.
because my other thing is fundamental
Ori Amir. Put your hands together for Ori Amir. Oh, he's a jumper, Gary.
completely covered that. After I think it's biased in the face. When a person is embarrassed, when I'm embarrassed because of an idea that I committed, Laura, she was solid at
Yes, my
who
accent
massive
is half
at
Hebrew, half German. Yes,
that
I've
shows
had
that
success with that
embarrassment shows
myself for
that
years.
I'm removing myself. And this puts me to myself from that sin
And I'm stuck with
into
the accent. I
totality.
can't fix it, but if I
So
can make it,
Augusto
see
is
more American.
Spanish
If I like say
massive
American things.
accent.
This is America. Speak
By
English.
definition, I remove myself. I distance
Jesus
myself
loves you.
from that space. Okay, it's
Sign here.
simply an incredibly profound idea.
Damn
When
scientists
I'm
lying about
embarrassed
global
about
warming.
something, essentially what I'm saying is,
Oh my God, I'm also a member of the National
I
Rifle
don't want to
Association.
be associated.
Give
I'm
me one of those
embarrassed.
cool handshakes.
I don't want to be associated.
Guns, yeah.
I distance myself from it. Looking at my company, when it's actually lucky, it's different than community work. I
I love
just
the
want
English
to
language. I love how rich your vocabulary is. You got words like
and
communist,
ultimately, again,
socialist,
strengthens
Marxist,
from
Maoist,
ultimately, he probably
anti-American.
says,
And
because
these are
from
only the
ultimately,
synonyms for
in
poor.
Sorology, as that, as a hate action book, Avala Mizan, and the time,
That's a powerful 60 seconds. Put your hands together for Ori Amir. I fucking love you. Where are you from?
Israel.
that becomes a struggle for you. You want to
How long have you been here?
self-identify yourself.
That is so cool.
I don't
You know, I like
want to self-identify with that particular
Yeah.
It's like I got 60
That's all
seconds.
I want.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw it out.
This
And he did it. Then he did it. He did it.
Nothing but daggers the whole
and
time.
I'm
Just
embarrassed.
fucking
I
quick
got to
lightning
know
jokes. That's so fun.
embarrassed.
How long have you been
I
doing
got to
stand-up?
don't want to be identified with it. I'm embarrassed. I got to want to
Did it.
physically
You talk about
myself.
Leo, where you're from.
He's about advice when
Yeah.
I
He did just
more
that.
Yeah.
communication
Yeah,
action both.
exactly.
Not
I
part of
love
me.
that. What else do you do?
Dagger.
What else do you do? You live here in Los
Magic
Angeles?
action.
Yeah, I'm doing a PhD
Emotionally
here.
shown by
I study
the
brains,
rest of the
yes.
country.
Yeah, and actually, when we do like fMRI studies, like when you look at the brain, various things.
Various things. You sounded really smart until the end there.
Various things, yes, brains, this organs, it has parts.
Wow.
I think he was going to throw that word. He knew it.
Right, right.
Actually, look at what happens when you inject something that's the last thing. So,
I don't want
oh, wow, that are affected by you.
I don't want to be associated with this.
If you ever notice on the no Jeff, you're moving your head.
This does not
Disrupt the signal.
Wow, that's amazing. So you're doing studies on that, how laughter affects the brain and stuff like that.
Check out his shoes.
End of the day,
Oh yeah, the
what
shoes
is
are
the
fucking
fundamental
baller, man.
Oh, they look like you're paintballing.
the accumulation of the
Yes,
shit.
it was white. And
I
just
don't
an
want
essay.
to do this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't
Yeah,
want
that's so cool. So you're like super smart. What are you gonna do with your whole PhD thing once you did it?
to see myself from that
Probably look
particular
for a job.
that trigger. Therefore, says to my Rob, that's what the one says, that science book, hopefully, if you're embarrassed about the case, it means you don't want to be associated with this. It means that you feel like it's not
What's your favorite place that you've
I
been to?
really can. It's like that. You don't want to associate with it. You want to
People are also,
That's
nature is great.
road is the product. McGregor comes by.
That is awesome. Would you have ended up doing with the Colombian girl that you've been
Moshe Konim
just getting crazy? Did you guys do it by the beach like they do in movies?
Puppet, it. So
Did you have the mob app, do you?
No,
But
I
you
had
sent them out of.
stop the
It's
bus
embarrassing.
and help us.
Embarrassing.
They wanted to help with the guns and stuff. But
Yeah, the guns. They want the guns.
they wanted help with the passport, right?
So,
And
and I was just calling. Right, I was just calling. So many of us,
32,
we may
I'm
be
34.
familiar
What do you think that's
with this word. We might have been told it.
And I'm a little 55 coke, dude.
I know it is pretty crazy.
It's amazing what he's been doing with his
What
time. I've been doing.
What I want to know, like, what I find interesting is a guy as smart as you, like, how seriously do you take the stand-up thing? Like, is it something that you'd rather do other than that, or you
Yeah,
just,
this is like squash.
yeah,
it's one of the most
Humility.
I can tell he loves it.
you do a lot of spots?
occasional ones.
You only understand how arrogance manifests
Interesting.
itself.
I think you're very, very funny and very, very interesting. Keep doing what you're doing. I recommend doing more spots. You're so smart. You could break at any point. Don't let anybody tell you that you started too late. You're very funny and extremely smart. So use that to your advantage. That's Orient Mirror, everybody. There you go. You're a fucking genius. Elephant stand-up comedy kills.
Working on his PhD.
Because you
We
get
gotta go write
well,
jokes.
No, I studied the brain. You may have heard of it, even though you're a fucking idiot.
this is not who I am. It's not who I
Very
want
it's
to
gonna
be.
be your next comedian. Very funny man who I've seen here before. Very it's gonna be Bo Bro, everybody.
Yeah, we should keep this on a like public content. We keep it on the edge. We should keep it.
I love Latino women. You know why I love Latino women? Because they know how to take a punch.
Like white house.
Seriously. Like the other women you hear, you know, they either want to call the authorities
Ultimately,
or fight back or call their brother. But I can make that joke because I got a Mexican wife. I got her in Tijuana for $50. She's an equestrian. I know she loves horses. Bought her from a guy for $50. So I don't have her yet. He's shipping her to me. I guess it's a mail order ride. I don't know. I gave him my P.O. box, so I didn't want to give him my real address. Just in case shit don't work out, I have to get rid of her. So I got a room at Motel 6, so we staying there. I had it delivered to my P.O. box. So that's all I got. That's a new joke I'm working on.
Fuck yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
so my immediate thing, put your hands together for a little bro. Everyone, there you go. Yeah, it's extremely funny from the top. I can tell the first thing that you wrote was that initial, first line, and now you're trying to make it bigger from there. That they can take a punch, and I like that you bail out of that and rationalize it. Are you really married? You don't have a
No, I actually wrote a long story of how I met her and how I love her, and you know, how the guy's going to send her to me, and I give him my PO box because I'm waiting, I'm down at the post office. She's going to end up being there waiting on me to get there because I actually have a joke.
That's what I was waiting for. Was when you mentioned the PO box, like you got to mention, how you're just gonna check it out. You know what I mean? Like, see what you're dealing with from space. And if you're gonna keep playing it like that thing's real, then I would also rationalize, like, only $50. That's just enough for me to not care and be able to drive away without putting this thing in the car. Whatever ends up showing up in that post office. You know what I mean? So it's still worth it. It's not like, thousands of dollars. So
You can even say that you were unsure and you took her home for a week to try her out, but you got the insurance to take her back because she was broken. Something like that.
or that when the box came, it was such a strong box because Mexicans make such sturdy products that you couldn't even open the box. And she just flies behind like 10 looking clothes. There it is. Yeah,
I got for the price of one.
I like his energy. He's got good energy. That's how I got it. He came
One
out
more
with
piece of
hey,
news.
Absolutely. Totally.
Incredibly
Orange. Orange is a great color. It's also
That's
still
about
sight.
nothing looking at the test of
Orange is the new black.
It is the new black. It is the new black.
probably
One
just
time,
thought
it is one time.
Is that T-shot?
that stuff was really incredible.
Where are you from? Houston, Texas. Sick, let's get him.
He's dressed like he's performing comedy in a construction zone.
Yeah, I know. This is like a casual day at holiday. But we always get it crisp like that from head to toe matching. Like I'll try to sometimes not match so much on purpose, but I'll look at it just head to toe.
Around college,
Hey man, thank you very much.
that
Yeah,
the way the
thank
law
you.
for the rest of the commission out here,
Like this song I've been saying too.
Lil Bro is on Twitter at Lil Bro. That's that's LLILBROUGH for those of you that are huge fans of comedians with their names spelled as hard as they can be spelled. You must love Lil Bro. Bro spelled LBROGH. Lil Bro.
He can also be called
he goes out to the Heimlich is
I can tell after he says these things, he laughs because you can see him like jitter up and down.
and if you are able to uproot
Why don't you just take off into the sky? That'd be fucking amazing.
People fucking go crazy about the Iron Patriot. I mean, everybody loves it. Like, I guess, you know, I never get to listen to the podcast. I watch it from time to time and check out the visual part of everything. But I never get to listen. But it seems like everybody who listens and watches gets the feeling of how
even
much
a little bit
and
further.
how light the Iron Patriot really is.
So
And it's a lot of fun for me because people send me questions and all day long I answer questions about Kill Tony. And a lot of people don't know they can watch it. I'll direct them with a link to where they can watch a video. And they go, I didn't even know I could watch it.
Yeah.
To go ahead
It's all
and
blowing
repeat
up
the
for you, man.
So I like people to see me and
Right,
see my
for example,
costume and
you
then
could
realize,
take
you know, that's the
your
costume.
and you could
It's been a
transform
lot of
your
fun. Like,
Averos
3 months ago, I didn't even have a Twitter account. Now I'm just having a lot of fun every
and
day.
then if you're gonna hire from the store,
It's on stuff, dude.
where a person can take his Averos
Can somebody push the reset button back in this control?
completely focusing on the video.
All right, let's keep this fun train
Go
moving
ahead and
along. Your next comedian's name is Dustin Emery.
totally because I understand the concept of Cuba and its ability to increase time.
So,
Right?
that I know of,
That are there every idea, but every idea, big or small, comes with a host. So when I come here again, Cuba comes along and I can do the process and I can negate the punishment. I can say that. There's what's the word? Whatever. Forget it.
Anyways,
Right, this
you should never have a dick in my mouth.
Right, thank you. It's coming, right? So I did the crime, I should get the punishment, I
And
just feel this
which
credit.
results in a disturbing
The
dilemma for the
notion
straight man
that
is
Cuba is
now I
powerful
feel
enough
like I know what it's
to
happening.
actually uproot acts.
Like,
Make
what it's
this
like now
life
to
an act never even happened.
what
Forget
it's like
about
to
turning it into
choke
a
on it.
mitzvah. That's even like another level.
Just
But the
little
notion that
I
Cuba
like
is
choked out of my
powerful
own
enough
dream.
to retroactively uproot an act like it's never occurred. How do you back that in your heart? You're going to have to stop every year. We'll spend one more day
There's an
on Cuba
interesting,
on the season. We'll
interest,
pick up
what
the
I find
season
interesting about
tomorrow.
what you just
And then we'll
said
link it
is
back again
having
tomorrow.
is having a dream about sucking your own dick. Like, it seems like there would be a wealth of.
I've had that dream.
Really?
It is a
What are you doing? Do you feel it? Do you feel it?
No, I just go, what the fuck am I doing? On the sheet.
And you're like totally flexible and just able to do that.
Yeah, like I must have thrown out some bits. I don't know how. Just all of a sudden, I'm sucking two of my dicks.
Oh, that's just gay as fuck,
never
bro. One of those dicks can't possibly be yours. I mean, I'm sucking two of my dicks. I mean, one of them looks like Lil Bro's dick, but sucking two of your own dicks. Do you have two dicks?
No.
Then you're gay, bro. You just came out of the closet.
How long have you been doing comedy for? Yeah, how long have you been doing it? I've done 2 nights. Okay,
Awesome.
You know what? I think the thing in the beginning is he should have said it, what you opened with, then let it land for a second, because you got right back into it, because you let it land, because it's an absurd thing, and you're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And then you get into it. Because sometimes you get into it, and you have like a shock, you see a lot of jaws drop, like, I think you're about dicks, but make it funny, you know?
Did you have a wet dream?
I've actually only ever had.
But you didn't have it when you were sucking your own dick. Like, I think there's something funny in that. Like, that you couldn't get yourself to finish with your own blowjob. Like, there's something in that. There's something in, a bunch of that. I would stay in the pocket on the dream. I would analyze.
A dream frees you of all creepiness.
Right.
It does.
Right. I would not mention the part where you're sucking two dicks.
One dick minimum.
All right, so it's a good point. So we are
So true. Oh my god, totally. I mean, if you're sucking a dick in a dream, always make sure it's your dick. Make sure it's your dick. But there's definitely a great premise, and that's so cool that you've only done this a couple times. Keep doing it all the time as often as you can if you're interested in it. And yeah, I mean, guys that look like you are getting jobs and geniuses like me. So I mean, it's a great time to look like that. Not many jobs, I'm still doing pretty fucking good, but you know, it's your time. Absolutely. Look at this guy.
The one thing I would say though, and this is more you just learn because you've only been doing a very short period of time, and you'll learn this. But the biggest thing I would say is to act like you're saying that as you, instead, because you kind of, I can kind of tell you kind of like wrote it out, kind of almost going.
Yeah, I can tell you're trying to remember how to say it verbatim.
Yeah, instead of like, no, this is actually me. It's talking to you. Like if I was talking to you and you were telling me this story, you wouldn't be doing it like that. You'd be doing it like, so I was like sucking his dick. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like it would be more believable as you, but you'll learn that. You know?
Right. That comes from the story a lot, but so far, you know, at least you're putting yourself in a position to have an interesting premises. So there you go. That's Dustin Emery, everybody. You don't have a Twitter? Get a Twitter, dude. Dustin Emery too. Hey, just get on Twitter. And open mic number 30 will be on Twitter. You'll be like, why didn't I just get on Twitter?
It's always the hesitant people who actually get on the search.
Oh yeah, totally. They come out of nowhere.
How long have you been doing comedy, Greg? Did you start at the comedy site for the very first time here?
Me too.
So you went through all this already. Like,
A person suffers inner turmoil. So when a person suffers that feeling of inner turmoil
They
as
just
a
got rid of
result
the Sunday
of
open mics.
That's crazy.
that is also for
Yeah.
that is
I don't
also
know.
a form of
The
suffering.
crowd is getting
But
freaked
that
out.
means
I
that when a
know,
suffering,
right?
that act must never
Yeah, it's only a tradition of 40 plus years, you know, in which pretty much all of our favorites and
it's also a form of repentance. Okay, I'm going to explain how that works in just a moment. Pero okay, I'm going to try to resolve
yeah, it's a really, really interesting situation. I feel like this is like the 9 a.m. report of 9/11, where it's like the 10 a.m. reports like, what the fuck just happened? And it's like so fresh off the presses that people are just like, can't even digest it yet, but it's
It's like when the plane, it's like you can show me Caroline 10 minutes, then I'll be scared. It's like 2 minutes.
And we were talking about this outside. It benefits
That
us.
way,
You
no,
know,
before.
there's
So
one
that
big
particular
minute.
was just kind of stupid.
No, I
Glad that you get over it.
Right from the
we were
beginning,
talking
we
about
was
it
about the
outside
concept
that
of
it benefits us than
Inner
not
turmoil.
having
And now they're
the show
replaced
for
that
the
with
40
word
comics on Sunday because then
embarrassing. When a
technically
person suffers from
we
embarrassment,
would get
it's
a
very
paid spot, right? A
exciting.
paid
So
spot.
again, I was putting the ground second brothers.
You know,
Most of
they
them go out
pay
for
us,
money.
and
Person is
so
forgiven all of
it's
the
really interesting because even though it benefits
power of
me, I can
embarrassment
see why that is.
to allow for
There's no other comedy club that has an open mic like this.
I what's the
That's
logic?
interesting.
It's
And I'm pretty sure everybody just wants to work stuff out. I mean, the people, it needs to be just marketed as for what it is because Sunday's like one of the best nights to come here.
Yeah, even the first time I ever went on, I saw like Chris Rock having in a band and be like, we played on the same stage as Seven. I've never did it.
power of
Everybody
embarrassment
comes
is
in.
such.
If Chappelle's here, they're coming in.
I just came in and he used to remember the first time I met Dice. I was like, hi, Andrew Dice Clay. Get the fuck out of
I
here.
know, exactly. I've only seen Dice on Sundays.
It's real embarrassing.
I introduced him to
No,
my mom on a
yes,
Sunday.
You know, you make all these rookie mistakes.
Oh my god.
Dice, this is my
Yeah,
uncle.
that's
Fuck your uncle.
Right.
When did you
So we
fuck your
know
mom?
that children
No, why would he fuck my mom?
No, like what happened?
No, I was with my mom and Dice on by, and I go, Dice, this is my mom. And he goes, what do you want me to do? Shake her hand, give her a hug?
Busha itself is a feeling of sugar, right? When you burn yourself, Busha, you are said
No, he
that
was
a person
really
doesn't have
nice.
love, and then it's embarrassed by that idea, most of it is forgiven. So somehow the
But,
Busha
hopefully
itself,
this
the
Sunday thing
embarrassment
will clear
itself,
itself up.
is the vehicle
It's interesting.
the vehicle for sugar.
I think
And then the other says that Busha itself is so
Tuesday
intense
or
that
Wednesday.
Busha almost
Which
Council
all that
Gehenna.
needs to be
Now the truth is
known
both
about is that the
concepts
same
are
comics that
interrelated.
would do
According to
the
the
spot for
subject,
15
why
minutes there
is
are
it
here on
that
those Sunday
Busha
nights
has the
anyway
ability to
do
atone?
a pop-in
Because
spot.
Busha itself
It's
is
just
the
an
Gehenna.
interesting thing at
Gehenna
the bottom
was
ground of comedy, and
very
since
interesting. The
we
difference between the Judaic
do
concept
this show,
of
I figured
Gehenna
it'd be worth
and let's say the Christian
Yeah, it's
concept of
mentioning.
hell
It's an
are
interesting,
very
interesting
dramatically
thing
different.
happening there. So
Right?
So we should pick
Gehenna,
it.
Gehenna
Start.
is a rehabilitative process.
I
The
would
reason
pick
that
it
a
if I
child
was
goes to Gehenna
There's
is
your comics.
that
Okay, this is
ultimately,
pocket.
eventually, one day, at some
Oh, yeah,
point in
that's
their
right.
life, they're able to go
Hey, we already
to
just
Gehenna.
lost this one
That's
on
the goal.
Sunday. Get your
Some
way to the
shamans
bucket,
can go
Dick.
right to Gehenna. Then others will
All right, put your hands together for your next comedian, Des. Del
the
got
rehabilitative
beat
process of Gehenna. But Gehenna is not punitive. Gehenna is rehabilitative. Christian concept of hell could be to go punitive. That's fun. So the idea over here is that somehow the Busha is Gehenna,
How the fuck does he have such
Gehenna
good
is
handwriting?
rehabilitative, and therefore by
Put your
definition,
hands together for Des,
so
everybody.
we're
Are you
gonna
here?
branch
He should
this
be
out.
coming. I mean, he's not deaf, right?
So let's speak about for a moment,
Nothing
right?
on that.
Before we get out, and then answer
Does he know he's
tomorrow.
outside?
The power of Busha. Take a
You guys
look.
are jerks.
It's just a quick man's love. So very, very profound piece over here. That we're gonna see.
Wait a second. He's blind and he's under 20. Technically, by rule, the performer can come in just to perform.
And then we're gonna see it.
You got a wireless mic you can take
Yeah,
out
come
there.
grab him. That's all
So
right.
put your quick man's love on the bottom.
Yeah, I could just.
That's if you're following
Yeah,
along.
okay.
And put
All right, so let's do one more while Des is coming, right?
I've always had a fantasy.
I'm sure that's going to take a couple minutes.
I've always had a fantasy to actually have sex, like to meet a beautiful blind girl. That'd be great. No, she doesn't know how hot she is.
The beautiful setup is fun.
She has no idea she's a cat.
You're
all right.
But
You're okay. You need to be talking to me like that. They need to have a website to find these. What are they doing? They're trying to find just something amazing.
Shabusha, owner of the Chuba,
Gymnasiums? Is that a unit of measurement?
Yes.
found something tomorrow.
That's the one.
And says
Is that
that
happening?
whoever goes ahead and does
Somebody
something
getting
and is embarrassed by it,
Is he still
he
here?
ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shabbos Dayish Bahem. Here it says
Really
explicitly,
interesting. A
because the
comedian under
Busha,
20 who's blind. I mean, this guy's going to be a star no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
Busha counts as Chuba.
Stand up.
When you're embarrassed about the
You know what I mean? Like
faith,
any
that
joke is
embarrassment
automatically
in and of
funny
itself is the
when
Chuba.
you're blind.
So
I mean, what
what's the
can't
shot?
be?
So
How
the
can you
Yiri,
not kill?
Shabusha
He's going to.
Sha'adam
He's
Dayish
already starting and he's under 21. Like, I'm honored to meet this guy. Des Del. God, he's got to change his last
This
name.
is incredible. Because it
We'll
looks
talk
like
about that.
now it comes to me
This is
Yiri.
going to be interesting no matter what. This is like comedy history. I almost like the anticipation leading up to it.
So you're going to
This
see
might
it's
take
kind
a
of
while.
how
Let's
it
just
goes.
do this more.
So let's see
Stairs and things like that.
And what's the power of Busha, as we said before, is the Tshuva. Says the Yiri, why is Busha Tshuva? Why is embarrassing over the faith? Why is that the Tshuva? So the Yiri says, because the Busha is
So
the
we'll do
equivalent
one while we're
of
waiting. Put your hands together for
the
Peter
equivalent
Christian
of
Hansen.
and Charata, the Charata part of the Yiri, is
This guy better be fucking blind.
the foundation for it. There was a
Then he's blacklisted.
interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Nigerians are going to have to back it out a little bit. But just interestingly enough, the Nigerian
Well, there you go.
idea that
Done.
Charata,
We'll
of
never hear
course,
Peter Christian
is
Hansen again.
the Yesod of Shuma, which is a fascinating
like?
idea.
Anyway.
Makes sense.
All right, well, there you have it. That's still good. The Lito is going to be a star one day, but I guess it doesn't start here too.
Then
Right,
it's
just pink dot, like going in circles.
how do you know?
Say his name, and he's on stage in the main room right now.
Of the house of
This
wolves.
is not going well. I mean,
there's two reactions I had. That was.
I thought there was like at least 30 or 40 people that said they were going to this show, but I mean, I'm really bombing up here. I know I won't go on the stage.
I know I can't do.
All right, very hands together for your next
But at the
comedian,
end of
Cody
the day,
Morley.
if you go to this place called more like intellectual show, the director is a lot of times when people make profound changes in their life, and maybe they can react to the passion. I'm constantly just saying I regret it. That is who I was. That was who I was. So there's not a concept of that. There's a direct, almost like an intellectual like
Now you gotta answer his fixes.
I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. Not a charata. then Erie says that the true litmus test of Trumba is halakha. Because if I'm remorseful about something, I regret something. Regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this. Because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be, that I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's halakha. To have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. Because to me, that's considered tshuva. How do you know if you have halakha that you can do projects? If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows what means that if I can take it back, I would. If I take it back, I would. That's true. So we'll have to stop it there for today. We're going to pick up. There's one more piece that we're going to see. Actually, we're going to see this over. In my round, and then I'm going to see that started in that show. We'll go ahead and look at these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject idea that I would love to discuss.
Two people, one and two, and this guy started clapping before I got to the end of the question. When I said how many of you knew, my round of applause is Tremble's fucking genius. I know what kind of boxes they were using when they were shipping things across the. Is that how you talk? I have no idea who you are, but you have the look of a fucking guy, and it's just my fucking life, man. It says, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? Right? Are you from New York City?
All right, so
Philly?
where are you?
Florida? Like Miami? What do you mean South Bay? South Bay Shore, Brooklyn? What? Everybody's yelling like Northern California. That's Southern San Francisco. Cerritos Auto Square. Can you name a city that's here? It's all around there, yeah. It's not 30 miles.
That's what I
underneath his fucking like clothes in the closet. They all had water damage. And it was water damage. It wasn't like my actual dad had an actual backhand. You had to sneak in. Really? In a corner of the basement with a secret door. Yeah, which I think door actually. I
didn't have a dad, but I had an uncle too. And my uncle owned a bar, so what would happen was, this was a lot of my first jerking off moments. What happened was he had this amazing satellite dish that when I was like, whatever, 13 or 12 or whenever that happened, but the channels would just come in. But what's interesting is since it was on the second floor of this bar that he owned, there was a TV above his TV that had what was going on in the bar. So I knew when he would be coming up the stairs and shit, so I'd be watching those videos just like, oh god, I really God, this is so weird. What happened to you?
There's another
Looking at the wrong TV. Right, exactly. Then you're staring your own people who load on your walls. Zach Cody Morley.
That's why you don't look at the porn on your phone, because then somebody texts you like your buddy does. Like, oh, I got that. Yeah. You texted me actually.
Really? During a session.
And then the iPad there.
So rare.
Device was local.
It's so rare we do that. I remember when I got my iPhone and I first looked at porn on it, I was amazed. Like, this is a fucking revolution. Like, we went from Snake to
All of us
watching a
heard
normal
from
porno.
a parent or an authority figure
Yeah,
growing up.
it seemed like more of that than should go.
The
Plus,
worst
like a good part,
result,
like, Marquis on the end of shower scene, or,
for
fast
doing
times at
something
Ridgemont
wrong
High with Phoebe
is
Cates
how
coming out of
you
the pool.
feel
Yes,
after this
Judge
idea.
Reinhardt was jacking
And
off
I will
the
say,
Batman.
we all know this from
I have a
our
question
health
for you,
life.
Patriot.
No,
that's not the part
how do I
people
do it?
remember.
Yeah.
It's the TV
Because
Gates
again,
part.
after you let the he doesn't take even logo. A person doesn't drink unless it's
I have a question for you, Patriot. What are the top
of
three
the
keyword search
below,
words
that's
that
Lamed
you
Aleph,
type in when you're
low,
looking up
Lamed
porn?
Vav. Don't think unless there's something in it for me. As our general understanding of man, which is people are very
Jesus, that
useful
was
as
not
well.
the question I asked. I can't believe you just said the words "go to you, jizz."
Generally,
Oh, Orphan Annie.
and what happens, I see.
Listen to my
Because
question,
again, I
Patriot.
think
When you're going to when
and then
you're
I
going
go
to jerk
ahead and
off
I
on a
say,
porno
maybe I
website,
can get
what
out
are
of it
three
what I
words
want
that you
to
find yourself typing in
then
sometimes?
afterwards,
Not all
I
at the
realize
same
how I
time,
feel.
but at different
So
times,
that's
your
the
three
sense
favorite
that
things that you're into.
that inner fervor, that feeling of profound sadness, you know, that is
Oh,
the
hi,
greatest
Harry.
thing
Good thing that I specifically asked for your top four.
Okay, what's in the here? Is that like having like bush and no bush?
Your old sport.
If you would somehow feel like
Yeah, dirty crabber.
and it's nothing motivating is that
There's still part of me that has a little love for the bush
example
because
of
we grew up on the
Israel,
bush.
Shem
But
is high
the cleanliness factor is far
Sham
better.
is full of
Oh,
okay,
it's a bit of bush where it's just like
overwhelming
not
statement.
taken care
Whatever
of.
It's
says,
thickets and shit.
the feeling
That's
about
what I deal with.
yourself,
Where it's like you're putting your
feeling
dick in her,
ultimately
she's
again,
pulling her butthole there.
we're going to Polish food truck.
Not really into it at all.
But the feeling of
I'm
embarrassment,
anti-bush. I really am. I just can't. It reminds me of like I must have like seen my mom's vagina when I came out of it, and there was probably a bush there. My mom seems like the kind of lady that would have a bush, and I'm sure I saw that vagina on my way out, and I'm like, I don't need to ever see anything like that again.
His mom's got a bush.
that
It's
is the
filthy
inner
this
Whose mom is that dirty of a slut that she's fucking pulling out the razor?
Many of us
I can't stop looking at Freddy's beard and thinking about bush.
It's true. Me too.
Well, when I go down there and I eat it
I know
twice
that
before I
people
really
are
have to pull this thing back.
I
Look at this. I'm looking at the foot.
put the rubber band in and pull off the cap and Lou Albano.
But sometimes I'll leave it on and come up
I
halfway.
can't believe I did it.
I like that.
Sometimes
Keep
I like
this
to
fun
make
trick
that
moving along. There's nothing from Des, nothing from the
So
blind
then
guy.
you're like, you know what?
Oh,
Made the best
what a
decision
shame.
you could at the time you have to
All
decide.
the potential I
And then
could
there are
see in
other
him.
bad decisions where I knew it was a
Your
bad
next
decision.
comedian is Frank
But for whatever the
Castillo.
reason, I still get it. And it wasn't a thing back. Ultimately, the ultimate hey. How did I think badly? Because again, maybe I only knew things intellectually, but didn't internalize them emotionally. So I ignored that percentage of the truth. I made a decision, and I managed to feel like a Christmas. And managed to
Like, we're not even Jewish.
if it ever says
When I opened it up, and I was
something,
like,
if it ever
are we
says, so it's
converted?
like,
He's like, no. You are.
so,
Well,
first of all, think about how powerful this
thank you.
show is.
That's what I have.
Because I look back at this
That's
show,
21 seconds. Is there anything else you're working on?
absolutely
All right, well, first, let me just tell you
all
that
made
the only
decisions
thing
in
that I
life.
didn't like was the
After I make
absolute
the
opening.
decision, I'd not be shy.
I started prematurely balding in
Not
19,
shy.
but be okay because you just need to go on to the next thing and deep right into your next sentence because that's not really a punchline. So if you're like, okay, people are like, well, it's supposed to laugh at that. You really don't need to because that's not really a punchline. That's just your setup anyway. So, the premature balding into the Jew thing, which I think is hilarious. Is there anything else that you're working on?
After the bad decision,
Not that I
that's part of the show.
like, I'm so
That's
ready.
part of my show.
What's the
That's
premise
the
of
most I
the
think
new
about it. Is, well, why do I feel this way? Because there's a party where I commissioned. I chose party. I did the wrong thing.
All right, so my
That
girlfriend is
recognition that I chose poorly. That recognition that I did the
she's
wrong
really
thing.
good at cooking.
In
And
and
I
of
love her cooking. I
itself,
love it so much that
the
it's
feeling
one of
of
objects for me.
my children.
Every time that I see a
Feeling of my
object,
children, which is
I
very
decide
profound.
whether or not it's going to be worth it.
He goes on, he says, well, in Amukazan,
See
also,
objects.
also,
They're cute, but
what this does is, the goal with this says that
sorry.
it's how we make decisions.
Definitely.
How we make decisions.
Definitely.
There are certain
Again, when you
things
started
you
that
cannot
shot put
save
some
yourself
output,
from
you know,
doing. There are certain things that
something
occur
like
that
that.
the truth is
Right.
I'm powerless to
Take
stop them.
another cigarette.
But there are a whole bunch of things in life that I absolutely have the power of defeating. That I have the ability to say, you know what, I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to go ahead and subject to the feelings of Agnes. If I know that a particular decision is going to place me in Gehenna, is going to give me an Agnes, why do it? Why do it? So if I think about this concept, before the commission of the act, it's saving me from engaging in such self-destructive behavior. But in the event that I did, the quote-unquote good news is, those feelings like nefesh, ultimately again, I
also
continue
just
to
be
become
more clear on the front end of it. It's going to help you a lot in that
one more
payoff
line,
on the
stop.
end. If you're more clear, because when you're saying it now, you say,
I'll call out
you have the girlfriend,
this.
and when you see
So this is
the
just
hot
another
chick,
combination of Rebbe's previous concept. The Gemara
you
says,
know, you don't know whether you're saying that your
the
girlfriend's not hot,
Hamizvah
because you don't say that, so it's sort of
if
misleading,
you
whereas
commit, if I commit to
the
Avera,
idea is
and then
funnier
I'm
than how you're
embarrassed
saying it right now, which
as
is
a
fine,
result
because I sort
of
of
the
drug
idea
it
that
out
I
of you anyway,
committed,
you didn't want to talk about it.
ultimately again,
But,
I am forgiven.
you know,
Molten alone,
take the
I'll
importance
call up
of
on
the
those.
setup
I
being
will
so
say, now why is
it's
it
as
that
important as
this
the
shot,
punchline.
why is it that
It needs to be
embarrassing
quick, concise, fun,
serves
to the point,
ultimately again
because that
to a
all
point
adds
for the
up to
sin?
the payoff.
Right?
In the end, this
Why
balloon
does
that
that
you're
work? I
blowing up
commit to
for
that
one
Avera,
quick
that
pop,
I'm embarrassed that
every
I
breath
did it.
counts. The more
Molten
air
alone,
that's into it, the
such an
louder the
individual
pop's going to
is
be.
totally
So,
and always forgiven.
be clear on
What's
those
the shot?
setups.
So that is
Keep
the
rock and rolling.
Hanaka,
If you're on Twitter,
Tikvar
his name
Sabo
is
Ones
@Frank C
Gehenom,
Comedy,
the
right?
Esem Abusha
There you go. That's Frank Castillo.
And you'll see it's very simple. Because
A lot of names in the bucket today.
that's because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. When the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed in the aftermath of an Avera is forgiven, it's not the fact that I'm bypassing the punishment. Is that what? The busha is the punishment. The busha that I feel, I will say again, now the incredible like sad irony is I commit the act and I impose punishment upon myself. It's amazing. It's not a lightning bolt coming down from Shemayim. Right? It's not like a reversal of my life fortune because I've done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. I just made a poor decision. That busha, which is on one hand incredibly powerful, because of course the problem is if I don't feel busha in the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately that there is a terrible case of disrepair. But Lamaisha says that the feeling of that busha is in and of itself the Gehenna that I experience in the aftermath of sin. And because that busha is the equivalent of Gehenna, therefore it almost has like a cleansing cathartic effect of sin. So it's not to do for today, but I understand that the teaching of this is so profound. I could avoid this.
Ryan, in the very beginning of that, Ryan pulled out
Ask
this
anyone
fucking
who wants to sign up for Gehenna,
disgusting fucking
right?
What's so funny is sitting on that
There's
for
only one
months.
goal when it comes to Gehenna. Avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So let's say now I understand that in the aftermath of sin,
Here's
I
something
really
I would
create
say.
myself Gehenna in this world. So hopefully the goal of what that accomplishes is a greater sensitivity to decision. And a recognition that I don't want to ask myself. I don't want to do Busha. I don't want to get as much as much nefesh, Busha and Gehenna are not there's the aftermath of sin. I would rather save myself from that self-inflicted pain. Like with some of this today, we'll pick up in the next time with the continuation of this concept tomorrow.
Yeah, because it's back there, it will come. Yeah, that and where I thought you were gonna go was somewhere like along the lines of what you keep in your pocket instead. That and plus that again, sort of like with Carlos, there's a little bit of confusion in your setup because what you say is some guys keep a condom in their back pocket and that doesn't really work. But you're not making it clear that doesn't work for you. It seems like you're dogging those guys that have it, but it's not. It works for me. Right. It works for other guys. Yeah, no, I'm not trying.
maybe it's something like, I'll tell you, I bet you anything this would kill. Like, if you said something like, the guy like me, something like, even if I had a condom in my pocket, still have that face. So it doesn't matter what the fuck's in the pocket because they don't see the condom in the pocket. That's not the first thing they see. They're not seeing you and going, oh, this guy's safe. Right, yeah. They're going, this guy looks like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer. And if he has a condom in his pocket, he also has a corpse under the stairs or something like that. Like, I could really talk about, you look like a serial killer. That's the vibe I want to put out there. It's like, yeah. I mean, you really got to acknowledge it. You got to talk about what it's like living life from.
I would say it doesn't work for me. I don't carry a condom in my pocket. I carry mace.
Every person, although many of us struggle with
It's not the worst. Mace for innocent victims.
struggle with
Just for fun.
that one struggle
In the joke, you were talking about the only time you get to use it is if you saw somebody getting raped. You put it on
go
their
ahead
neck. Is that what you're
and
saying?
address that struggle.
Yeah, so
That
you're going to put the peel on his banana.
Oh my god, that's what that was all for. I was waiting for the end to say, he's doing his Tommy bubble thing. It's so blatant when he laughs in that suit. It's my new favorite thing.
But yeah, the end, I completely confused on all that. Like, you saw somebody getting sexually raped or whatever like that, and you would put the condom on him so he wouldn't
come
feel
about
it.
ultimately against
Yeah, that was the only way I could use the condom.
You could find something funny on that.
Yeah, it's a really interesting reach that you're going for with that, but there might be something there like that.
Because a condom is hard to make. Somebody's getting raped. I'm not like concerned with the logistics.
I was trying to oh my god. A patriot out of nowhere from Freeport. Well, I happen to know when I'm raping girls, it is not easy to put a condom on whatsoever. So I keep it on all day. Like a real rapist. I don't like condoms.
After the Zibo Chapala Murgo which a person which puts people apart.
All right, some shorts, everybody. There you go. What would Morgan Freeman say about shorts?
Each and every day, not with the Torah, just general what he calls sitas.
Where are we at? Let's do one more on the bucket, and then we're going to move on to our final segment. Mike Glazer.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I enjoyed doing magic.
That he often shares. He says if you most
Yeah,
stuff like now,
a Jew who likes making points of hair all the time. Really fun to do. I pulled them out of people's ears, which was nice because then I get a quarter and it felt good. And I enjoyed that idea. But then I was doing children's birthday parties in high school. Going to try to fit into and no one would let me put their boy in a trance. So I don't know how they practice.
Common expression, but a common expression
How do hypnotists practice?
So
How do you get someone to never? How do you get them to try madly? You can't just wave a watch like an asshole. Don't use it. No one wants to whack or bark because they're control. That was an hour ago.
What does it mean in my girl of this day?
Alright, that's one word right now.
All right, a joke about hypnosis, and everybody in the room got very, very sleepy. So it actually made sense if you add that part to it and not do any of the beginning stuff again. Cut out that 50 seconds that you just did. Just add the part. No, I'm kidding.
Common expression.
Yeah, you talked about hypnosis and other practices. Really not with it. How long have you been doing stand-up?
We're just quoting the common expression.
Interesting. Where are you from?
Quoting common expression
Nice. How long have you been here?
in the context of the Gemara, they're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halachic discussion or in a discussion discussion. But you see something amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, I like the idea of like how do you train hypnosis? Do you start off just waving in somebody's face real close, or like there might be something there like
How many stopwatches?
yeah.
static strength, different muscle, success and amazing. A lot of people, even though again, statements of Gemara is quoted, it's
Drink a little bit of this. The setup though, were you really the magician? Did you really do all that?
Nevertheless,
I love that.
the next step is the
In my mind, it's like, oh, protection.
quoted in the website,
Getting into a
we
weird,
actually just
too
have
big,
in
like
the
I talked about
website
myself for
in
Pittsburgh.
that film. The Gemara quoted what was the
But
context?
I like the idea, like, a
What
lot
was the context?
getting people
Was
to
before I
advocate
think
their
saw
roles,
somebody
like,
the Gemara said that
yeah.
is
Do you have
a
bits about
sign.
healing magic and
Sorry,
being a magician?
if a word is worth one seller, then shpitla is worth
That
two.
sounds
Oh,
fun.
it's worth the two, one for last thing. Before I think so.
How long did you do
Right,
magic
the last
for?
thing
Did you
we
do
spoke
magic?
about
Okay. How long did you do it
war.
for? Are you still doing it? Do you go to the comedy and magic club up there now? I want to go there. I don't do it. You haven't been there yet? Can you do any magic?
Remember
for us
again,
right now?
this was the case.
Like some rubber
Yeah,
bands, like
this was the case where
Yeah, cards, maybe?
they lost the
Rubber
conversation.
bands, cards.
As one of the people went out to go ahead and find the
Thank you. Keep their hair out of their face. He's got a good beard going on there. Yeah, it is. It's very sturdy. He goes for the heavy mustache with the beard. I like that look. It's a good look. It's very very like still Arizona. Yeah, it is. He's like whiter but full sun. Totally.
Yeah, so we're seeking out the idea that we got a Fabula, and the Fabula goes ahead and loses the data.
Oh, you guys and your
One of
testosterone.
the members of the Fabula, the going over there was a discussion, and but then they end up finding a replacement animal, checking the replacement animal. There was a whole discussion about, well, which animal would you say, but it's not
There's
really
one of
what
those things where it's like, how could this
well, that's
possibly
again,
be?
Fabula has the
And I'm still
Fabula.
waiting for
They
29
lost the
now, but I
Fabula.
still think about it. It's
Ruben
like,
goes out
what
to
the
find
fuck
the
happened?
carbon.
If you have
In
your
the
fucking
interim, the
upset,
Fabula appoints a new
so
carbon.
many things.
Identify such a kind of new carbon. And then
Probably
makes
grow
it that
within
if
2 days.
neither party said anything to the other, right? Ruben didn't say anything to the Fabula. They're pretty much acting unilaterally. The Fabula didn't say anything to Ruben. So what's the halacha? Ruben uses the current date that he found. The Fabula uses the replacement current date that and someone might use well. So you cannot point out the idea that there's something very profound that people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity that people talk. And there's a profundity when people are silent. There's a word, people are silent. That's what I was saying. Currently, coming, Yafesh, people are coming, have a common like, so here the wise man says, the silence is good to the wise man have a common, Allah can come to all the works of the food.
Keep it going for Mike, please.
Again,
Yeah, definitely. Keep rocking, man. He's on Twitter at Glazer2. We're now going to move on to our final portion of the show. As always, we have two regular, very funny ladies who do a minute each every single week since the inception. We're going to get together for, as always, your first of the two, one and only Sarah Mustajob.
And again, that's not a statement of Torah.
Last week, and I realized we're spending entirely too much time apart together.
Of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, remember, this is brought down in the midst of
This
a
guy's gonna
halakhic
spend $19 on a couple
and
Big
it's
Macs
short
and a
as
pack
a
of Siemens
because
for
of the
a
proof
buck of fair
of
mayonnaise.
halakhic
I don't think
discussion.
so.
So Tzaddik says,
It's not
what
about
do you
that.
see here?
Guys,
He says,
unfortunately, don't
he
have
says,
it that easy.
Zavai,
It's a little creepier with you guys, and I'm wearing the little white paper envelope. Please don't bring that out. That's terrifying. Or the plaid boxers. No one wants to fight a fortress of plaid fabric to get to a dick. That's not good. Just maybe throw in some observations, call it a day. Make it easy for everybody.
Often
Make it less
Margaret
creepy.
who made the issue is just a
That's
thing
all I got, you
that
guys.
people say all of the time. He goes
She
on
is
and
Sarah
says,
Mustajob.
behind the comments
The
Muhammad,
underwears.
despite this very often granted Gemara, Shanedi the Gemara is not the
And what was the first part? Like,
where the
guys
Gemara will
don't
quote
spend.
that which regular
What was the
people
first part?
say.
First one is talking about Einstein, which I said literally last week, I tried to pick out underwear,
And
and I don't know
ultimately,
why,
again,
it,
when it's
like,
quoted by the
it doesn't
Gemara,
fucking matter.
it's quoted in
Like,
the
why would I
context
even?
of the
Well,
Christian.
did you wear that underwear on purpose, or is that just the most relatable vagina I've ever seen? Wow. Holy shit. You don't want to wear pants when you're performing on a stage.
How they
That's,
come in, show how he the public
it's like a
because when they
ballerina
take it,
slam. This is on me right now.
Like, you know, the sacrifice has been pushed the idea. Since many states, just post famous name of people. Like, this is something that people were accustomed to. I got Roma Kistam Kafka, Rama Tua
camel toe
Kistam
would be
Proxy,
a light way of
Hurry,
putting it. It's more of a camel's hoof.
There's
There's like multiple toes, and it's basically almost a camel's arm.
Apa Putin Village Working Village, is
It's fine. It's fine and it's great, but it's definitely not professional. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't want to.
and number of come in, right? The number of change.
That's the point. Is that you're doing stand-up, you don't want people daydreaming in your vagina. I mean, guys are gonna stare at that, and chicks are gonna hate you because it's like a really interesting pair of pants that you're wearing. Because not only does it accentuate the camel toe, but the front is almost completely missing of these pants. Of course, but I'm just saying those pants make it look like she got raped by Freddy Krueger.
A jewel, right? A gem in the mouth of an individual.
They're cut up. I mean, it's adorable, but we've talked about this before. Like, you know, maybe if you're, as far as doing stand-up,
going
you
ahead
gotta
and
dress
oh,
the
by
part
the way,
in some
those
way.
statements,
That's definitely,
you thought was an ordinary
that's the
statement,
last thing
is
you
the
want anyone
there's a
to know
process,
that's succeeding on the female end of doing
difference
stand-up.
against forces of halacha and
What was that one?
Torah. That's what we tell you, sir.
Jerk-off city.
What the resource and what does this mean? Like, what's the
But yeah, it's not a
what
professional
does this mean?
pair of
Ultimately, again,
pants.
the word
I've been working on the
regular
pants. I really
people,
didn't notice
they're
that.
from the top of the earth, they don't have this idea. So understand, this other people develop this quite beautifully and
You gotta dress the part. You gotta almost dress like a boy to do stand-up. There she is, Sarah must have told me we gotta fly, baby. Right, if I was wearing those pants, I'd be in big trouble. Put your hands together for your next comedian. As always, the one and only Kimberly Compton.
Hey there. My mom thinks I'm immature. She called me the other day and she's like, Kimberly, you don't know anything. You don't know what's happening in the world. You need to grow up. Mom, I watch the news and I'm not immature. There's some really serious things happening. I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. That's not funny. Okay, Mom. I know what's going on. Like, CBS and Time Warner had that little battle, right? They had a month-long blackout. Did you know that? Big deal. I did that my freshman year of college. She's like, you're so immature. You don't know what's going on. I'm like, okay, I might be immature, but you have a really big problem with Jewish people, so I'm going to get off the phone. That's it.
Always good. Short, sweet, thunderous jokes. You've packed them into one format of which you're talking to your mom. It's an easy outlet to unload 3 topical jokes. Well, the only thing I would add to it is acknowledge that your mom is right Puerto Rican. Right, I would acknowledge that from the top, you know, that it's always interesting listening to your mom, because then that'll make that pop a little bit, because people are like, what, you know, it's just a little bit, normally I say trim stuff and make jokes shorter, but with that, it's just to throw that in there on that front end, so that people aren't surprised when they hear a stronger accent. But other than that, that's very impressive. You're killing it, Kimberly, every week with new minute, and great job to both you and Sarah dresses.
I'll bring your vagina up so I can't see it.
Freddie, anything you want to promote?
On Twitter.
Awesome. Freddie Lockhart on Twitter.
Podcast Wednesdays at 6 p.m. And then
That's good.
that's what's good. And most importantly, find me on PlayStation 3. If you think you're the shit, Call of Duty Black Ops, I will fuck you up, son. Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto. I will drive by, shoot, and pepper your ass off like it's nobody's business. And don't try to be my friend on the online. Very nice guy, real life, but I'll shoot you in your face online. My name is Mr. Majestic, which is a Charles Bronson movie. Look it up. Because that's who I am. Is Mr. Fucking
You just finished the heads
playing
up.
Sim on
Gave the
PlayStation
game a
3.
nice
Thank you very much.
Gave
The
the
champ.
important
The
card,
fucking champ.
the
Thank
nicest
you.
card you
Thank
do
you
get
for
the
having
house.
me on this.
As
So
always,
here
a
we have
pleasure to have you.
a
Please keep that fantasy
What
football
about
belt
the
nice
start
and
of
clean because I'll be taking it from
and
you in just 2
come
months.
out.
Oh, you want to be
It's
my
a
hype man
very
carrying around
strange
for me? That's
story.
awesome.
No,
Like,
no,
you
I
no.
know
don't
it's
think
awesome.
that
I
come
had to
out
show you so
was
busy, dude.
was
You're
the
ignoring. I
card.
actually open up against you on Sunday.
Oh, good luck to you.
Yeah, the Dead Kid Timmy versus the Hinchcliffe Letters this Sunday in fantasy football. Comic Patriot is at Comic Patriot on Twitter. He's the Iron Patriot here. He's one of the coolest guys in the world. At Red Band, at Tony Hinchcliffe. We're going to Phoenix.
The 26th Thursday will be at Stand-Up Live at StandUp.com. The following day will be in Ohio with Tom Segura, Christine Anderson speaking at DeskWalk.tv. Guys, thanks a lot.
I'm in Winnipeg the 12th and the 13th.
Come on,
Well, you should have been away next weekend, sorry.
It certainly seems like a strange story. So here you have Yosef abstaining from a relationship that he felt was inappropriate. He was not engaged in a relationship that kind of just raises our eyebrows as we read it. How do we distinguish? And so to take it further, Yosef wouldn't engage in a relationship because, like the Rebbe says, "Lo yiskadar b'rishoy." But isn't the act of having a relationship with a harvest by definition one of connection with?
Fuck yeah, everybody. Welcome. How are you guys doing tonight?
And obviously, again, there was a
Such a big crowd here tonight. A shout out to the Death Squad fans that are out. Hey guys, how are you? My homeboy, J.R. Snyder, is wearing the greatest t-shirt I've ever seen tonight. J.R., will you come up here real quick and show this thing off?
Yeah, it's badass, but there's controversy about it, but it's badass.
Look at this fucking Kill Tony shirt, ladies and gentlemen. It's discovering the Joe Rogan podcast with Brian Selby, where he's like this little community called Death Squad. There's like 8 of us here right now, and we flew from all over the country. And so what I wanted to do was get some shirts together for us. So I came up with this idea. Like the Iron Patriot thing is definitely like a, it's like a thing only the fans will get. You know what I mean? So I want to surprise these guys. So here's a shirt. We'll never actually be able to sell it because of copyright. So we fucking love you guys. Thank you so much. And we're going to J.R. Snyder in the Nation, everybody. What we should do real quick though is stay up on stage real quick because let's introduce the Iron Patriot. There's controversy about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Iron Patriot is here, everyone. That's one of his many catchphrases. Patriot, you do catchphrases this week? Anybody on the shirt?
Again, afterwards, you see what's up. Yes,
What's the difference exactly in the logistics between the comic book Patriot and the Patriot that's on the shirt? Why does anybody care who's underneath the suit? Tom and Jerry when it used to be awesome, and then they made that new Tom and Jerry that look everyone look really weird on it. Is it like the same thing to you?
Yeah, it's like when they change the story that you're so passionate about, so you might not even know they're gonna happen in the movie till like a year ago.
moral fiber of habit. But the difference was each of those large enough. And she was looking. Remember, there might be a prophecy. Maybe she's not going to be better. But at the end of the day, what she was looking to do was to engage in the national she was looking to engage in the act of birth. I will say, now remember again, adultery is not just a disease. Right? Adultery is part of morality, one of the fundamentals of the law.
I'll show you through like the filters. They made sure to
Moral
make it quick for you.
society.
Wait, I thought there was only one shirt and that it was for me.
I bought like 12 of them.
Did you really?
There's only 8 claims, so if you want to give
Come on, whose intentions were righteous and whose character was righteous. Ultimately, again, even to a series of things that gain ultimately, again,
Like you're gonna possibly be able to keep an eye on the shirt that
by
said
some
it's
type of what she perceived to be divine message. But the
can't really go
mechanism
steal
through
it,
which
rip it up, and make it sexy.
she sought to bring about the actual release of that message is inappropriate. Therefore, again, that's
Are you
vicious.
gonna wear it over your
That's
suit
evil,
or
and therefore nothing good comes
That
out.
would stretch it out.
The purpose of saying that this is incredibly important that we on a simple level, the
Hey,
ends
why don't we
don't
take care of this
justify
after the
it.
show?
At the end of the day,
Also, I brought Tony
sometimes
some
in life you
Snickers.
have to do,
They're really
you have
shiny
to
golden
do
ones.
uncomfortable things in order to bring about the
Like
result.
everything of
But
others
the
is
moment
extremely
that you
flamboyant.
actually come to the right side,
It's
do
super
so
shiny, so if
is
you
the
guys want
moment
Snickers,
that
I brought
the cause is no longer
That is so
inside.
fucking cool.
And see, you hear this distinction? We all have to do
J.R.
something.
Steiner,
And
everybody.
sometimes like, we have to do
Powering
uncomfortable
our
things
trades
to bring
like
about
Tony
certain
Hinchcliffe,
results.
Joey Diaz,
But
and
the
Bernie
moment you have
Siemens,
to
the
do
great
something
soul.
that makes you
Fuck yeah.
Russia
Patriots
is the
gonna
moment that the goal you are pursuing is no longer
the
there.
best. It's
Kamala
just
has
gets
to do
real.
something uncomfortable. I would imagine
What do you get at one of those fanny packs?
right? Kamala was no, Kamala was a young woman. She was a young woman, widowed twice because of the
I
action
do
of her
not find that
husband,
hard to
not
believe at
because
all.
of her.
I can
And yet
picture red face.
she doesn't say anything. She can't say.
Now, it seems
What
like
is
it's
she
getting a
gonna say?
little dusty.
But
Do
what
you,
is
do
she
you
gonna
polish
teach?
that
Like
ever?
people like this, father-in-law who thinks that she's not like the Black Widow. Like they think that she's just there's no way I'm married this girl to anyone else from my family. She has to do something uncomfortable, but yet while maintaining her righteousness. It's just taking time has to be something uncomfortable, but ultimately I guess illegal and immoral. And the moment that you're entering something like in the
I think you're trying to rationalize it.
the moment that the goal is no longer worthy and no longer appropriate.
You guys, he
So
looks
look,
like
that's
Pictures
like
are we talking about?
we have
slowly,
pictures on
although there's
Instagram
so
and
much
Twitter when he's
connection,
saying. Yeah, they look pretty
difference
badass.
in
And
the
the
moral,
dirt is actually a big contrast between the lights and
of
the
the
shadows.
two
What do
primary
you guys go?
individuals.
Bot
Some are
folk somewhere
with
already.
the suicide, both motivated by
Fuck
a
yeah,
vision
Patriot. Anything
that
else exciting happened this week? Did you smoke any pot or anything? Any deep thoughts with the Patriot?
Some are uncomfortable circumstances but not illegal. Vicious for suicide, illegal circumstances to become the last side, long to become the actualization of the goal is no longer noble or was required. And to such an incredibly important life. And what an important lesson. It's how much of the next time like Kamala is the suicide. How many times a night do we
What did they use to
have
make it yellow?
meaning to accomplish and the only ability to accomplish and requires us sometimes to do things we got uncomfortable. A different is uncomfortable as illicit. A different uncomfortable
Phoenix does.
as illegal. A different uncomfortable as inappropriate. You have to go out of your comfort zone to accomplish great things.
What'd you think of your girl, Miley?
But the moment that you have to make yourself into a Russia is the moment you have to stop and realize that this is not a goal worthy of pursuit. And we'll just stop over here to pick up the work of the next test.
Have you seen that new video that was released?
You know there's some bad grammar in that video?
Which one? The one
You know how she says we run things, things don't run we? That's not correct grammar. It should be things, we run things, things don't run us.
It's got your left arm twitching, I noticed.
Oh, you gotta stop doing that, Tony. That's what my mom says. I was doing that.
Gotta be fucking
good shit.
You keep telling me when I get it, because I'm going to correct that to that. You're a superhero. I can't be looking like a Twitcher.
But to say honestly, as a robot, it works. It looks like you're kind of like, redoing something or.
Yeah, but I don't want to look like I have Parkinson's disease or something.
Yeah, I always wondered if it was part of your like robotic type of. I always wondered if it was the suit or something. But now that you've admitted that your mom's always told you that you need to control your arm twitching, I think it adds a great element because it makes you so human in a way.
Hey, Tony, can I ask you about that wheel that I'm watching that wheel story on?
Yes.
I actually have been watching because they keep showing this movie over and over and over like a repetitive time. Did you see that?
What do you mean it was hard to watch?
I'm saying because I was watching all like clips of my favorite comedians, Jeff Ross and Sarah Silverman. How do they distribute those jokes? You write those jokes. How do they determine which one of your jokes go to which comedians?
It's a very interesting, long process. A lot of it has to do with the comedians coming up with their own sort of take on the situation, what they want to get through that night. A lot of them write it themselves. A lot of them write it with us in a room. Sometimes we write them in a room and just write these crazy fucking jokes that turn into. I mean, everybody knows a great one when they see it. So that sometimes they, just deal them out accordingly. But it's an interesting, different type of process that never has a rhyme or reason. But good question. Well, I mean, you asked me, so you really didn't give me much of a choice.
Example number one is located example number two is that. So even though it's located into Spotify, the work of defining those things.
Oh, they are the hits. Now, do you still talk to all the crabbers?
And that's only work that's married for juniors, but ultimately,
Did you ever fall out with one of them?
that's the marriage.
No, not really. I mean, the guitar player in Dallas is just known as the saxophone player lives there. The drummer lives in Las
And
Vegas.
yet, again, the reason why National Chat was elected 45 because that would have been a nice thing. That would have been being collaborating, connecting with the Alexa. And that
What
is
did they call?
from that type of
How many girls were
collaboration.
there?
This is the DJ and come out. Well, although the episode itself
You
is
bring one of the girls to a show?
whether it's women, you please. Develop a chef, not, a chef.
Oh, I think we talking $10, $20.
Of righteous nature, so the idea of being so subject, just one.
So you've talked with the other dirty crabber guys.
Collaborate with all different kinds of people in order to achieve certain results. So that's a kind of collaboration with the Rasta never works. It never works. No matter what you think, you're going to get
Oh, you can tell. Look at that left guy go.
Collaboration.
Can you say you think you're going to have a house in Malibu again?
Sometimes when collaborating with good people, sometimes things,
Oh, and that would be like a perfect Iron Patriot, Iron Man type of thing. I'm trying to get him excited so that he does it again.
with the Russian have not a public
What would be your main platform?
Есть вода с вами. Там даже есть great.
Fuck yeah, Patriot. And your vice president, Dr. Schultz.
But it's about focus. It's so focused. So the Chicago, I love you, sir.
Oh, you are one excited little Patriot tonight, aren't you? Well, we're happy to have you, Patriot. You excited about our guests tonight?
So that says every person most of us struggle with.
Ladies and gentlemen, you guys ready to get this thing started or what? My guests tonight, two guys, literally two of the smartest, funniest, most awesome people that I know. These guys are unbelievable, and it's an absolute miracle that I'm such a badass motherfucker that I'm able to get these two guys on my show at the same time. So, what do you say we just bring him up? It's good. This guy has his own amazing comedy group called the Goat Face Comedy. Truly hilarious. You can catch him almost every single night of the week here at the Comedy Store. Put your hands together for the one and only Fahim Anwar. Monster.
Put up the battle, and again, still on the right. But there's that one I believe that struggle with over and over.
Great friend, he and this guy served together for the funniest guy. If you don't know him, you're going to. The one and only Gerard Carmichael, everybody. Hell yeah. Fuck yes. I can't tell you how excited I am to have you two guys with me, with Red Band, and with the Iron Patriot.
The fact that I have the struggle indicates
You know about the Iron Patriots are
I am the intense that is ready to stick with very change. The fact that I have the struggle, I like the idea that I have the power to overcome them as well. So we
Right, we have an aluminum Patriot that applied last week. I love that you think that's who the real me is. You have this crazy mullet and a white beater. It's a character.
Cass, how you draw it? It might be.
He's like, I look like I've been in this guy.
If I train the correct way, even Cass, according to the way and everybody reviews, even Cass can
Oh my god, Patriot. I almost beat the shit out of you for asking that just
and the
then.
fact that at the end of the day, I can't seem to rein in that hypo.
No, you don't. You're over one with questions with Gerard.
That
The
desire
Iron
is.
Patriot is our
And the
head of
fact that I have a
security.
desire that is so strong
And,
that year after year I can't
yes.
seem to let it tells me
Oh,
that
yeah.
I possess an enormous power. Tells me that I possess because it takes such an incredible way to look at the ongoing stuff. Because those of us who do have our business, which we probably very, very well,
Thank you.
I really enjoyed that joke. And you're almost ready to say, you know what? It's exhausting.
Chicken fillet, the entire word.
You know, to go ahead and constantly fight against that I have do over and over. And at certain points in time, a person just wants to say, you know what? I'm good in other areas of life. I lost the battle. I can't fight anymore. And the other way gives us so much hope. Because it's like, no. The very existence of the ongoing Adela, the very existence of the style that you think can't win.
I saw two arm twitches on that one. He's really excited. He bought this $4,000 suit, right? And it was shipped from what country? Norway.
We're going to see what's fantastic. Because that's what that describes as abstract and then science. It seems like there's no such thing as a good clock, bad clock, just like color. Doing everything so as to a nice how to actually make. So what's the top of the earth? Pick up the Wild
Dirty Crabber is a band that Iron Patriot, the one that has so bad. It was a band he was in Texas when he was growing up, and their big hit song, it was Peel That Banana, Share My Banana, in which he would hand out bananas to everybody in the audience. He would throw them at him at first, and then he would start this song, and it's accidentally racist.
Very solid.
Oh, what's this, Patriot?
the whole team who was about the public life is interesting. Something you don't want to know what it is. He goes ahead and is switching own people. Now, again, you want to use it in a context. When you see him trying to stop him, ultimately, again, he's trying to go ahead and respond. The right right counter and people degraded. People degraded. Or people degrade us in authority. Or they degrade Torah. How come by that, with a venom, with a viciousness, has Rayu al-Nasr? What is it you don't say? Keep that baseball. If you find it comes across like that,
Monkeys named Jacob as a teacher.
something
What a day
like
races are you talking
I
about?
mean, the double ball, the third base is not reality. Almost like that's not quite
You can make a
what else I got there? If you see an prophet who possesses a viciousness, he defends the Ibono and he defends Torah, especially in the face of those who disparage them being numbers and everything. Now, for us, at the end of the day, that's what comes off of. That's the person who wants to do that. That's how it comes from the
The song's not racist. It's not about the female brother. And what he's saying when he says female brother, that's his way of describing black women. I noticed this over the last few weeks. He naturally, I guess it's originally being from Texas or something, but the female brothers, and he doesn't call them sisters. I asked him this last week. He doesn't call them sisters because he doesn't want people getting them confused for I couldn't make that up. That's him. Gerard, what's the report on everything I just told you?
And the other tells you out.
You don't understand how much I love the brothers. I was raised on good times, Sanford and Son.
Just because there's a stimulus, it doesn't have to be a reaction. Just because someone says something to you, you don't have to say something back. So obviously, again, that becomes the goal of school in much of the personal
The reputation stays true. Well, you guys know what we do here. We have a huge amount of comedians that sign up in order to get pulled out of this bucket. They get 60 seconds, maybe try something new, maybe try something old, and whether it's new or old, we try to either tag their material or interview them, talk about something else that we think they should talk about or something like that. It's just an interview. They do 60 seconds of stand-up. Comedians, when you get 60 seconds exactly, you're going to hear this countdown. That means you're at 60 seconds or so. Because if you continue to go, the Angry West Hollywood Bear comes out. Now, originally it would be like 5 or 10 seconds after you went over your time, the bear would come out. But we've noticed recently that a good bit gets a little excited, and sometimes that bear will come pretty quickly after the cat. Oh, that bear's already in there. You can just hear it getting ready for people to run the light. If you if for some reason they're not here for their spot, they get blacklisted permanently from the show. And all that means is that they're off the show. They go into a different tile, and the Iron Patriot makes this All right, so what do you guys say we get this thing started? It's all happened. Our first meeting tonight for 60 seconds.
Not only is the Gemara going ahead and
Here we go. It's all happening.
right? Not only is the Gemara going ahead and saying, by the way, good, that's how prophet is ridiculous. I agree, you should work for a relationship with such a prophet. But tell it to you once again, I use that Shibu Kazan uses
very aggressive, and I loved it.
Another slate of this same subject.
Right? First comedian tonight is Jessamine.
It's a thing that I want to be clear, and especially on this. Remember, the use of khas Haas is like playing with fire. So is fire beneficial? 100%. A lot of times in life we can't accomplish things without a little bit of fire. But if it's less unchecked and used whenever it can have a dramatic destructive effect. So I just want to be clear. The subject is using this as an example. Is there a constructive use for cast? And can cast sometimes become beautiful and important meaning? Yes, but only when used as a way to bring about the Ratzon Hashem, which I will say, I would venture to say 99% of the time that there's cast, it's not this kind of cast. It's not constructive cast. It's all particular. But again, the point that the subject is just trying to make is the same way that humility and the same way empathy, which sound like terrible things, when they are used against the rest of them, something like perhaps can be something constructive or positive when used, ultimately to bring about the lesson. It's an incredible idea. He goes on, he says, the Ish Mohammed. They will say, there are something sounds like something today. You know, exactly what we'll stop over there for today. We're not finished with cast just yet. Like, there's still more to discuss with cast, but eventually we'll stop over here. We'll pick up our second. The subject is blown away by this expression of Chazal regarding cast. Since cast itself, we'll just spend a few lines with them speaking about why cast is considered to be so dramatic and destructive. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We'll spend another minute or two in there.
Yeah, you gotta protect Justin, man. I mean, we're not even really getting an opportunity to know what you're saying. Whether it's like you gotta like kick it out of the gate. Give us an example. Like say, I'll have some pie.
I'll have some pie.
No, actually try.
I'll have some pie.
It's already better. Did you hear that? Did somebody get her some fucking pie? What are you guys doing sitting there? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Jessamine. I love what's going on with you, but I have no idea what you said the entire time you were up here.
Can I try one of them? My joke.
Yeah, try the joke.
I don't see the world in black and white. I see the blonde and
So angry West Hollywood Bear is out of nowhere. All right, no, it's okay. I don't get what you're saying there. Like it sounds like that sounds like a joke that Hitler would write. I only say fuck the brunette. Like, are you saying that you don't want black people around? Are you saying that? Like, what is that?
Very interesting.
There's more here in this than just that. You know, you go deeper than this.
The Balamai itself is on the bench. You want to get your Torah, you want to get your first. Everything the Balamai tells you is 20%. Balamai tells you
Yeah.
But I totally agree with what Fahim was just saying conversationally when you were just explaining that
We have more insight into you with that than just
I am not obligated.
we know nothing about you or the way your mind works really. Anyone could have done it's energy.
Even if someone communicates to me,
So there's that. There's joke writing that is also just nerves because you're new. So it's very hard to process the two. So the stage time
the whole
to wear out those nerves.
I have to look at everything he said to me.
have you ever considered wearing an
Unless
Iron
it was
Patriot suit?
something to get at.
Just kidding, Patriot. Jesus, that death glare you're giving. And that left arm so solid, not twitching at all. That freaking thing is a wall right now.
I guess I like it.
thinking of the Uriah Hasidus,
No,
the left hand column, left to
Jessamine, I love it. You gotta project next time. Okay? You gotta really push your up.
not for nothing that the Torah is the story of the Nasi, of the Nasi. Because of the concept, by a people La'anon Alot Al Eva Shes Atesh Kodaina, Uriah Hasidus, Al Eva Shes actually La'anon Israel, Gan Achari Tigir, and the Rabbin Shes Hasid Ark. Those who remember the middle story, the Rabbin come back to the justice report as a result. They are part of the Rabbin of to Roma Israel for 4 years. And they there were groups of people who decided to try to
Heck yeah, Jessamine, everybody. She's on Twitter at real_adorable. That's her actual Twitter handle. Gerald Carmichael nailing it from 3-point range, everybody.
Just saw what happened.
Fuck yeah. Jessamine's got the mic and the mic stand. One more time for Jessamine, everybody.
And now you're going to go and do it. And that might only do it.
I think, I don't know that she said it wasn't her dad, but it could be, because she just goes by the name Jessamine. She doesn't rep that last name, you know what I'm saying? So,
There's an incredible message to the girl in front of you.
who
She was saying no, it wasn't that. has contact بعد التسجيل المشترك شهري كبار قررت أخي وأمر إنه فأجل كبير وأقول أنا مقبل كم يمكن لما مجتمع المشترك whatever the study says here they realized they were wrong. They realized they're not correct. That's fine. They're wrong. Now, why are they defining Moshe? Why are they defining him?
I don't think you've ever been funny on purpose.
Think about it. The episode of
Put your hands together for your next comedian. It's Pete Christian Hesse.
And yet, of course, this big come on, let's go. And look at this thing. This game, Laro Shamal Moshe Rabbeinu. As they show that have problems, if that's the case, ultimately again, so why do they say to Moshe, why do they not listen to Moshe when Moshe says you can't go in because the sun is shining? You should have understood that Hashem does not want them to go to Eretz Yisrael now. Hello? Nucha, שממוקם היה לפני שמחתי שזה, שהקדוש ברוך הוא ציווה לבית, אומר להם שלא ייכנסו לארץ ישראל, ובכלל מה שאמרו אומרים חוץ מזה. There's a subject not that when HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, you can't go to Eretz Yisrael, this was the case of Kol Ma Sheyoman Ochal Bal Habayis saying, that really the devotion of Torah is not to go in. Listen, so you can't drive us away from it. You can't do it. All these things we see. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu tries to drive us. I listen to everything that Hashem says. But ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I no longer desire a relationship with you. I no longer want closeness with you. I no longer want connection with you. I don't have to listen. This was the start of the subject of the Ma'afilim. Excluding a mistake, we acknowledging it as a mistake. It was a terrible, horrific, and dramatic mistake that had so many repercussions. But at the end of the day, I don't have to listen to Hashem when Hashem is trying to distance me from Him. Therefore, again, I'm giving themselves justified in going to Israel. Such a dramatic idea. In this more, the Kol Shabalabais, you don't have to listen to the Balabas. You don't have to listen to the Baruch Hu. The Omer She'il Lachzor. If I can Baruch Hu says, that I can't do Tuvah, if I can Baruch Hu says that I can't return, I am not obligated.
I've never seen somebody that looks
as opposed to Balabayas, Alice and Atlas. This is a really an incredible, incredible development, incredible produced by the side. What I want to point out is that this verse of Koma Shola Balabayas, I say, whatever the Balabayas is, that is what you do. You have to accept, accept this yourself. This is always given before us. So the study is applying this to the exercise of Akira, which is really exceptionally dramatic. Exceptionally dramatic. That this was their svara. They weren't trying to negate this, and they weren't trying to undermine or to lessen the things of the idea. They just felt that the Jews had to listen to God in every single area of life except I don't have to listen to Hashem how to go. Okay, so we'll see. We'll stop here for today.
Oh,
We'll see
shit.
next time that this
Thinking, what do you get for Pete's questions? Like how he's soaked up the intro.
It's
just not here.
I'll just say this now.
I'm about to rock your world.
One of the
And then it got a little like high school motivational speaker-ish in the middle.
Yeah, and then it really, I think at one point you were saying give everybody $1 million and the banks will probably collapse.
Go ahead and come back. But at least you're going to do that I can because Shamatmi Akori Hasayut, I hear from behind the curtain. Shuvu Bunny children, turn all wayward children, put the Akha. Except for the Akha. So I was going to reach out, I would do two laws. And the people doesn't even want me. So it's very interesting because the children and Akha try to understand like what happened right there. Like what is this? What is that bicycle? So actually, so they take in the Jewish Russia discussions. He said the Russian never heard this. Yes, he never said this. The Prophet said never said what's the Achad. The love in the Jewish race in that lust the Huko Dora to Yishma. So we said that we own we project. So we should have been
So you just take off the
so
undershirt,
broken.
you keep the jacket
I
and
don't
the
like
scarf
myself.
on.
The Prophet said that he projected his own broken kite onto the emotional Olam.
You're banging a lot of girls.
The Shema said, maybe God said it. Maybe God said, put me out there. You know what the Shema says? Who cares? Who cares what HaKadosh Baruch Hu said? And he actually
If you
quotes
have the
this member.
condoms, they can
How
go.
much
That's
the
an
Yom
interesting
HaKadosh
photo.
say?
Give this guy a condom, he gets
Maybe
confidence
God
all of
did
a
say
sudden.
put me out there. Maybe that the
All right,
Prophet
well, I
doesn't
like your
want you
style,
back.
Pete
Maybe he
Christian.
doesn't.
How long have
Maybe
you been doing
he's
stand-up?
excluding you from the possibility of killing. Maybe that's all possible. But at the end of the day, who says this in the case? So it's incredible. You can tell us today. Let's pick up with the rest of the men's
I
ball.
want to comment on the first part of his routine. It is interesting how many stars there are on Hollywood Boulevard. You know, when I first got here,
My territory. Quit encroaching.
I mean, that shit stretches all the way down to mine over to Capitol Records. I mean, when I first got here, I thought they would just be up kind of by the Chinese theater, but they got stars for everybody, just like, you know, he said, the Muppets and Kermit the Frog. I mean, I hope to have my own star someday that says Comic Patriot.
$30,000 for each star.
All right, Joe. Good morning. Let's let us begin. So we have to out the North Side this morning in still host member Vav.
Well, there you go. That's Pete
We're
Christian.
kicking
That's
off.
a good
Let's
job,
take
Pete.
a look
Thanks for
on
coming, buddy.
page Zion. In the Biburim HaChasidus towards the end of the bottom
This is
paragraph.
your official
So
Twitter
remember
at
again, in this incredible oath, we're
At
subject to
Pete
discussing
Hessing,
the
everybody.
concept
Follow him on
of
Twitter.
Kol Ma Shetomer and Shkol Ma Sheyomar Balabayis Hasei Chutz Mitzay. Right? Whatever the Balabayis, in this case again metaphorically, the Balabayis refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Whatever the Balabayis tells you to do, you should do, with the exception ultimately again of getting out, of leaving. You actually don't have to listen. So we subject highlighted this as useful. But of course, whatever the emotional tells me to do, I have to do. Because HaKadosh Baruch Hu says he no longer desires a relationship with me, and he wants me to distance myself from him. I don't have to. Well, listen. Instead, I am permitted to forge forward to the establishment of a relationship and saying, I don't want to leave your side. So remember again, the Tzaddik spoke about this concept in the context of the Matzah, the group of Jews who decided to define the edict of Moshe Rabbeinu in the aftermath of the Shir of Meraglim and still tried to enter into Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Canaan at that point in time. So remember again, what was their logic? So we often look at them as unrepentant sinners. The Tzaddik says, no, just the opposite. They really felt, they genuinely felt that although under the Pharaohs we said we can't enter into the land, we don't have to listen to Hashem because of that. Moshe was telling us that he wants distance from us. That's the one thing we don't have to adhere to. So as the Tzaddik goes on, he says something so beautiful over here. If you look, again, page Kuf Zayin, Be'urei HaChasidus, right hand side, bottom paragraph. וכל הקלטה הנזכרת אחר פי המרגלים, מבוארת שם לעניין הסגבוס האדם להשם יתברך. הידזור, שביר בהילת את כל עניין אחרית המרגלים, למשל ברמז על התורה. So this is truly beautiful. Very close to Zohar, and Zohar explains that in fact the entire story of the Meraglim is a metaphor. It's obviously it's an actual story. Of course, it occurred. But the Zohar thing it also has incredible and profound metaphorical significance. What's the profound metaphorical significance of the story of the Meraglim? So this is what it says. He explains. שהקדוש ברוך הוא אומר לבני אדם לעיין בתורה ולסור על ידיו את הדרך שבאמצעותה יגיעו אל העולם הבא כדי להתחזק בלימודו ובשמירתו. So interestingly enough, he says as follows, that in the Zohar's metaphor, entry into the land of Israel and sending in the Meraglim to scout out Eretz Yisrael is actually a metaphor for ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael represents Torah. And each of us is a Meraglim. Each of us is one of the Meraglim, one of the spies. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I want you to go and seek out Torah. I want you to go and understand Torah. I want you to go and explore what Torah is. And I want you to figure out how, based on that Torah, to go out and live your life. That's what I would like you to be able to do. That's the significance, ultimately, again, of the story of the Meraglim. So the Zohar says as follows. This is the metaphor. Eretz Yisrael is Torah. The Meraglim are
then you repeated it louder the second time. We couldn't hear. I mean, it was really like I was expecting you to just start walking off the stage like Chris Rock. I mean, just like walking sideways. I do that a lot lately.
And a practical life. He goes on, this year, this is sorry, this is what happens. People enter into our people. People
like black glasses, like feels right. Yeah, like a vision off.
I mean, I do.
It doesn't look right. It may feel right. It doesn't come across as right. It comes across as, oh, that guy's trying to be cool for a second.
Machmas Lipoy Hakashi Isaac Ushira Sanchez. So what happens? There are some people who enter the Torah and just the Eretz Yisrael Torah. And I was wondering what did the Meraglim do when they came into Eretz Yisrael? What did they do? Interestingly enough, if you notice again, they didn't lie about anything, right? They didn't make up for it. But what did the Meraglim do?
Yeah, man, like my girl next to me rolled down my window and said something. Oh, I don't give a shit. Jesus Christ. That's something you need to be talking about. You're with me, you're that douchebag. You need to say, you need to come out and say, I'm a fucking douchebag. Here's what I do. This is why. And then other stuff makes sense. Why are you creeping on women is what we're wondering. I mean, it's funny, don't get me wrong, that you can still use that. They're deciding with their phone. You can see them making that decision when they press that gas a little bit. Like, I think that's very funny. Yeah, like, what do you say when you roll down with fucking window and tapped up all of our girlfriends and stuff. You don't know, they're hear about it now. It's like once a week. Sure, they'll tell you that too. Yeah, guy trying to get on the intercom. There's this he like Ray-Ban glasses and he sort of looked like his white ninja shirt all that stuff. She saw they were Ray-Ban glasses. I know Ray-Bans when I see them. Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It was something like, remember me and Eris? And then he did an impression of a cool black guy and drove away.
So sometimes, unfortunately, you come to the conclusion of the learning is too hard, observing is too hard, everything is too overwhelming. It's very nice, but it's Eretz Ocharetz Yoshua. This game language is so interesting. So what happens? If you want some miracle, man, you slow down and see what you want to start doing so. Say, sorry, I'm a rock and so yes, you will
I swear to God, there go away. You apologize to the Patreon right now. When the fuck did I talk about Facebook? It's our Twitch, bro.
This is for the long run. Observance is for the long run. I say so the long run. So what happens? You lose it. As it was like, Eretz Yisrael doesn't run after you. And at the end,
Hey, how you doing? Where'd you go?
It's just a place. I love it.
See how that summons a reaction for people? That's what you want. You want to get those people growling like that on your own when you're talking about it.
Miracle, you deliver your exactly what you have to
Yeah, what kind of car do you have?
If you don't make any effort
Oh, that's a fucking fear. If we're gonna force on four wheels, I love that. He's pulling up next to a girl on a bicycle, like, hey, what's up? What do you do? You want a ride? Throw it in the trunk. Automatic trunk, thank you very much.
So what you're listen, if you're not willing to engage, if you're not willing to toil to aspire Eretz Yisrael, you don't get it. If you're not metaphorically in your Zohar, if you're not willing to toil to acquire Torah, if you're not willing to toil to acquire spiritual wisdom, you just don't get it. Not in this world, not in the world come. He goes on, Moshe Rabbeinu, I'll tell you.
If you're gonna do it, you have to waste it on a good
What does Hashem say? What does Moshe say? So the next, now we'll kind of combining all these stories. So what happens the next time? So remember again, that day one, the last one come back, right? The nice and push them up. They come back, they read their reports. How we so far, the decree is handed down, you're not going to say yourself. 40 years later, the desert, the entire generation is going to die out. What happens the next morning?
Jeez, I get so offended when somebody comes at me.
There's this group
I'm so defensive of you.
They want to go up. They want to go in. So what does Moshe say to them? I'll tell you, don't go up. Ki in Hashem b'kir. For Hashem is not being with me. Which again, we translate from the means what? Hashem is not with you. If Hashem is not with you, you're not going to be successful. Al zeh ha'epilu is actually ולהיכנס לארץ ישראל אף נגד רצון השם יתברך. So there's a lot of things happening right over here. The first, the episode of the fun here. The fun here is Moshe explicitly, God is not with you. But God is not with you, and yet what? What happens? They went anyway. Now listen, now watch this. You should go open that. Hey, this school is high about things. So now we're kind of jumping a little bit. So remember, he pulled out the first. So the first part of telling people saying is, by the way, the whole miraculous story is not just a story about conquest of Eretz Yisrael. It's also a metaphoric story about the view and the acquisition of spirituality. How you acquire Torah and a recognition that it doesn't come it's scared off by the struggle. Just understand you will accomplish and acquire nothing. So look what it says, keep it actually together. If you weren't willing to engage in the struggle and engage in the struggle, Hashem's not going to do it not in this world and not in the world to come. Now it was a little back. So remember again, the topic was saying before, this concept of how much Yona Elecha Halabai is a safe say. Whatever Hashem tells you to do, you should do, with the exception of if God tells you to get out. If God tells you he doesn't want you anymore, don't listen, don't listen, and keep trying to engage. So remember again, the subject says, who's the party manager? Example of this, the not here, this group. Moshe Rabbeinu tells them, Hashem is not with you. Hashem is not with you. And you know what happened? They went anyway.
This is just a corpse that's laying over your
Think about it, by
leg.
the way, the Na'ashim story is more crazy than the Meragla story. Right? Think about it just one. The Meragla made a mistake. A dramatic mistake. Terrible, terrible mistake. Okay, but one can make the argument that they kind of left to their own devices. The Na'ashim are getting ready to march on Eretz Yisrael the morning after the Meragla debacle. And Moshe says, God's not with me. God's not with me. It's not going to work. So what is going to be done? What's going through your head that you're growing? So Elamai, the prophet says, what's happening over here? Yishim Tisavu, Sheba opens that, and Yisku Liskari, Lashem Yisparach. God Yishom Lahan Balabai Yiskibia would say, V'she'im Be'efshari Son Yiskari Balav Gates. Ultimately, again, they literally thought that even though Moshe Rabbeinu said, God is not with you, you'll still be successful. You'll still be successful. Why? Because you don't have to listen to Hashem when he tells us to go away. Don't listen to Hashem. Now listen, I want to point out over here, I'll read this next line and we'll have to stop over here for today. It says, Kimo Sha'amru, Kimo Sha'am Ba'amekar Lakar, Sheskab B'Sad B'Mokh, Kimo Sha'amru, Kimo Sha'amru, Kahamin Ezal, Shechutzbasa, Ma'usa B'Likada. We'll see what the heck is this concept tomorrow. But this is what Chazal told us to say. That chutzpah is like monarchy without a crown.
Would you guys like to see that right now?
Chutzpah is a very weird thing. Chutzpah is a very weird thing. Also, that's very careful. Right, very careful. We'll discuss what this means. Okay, but sometimes what it means is
What are you so uncomfortable about? I like girls. I like
get to what you want.
Come on, he looks like Rhea Perlman. Let him do it.
I'm sure this is true also. This guy shouldn't hold out the light. I'm sure it's true in the business
Josh,
world.
you're taking orders from the pantry. Now get your ass over there and suck his dick.
You don't ask, you don't get. And sometimes you have to ask pretty forcefully, right? And sometimes you can't just ask. Sometimes you have to push. If you don't push, you don't get. So there's an element of the realm of willingness. You see this concept as well. Sometimes the only way to accomplish what you need to accomplish on the willingness is chutzpah. Well, lest you think that chutzpah is the desired approach. So we're going to see the Zohar calls, or the Gemara calls, chutzpah is monarchy without the crown. They'll say, what does that mean, monarchy without the crown? So you could be the king without the crown, but you're really missing something. Right? There's an important monarchical necessity that is missing from you if you don't have the crown. So we'll have to stop over here. Now, listen, I just want to point out this already, because this is really quite fascinating, is the following interesting dynamic. You see, on one hand, what Southern told us, which means that listen to everything that God tells you, except God tells you to get out. Yet, interesting enough, and how the example of that is in our students, and interesting enough, in our students follow this advice. They try to go into the land, even though Hashem says to them, most of it's not going to work. And what was the result? Like it failed. So I just want to say something else. Even though I'm putting Jesus as paradigmatic examples. The job of the Jew is to always try to engage with the powerful, even if it's apparently doesn't desire that unity. That's it. But it doesn't always mean that things work out. It's very different. So it's almost like my job is to try to pursue constant, continuous wisdom that is growing. But don't think that just because you always push, you get what you want. So this is the interesting. So this is the interesting question. It sounds like from the subject they give the right thing, which is a little bit mind blowing. Because most Shirabi is seen as again, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. So Eretz Hashem, we'll say, which again is essentially something we do. So we test the very important life episode is how much chutzpah is good. Right, which is something that you will cover each and every day. Right, how much chutzpah is good, and how much chutzpah just becomes irrational. Right, Eretz Hashem to do something.
Yeah, there's some cute hussies in Texas.
Are you talking about actual fucking
You should see how nice and tan their feet are there. Oh, they're so.
Are you talking about the dogs? What are you talking about? Do you like Pauls too?
I know you're gonna think I'm creepy and weird now, but it wasn't that big a deal. Not like I tried to.
We're not gonna think that. We already think that, Adrian. You just Cocker Spaniels are adorable, so I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and they'll eat anything. I mean, they love it.
All right.
I didn't do it again. It was only one time. It's not like I started doing it on a regular basis.
Okay, so now I have to ask. I mean, I already pulled the name out of the bucket for some reason sometime before that. However, I gotta ask a couple more questions. One, did you finish when the dog was eating the chocolate?
I can't remember.
Oh, that's a yes.
Okay, he has a skill trap memory, especially with the Facebook comment, and now he can't remember.
Right.
You know what I also did? You know at the car wash they have those vacuum tubes where you vacuum your car? I put that on my banana. It sucked it dry. It was great. I did that about 3 times.
And that would make you finish. You could climax to that.
It's great. It just leaves it. It cleans it up. It just sucks it dry and just I only did that a few times. I was pretty crazy back then. I'm a lot more normal.
And you started fucking the vacuum.
Just dump the bag and
How many dogs did you go through until you started fucking the vacuum?
Those are like 3 things I did a couple times. Nothing beside that.
All right, let's keep the show moving along. Good luck to the comedian who has to follow that. Put your hands together for Michelle Westford, everybody.
All right, guys. Recently, I'm celebrating something. I got engaged 3 years ago yesterday. Moving on the fast track. So subsequently yesterday, I wrote a letter to Match.com and canceled my membership, right? And I'm really in now. Match.com, if you guys aren't familiar, maybe they should, I don't know, maybe they should rename it to something more realistic, like circusfolk.com or the creepiest assholes you ever met.com. That's the service where you put in your zip code and then they scan the area. They do like a 15-mile radius and bring you back every sex offender and broke turd. And yeah, these are your new matches. Went out with the guy, Dancing Dave was his name. He insisted we go dancing. But to me and everybody else in the club, it looked like he was getting electrocuted or playing an imaginary game of highly aggressive tetherball. That's it.
There you go. That's right. She made it in between the kitty and the bear. She nailed it. Great dismount.
Yeah, you're great stage presence. You can hear yourself. You some very comfortable stage. How long you can do it?
And you've really been engaged for 3 years?
I have been engaged for 3 years. Yes, I have.
So you started comedy right then.
One dream dies, another one lives. Something like that. Fuck you. But you opened to being engaged and then you talk about dating. Is that because you met him on a website?
That's a reference to the fact that we are celebrating.
Maybe. No, we met at Starbucks in Seattle.
That just got news.
Okay, we met on Match.com. I'm on a podcast now, and we never did that. So
Really?
You could just not post the link.
okay.
No.
kind of miracle, phenomenon,
Unless you're famous in Seattle.
supernatural,
Which is somebody who
but like
like
my
oh my god, the
It's
show
better
was
if this
you found it. I think I should.
You don't know me, right?
Within the
Yeah,
context
no, I'm not
of fun.
famous.
I mean, that's
How'd you know he's from Seattle?
What we celebrate
Because I'm from Seattle, I know fucking from Seattle.
Damn right. Vicky Manwar, everybody.
You know, I love her stuff. She's like a real vet, and
That sounds like someone's getting sick of their fiance.
Going from Starbucks to Seattle's best, if you know what I'm saying. That's a coffee chain, everybody. One in a million. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Thank you, man. Fuck yeah. How long have you been in LA?
A week.
Are you staying here?
I'm going back home on Wednesday. I think I'm for a week.
can you stand up there?
Yes, in
How
Seattle.
do you get up from the underground?
The underground, no pro laps,
Okay.
no Tacoma, and the different casinos that work stuff.
I'll give one note. Ian Edwards actually has on this too. Like, Ian's such a good writer. But your stage presence is great. You know, nerves up there. You can tell that you're perfectly. The jokes, it's like you're scratching the surface, like going from the easy, almost like you can dip a little deeper, you know what I mean? So try to scratch a little more. It's kind of fun.
Oh, thank you.
When's it gonna happen?
Maybe next year.
Really?
We don't have a date yet.
What's the point of being engaged?
You just kind of seal the deal.
Super needy.
Everyone knows
Yeah.
Do you feel like a sense of security engaged in this?
No, not like that. I mean, I never was one of those gals that was like, yeah, I can't wait to get married, have a wedding, and all that type of stuff. I just happened to meet somebody.
Are you delayed?
I'm delaying it a little bit. No, my circumstances. I'm doing comedy in Seattle. I'm trying to make money. I want to be more, you know. Yeah, I could. I just want to be.
What does he do?
He works at a refinery.
You can't let's make it sound like you're supporting him with your comedy. That's a weird possibility.
No, I'm just waiting till I feel more of it. I'm 33. I want to feel like I'm more successful.
In what? Stand up?
Yeah.
How it goes?
Yeah, exactly. And I got out.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen there. I mean, all the grades they get out of there, then they shine somewhere else. Right.
Oh, I love you guys. This is a good therapy session for me.
Let's push back this engagement another 8 years. And down to LA, and you'll get that success you wanted. And then you can go back and get married. He'll be waiting for you. He's a fucking oil refinery guy in Seattle. He's got nothing going on. There she goes, Michelle Westford, everybody. She's on Twitter at Michelle's Comedy. Wow, you actually were able to get that handle. At Michelle's Comedy, the one and the only. Fuck yeah. How fun was Seattle? Like, were you there for you? I wanted to be like that too. You're like fucking Dave Chappelle in Seattle.
That's how I brought on stage.
Fuck yeah. Seattle's a great town. I love it up there. I could never live there because of the rain and stuff. I'm from, where I'm from in Northeast Ohio, we have one more day of clouds than Seattle has. And Seattle has one more day of rain. So, Seattle has this reputation of being depressing as fuck. But statistically, I'm from in Northeast Ohio, it's just as depressing, but we don't have the same reputation. Which bumps us to the most depressed city. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
What's my obligation? How you other New York utmost
We were dancing together for Kevin Farr.
My goal is to go ahead with my video of say thank you for so cultural shopping. I'm walking into what's on the side of the platform. I am the accepting program. There's no past, there's no present, there's no future. Trust and follow. And we tap into that as well.
I've already given you permission to bang my daughter. Return it. Does
I am being kindly. So that part I understand. Thank you. I thought you start off with the medical you performed in the past.
You at least get a
That's
discount.
not like that. That's
Like you should be paying me.
energy
You know?
that was
You should be paying me.
for the Hashimoto and thousands of years ago.
Seriously, man.
That same
I'm
energy
not giving that shit up.
embedded in
Like
these
on a
young
loss.
kids.
It's a ruse what we're doing to these fathers. A sham.
Like
Like how about I start sticking it to your mom and make you throw me a party? Essentially what's going on, folks, it's the same thing.
So I said, what's the incredible incredible you saw? So when I like when you like on the race tonight,
Holy shit. Either you've been practicing this every day for 7 weeks or you're just a really smart guy.
I'm a smart
fucking Jedi thousands of years ago.
Yeah, it was. I looked too. It was creepy.
From the fabric of this. That same cloth, which is why says whatever. These beings are miraculous and historical. Sorry, these beings are right for miraculous.
Sounding really smart. Then all of a sudden we found out about the talk of the keto and now there's something very Pete Christian-esque about eating a taco and knowing exactly how long a minute it is. I see that cowboy hat creep up. That's just so light. It's just like a silhouette of like dreadlocks and a cowboy hat way up there. There he is. Cheers to you, buddy. Fuck yeah, man. I love you, Pete Christian-esque. Oh yeah.
Great material.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like you have a take. How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years. Wow.
That's great. A lot of your stuff is like just going with it and sort of a I don't know, like, are a lot of your other jokes like not real to you but goofy like that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I went to a wedding and I just thought it was so that's
right.
But yeah, I don't talk about myself then.
Right.
And I'm curious, like, obviously the way you talk now, the way that you talk on stage are different. What did that come to be from the start, or did it evolve into it?
It evolved more into it, but I've always, when I first began, I just sort of went, like, I don't know how it happened, but I didn't do it.
Right. No, that's great because it shines through and it gives you your own sort of take on it. It's sort of like I'm having a voice somewhat figured out already. Yeah. What was it about again?
Well, it is pretty funny if you think about it. It was about, like the husband or the dad having to buy, his daughter's getting fucked for the rest of his.
Right.
That makes a good point.
Yeah, it's true. And you have to pay for it, and you have to walk her down the aisle. Like it's like that would be something I'd add into is like the real fuck you part. Like, and I have to walk her to you, like she's like a dog or something. Like, I don't know, it's like the icing on there's a better take on that, but definitely going that route after everything, after paying for everything, after all that, you have to literally hand her off.
It's like two fighters going down that maybe 300 or whatever, where they're just walking down and like just about to fight almost. Like the dad's dropping off his daughter to the tiger.
That's gonna fuck this shit out of her. Yeah. So there's something there. On top of all that, but that's already all funny. How long have you been doing that joke for?
I went to the wedding every 2 weeks or so.
That's cool. That's a good new bit, man. How long have you been in LA?
A couple of years.
Yeah. Where are you originally from?
North of town.
Interesting.
Pardon me.
There you go. What nationality are you? Oh, I see. There's the ID that you guys keep on your arms.
As somebody who's Afghan and a comedian, I like that in the minute you didn't address the fact that you're Persian. Because that's not, that's in the minority.
Hey, I have hairy asshole jokes.
Right. Yeah.
No, you don't really have to.
You have to keep your hairy asshole in your back pocket, but not the jokes. Fuck yeah, those are some really hairy arms, man. Have you ever tried to shave them or anything?
No.
like not open. You have to be proud. I'm not too proud of it, but
I feel like you just like finally faced it like a few weeks ago. By the way you say that.
Take your shirt off.
You have a lot of chest hair. The biggest guy in the room wants to see your chest hair, sir.
I'll show you.
Yeah, flash the audience real quick. Oh yeah. But yeah, we went from the Iron Patriot to the Iron Sheik in a heartbeat. Oh Jesus! All right, that's too close. 3D HD coming from Red Man over here. Fuck yeah, there you go, Kevin Fart. He's at Kevin Fart on Twitter. That's Kevin FARB. This is fun, right? You get to see some comedians. There's interesting going on.
It's almost like you forget about those years.
Yeah, totally.
Well, you do. You do stand up for a long time. Like we're in our own class or whatever. Like after you've been doing it for a while. I'm not saying class, like level. Well, you've been doing it like 11 years or whatever. You forget when you've been doing comedy for a year or two or what it's like. So this is interesting because it's not often we get associated with people who are at mic still.
Totally. But meanwhile, when we go out to dinner, sometimes late night or whatever, we'll end up talking about those years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But reminiscing. But then seeing it's a different thing.
Oh yeah, exactly. Totally. But it's something part of our lives. Like Gerard, you and I definitely were hitting open mics together for the longest time. 2007, 2008.
Yeah. Doing downstairs.
Getting rides from people to
I
play.
didn't have a car full.
Me neither.
Yeah.
And I remember you and I were two of, I mean, I guess there was quite a few of us. It always seemed like the funniest people didn't have cars.
A lot of walking.
And the funnier that, and the less funny that somebody would be based on how nice their car was. It almost seemed at the time.
It was like you pulled up in a 7 Series.
Right.
Like,
This guy's a hack. Then somebody rolls up on a bicycle, you're like, this motherfucker's a killer. Yeah. Because it does, man. You have to have a fucking passion in your spinal cord to be bicycling across 90-degree fucking heat across the city.
Oh, did we just see the prize is like perfect?
Oh, it's the new manager, I do believe here.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's
Yeah.
not in drives to work.
He's just passionate about managing.
I did that a couple times though. When I first moved here, I didn't have a car and I lived in Burbank. And I remember the first time, especially, I was thinking like, that Cahuenga Pass. It seems like there's no elevation. You know what I mean? It almost seems like it'd be a smooth ride. I almost fucking died a couple times. I mean, almost getting hit by cars. But the worst part was going down because it was forever. By the way, it's like an hour and a half uphill.
Which side did you ride down on? Facing traffic? Yeah, so right.
Well, no, I went the other way with traffic. Yeah, because if I went against, and thank God I did, by the way, because I would have gotten hit head on. Because your brakes mean nothing when you're going that. You're just riding your brakes the entire time, and you're still going like 30, 40 miles an hour. It's embarrassing. But you live and you learn. I survived it. You know why? Because God loves me and He wants me to succeed.
Yes.
Your next comedian's name is Aaron Marsh, everybody.
Hello, Mike. How are you? I'm lovely, thank God. Great to see you. Oh, it's my bed-in, so to speak. But no, I'm up and at 'em. I've already done a podcast this morning with a chap from England and enjoying the day so far.
Okay, very good. Let me just bring up the topics. Where are we here? So what are we covering today?
Today is Innovation Shaping a Better Planet, and just like the previous session, I will explain to the audience that we have some upcoming sessions, and then I'll read through many of the different technologies that we have to discuss today. And then we can touch on any of the ones that may be of interest to us. And then perhaps towards the end, we may talk about, if it works for you, um, we've had a previous discussion about it, the e-democracy or voting, basically given back to the people. Does that sound okay?
Sounds good.
Excellent.
Okay, where are we here? I'm just trying to find that's the one. Okay, so innovations and shaping a better earth. There's a lot of them.
That's that's correct.
Okay, well let's get started, eh?
Excellent.
Recording in progress.
Well, good morning, Rabbi. How are you today?
I'm well, thank God. How are you?
Very good. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Today we're going to talk about, well, basically making this planet a bit better, aren't we?
That's absolutely correct. Our topic today is Innovation Shaping a Better Planet. For anyone who's just joining us, previously we spoke about life extension technologies, and we have several other sessions upcoming that we plan on reviewing Earth mega projects, humanity beyond Earth, and extraterrestrial life. But for today, Innovation Shaping a Better Planet. And for those of you in the audience who are listening, I'm going to read through some of these, and then Mike and I are going to dissect some of them at the end. So the first is nuclear fission power. This is generating energy by splitting atomic nuclei, releasing heat used to produce electricity. Then there's nuclear fusion energy, producing energy by fusing atomic nuclei, like in the sun, with minimal waste and high output. It's still experimental, but as I understand, the amount of energy output with fusion is about 4 times as much as fission. So it's a really exciting opportunity, perhaps. Next is solar photovoltaic farms. These are large scale installations of solar power and solar panels that convert sunlight into electricity. There's space based solar power satellites that collect solar energy in space and transmit it to Earth. This is still a concept, but perhaps in the future may be a reality. We have tidal energy systems, and I think this is an amazing opportunity, harnessing energy from ocean tides using underwater turbines or barriers. And in relation to this, wave energy converters, devices that capture energy from surface ocean waves. And the way that I first really started to study this type of technology is when I heard about a project called the Venus Project, where basically some scientists and futurists got together about 15 years or so and put together some documentation on some not currently utilized types of energy generation. And that's how I learned about tidal energy and wave energy, and I find it fascinating. Another really interesting type of emerging technology is geothermal energy. This is using heat from within the earth to generate electricity or provide heating. And as you may know, and the audience may know, the earth is essentially a giant ball. And if we just take a pipe, stick it into the ground, the earth is emitting heat, and all you have to do is turn a turbine, and that will create energy, and that's geothermal energy. Green hydrogen production is next, producing hydrogen fuel using renewable energy, resulting in zero carbon emissions. Advanced battery storage systems, high capacity batteries that store energy for later use, improving grid stability. And in addition, I'm just a major advocate for improved battery technologies. I've heard of Americum batteries that can last as long as a decade. And then, really, an emerging technology I think that's exciting is gravity batteries, basically using the microgravity of the Earth to be able to generate electricity and store power. Next is desalination plants, and I talk about this quite often on my streams. These are facilities that remove salt from seawater to produce fresh drinking water. The earth is two-thirds water, and the fact that we still have people who are thirsty and we still have crops that need water and droughts is really a sad state of affairs when we have desalination plants. There's atmospheric water generation, extracting water directly from humidity in the air. Ocean plastic cleanup technology systems designed to remove plastic waste from oceans. Smart irrigation systems, automated watering systems that optimize water use using sensors and data. Wastewater recycling, treating and reusing wastewater for agriculture, industry, or drinking. Ocean farming, seaweed and algae, cultivating marine plants for food, fuel, or environmental benefits. Vertical farming, another point that I talk about a lot on my streams, growing crops indoors in stacked layers to save space and resources. Another one is precision agriculture, AI plus drones, using technology to optimize farming with data, sensors, and automation. Lab grown meat, and I'm a major advocate of this as well. I don't want to see any animals get hurt unnecessarily. Meat produced from animal cells in a lab without raising livestock. There's also.
I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one. Nobody wants to eat lab-grown meat, believe me.
Okay, and we can certainly have a difference of opinion. No one says that we have to agree on everything. Genetically engineered climate resistant crops, crops modified to withstand drought, heat, or pests, soft regeneration, carbon farming, practices that restore soil health and capture carbon dioxide, aquaponic systems combining fish farming and plant cultivation in a closed loop system, urban rooftop gardens, growing food on rooftops in cities to increase local food production. Autonomous farming robots. I think this is a really exciting type of technology. Robots that perform agricultural tasks like planting and harvesting, carbon capture and storage, capturing CO2 emissions and storing them underground to reduce atmospheric carbon. Direct air capture of CO2, removing carbon dioxide directly from the air using specialized machines. Cloud seeding, releasing substances into clouds to encourage rainfall. And this is already done in parts of the world, including in United Arab Emirates. Solar radiate.
Let's just stop there for a moment.
Certainly.
Because there's still a lot of things here, and people can read the screen. So let's go back. I'd like to talk with you today on a couple of things. First of all, we are up here at wave energy.
Yes.
I think this is a fantastic idea, and I've seen it being implemented in various videos, and it looks like it's a very good idea. Are there any drawbacks to this?
I have heard perhaps there may be some issues with water life or aqua life, essentially fish maybe getting caught in turbines or other perhaps aquatic mammals. But there are solutions to this, basically putting nets around the turbine or even just to create a type of almost underwater.
I saw a very interesting concept of this where they just had flat floating devices which just sat on top of the waves.
Absolutely.
And there was no danger to any fish at all. So I don't understand what you're talking about there. What kind of devices are you talking about?
So I think what you're talking about are wave energy converters, and I'm talking about tidal energy systems, the reference point right above, essentially putting the turbine at the ocean floor or perhaps connected to the ocean floor, allowing the natural tides to spin a turbine to be able to create energy. And then there's the wave energy, which, as I understand, are those flat platforms that exist on the surface of the water or very close to the surface. Either way, I think that these are extremely efficient systems and, in my opinion, are much more efficient than perhaps wind. There's a lot more power behind water than there is just the air. And I think that with perhaps a few ways of preventing any type of marine life loss, we could have an excellent middle ground between efficient energy production and safety of aqualife.
Now, also, you mentioned nuclear energy.
Yes.
How would you implement this and keep the Earth safe from the leftovers, so to speak?
Excellent question. So, as I understand, nuclear energy is already extremely safe. So, in the 80 or so years that it has been utilized on Earth, fewer than 50 people have ever died directly from a nuclear incident. So, there were, and you can, the audience can look this up on Wikipedia. There were about 40 people who died at Chernobyl. There were none who died at 3 Mile Island, and approximately two that died immediately in the fallout of Fukushima. Um, and it is just an extremely safe way, generally, to be able to produce energy in comparison to all of the people who die as coal miners or working with natural gas or other carbon or fossil fuel industries. Nuclear seemingly is much safer. Now, you asked the question, what about storage of the nuclear waste? And generally, the nuclear.
Before we go there,
Sure.
I just wanted to mention with Fukushima, that wasn't the real problem. You know, the fact that only a couple of people died from it. Actually, I think there was more than that from the after effects. But the fact is that nuclear the fallout got into the ocean, and the currents were taking it to the west coast of America. And anybody surfing in the west coast of America these days is probably picking up some of that radiation.
True.
That's a big.
True, but there hasn't been mass die-offs of anyone on the West Coast because of Fukushima, and even the vegetation of Fukushima was considered generally safe to eat in the months thereafter. I'm not saying that any system is perfect. There was a major earthquake that hit a nuclear facility, which is a difficult situation. I don't necessarily think you have to absolutely build a nuclear facility directly on the coast. There may be options to build them in safer areas, perhaps not in tsunami zones, perhaps not in the Pacific Ring, or places with major seismic activity. There's there's no reason that you can't build it perhaps further inland if you can properly cool the facility and such, and pump or pipe in much of the electricity into the major industrial hubs that may need it. And we're still in the infancy of this type of technology. When it was first thought about, it was seen as a miraculous modern invention, and there have been a lot of skeptics on this issue. But overall, if you were to compare the amount of people who have died from nuclear fallout versus the amount of people who die annually due to fossil fuels, it is exponentially higher, the amount of people who die due to fossil fuels. And fossil fuels are far less efficient. So I'm at least an advocate of more people, especially young people, getting into nuclear energy and becoming nuclear engineers, nuclear physicists, to make this system even more efficient and safer than it currently is. Now, as for the nuclear fallout, nuclear. Go ahead.
I like Elon Musk's idea. Let's put the nuclear generating plants out in space where they can be easily cooled.
It's certainly a thought.
I don't know if you've looked at Elon's plan, but Elon's got a very coherent plan that most people don't understand. He is building electric robots, electric cars, all of this alternative energy equipment. And why? Because he wants to go and terraform Mars.
That's correct.
He wants to build a new planet for Earth people to go and live. So it's a brilliant concept, and of course, he's generating the funding for this by selling all of these products. It's just brilliant. unfortunately, we don't have a future in Australia until we get rid of this. Sorry, unfortunately, we won't get nuclear power until we get rid of this communist government that we've got now. So we also have to take into effect the social and political aspects of all of this. But yeah, I think nuclear power has definitely got a big place in our future. Other alternative forms of energy, wave power, I think is a very good one. I've seen geothermal working, especially in New Zealand, where they've got a lot of geothermal vents coming out of the ground. Why not use it?
Exactly.
And I think it's incumbent on us to use the best technology for the circumstances. So if we've got a lot of geothermal, let's use that. If we've got lots of waves, use that. But we can't rely on a single power source. And that's the big problem with the oil. It's got basically a single power source. And when there's a disruption to it, as we have right now, we have a big problem.
I absolutely am in agreement. As for the nuclear waste question that was brought up earlier, I think that there are alternatives perhaps to the current system of storing nuclear waste, perhaps even in low populated areas. There are a lot of completely unpopulated areas in the world. You can bury nuclear waste. Essentially, it is somewhat harmless after it is encased in a sarcophagus, essentially, of concrete. So I think that we can certainly look at better ways to be able to store nuclear waste. As for the idea of nuclear generators, perhaps in space, that's certainly an alternative. These are all, I think, excellent ideas. And we will talk in a moment about how we get to these ideas, how we can perhaps vote on these ideas. But before we do, I just want to hit on a couple other points that are near and dear to my heart. The smart, sir.
Just a moment, my daughter making a lot of noise over there. Can you hear it?
No, not I cannot.
You're going to be long there? Daughters. Yeah, okay. All right, let's move on. You mentioned, where was it here? Lab-grown meat. Oh dear.
Yeah.
You and I are going to have an argument on that one.
Okay, we can.
So, I think perhaps because, to be honest with you, I don't really understand the concept. How can you grow meat in a lab?
This is an excellent question. Essentially, as I understand, you can take the cells from animals uh, without needing to slaughter an animal and not without needing to raise livestock and basically create different types of cuts of meat just like you would have in a slaughterhouse. And there's also a concept known as 3D printing of meat as well, which may be related. This is already in the market to some extent, and people don't know about it. At least in the United States, there is a growing amount of lab meat and lab grown meat that is replacing the standard type of butcher type of slaughter that many people have been eating as carnivores for about a century or so. And
Well, it's not a secret. I'm on a carnivore diet right now, and I will not eat lab-grown meat. And the main reason, apart from the oil is, it's not natural. It's being promoted by Bill Gates, and I don't trust Bill Gates as far as I can keep.
well, I understand your skepticism, certainly. And it's still in its infancy. That doesn't necessarily mean that we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It is just, it's an emerging technology. And perhaps in a century or two, I would like to see all animal suffering alleviated as best as possible. I have a heart. I'm a naturalist. I'm a conservationist. I don't want to see animals suffer any undue harm more than is necessary.
But the problem is, you see, we let Islam into our countries, and that's when the animals started suffering when they're getting slaughtered. Because in the old days, before Islam came, we used to stun them, and it was just bang, they're dead. That was it. And they never felt anything after that. is rather than the actual physical harming of animals. Because where does the harm come from? From a vile and nasty religion that will only slaughter animals in the most cruel way.
Well, without focusing on an individual or even a group of people, we're in the infancy of this type of technology. It's only been around for a couple of decades at the longest. And as you and I both in our previous conversation had, we look to live quite a few years into the future. So perhaps this type of technology can improve. Perhaps there are ways of even more humane ways of animal slaughter, and maybe decades or centuries down the line, uh, we can alleviate this completely. Perhaps it's a dream I think we both can have.
Yeah, well, it's a funny dream to have, I think. But, the Jewish religion and the Islamic religion both mandate slaughter by a very cruel method, and therefore perhaps they should be eating it, not us.
Well, we we
They've grown meat.
uh, well, there are religious arguments. We don't necessarily have to get into them now. At least traditionally, it's a process known as shechita within Judaism, and it's kosher slaughter. We do our best as people to eliminate as much unnecessary pain to the animal as possible. Essentially, doing what we can with a very sharp knife to slit the trachea.
Makes no difference, though. Have you seen how they're slaughtered? I mean, it's very, very cruel. And I think what needs to happen is not so much that we change our slaughter methods as we change the religious ideas. This is an old idea based on a very ancient idea. You've got to take the blood out of the animal so it doesn't go off quickly. Now, that's out of date. We've got refrigeration here. Why do we need to continue a practice which is clearly cruel to all animals?
Well, I think we're in agreement that we want to alleviate animal suffering, and perhaps there are different ways to go about that. And maybe there are other ideas to explore that we didn't currently address. Uh, what is clear is that lab grown meats are growing. They are being brought into slowly the mainstream of the American market, and I'm sure are growing in other areas as well. Two other points I'd like to touch on before we get into how we make the decisions to do all of these things. One is smart cities, smart grids, the smart home are all, I think, an emerging type of technology. There is a place.
Not going to be accepted, especially here in Australia. We will not live in smart cities.
Okay, well, perhaps not in Australia, but it's already being done in China. There's a place called E-Town in Beijing that runs all of its streets, its street lights, its intersections are all.
It's total control by the government. We're not going to accept that.
And you may not in Australia, but at least it's being done in China and it's being rolled out. And there's a lot of it.
China is a dictatorial terror group. I mean, it's just we can't live like that. The government must be afraid of the people, not the other way around.
Okay, well, I mean, there's nothing necessarily innately terrible about having an efficient system now, is there? A smart home, what's wrong with that?
Because, okay, let me give you a very good example.
Please do.
In the state here right now, there are two entrances, right?
Okay.
Now, if they wanted to, they can just put blocks on the incoming roads, and we are stuck in here, and we can't go anywhere, we can't do anything. That is a prison.
Okay, that's not the point we were talking about. We're talking about a smart home. What's wrong with a smart home?
No. I mean, this could become one of these smart villages, right? Because it's all there. I can see it right now. The infrastructure is here right now, and it terrifies me, to be honest with you.
Okay, I mean, couldn't they just do that with the authorities, just being at both of those entrances?
We don't want the authorities there. We don't want the authorities telling us how to live our lives. We want to make those decisions ourselves, and that's what we're fighting for.
Okay, and we're not disagreeing on that. What I'm saying is that to have a very highly efficient home is not a bad thing. To ensure that you have a zero carbon footprint for your home is not a bad thing if it's your choice. I don't think that things should be necessarily be mandated upon you. I believe in individual freedoms, but the fact that if you could perhaps not have an energy bill, that doesn't seem like a bad idea to me.
I don't already. I use a bill of exchange to pay my electricity bills. I never pay cash.
Okay.
But I was just thinking there. When you have a what's okay, that's it. I wanted you to define for me what is carbon and why is it reviled so much when that only is 0.00003.38% of the atmosphere. Carbon is not the problem. In fact, our forests are greening. Our forests are greening because there's more CO2 in the atmosphere. And back in a couple of few million years ago, the Earth was very green and with more CO2 on the planet when the dinosaurs were around. And why did they get so big? CO2.
I am in agreement with you. Carbon is a very small amount of the atmosphere and isn't even the biggest greenhouse gas. Essentially,
It's not the carbon, it's the pollution. And that's coming from bad manufacturing methods. We need to clean up the factories.
agreed.
Clean up their discharge from their factories.
I'm in
We need
agreement
to
with you.
that
Absolutely.
finding gas, a natural gas, is wrong. That's the wrong approach to take to cleaning up our country.
Okay.
Or our
So perhaps better phrase would be just doing our best to minimize or eliminate pollution because carbon inherently is good for some species on Earth. So with that being discussed to some extent, uh, there is a type of technology perhaps that may be utilized by countries in the future known as it has different names. I've known it as an e-democracy. Essentially it's gives the power to the people. No longer do we need to vote for elected officials perhaps or city boards or even perhaps an executive or judicial or legislative of any type. We can make the decisions ourselves. And in our previous discussions, I know that many of these types of technologies that we discussed, if they were explained to individuals, individuals could make the decisions on this. We don't need basically intermediaries. And with the advent of the smartphone and the connectivity that we have in our society, there may be the opportunity to be able to make these decisions directly. And what are your
That's what
thoughts?
we're working for.
Excellent.
And that's what my Future Plan on Earth website is all about. And we're working towards that goal now here in Australia. This is all going to be determined by putting the power back in the people's hands. It's all going to be controlled by a simple little device, your mobile phone, with a voting app on it based on the digital blockchain. And that will free us up because it will give us the power to make instant decisions affecting our communities and our nation. We don't have to wait for 3 years or 4 years, big bang elections. We don't have to rely on unqualified politicians who are there for their own political purposes and enrichment. Right? We, the people, should be determining how we want to live in our communities.
I'm in agreement with you, and I don't disagree with anything that you've said, and everything that we discussed today in terms of technology is is very complicated, but can be boiled down to some simple strategies. And if you were to explain them to the populace, many people I feel could be able to make these decisions on their own, and we don't need the intermediaries anymore.
Or as a community,
Agreed.
we come together, community town hall meetings, we discuss the issues, we might even come to blows over some of them. We're human beings after all, but at the end of the day, we need to come to a consensus.
Agreed, agreed. And even the list of technologies that we named, you and I agree wholeheartedly, probably on 90% of them, but there's going to be that 10% we don't. And there's healthy debate that can go on, healthy conversations, just like we've had. And I look to better a better future with these types of technologies and this type of a voting system, perhaps. It won't be implemented overnight. Certainly, these will take decades to be implemented, but hopefully, we'll be able to improve our Earth. We only have one planet right now, and we should do our best to take care of her. So, with that being said, Mike, I appreciate the opportunity to touch on these topics. Again, the next session that we have is going to be on Earth mega projects, which is really exciting. So, with that, again, if you want to find my social media anywhere, just go to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find everything that I discuss. And please check out Mike's websites. They're very informative on many of the topics that we discussed today. And Mike, I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you.
Well, pleasure. Thank you very much for coming on.
Absolutely. See you next week, God willing.
Okay. Bye now.
Bye.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Mike. Same time. Our we're gonna go back to your 8 o'clock next Monday, so long as nothing changes. But just let me know if anything does. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Whenever you have time, let me know when the podcast is posted, and I'll put Thank you, thank you. This is from so
Sent out on the WhatsApp group today. Is, today's piece. We were actually in the middle of a different piece in Osman, you know? But I figured today, with the beginning of the new chapter, we would start with these.
thank you so much for hosting session two. Hosting session two.
Hey are all somewhat connected to each other. So we'll start something new today, finish up then that was the other and then Amir Hashem.
Please let me know if you need anything from me at this time, period. Once the podcast is uploaded, comma, I will be sure to publish it on all my social media, period. I look forward to next week. I look forward to next week.
And in general, you know, many of the secret Hasidus is a willingness to address the reality of the human condition and the struggles in which we all engage. To actually look at, let's take a look at this through the lens of the Biblia Hasidus. So if you have the PDF that I sent out, it's page 12, which is the first page that you have. And the Biblia Hasidus is the middle section. So just those of you who have these things before. The top is Reb Tzaddik. The middle is this Biblia Hasidus, this explanation. Not translation, but really like a paragraph, an explanation on it, and then footnotes on the bottom. So in the middle of the section, the Uriah Hasidus, right hand column, bottom of the column is Mem Dalet. Acher Shezbar La'el. Ad Kama Godu Utzim Kofi Yitzhak. We'll see Sit Mem Gimel, which we started, and then America will resume. We started speaking about the power of the Yitzhahara. And the Tzaddik actually introduced us to this idea that there are two different types of Yitzaharas, right? This Yitzhahara that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that the Ribono Shel Olam puts into an innate Yitzhahara, and then the Yitzhahara, unfortunately, of my own creation. A Yitzhahara that is created because I repeatedly make bad decisions over and over again. That I make over and over again. I make over and over again, and therefore I strengthen that Yitzhahara. Unfortunately, because I keep reinforcing bad decisions. And the Tzaddik was an incredible soul. That the Yitzhahara that is innate, the Yitzhahara that HaKadosh Baruch Hu creates for me, that I have the ability to overcome. It's sometimes amazingly enough the Yitzhahara that I create for myself. Sometimes that's much more difficult to detect. So that was last sip. The Hain B'Mishin, it's usually Yitzhahara, Yitzhahara has that. She after Ba'adam L'Kolcha. To the point that a person can have Yitzhahara that becomes so strong. It's so strong, Yitzhahara that is so overwhelming that a person literally cannot combat it on their own, but they require the assistance of the Ribono Shel Olam. The Spark time, so in this, so that was the last sip. We started, we stopped, and then there, we will resume. But he says, the Spark time, this sip, we're going to focus on something a little different. Shape, Mitsusa, Bikiyuma, Shokaiva, Sayitza, Releka, Adam. Eino, Hokacha, Urayev, well, let's listen to these words. In this sip, we're going to speak about the idea that just because I have heights, just because I have desires, does not in any way make me less of a holy person. So let's do it. I think one of the things over here is he's gonna take away, he's gonna remove perhaps one of the most incorrect yet profoundly destructive mindsets, which is that if I was truly a holy person, I wouldn't have this struggles I had. Right? If I was truly a holy person, then ultimately, again, I would not contend with the Zaharas that I possess. And a tzaddik goes on, he says, that's not true. A person can be incredibly holy, but yet have dramatic struggles as well. It goes on the left hand side of the Siddhasa. You spoke the Shukla Gidola type of center. So I'm saying if somebody has incredible, overwhelming physical desires, someone possesses what he calls Shukla Gidola type of center, strong desire, the physical desires. I'll use Atse person. A person should not become sad as a result of this. ועל לא לחשוב שהדבר מופיע כמה פגום הוא בנפשו, מכיוון שיש לו תשוקה כל כך לדבר פרנטבוסי. And the person should not think to himself, oh, what a sorry state I am in. That I possess desires for these lowly physical things. So say, you know what the Tzaddik is saying? Tzaddik is saying that a person should not have to show up to less of themselves because a person has desires. The whole wrong, because a person will be offered because what do we think? What do we think to ourselves? The whole wrong, Nisha Nafsha Shlema, Mahaya Koshna. It's Raklitul Hayakoshe, Raklit Varvil, but the lower the type of ship was scaled. The ones that person, what do we normally think? If I was really holy, I wouldn't have these base physical desires. Holy people don't have this kind of desires. Holy people don't want the kind of things that I want. And the fact that I have these base, carnal, physical desires really highlights my fundamental action. Really indicates the fact that then in my essence, I'm really not a holy person. The Tzaddik says, don't think much like that. Totally incorrect. Profoundly flawed. He says, why? Listen to this. Yeah, I miss you. I was like, give it this. Sha'adirabah. The Tzaddik says, in fact, it's just the opposite. Adam sheyesh lo tshuva kazoo. I will say when a person has desires, strong desires, carnal desires, lustful desires, hari davar zemotiach alav, shukli muchar lafo es isa shuka ha'otzima atzma v'toket avos u'tishukas mishas ha'otzima. So the Tzaddik is going to have it over here. Part translate the word. He's going to highlight one of the most profound solos we have in the Desire is a call. You are a desirous person. And you have many wants. Physical wants, carnal wants, lustful wants. That shows that you are that shows that you are a person with tremendous focus. It shows ultimately again that you are not one who's just a flatline, non-dispassionate, uninterested individual, but rather again, the end of the day highlights that inside of you are tremendous, overwhelming kohos. Tremendous overwhelming kohos. Look at his words now. He says, when I have those desires, what does that show? That I am a kli muchan. I am a utensil, which is prepared, which is ready. Lafoch es osak shuka hatzuma atzmos, to take that fundamental, profound desire. Goes on. V'toket avos v'shukas b'shas avos. So what do I have to do? All I need to do is switch everything around, right? All I need to do is one word, channel. It's all about the ability to channel, all about the ability to redirect co-hosts in the right way. The fact that I desire things, and yes, my desires may be wrong. I may be desiring all of the wrong things. But at the end of the day, that highlights the fact that I have have incredible talk. That highlights the fact that I am incredibly drunk. Right? And all I need to do is find like how to somehow channel in a different kind of direction. Listen to what he said. Listen to his words. Ki Yetzer Tov v'Yetzerah Echad. What a strange thing to know said. Because the Yetzer Tov v'Yetzerah is all the same thing. It's all the same thing. What does that mean? Zelu Mazeh. Two sides of the same coin. They both come from they both come from the cavities of the heart. So Chassidus works with this concept that the right side of the heart is for good. The left side of the heart is where Ra resides. So we'll say, isn't this incredible? What Tzaddik says, it's the same cause. These words again, Yetzer Tov v'Yetzerah Echad. We'll say, we have to see a statement like that. Yetzer Tov, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same koach. I won't say, think about it just a moment. Person commits an avera. We'll say, the truth is, the incredible part. Most times when I commit an avera, rarely do I commit pathetic averas. Right? Isn't it incredible? I'm not only commit averas for his lives. Right? You see these, right? Incredible. When I do an avera, I'm all in. Right? It's like it's like there's a geschmack with it because like really it's a brand. Like I'm into it. I'm excited about it. So where does that go? Bro, where does that go? That comes from my co-op. That means that co-op is there. See, if a person is apathetic about everything, and a person who just lacks the basical about everything, that's sad. But at least if I'm a passionate sinner, that shows that passion is there. Yetzer Tov v'Yetzerah Echad is all the same thing. All the same thing. And they says that it's just a shayla of how you shine. It's just a shayla of how you redirect it. Therefore says themselves that the fact that I am a sinner, and a good sinner, not an episodic sinner, but a habitual offender, and that I'm a lustful sinner, and that I find myself constantly drawn after all the wrong things in life, does not mean that I'm a bad person, and does not mean that I'm devoid of holiness. Okay, it means that I'm an incredibly holy person with dramatic potential. If I just figure out how to redirect and how to channel all those efforts. Well, so it's not prepared for today. We're going to someone to be with other people. But
Go, Lai.
The parents going back to Jerry wanting to the sons. And when they were in college, I would go in there in high school. I was like a junior. She says, we say, go stock up the used because we're also, used would sell by 10 o'clock. And I'm like, used, that was the case. But it was all day. It was all day. It was just busy all day. The school got so pissed. They told people that you weren't allowed to leave the school for lunch now. Why? Because they wanted the cafeteria to make money. So, I thought you would have to understand
all the food distribution in New Jersey's handled by a lot of people you don't want no fucking problems with. You know what I mean? All right, so people stay and eat the goddamn food. All right, they got the tags on the ad. It was just special.
it was suspended. Mr. Hackman, go fuck that. Go in the back. I'm not going to let it go in the back. But if I say, hey guys, that means run out the back door. So for a year until they move that law, We would sit in the back alleyways and stuff like the fucking thing while the school teachers were in front looking for us. And the truant office and the whole thing. Fucking hysterical.
Man, there was no goddamn good plays in my shit town. I got no good stories. We had fried bologna sandwiches. Like, oh my god, you hear that? That your grandma rolling over?
I went back in
That just lady just flipping right in the grave.
I went back in 91st there with that money and she walked the stair back really. And down the block from his house was a fucking deli that outward living against any deli ever. They're fucking claimed to famous. They had peppers stuffed with mozzarella sauce. Oh my god, mozzarella cheese and sauce, and then going in the morning, just the green peppers, just a fucking like a pepper, and it's a spicy pepper.
It was like that peppercini,
So you
right?
gotta get 3 of them in a sandwich. So you can eat the pepper while you're eating the fucking sandwich. That type of old school deli. There's different types of delis, but that was
Right.
what a fucking three fat guys gotta talk about food for.
Because we're all stoned. It sounds great.
But it's crazy what today signifies in the Catholic religion. And a lot of our religions is also.
Well, I mean, our good friend George, God rest his mama's soul, she's passed this year, and it's hard, man. My Uncle Jim passed this year. It's hard. You see people at the end of their life. That cancer is a miserable thing, man. I mean, it is a horrible way to pass. And I'd rather get slammed into a sign on the 5 and break that bitch. I'd take God forbid, but hey, I'd rather take that than that stuff. You know what I mean?
So it was just fun going to church. It really was all by myself, no pressure. My wife and kid and one. I just wanted to, because we did that church over the St. Bartholomew, like we did it over. So I just went in at 7:15. I'll tell you what, man, it just brought back a lot of fucking memories. Like, that's what happens in church for me now. When I go to church, I look at the 12 stations across, and it's like a fucking acid trip, man. I just go back into sections. And I remember I was thinking about my godfather. One of the worst things I ever did in my life was fucking my godfather home. After church, I went home and I tried to find him. He's on Facebook. He knows the keys. When I was a kid, my God, man, it's amazing what has happened. Did you see my face?
Yes.
Because of that fuck man, that movie's Who Killed the World.
Oh yeah, man.
You ask me who killed the world. Man, they killed the fucking world. Man, the world is half dead. I'm gonna even know.
No, it's more than half dead.
Trick-or-treating this week. There's no trick-or-treating now. There's no kids on the daytime. I mean, some great areas to trick-or-treat. At night, I saw kids, but they defined the parents put the fear of God into these kids. Friday night, I went to this trick-or-treat. Got one man, did Mercy have a great time? Fuck yeah, she had a great time. Did I have a great time? Fuck yeah, watching her and watching the kids and watching my wife. I dressed up. I put fangs in my mouth and she kept saying, no thank you, daddy. No fangs on your mouth. No thank you, daddy. And she would keep tugging my cake. No thank you, daddy. It was the cutest fucking thing. I went in there and I had a great time. I got there 5:30. The dinner they made us was, not bad. It was a cheeseburger, macaroni salad, some barbecue. I enjoyed it, and then I watched her play ball with the kids, and I like to tell that we're halfway there. We're okay. We got to go and get the ball hit her in the face 3 times. She didn't cry. Some little boy dressed up as Captain America got hit once. He wouldn't stop crying. When the kids left to eat, she didn't want to eat, so she stayed with me. She goes, Daddy, come here. And I started playing ball with her. So when kids came over to play, she was like, she was going fucking nuts. That was the only problem we had all night. The chocolate tree, it's like cars get together. It's a beautiful car show. And they back out and they open their trunks and they had kids and they sit in front of the trunk with disguises. And I tell you what,
Is it like a low rider club or hot rods and stuff like that?
it was just all these fucking Studio City people.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what was I didn't fuck up one night. Maybe the parents and the principal.
I've done that same thing with Mexican car clubs, bro. They're the nicest. They had a whole go cooking. Okay, I mean it was the real deal. Old ladies was making tortillas. Okay,
They was handing out good candies and stuff like that, having a blast. They had a band, a salsa band. It was on, man. I'm telling you. Yeah, that's it was for kids too. Yeah.
There's no fucking salsa band with this kids.
I'm telling you, there was. They were white kids now.
This is white kids. There's no salsa band. There's no Beatles. That
Dude, you want to hear about white people?
So these motherfuckers. I mean, the most interesting thing in the world was I looked at my wife at one point and I go, what the fuck is this? And I was having a nervous breakdown. Like, what the fuck is this? This is like
Take care of it. That's
I go,
no problem.
this is what we have now.
Now it's going to go
The
back.
parents scare the kids. And you know, let's get together. Let's go to work together. When I was a kid, you know, one parent would already held hands and you fucking knocked on doors and you yelled. And, you know, Saturday night, I didn't see people until 8 o'clock at night. I was popular. I spoke on my bar at night. People fell on tons. I standing out there and I was scared to smoke. My kids are going to walk up on me. After 30 minutes, nobody said nothing. Every once in a while, I'd see 3 kids on there. But the 80, 90 kids, I used to run with 80 fucking kids on there. Yeah. You ran 80 people. Well, those are 20. I didn't see them. And it's just what I know. And they find needles and fuck every year. Some fucking dummy in Pittsburgh sticks hypodermic needles and fucking chocolate and all this shit.
Man, that's why I tell my kids, hey, Daddy has to inspect all of your candy. I need to find out all this shit. That's what I did on Saturday night.
Friday night, though, I got so high. I had to trunk the tree. I went home and she came over with a bag of candy and I kept sitting there and I started talking to me like cocaine, like a lot of and you have one racist.
Oh, you're fucked.
Then you're fucked. Racist.
You're fucked.
But you don't know what
If you start with the little ones, the bullshit, like, oh, then you're fucking getting cups out everywhere, man. Oh, no. I know.
That's my world. That's my world. Since I came from Cuba, I discovered Swedish fish. Listen, the rivers, they only have a one color Swedish fish. That's it. The ones that sit under the bottom, that's the only one they eat. All those irrigated skinny worms and shit. That goes up your mother's ass. I don't need none of that shit. I'm a fucking Swedish fucking fish fan. Since day one, when I was a kid, I buy by the box. So then I get a brown bag and I stick my hand and put it in my pocket. That's how it was done. So when I was really in a bag of
You get there's a big tray of them.
I bought the box for the wholesale.
Oh, really? Oh, shit.
I used to know where to buy the box. Like, there was a fucking wholesale for candy when I was a kid. I'm telling you, yeah. I would go around there and come up.
That's
these other little beefs doing a pop big red. See, big red. Who makes big red?
There was a motion
When I was a kid, devil milk was cinnamon, but it was hot. You ate 3 slices. The asshole was gonna be on fire. That's what Mexicans give their kids when they're daycare.
You know, we had atomic fireballs. That's all we had.
Atomic fireballs. You also small. My asshole got on fire because of that. I was smoking dope since day one, so my body knows how to process it. See, you're gonna swallow a cup when you're eating, you're fucked up. I've been swallowing dope since day one.
What is he gonna say?
I just didn't learn how to. I have pulled the gum out of my ass. I have pulled a piece of gum. That's part of the process. Yeah, I'm like, oh, God. Sometimes you gotta pull the shit out of it. You can get a gum.
Let me tell you what. Have Joey when he gets one of them good ass zits above his asshole to come and pop it like a foot and a half away from you so you hear it. Okay, he did that in my fucking apartment after he drank all my goddamn orange juice. Alright, he drank a whole fucking bag of orange juice in 10 minutes and proceeded to move. Yes, no, not on his
asshole in the crack right above it. So to get any pressure behind it, he had to take those big ass fingers in his go one knuckle deep. I know all the stories. I was in it.
Very shame to say. I used to travel my bus to a lot of gigs. Was my sponsor.
Joey Express.
Joey Express. I would get on that fucking downtown bus to El Paso.
I'd drop you off and pick you up.
The longest bus ride I did was New York City to Dallas. That was the longest because I had nothing going on. I'm gonna go to all the way to Canada.
So strong.
When I get my beer in here, I can pay Express for $48.
I looked at just to get the box. It's like only like 2.5 days for like $100. So I wonder if I'm seeing if I had to.
Man, I travel by bus because I own one. Get a king size bed. Don't do that. I could never sit up. I could never sit like that. But you guys ought to jump on the bus sometime if we go to this church and other parts of the country. Yeah. The bus will be here tonight. It'll get in tonight from Tennessee. And then we're here. We're gonna be driving. They're gonna be driving around Wednesday and Tuesday and Wednesday, and then we go north to do some gig. I don't know where it is. To be honest with you, I don't know what to do.
I didn't travel.
Before you got to the first rest stop,
You're retarded. We would hotbox that bus. It would be just look, bro. Shut the fuck up, okay? Me and Coco lived in an apartment smaller than this fucking studio, okay? And we left our asses up, and when the doors were open and the windows were open because it was so fucking hot, and we couldn't hardly go to sleep because it was noisy as shit. We put on Joy with Dana.
It's just
5
one thing.
minutes sleeping time. Wake up, the kicks for Jesus, making biscuits, and I had him on the floor, futon, okay, and John Wesley on the floor.
Jody Ferding on the bed.
Yeah, it was crazy. We were in it to win it. This was Team Us, 1440. You don't even understand. Kill ourselves, my brothers. Are you kidding me?
I wonder if they say like you put something on the TV that he doesn't want, or he'll start.
I got 5 fucking TVs. 5 fucking TVs on that goddamn bus. What channel you I've got a king size back bedroom that pops out, okay, and then the living room pops out, and then there's 3 bunks. It's got 2 bathrooms and a shower on it, and I've got, I think there's like 6 air conditioners on it, so if we go someplace where it's hot, like I went to Bonnaroo this summer, everybody only 30 white people out there when it's 120 degrees of dirt. Fuck you. I took 3 showers a day. I was the sweetest smelling motherfucker out there. People like, they thought I was for real or something. I was smelling so good. Okay, I was doing it, Jack. It was awesome. Everybody boo-hoo. It's hot. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go make a fucking margarita in my bus. Take a shit, smoke a bone. Fuck you. I hate that, but it was awesome. It was so great, but that's how we gotta go, dude. We gotta go on the fucking bus. Alright, your babies would go bananas in that bus. Your baby would love that fucking bus. I can't go spend that.
Again, so therefore, I think they're more doing it like
You get stuck in that gum.
where you sit up and go,
Yeah,
and the kids
whatever.
nothing.
I think I have the fucking plane the next day. I need to I was sick, man. I'll tell you, man. When you work out, you have to take a sometimes. That's all that works for this point for big guys. When you go to jiu-jitsu,
Dude, I'm past that.
you can sleep. You go home and eat that lunch. First thing you take that, especially with the train the next day. Yeah, all that shit because it lowers the inflammation. You gotta eat fucking like smoke weed, eat green. Actually, take some of the inflammatory. That shit is cool today. I think this is the danger of all people trying to medical marijuana prescriptions in there. Prescriptions are down. Prescriptions are going down, man.
Yeah, the opiates are going down. Yeah, the benzos are going down.
Listen, I'm telling you, you're broke. You fucking go. and you can work out with any problem or sadness down there, and you walk home, you can't. Okay, I'll do an experiment, motherfucker. I will experiment. I will give you the lead one night, and a week later we'll do it again, and I'll give you a chunk of real hash, and you eat that hash, and you call me tomorrow, and you tell me which day makes you feel like. That's what Bruce Lee was doing this. Nobody knew why he was eating marijuana 40 years ago. Dan and the Sundom said that he could think. That's why he was eating marijuana, because he knew that a leaf will kill you.
Yeah.
A leaf and eat your liver, eat your fucking liver. You gotta drink gallons of water. You take a leaf, you gotta drink fucking water throughout the day, and that's why I don't take them at night. I take them when I get home. Jiu-jitsu band, so I'm not more kettlebells. I'm not sore an hour later, whatever the fuck I do when you're sore. Sometimes you get so flying.
Dude, I get wiped the fuck out.
Shit, man.
First of all, what?
6-hour flight. Leave your fucking
Okay,
phone.
all right, yeah, okay, you fly and your connection in Dallas got bumped, so now you're in fucking Chicago, and you land at B32, and yours is, next flight is at H17, you got 15 fucking minutes, and Chicago, fucking terminals are so close together, there's no room for a fucking one of them chairs, you give $20 to a black guy with a golf cart, no, you gotta fucking hump it, dude, you gotta fucking walk, and then if you're hungry, fuck you, you won't eat,
Sometimes I take out the one night with my ears fixed. Like, you know what? Somebody gave me these 2 Vikings, and they told me they gave me the next bite of the throw away. I said, I'm going to fucking be told because I know I'll leave over the next thing I eat. That night with the ear fixed, I popped that Viking, and I got that something. I got fucked up with that couch dog. I liked it. I smoked the head, and I fucking went to bed. I got up like brand new. Next day, my ear wasn't there. It wasn't there. He gave me 2. I said, the other one fell out of the back. That was it right there.
oh my god.
That was the one I just found. I could have fell out of the fucking back.
Man, I think I like those pills too much. I don't fuck with none of them no more.
I like them too much. I like the feeling of
Yeah,
that's where I like something to sleep. I have sleep to go to
me too. Because I can't sleep. Yeah. You're not us.
When I get up at 5,
You're a titty baby.
when I get up at Thursday morning, when I get up at 6, right, like they're picking me up at 7:30. So I don't want to just get up at 7 and all in a rush. I want to get out, I want to relax, I want to read the paper, I want to get breakfast, I want to write a little bit, I want to slow down,
Stretch a little.
I'll get up, take a shit, all that shit.
But getting up on time management, yeah, with hash. Yeah, you fly to the other side of the fucking country for 6-7 hours. Okay, you get in your fucking shit hotel at 1:30 a.m. Those dicks are coming to pick you up at 5. They didn't even call ahead and be considerate of go, what kind of coffee do you need? Can I bring us some breakfast?
I do all that on my own.
All of them.
I do that on my own. So secretary, when they get there, I'm prepared. When I get back, I go to the room and I get high. That's when I get prepared. Right. But after 2 shows, 2 weeks,
There's too much energy.
there's too much energy. So I know for a fact that I'm going to sleep Saturday night. I know for a fact even this week I've been walking. I got to get there for 5:30. I get back from Burbank at 8 a.m. I top out. So 5:30, if I got to be at the airport at 5:30, that means I'm working at 4:30 in the morning. So I am prepared for that 3-hour sleep after the comedy club. So what I do is Saturday morning, I get out, eat breakfast, I walk around, I get high, do whatever the fuck I do. I get back like about 10 o'clock, Jack. Then Ralphie does the same, because Ralphie called me on Saturdays when around to go, what time is it? That free time, the little time, that's it. Once I take that nap after that, it's over, because I'm sleeping straight till 3.
Yeah, because we're at work.
And I'm fucking work. You know me, I'm sleeping at work. On Saturdays, I don't do much. I'm sleeping. I'm fucking working all night. I know that I have a chance of falling asleep for 3 hours. Probably not even. I'm used to it now. Probably got a flight. I'm going to Jersey. And I'm still flying to Kennedy, Jersey. I'm going to New Brunswick. Because there's no kind of, everything is connected to Jersey now. funded it was around events. Virgin, but Virgin gives me a black bean cake Virgin give me a Thursday pool at 2:30. Sunday I wait till 1 to fly back to LA. Gets me back here at 3:30. We can't do it.
Hey, man, look at Southwest. They've got one of
You're not
these.
right.
Chairs.
So,
Listen, Southwest is good for 2 hours.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Yeah, your back starts to hurt.
There's no entertainment. There's nothing. There's no.
Someone gives you free TV.
They give you free TV on the Wi-Fi. They got your TV and all that shit. Fuck that. Sit next to me.
Oh my God.
I want to get 4,000 miles on that.
Yeah, right.
Virgil Platinum.
Right.
Southwest is for
Nevada.
California, LAX to Austin.
Yeah.
Houston, 2 hours, 210, 250. Anything after 2.5 hours is Southwest. You're asking for trouble. This whole story started with the pickle in the ass because of the father. If you want a pickle in the ass, it's that bad. Fly fucking Southwest. That's what happened. I got back on a Monday night and cooked it up nice. So after sitting on the bus for 12 hours, I must have fell asleep sideways. I was about 370 at the time. And the crease of the fat in my ass. No, the pimple. 3 or 4 inches from my asshole had it like north of my asshole is right here. On the cheek, on the inside, I got a pimple that stuck out of each. And it was developing like it started with an inch. How did he find it so quickly? How I found it, I couldn't see it. Everything I wouldn't have said, I'm like, wow, so good.
And then he pulled the hair out. You got 12 foot.
I took the fucking hair out. And I took this to the days when I was in my
apartment.
and I go, guys, it was a white head on my ass. Oh my God, that was throbbing. It hurt so much. And I got to take it over. I'm sitting there coming around me. And I remember that hacker, he was telling me a story about something. And I'm sitting there finally opening my pants from the front. And I'm like,
no, you didn't take your pants off. That's when you had the ball pants.
I stuck my hand through
A hole
in a fucking yoga position. I had to get to a yoga position, and I had to squeeze the pin but turn it. But I had to turn the skin down. So it would go pop. And Lee, you can hear it go pop. And it was just a yellow ball of pus. I had to go back in, and I had with my fingernails. I had to take the fucking piece of skin out. Will you take them out? Yeah. Because I grow hair from sitting twisted on If you sit down all day, you will have pimples on your ass dramatically. All those fat people that walk around and run their offices, look at their ass from time to time.
Oh my God, it's big down.
It's like strippers. For some reason, strippers always have a big white head. Give me another stripper's ass when she's dancing close, look up close, and go to see a little white head on that cheek. Just tease us, just a joke.
Yeah, Lee's going in. It's like, man, I guess that's my experience. What, when a titty grows hair like that? Yeah. Yeah. And it was a long hair, too. I saw it. Made me look a little bit in my mouth. Totally gross.
Terrible.
I know.
You think they caught me when you sell those buses for that long? And now, it's you fly so much over here. And Southwest, I love Los Angeles that they're a bad airline. Southwest is big, fast, man. I think Southwest, whatever that thing is, the level.
Yeah,
A-level. I love Southwest. I used to hate the way they board, but they work much quicker.
Dude, so much better.
So much better.
It works so much better. Get the fuck on. Fuck you, get on. Fuck you, get on.
8:15, 8:30. You gotta sit there. You sit there. You can give them dirty looks as they walk by.
I had to do the math because I forgot to check in one time and that was like B30 or something, B20. But I did it as like 96 aisle and window seats. So as long as you're in the front section.
If you did the math,
I got nervous, dude.
man, you are that's the Jewest thing you've ever said to me. And you're
chubby guy. I haven't said that in years.
You got the flag answer right there. If that is the Jewest thing you've ever said, that you counted all the fucking windows on the house. Really? Oh my God. Dude, here's what I do. Because I'm fat, I gotta buy 2 seats, right? And I don't mind. That's no big deal. Here's how cool fucking Southwest is, though. If that plane ain't full, they give me one of those seats back for free. And so the next time, I fly, whenever to Nashville, 2-hour flight. I'm in Boston, 2-hour flight. I'm in Chicago, 2-hour flight. I'm in Miami. 85% of my work was within 2-hour flight. So I go over there, sell them. That's how good they are in Nashville. Holy shit! I got there 10 minutes before the plane was supposed to take off, and they go, Ralphie, we've already got you checked in. The plane is now having mechanical problems, and as soon as you get on, it'll be fixed. Okay? And this is before the TSA bypass, all that bullshit. They were like, just pat him down, get him on the plane. And they wheeled me from in on one of them go-karts. This is how much that was love. They got me to that plane as soon as I stepped on. Hey, the problem solved. Yay, clapped. I had my 2 seats right there waiting for me like a duck. And those guys love me. They come out. They're the best. Oh, yeah.
She took me to the Southwest and I was eating sandwiches from the fucking lunchroom. They had a party. I was at the lake. They had sandwiches cut up with potato chips, beans, sour back there eating. She moved me around and she goes, oh, I can get you. You're really nice. I didn't say they were bad if I had no, but it's not that good. It's not that good. It's not that good. Play this now.
About you, so yeah,
Okay, my short
about one thing, you talking all the music out.
I can show you paying up sometimes. I made a mistake. I connected one time the same 3 dollars to pay this. Because you're always looking the same. Right? If flying is something that you're looking the same, you're going to have no comment journey. Prepare for it. Go on their website. Experience the United has a thing where they give you a better seat and they give you security clearance. Yeah, for $75. Each word every time. Yeah. Because that runs up to the first class line.
Right. There's first class, first class, and then there's economy.
From way down at 75 each way. It's worth it.
So fun.
You just buy it. Economy is worth it.
Goddamn right.
A couple weeks ago, I was upgraded to first class, and I still did not make the flight because of the security line. This is what's going on out there. There's a little holidays. I'm telling you right now, if they order to get early, or get it.
If you have a passport, by the way, and you travel a lot, just go get TSA pre-approved. It takes about 5 minutes, okay, which utterly scared the living shit out of me, that I just showed with my passport and my ID, and they asked me like 6 questions, like, do you love America? Of course. Are you allied with any of a terrorist group against the country? And I go, not only do I fucking hate them fucking cocksucking dirty sons of bitches, okay, they shot at me, fuck you, alright? I hate Russians, I'm bona fide, Jack, fuck that, nigga. Have a nice day, Mr. May. I raised my hand, signed a piece of paper, boom, had it then. And all you do is go up there. You don't have to take anything off. No shoes, no fucking nothing. Eventually, you can give them an access to social media. No, that's bullshit. What are you talking about? That's bullshit. But you know what? Though? It would be smart. And let me tell you, every business, I'm doing it. I put on the bus a tower, a mobile cell phone tower, Wi-Fi rather, like the largest one you can get in a mobile unit. And so it's free Wi-Fi at all my shows. Alright, but what happens to log in is I get all your information. So next time I'm in the area, I can hit you up and go, hey, I'm here. Alright, and that's how I do it. I provide it costs me a lot of money to do it, but at least I get something in exchange and they get free internet. You know what I mean? It's really cool. That's what you got to do for people. But businesses all around are doing that. But you know what they do? It's not like on Southwest, you give them your email, and if you got like an iPad or something, you can watch real TV, and they've got movies on there too. And you can flip channels, and it's real time. And that's for free instead of like, what is it, Boeing or something like that? That's like fucking $22. Goddamn, forget it, shit. You can't work Twitters or nothing. But that's garbage. That's way too fucking much. I mean, like a month. Yeah.
So you just have to. They don't want to pay for screens. So you can bring your tablet and log in. Just log in. You just hit accept, and then they have like a whole bunch of TV stations.
Yeah, but you can get all your Wi-Fi, everything on there, everything. Especially if you're A-list, you get everything. You get all the free.
So what is
I
that?
do not fly JetBlue. I'm too wide in the ass, and it doesn't. I don't live in a hub of it, but I do live in a hub. Nashville's a hub for Southwest, and you know they've got 3 directs. I took American here, first class like a doctor. I was out of there at 6:15 on Saturday on Halloween. That was the first one in there. On there. Dude, it's a fantastic flight, man. Yeah.
On my own.
Yeah, they get nervous about Dallas and Chicago, so they add extra direct to Nashville because Nashville's such a great hub. And you can get over to the south and right there from there. Like that's like their emergency one. Like when Dallas has an ice storm or Chicago's fucked up, they add extra flights to other key cities just so like to Miami, so they can bring people up to the East Coast. It's crazy, but that's what they do. They're smart, you know. They get their damn, they do it like they do, baby. They do it like they do. Fucking A, man. I tell you what, Virgin first class is bomb, dude. So yeah, it's fantastic. Oh my god, it's first class. It's first class. Like it's first class. It's first class. Half the price. It's first class. Half the price. And then without a doubt, you get more leg space actually than you are to have it first class.
I could actually fucking type something.
You can stretch the phone out. It's got more space than first class stuff.
You have to hit a couple, get into your free flows. Everything's on the house. So it's still first class. You want it down to first class, and you still stand on the first class line.
That fucking Brit.
And if you want to fly first class, you call 12 hours before the flight.
Yeah, if it ain't full up.
49.
And then that's to go across the country. Let's go across the
The only
country.
problem is they like, all right, I want to go to fucking Austin from LAX.
Right. No.
You got to San Francisco.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I foresee Chicago. I'd love to take Virgin to Chicago. You know what? I don't want to get to LAX at 9.
Yeah, that's hard.
LAX at 9 is rough. It's a rough flight. You know what? If America will take me anywhere at 5 a.m. if I call them last. Think about it. Think about American Airlines.
They have flights all
That
the
is
time.
why I fucking fly American.
They are 24-hour time.
They got a vampire flight.
They are 24-hour.
They got a 5 a.m. to Chicago. That means you have to be at LAX at 4 a.m. What type of human being you're working at 4 a.m. without drugs?
Yeah. You know, it would be more effective, like, if they ran, like, Southwest is almost a 24-hour-a-day airline, and especially with its out international flights now. But I'm telling you, man, American is the smartest in the business. They lower the rates for what they could, but they run them all the fucking time. And if they lower the rates in that so that if more people go to the off times who are bargain hunting like the rest of us used to, and then main consumers can pay at an accelerated rate for the last immediate current flights that aren't as full because the cheap people got diverted to the other flights. It's a goddamn beautiful business model. That's how you fucking make money.
But it's amazing how much these companies treat the customers like crap. Like, especially
Well, there's no fucking reason why. I mean, all right, if you are the worst person in the fucking world, go work at the airport because no one will bitch about you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking talk to your manager. They just don't. They got a plane to catch, so they go, that guy was a dick, and they watch your next plane. You get it. It's free. It's awesome. If you're an asshole, go work at that airport.
I'm going to hear it. I'm really bad. This is the type of person I am because I know it's a corporation. I know it's a company, and I know I was in a chat today with somebody about agents, and I said, listen, I know people who are shit agents, but the agents are killing.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Just because he's, here's the funniest thing about IMDb. They've got rating for agencies and management and all that shit. CA is obviously number one. William Morris is number two. Innovative is like 8. And then the agent top is like 200. It's like 300. You know, I mean, it's a fucking nightmare. There's some management companies I looked at, and this was fucked up. You look at Jeff Sessions' management, they're 4,300. A regular person would look at that. No, I would never apply for that management.
Yeah.
That's how, like, that's the rating.
That was the rating that was as far down the list.
They've got 3 clients. So it doesn't matter.
It doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't matter. You understand this? We're talking bullshit.
It's based on the client's earnings. And the client's earnings. And so, like, I'm with William Morris, and they're, I think, we're by the number one, but here in America, CAA is, especially in Atlanta. All right, but William Morris is badass. He gives a fat baby stick. If they're at that level, they're I mean, unless they're worthless or fucking stupid or something. I mean, there's been a lot that have risen and fallen because of what they're snorting and what they're drinking on their fucking expense. But man, if you got one client and you're that guy's manager, and that fucking guy is Kevin Hart, your rating would be, I mean, that you only have one client and you're so far down. But Kevin will work hard and make a ton of money. But what if he takes 2 years off? You know, just to relax and build up a new act. You know, that's when your rating drops to 5,000 likes. I mean, but how much TV does Stephen, Joe, and Kevin do anymore? No more. He's joking. He's still throwing people around in UFCs, right? Right, but that's he would be such a fucking amazing action hero. I understand. It's like, oh, it's so amazing. Okay, with Joe Rogan. Okay, with a fucking skull and tats. Crazy shit. Okay, driving a hot rod to the fucking desert for hot bitches. What the fuck? I'm all for that. That fucking nice ass Corvette is fucked up. All around Brandon run to it. He put the fucking up with a kid.
Show on TV. It's like, look, he probably would do it if I asked him. But it's the last thing on his mind. It's the last, and if you understood his life, he does the easiest path of resistance. You know, talking about work ethic a couple of weeks ago, he got that job at the UFC as a volunteer. He called the guy and said, I'll fly myself out. I just want to do something one time. You guys have no idea what the UFC pays. He's become a nut champ. Is like the voice of that shit. Yeah, this didn't come to him because he trained. He went to 19 years to do it. He stepped up. And that's what this whole thing's about. It's fucking balls. So if you have this job, right, guys, this is how he looks. And I look the same way. Right? You got this job that flies you into Vegas or whatever every once a month to qualify. They pay you a shitload of money. He gets residual from 2 shows, guys. Some 2 shows. And why would you want to try it? Why does he put up with that?
Yeah,
I want to have my God
All
look
on
at
this to be around.
it's fucking
All on this to be around.
hours a
See,
day.
people with the finances because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He doesn't know what they go first door. How many needles can I stick up my blood? How many needles can I stick in my neck before my blood goes up? Because that's how the public gets to see you all the time. He went on some show a month ago and said he was 20 pounds of faith a day. That's all right there. Okay? But you gotta stick there for that fucking thing.
Hey, me and you go to some sushi spots. We got him all
I'm
out.
good. I don't know what I tell
So,
you. I don't need to
right now, Joe Rogan has a family.
Let me give you what you
He
want.
doesn't want to come down and help you. He insists he is. He's a lesbian. Things like
Think about it.
I wanted to join the show.
What was the first
29
company that
years
found
of
the show
fitness.
after that?
I didn't know for 30 fucking years. I was surprised I could fuck them up with so much bad pussy I ate. I think that that can buy that.
Oh yeah, Lamar Odom. Let me tell you, those bitches are fucking kissing death.
30 years of
Boy, it's got tons.
you gotta look at your
If you
fucking
remember again,
you
we
gotta look
went
at your
through the
life
subject
thought.
of
Look at
the
shit when it's
life.
so I really want to drive to Paradise every day. And
So
look at this
ultimately,
phone
again,
call
the
producer
start
and
there,
everything. They creative thoughts.
but at the
Yeah.
end of the
Show
day,
for 5
we got
Yeah.
to
years.
And it's like,
animals.
To stick away from my kids. The kids are funding. He's fine. The UFC pays him great money. He goes on the road
when he wants to.
with the UFC. So it's all in house. So yeah, people make me laugh when I go to these clubs. So what's it gonna take for Joe Rogan to come to my club? And I want to say this.
Hand to God.
He comes in for one fucking night. He doesn't want to get
That's all.
We got the whole thing. But it comes to it.
It was for us. We almost
This like the road's not really funny.
There's some things that we offered up because you want to. Something that you better put on these down. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was 96.
If you learn
No,
to
I mean,
do this
2000.
and will,
Yeah.
yes, I do things because I can. Individuals are earning the people like you spoke about. How far back do you
That guy had a ton of money. If we had $2 to our name, if we would have loved it. But no. He goes, there's really bigger places.
That's it.
Just one shot.
That's it. One shot. He put that out there. He changed comedy with that move. And I saw it happening. I wrote the same story.
Dane is the one who started it. Everybody before, from Mitch Hedberg, everybody, Wednesday through Sunday, maybe stay until Tuesday. The drugs are good. Every fucking body, everybody, Dougie Stanhope, everybody did it. Fucking Dane Cook was the first one that broke the fucking law. The clubs had the control the whole time because there wasn't after comedy died after the 80s and the 90s were fucking dead. There were no headliners that were selling tickets. Okay, so when comedy started to come back up, the clubs, there was less clubs, and so these comics, so they could fucking keep the money down. But now the dumb fucks, they got greedy like they always do when they fucking start making money. They start putting all these comedy clubs everywhere, and then they go, oh, I got no fucking headliners. And then that's when we got the power, and it was fucking Dane Cook that showed the way. You can say, go fuck your Wednesday and eat a dick on Sunday. I'm doing, no, you know what? I'll come in Thursday for Friday morning radio, and that's it. That's it. And I'm back at home in LA, early Sunday. We put it together.
Just remember, we are every other generation. I perform it because the 12 people need to do so when it comes to love. The goal is, I do it, I get it off. Of course, there's an element about with spiritual mitzvah. There's a halacha, but I do it because I want it. Now, you like last paragraph, you there, I see those in the ocean and they inside the head. The thing is, the hubble, the and mitzvah tefillah should be given from hakabah. That also is the thing that the power of tefillah, and then things that they have kabbalah. Shekam, but in Ratzon Hashem Yisparach Nidnei Adam, Yispalu doctors in front of this file. We saludo do dato zero shomai and eser shono the answer is because of one in a utilitarian fashion. Almost as if to say, I'll dive into God because I need him to give me A, B, C, D, and also I want to potentially change his mind from doing whatever negative thing that ultimately he has planned on doing. And again, I started writing right at certain footnotes. We discussed the real stuff we're going to do. L'achaloton ha'atzmi. So what is the goal of tefillah? L'achaloton ha'atzmi shabbahem. This follows from the following stuff. So it's a different thing. See, when I stop and jump in the photo, because so what if you train me up? Because you should be I need to have you jump in the photo in order to get a and he also knows that there are certain individuals with me and certain things that he's not doing. It's incredible. Nor is the plaintiff player to go ahead and ask the it's a little bit like light bulbs when you poke. So it's not because things is not of course, I doubt it. לפעמים, אתה יכול לראות אדם דעת, שהוא הכל נגד. אז היא הכל סיגר. So this is one thing. So say you said I. But it's not about asking for the sparkle for all of the blood. Yeah, I've used that to reduce. So why just go fucking sleep on off you idiot? So there's over one essay. Let's go on that also. Let's go on one essay. You got my cousin, you got the price. So kind of asking not just about to the nice, you know, say the second episode. It's gold. The gold is that's the test. That's the idea. But for the I will I'll give you a carbon. I'll give you a carbon. God. Like you do, I'm give you this. Like I'm making you stronger. You'll give me something. I got you. You'll give me something. That's Egypt. That's Egypt. Our way of doing something. She had a upper class in those days towards the end. She used to drink a Bloody Mary with a night again and shit her in. Make some Bloody Mary with a night again. She was such a sweet. Just fucking break it. And he didn't know she was talking to me. Yeah, but you got to appreciate this. You can't write this. He's supposed to cut the letters from the cell. She was such a snitch, she just hated it, right? She would eat me, she loved tomato chips that V8. Oh, fuck yeah, I still love that. I drink that like twice a week. She would put Tabasco on her Bloody Mary. She put Frank's red sauce. Oh, no, so anyway, she looks at me, I'm fucking in a headache that's pounding. And she goes, oh, yeah, she did. She goes, she looked at me 45 minutes. She took a piece of celery. She goes, you know what I feel like in the morning? And she fucking walked out and and that was like a prolific thing in my world. Like, I never thought about it. Okay, so it's August the fucking. You get the best. It's August the fucking whatever.
But she said it very
What is it that I want? What is it that I want?
you know what I feel like in the bully, okay?
I want
This is how you want to live your life. She swapped out her okay. So, now this is the end of August. It's September, October, November. I get invited to a Halloween party. It's a Saturday night. Fucking crazy. Let's fucking make it 3 days before this fucking party, a girl pulls me aside. Let's go. She goes, hey, what do you think of this girl? I go, why do you ask? She goes, she wants to get together with you. I want to know. I go, sure, but she had just broken up with a kid. And even in 1979, I went up to the kid like a man. The kid was a tough kid. I went up to him and I said, I said, hey, you're right.
You also very often know that
I go, you know, whether I want you mine. And he goes, you know what, I like you. What I do want is I'm still in love with her. Just give it to me. Okay, fuck you. I just, you know, that's how deep I was at 79, guys. At 15, I already knew the reason I got me mad. You gotta be respectful. And then Halloween night, we all dressed up like ghosts. To be an ass, and went to the Cameo's garage. And it was tremendous. It was tremendous. At 11 o'clock, I went to fucking meet her, and some girl came and said, she's not coming. You have to go get her. And I was like, what? And then the girl was hot. And then the way Walker, in fact, Timmy Holloway is her cousin. He's listening to this podcast. Robin Thompson, and she made her. Robin Thompson started walking her boyfriend, Glenn Zemnick, who was a man already. Me and Robin were 15. Her boyfriend was a man. That's how hot this bitch was. He was a fucking man. This bitch named Dana. I used to forget. He got out of the car and thought we were leaving together. Started yelling at her, but I stepped up for him. You know, he was like, you know, I'll deal with you some other time. And he, you know, it was very nice to me that night. All this shit went down. I forgot the whole thing. I forgot to call home. That was the rule of the house. You gotta fucking call home. So Saturday night was this night. It was a Halloween party. But it was, in those days, in that year, if you look at 1979, man, Halloween was on a weekend. Me and the other boys are trick or treating on Halloween. It was like on a Wednesday. So, but the party was Saturday. Yeah. So really, it was like maybe Halloween was like Monday, and this party was on a Saturday. That was like October 28th. You got trick or treat like 3 times. So what happened was I stayed there, and all of a sudden I realized it's 3 in the morning. And I called her, and my mom answered. She goes, what the fuck? And I was like, I'm up here, but there's no buses. It was one trick, but that. So what was the date on the fucking Saturday night? The Saturday before that, the 27th, because she died on the 8th. So she died that Wednesday after that, not after the Halloween, 10 days after Halloween. So she was a week and a half. She died a week and a half later. So she gave me the speech on a Sunday night, and she died November 8th. So look at it. You follow me? See how we live God. So that Sunday, she goes, I'm on the couch. What are you gonna do? And I go, I don't know. She goes, we'll take a taxi home. I go, I'm not take a taxi home. We got the money from me. We're gonna walk home together. And I had done the acid and stuff, and the acid was coming down. I was getting like the little jingles and shit. So something happened. Somebody took a ride downtown. But by this time, we're talking, it's 5 a.m. I'm not gonna call her back. She was already sleeping. And I'll never forget that I fucking got my friends dropped me off. I had a ghost costume on. And I walked up the fucking stairs, and as I was putting the fucking key in the door, she opened it, grabbed me with one fucking hand, and just smacked me across the face. She hadn't smacked me in 4 years, 5 years before that. That was a big boy, you know, and that just wasn't her MO, you know, to hit me. She would say, I'm gonna fucking kill you. 2 years before that, she did light me on fire in the mountain road. She had like my Balzano's backyard. So, but she was pissed. And she slammed the door. She goes, I'll tell you something. She goes, someday you're gonna be fucking married. You're gonna have a fucking wife, and you better fucking call every hour on the hour. That's the deal in this house. You can stay out all fucking night. I don't give a fuck what you do. Drink me, you stupid buddy. She went off. But she goes, all I wanted to standing there going, you just smacked me in the fucking face hard. Like it was a hard smack to the face, like it was still stinging. And she's like, you know, You fucking idiot. You know what the fuck is wrong with you staying out till 7 a.m. Get upstairs to your room. I might want to look at I'm hours past. I'm like, I might even move out. Like, that's it. I'm going to go the fuck out of this bitch. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck you. Don't want your husband. Let me hear one time. Fuck you. Holy shit, that was fucking real as it gets real. My father died at 37, and then one who was a killer left because he hit him in the head with a fucking saint. Or fucking Catholic saint. That's what? Well, I don't know, man. Santa Barbara, the man with the sword, he flicked the cigarette, she fucking waited him to fall asleep, and she broke it over his head. Nobody can deal with it. Nobody can deal with it because he was the most. So that night I went to bed thinking, you know, after she got home from close to the bar, yeah, they got all together and they were talking. And they were sitting like this, he was sitting on a chair, and somehow she wanted a cigarette, and he took it, and instead of handing it to her, the old school humans, right? You don't throw nothing in that house. No, that's real. That's fucking real. I don't give a fuck what if somebody flipped a cig, if I can I have a cigarette, like if they go, hey, you know, I'm thirsty, can I have a sip of your water? When you fucking through it, it means the same fucking thing. It's rude. Fucking rude. But my mom was the best drunk head. Was a disrespecting, so she waited for a little bit, she had a little bit. And he fucking left the next day. But so I'm walking up the stairs thinking, that's just, I'm walking up the stairs, oh yeah. I'm walking up the stairs thinking, you know what? I ain't tolerating that shit no more. You know, I'm 15 and a half. I get a job, I gotta think about that long. I don't need this shit. I really wanted to buy a house when I was working at Hasbro Heights on therapy. Yeah. So the next morning she woke me up again. She's like, yeah, look, so she said, I'm gonna tell you something. She goes, get out. She got out. She going out. I was like, oh fuck. She goes, first off, I'm sorry to go away and you're too old for me to be in. But number two, she goes, I just want you to understand something. All I want to understand is for you to grow up and be a man. That's it. I don't give a fuck how you do it. I want you to grow up and be a man. Okay? When you tell somebody you're gonna call them, you call them. Because she kissed me and she moved out. And I didn't think much of it. I just sat there. And I was like, you know, whatever. I'm a man. What the fuck is some guy? I am a fucking man. I was just sucking titties behind the high school. I'm a fucking man. I worked last summer. I made $75 a day here on my head. In the morning, you know, whatever. So 10 days later, when I found that on the floor, the first thought was like, she's never gonna find that I got left back. The second thought was, that's what she was saying. She gave me a heads up. That's all she wanted was for me to be a man, whatever I knew in her world what that meant. But I just wanted to celebrate that. I thought she liked churches. Yeah. My mom loved the fucking pray. There was a church down the block in St. Patrick's Cathedral. In the 70s and 60s, and every year on February 26th, my mom would give the guy 100 and bring him a bottle of shippers, whatever, flowers, and set the casket up like a fake casket. And my mom would do a fucking thing for my dad. And she used to say, I love her. We used to go to churches just to fucking go to churches. Even the church. And in the 6th and the 5th grade, I was 10. That's 1973. And that year, something happened in New York Mets. Went to the playoffs, the NLCS playoffs. I guess look it up. They say against the Cincinnati. Cincinnati Reds, 1973. Oh, poor Mets. This is how Royals whip that shit out of there. It's 17 space, and they did it right there. And fucking, I mean, fucking, who's that black guy with a spike lead? Then he took his hat back off. Okay, check this out, man. We're booing back to his $1 billion. Okay, and the little team from nowhere. Fucking no money Royals. I'm so proud of them, God bless. It's an American dream. It's an American dream. Good for them. Welcome to that. In their house. What year was it? 73? 1973. I don't want New York Mets. I don't want October 6th to 10th. And New York won the series 3-2.
Please sum up in order
Frank
to
Pete
get
Rose
what you
beat the
want.
fuck out of Bud
I
Adams
want
at
you
second
to
base. Was trying
get what you
when he
want.
was
that year.
sliding
So
in.
then it says,
That year, my mom
I would love to come out of
went
some
up with that
countries with
first
you.
community.
Which sort of
Oh yeah.
which I
So
need
what league?
to
What league? The Jewish league with the Jewish instruction.
horror of
Yeah, what kind of what
Yeah.
It's Saturdays.
It was
I want you
Wednesdays
to
a month, Wednesdays and Sundays sometimes. Hey, did you have the little baseball thing on? That would have been a miserable for us.
So that's not horrible. If you look at it, you know what I'm saying. You know, you have to go. That you need it. You know, I'm going to start
If I think you're a hipster faggot, it'd be great. Get you some money chops. Like glitter chips. Like chickeny pussy and then chapter legs.
Get some money on sponsor.
Oh, yeah. And get you one of them mustaches too. It makes you look like one of them fucking evil villains. Like you got a bitch tied up on a train track. That's what you need. That would be the look. Yeah. Come on, like, you gotta do that. Come on, you got that stash. Listen to what I'm doing. Dude, that's your look. That's your look. And then shave your head and you'll be a certain strong man. Okay, that's what you'll be. You'll be such a strong man.
as a parent, I can probably educate you.
It's cracking me up. That was fantastic.
I used to go to this fucking Sacred Heart School for boys. And how they did. Grade 7th grade, 6th grade. These are two other churches that was this bell. And you had to ring the bell. So your sister had them go, all right, 8th grade, and she'd ring the bell. You go in. One mom used to eyeball that bell. Because it was made from cotton. I had one that. Big Saint in Cuba, which is October 6th, and I got it forward. You're supposed to have a copper bell. And if you want money, you have to ring that bell. So my mom was there the way I was like, just get close to me. My mom shoplifted that fucking bell. Back up mine, that bell was everything. That bell was bringing her up. Every time I'd see her, she'd give me a kiss. You're in genius. That church is bringing me good luck. That fucking bell. The Mets.
When she stole from the church is bringing me the Lord. That's so amazing.
So every time the Mets would play at home, she'd ring the bell. And she went to a Met game, she'd take the bell and put it in her purse. And she'd ring the bell at the Met game. This is true fucking story. This is how crazy this Met came from.
Oh man, I know you don't have all that time, but anytime I'm like trying to go back to 1975 Met game video and see you in here. Oh shit, you're blowing my fucking mind.
I couldn't. You wouldn't hear it. You wouldn't hear it. All Rusty Star. She went to Jinglings with her one back. Rusty Star. So she was on this side. I opened up my flowers and one eye. She was to the point. She took me to the point. She would come. Denora, where do you want to sit? You know, you want to sit in right field. I think Rusty, what if Rusty Star played 73 Mets? Was it 73? Rusty Star. They had a horrible. I think it was Rusty Star. It was Theodore.
That's the idea.
Yeah, you always had to hit the cutoff. That was the story on that. So she called him a jiggly. Oh my God, that's the best.
Here's the deal. The guy would go, Denora, I got side of the right field. So he would have to run past her. He would have to run past her. If she would sit there and ran past her, she would lose her mind. She would go ballistic. Oh, 8 times he run. Oh, yeah. He went boom down. She fucking yelled in the Spanish. And then she was confident. She threw chicken wings at her. Oh, yeah. So when the guy would ask her, where do you want to sit? And say, he'd say, like, what do you want to sit? So she was on the other side. I was the left fielder. Wayne Garrett took his dick out my mouth and jumped the fence and sucked his dick. And took Steve at the same time.
Your mom's got high. By the way, this Friday I'll be at the Club Nokia here in Los Angeles. If you're a church member, please come in. I'd love to see you live. I'm going to do about 2 hours and blow your fucking minds. Come on, baby.
What's the team? Who's the left fielder? Who's the fucking Cleon Jones.
This was not a when you wake up, you're ready to go. What happens in the morning? When I wake up and I'm not ready to go. So what happens?
I don't know what he did to my mother. My mom just didn't like him. So my mom, she sat on the right side. Not only was she ring the bell for the Mets, but then she would do a rest of the
But it's focus on it. Well, into one area, where hello, so she must come from a desire on your own. Why you not be why look at it? I like this. It's just why I get up
I still remember that play all of it. It's my mom had that belt. And then listen, it's gonna get creepy. It's gonna get creepy. Not only do you the school you go on Sundays and you go home on Thursdays, you really gets see what day the World Series was on. The game that what was the series when Oakland A's beat the Mets. World Series, look at that day they clinched. So this is really see if it was a Sunday. The day they won that game, Oakland A's beat the Mets. Game 6 was on Sunday. Was it 6 games? Okay.
October 28th.
What the fuck you did this deal with gentlemen?
Listen to me.
Listen to me. I still remember. What's his name? Catching the ball. And my mother looking over at me and going, let's go back to the football. And I'm going to her like playing. She wouldn't even look at that fucking ball. So for the last 3 months, all she does is she loves this bell. Put the bell down and let it Campbell next to it. She cut the chicken head to the bell. She got the whole thing. The day the Mets lost, she personally got in the car because usually she goes to the bar. And my stepdad or one of my mom's friends would drive me. And we'd all go out to dinner as a family, and then my mom would go to the bar. Because she'd have to be there till 5. No, 3 if you were working the bingo on Sunday.
Yeah, man, that Catholic church is a beat.
My mom personally drove me to the fucking school, got me out, and I could see she was agitated the whole time. In the middle of the agitation, she gave me a hug, and she goes, do me a favor, get this fucking kiss of that bell away from me, right? Like, why are you touching that fucking thing? They've been looking for that bell for 3 months. They've been doing searches with dogs for that fucking bell.
Oh my God.
And I go, you put the fucking bell back, you want it. We already found the church, the nuns are 10 feet. fucking pen, and my mom's telling me, go put this. I never want to see that fucking bell again. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that bell. I don't want to see Rusty Star. As long as I live, I swear to God, I don't know what I hit. My mom used to get superstitious against certain things. Okay, so now the bell had carried her throughout the whole baseball. Not only that, the bell helped the Mets beat the Cincinnati Reds, which at that time were royalty. Yeah. Okay. Now, because they lost in Game 6 or in Game 7, the bell was bad. Like, they wanted to fucking out. Take this fucking bell out of here. Like I said, she burst me.
How much you think she lost on that bet? She bet the shit out of the 50,000. Jesus. I hate that motherfucker too.
My mother,
I burned that bell.
my mother had a gambling problem. Women today think with those slot machines,
That ain't no
made you look like a fucking. My mom was a betting
all sports.
No, just baseball and horses. And that's the horses really. It's every day. You can't do anything every day in life. She lost everything because of baseball bet. Everything. And her teams were betting baseball for the Red Sox. At that time, they were hot. So this whole last week was really unreal. I watched the fucking Met games. I watched the night shift. I gotta tell you something. I was cheering for them when they went to Shea Stadium the first night. And when I saw them singing, bring me a song, You're a Shadow Man, whatever that Billy Joel thing, that was it for me. I was disgusted. I have never been that disgusted in New York. I left. They were all hugging each other. And they were singing, sing me a song, you're a piano man. And Billy Joel was the top actor like a jerk. That stuff drives me crazy. That's amazing. You're supposed to go and throw things, ring bells, and yell, Sunday is his show, and create the semblance that's a whiskey up. That's why I got so mad. When I see you sang for the 2 nights, also when they get beat up your shit. No, that's why you're tweeting last night. You see those tweeting last night? It was fucking Billy Joel, get him singing. That's the night they won, the night that he fucking sang that song. Now they're losing Westbrook, Billy fucking Joel when you need him. What the fuck is that cocksucker?
Fuck yourself, Billy Joel.
That's why
That's fucking
Kansas City, like they were so Kansas City played. Kansas City played, but my man Brad Pitt was trying to sell Moneyball. You know why? Did you watch the series?
Fuck yeah, man.
I was disgusted by it.
Are you serious? It was like that piece of shit Monday night game? Did you watch that fucking football game? That was hot garbage. What did you watch it? Fuck, you got a fucking 9-foot TV behind you. What are you doing? Were you playing some shooting game? You were playing a shooting game. One of those rings that were them fake shooting games on. He was shooting somebody in fucking in Belarus right now, and they're both cussing out dirty fucking Russian. I know, even if he was good with his fucking cousins. Alright? Yeah.
And I love that. I hate when people forget about the game.
Small ball.
They stole bases.
They stole
I love
bases.
when people steal.
They put
I
pressure.
really want to fuck with a motherfucking man. If you look at the Cincinnati Reds, the big red machine, that's all they did. Their job. It's that classic baseball. The Cincinnati Reds, where you sit there, you lose that whole game. And you gotta go, oh my God, nobody had more than 15 home. Eric Foster.
Small ball.
The main job they did
Was single. Get a single and a single.
stealing singles is something that's forgotten about.
Yeah, man. You know that's why Ricky Henderson played baseball so long and for so many teams. Because think about it. He played for everybody. Ricky played for everybody. Listen, Ricky was dogged on, but he was one of the greatest baseball players to ever get behind. All right? This guy, if you got a pitcher and he is out of business at 96 pitches, and Ricky gets on base with a bunt or a fucking single or a walk sometimes, he gets on there, he jumps out, that guy's trying to throw over there 3 or 4 times. He's not gonna wear out his arm. They're gonna have to bring that middle reliever that's a piece of shit that hadn't worked in 8 days and then they have to go through 3 closers. So what do they do the next day? Ricky Henderson blows out their next
sky. That's what genius small ball is. And that's what they did, man. They played fucking great baseball, man. Great baseball. Beautiful college ball.
Red games. Their leadoff was always Joe Morgan, and he always stole. And once he stole, once Geronimo came on, those fucking Indians, those Geronimos, they have a great, and they had like 3 people stealing Pete Rose. Stealing your ass. You know, Pete Rose wasn't a thing, but he just, he like just guerrilla. There was a game where he was a first base player, maybe 8 years ago, that they actually showed a fucking picture. Just going like, I don't want to deal with this ever again. This was not baseball, this was torture. Because it's slow ball, it's slow torture. Every pitch something happens. There's always some battle. Every time you let that ball go, it's either a single or play. Or this motherfucker steals. That's torture on a pitch.
You gotta duck. You lose your concentration.
It's fucking crazy. I used to love baseball. I used to love everything with the Red Sox.
The low rushing fights
152 games.
Only because
Well, not everyone of you watch one of each series and feel like a fan. You know what I mean? I like the Houston Astros. I started stand up there in 90. I loved them. Me and John Wesley, we went for a foul ball, and the little kid was going for a foul ball. We were stoned out of our balls. And instead of me squashing that kid for that fucking foul ball, I broke the seats. Okay. And the kids got the ball, and everybody's cheering around the big screen. And I'm looking at that cheer together, motherfucker. I got my left hand on the chair up. Okay, and John was laughing. He goes, you broke that chair. I go, that's a motherfucking chair. I'm done. I broke that ass and I've been there 30 fucking years. And I fucked that chair up. We got up. It fell to 4 pieces. I swear to God, get Johnny West on the phone. That is so fucking funny. Oh my God. I broke a lot of shit.
Bring launches. Pittsburgh funny ball.
Yeah.
The home of Green Ball. He used to have big benches all around the bar.
Yeah, right. I hated that. He always used to go.
And I hate launches.
Yeah, the chair you have on your belt. I never knew why you had that goddamn chair.
I broke one and he broke one. Before I brought it, I was like, Charlie, you came and just walked.
That's the worst chair.
That's one thing I bring the chair.
Yes.
Something.
Yeah, he broke the chair. It was awesome. Oh my God, that's so fucking funny.
Chair broke one time. Chair broke Miami.
You broke Kevin's toilet. Remember, you went in there and you just sat down to hard and you broke that fucking toilet. And then you made the slow creep.
Maybe
Water came out and flooded Kevin got out of his because you were sleeping in my mouth. And you're like, fuck it, I'm going in here.
I think
One time somebody's car had a Jeep they had, I wanted to get the handle. And I went to pull up and have the fucking
Oh man,
stop being a fat motherfucker.
man, that ain't nothing easy.
I'll give you some shout outs and get the fuck out of here. Like to thank Mike and Mary Johnson. Unique Bows. Thank you very much for the bows. With little hands for Halloween. Thank you for listening. Rusty Shackelford, Dead Squad, Dallas, and the rest of the
I love those guys, man.
Sandman, Benito Munoz, Sean Cappuccino, Jimmy Carroll, and Greg Brooks.
You know who I know is watching? It's my man D in Colorado. He's a cool motherfucker. I know D in Colorado. That motherfucker's got weight 15 foot tall. 15. The biggest ass butt. Dude, he's a great guy, man. That guy's cut from rare.
I saw him on Twitter a couple days ago. He's a good
Yeah, he's a good dude, man. He's a good dude. I like that guy.
What's up with you? I say, hold on, Kevin Bell's tomorrow. He's thinking just let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fucking go. I got shit. I gotta take that should have told him this. Yeah, I'm going in and out.
I'll tell myself like,
You fucking won't get real. You're there with three fat guys. You're gonna talk about workout sessions then. We were talking about fucking assholes and breaking bad. Fucking I better bang, motherfucker. That's what I did. Fucking fuck breaking them by the best.
He wants me to flip him on my back. I can't do it. I go, never in my life I will do it. He's like, I'll just do it. I'm like, okay, it's never gonna happen. I'm like, I know, it's easy.
Okay, I can't believe I can join this conversation, but I can actually and be relevant. Holy shit. Okay, I've been trying to liver up and like, because I'm traveling so much it hurts. And so my doctor, as part of my wrist, is said, as part of my physical therapy, go to yoga. Okay, so I'm having this one-on-one with this yoga instructor, and I am going down and I got my legs spread as far as I can, and the fucking yoga mat split in the middle, like in my ball, in the fucking floor, and I almost passed the fuck out. My fucking mind have been killing me for 3 weeks. Dude, I swear to God, I did the full split like I was trying to block a goal. It was the worst. Oh my God, dude. I think I ripped my groin muscles. All this shit. I ripped that yoga man right down the fucking middle. You know, for that, I'm saying that too, because it's so embarrassing. But those fuckers will rip if you get fucking 450 splitting. Oh, dang, I busted my ass. It took me so long to be able to get out. I didn't even know what to do. The instructor just pushed me back on my back. And then PD stuff, and oh my God.
As a fact, I was never more embarrassed than my fucking life. I got something on bullshit as a fat guy. LB don't get embarrassed about being fat. You get fat shit. One of the time I almost fell into wild name. Fuck yeah, I didn't say nothing for like 2 years.
all of
I
those
didn't say nothing. I just snorted coke, dropped the height of the shit. That was embarrassing. I was just starting to lose weight. Things were going great for me. I lost like 8 pounds. I was still snorting blow. I was doing big blow. And I fucking got up one morning and turned up to work and I overslept. And I said, fuck it, I gotta swim. And I went over to the wine. The wine's packed. I used to go to the Fat Man Pool, which is in Russia. It's like 4 feet, but it's 96 degrees. So it's like a third period. And I'm walking around. There was no end. There were laps. And then you go in short laps and nobody would see you. You go to the people and there's kids. And people see you and there's lifeguards. I was still too embarrassed. I'm like a big fat guy who wears a t-shirt.
Oh, I'm a hot mess. You don't want to see me.
Yeah,
I keep all them things.
I was full of pounds. There was fat everywhere. And I'd sit in the sauna and I'd make the I was losing weight in the sauna. But I'd go to the steam bath and I'd jump in the pool. And I did this every morning at 5 a.m. I did this to start off, but I was still snorting blood. So my wife, I ate sushi. And I went to the steam room. I would sweat the pool and I was defeating the pool. So now it's 2 in the afternoon. We had to go across the street to the bar. I'm still hungover on the bar. And the fucking steam room was packed. Kids jumping up and down. I'm like, I can't do my fucking laps. And the adult club was wide open.
oh shit.
Fuck this. I swam out of the Boulder. I was swimming for 3 weeks. I'm ready for the big fucking pool. I want to swim with these fucking fat fucks for. I went over there, put my name on the blackboard, guys. I put my goggles on. And I'm in deep end. I jump. Just the cold water hitting me, bro. It just shocked my body. It just shocked my fat little body. And then I'm trying to swim. I'm swimming. I'm doing everything I can. I'm turning my head. I'm remembering my phone. And I look up, Lee, and I haven't even moved like 5 feet. I'm fucking sideways. But by this time, I'm out of there.
Like I was smoking 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes a day. I'm dying. I'm 10 feet out, but I can't swim back. And my feet can't take it, so I'm just holding on to the rope. And people are swimming by me. They going, come on. I'm like, oh, come on, swim. I'm like, guys, I'm dying. I'm trying to get the shortest distance was this way. If I swam vertically to the fucking wall, I'd never make it. So I had to swim this way. So I pulled myself like Spider-Man. And I get to the wall and I'm huffing and puffing. Guys, I was fucked up. Seriously. That's when I realized this has to end. And I'm holding on to this and I can't kick no more. And I'm out of oxygen and I'm holding on. And I got my fucking chin on the thing, just holding me. And some kids are like, Mister. Are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm not okay. Help me. They're like, come on, pull them out. You know, all these little kids get together, little Mexican kids. And they're trying to pull me out and they can't pull me out. They're like, 1, 2, 3, pull. And they're pulling and I'm turning purple. I'm not breathing. I don't even know about breathing through my nose. I'm starting to panic. People are starting to circle and look around. And these little kids can't pull me out. They fucking ring the buzzer. And they ring this buzzer. And it's going on. So this chick gets on the thing and she turns this thing around. And they're actually going to make me listen to this. They couldn't get me out. So they want to fucking drop a hoist into the pool. And they want me to swim into it. And they want to pull me out like a fucking whale, like water. And by this time, there's 50 people watching me. You have no idea how embarrassing that is. I got tits that on my skin. We got purple. You're like swim to the middle. Get to the middle and go in and drop the hoist. The hoist will pull you out and bring you to the side. Leave. By that point, I'm so fucking embarrassed. And now I look around, I see ambulance tech workers running in with a fucking mattress. Like I got shot in Vietnam. And something made me put my fat little foot over. I just went and my fat foot got oh my God, that thigh must have weighed 1,000 pounds. And I fucking pulled myself up and I rolled down. I just rolled down. I got up. And I got up right in time because I went to the fucking other 3 ambulance workers ringing. They're like, where is he? Like, that's him. And I just walked right past him. Just rule number 1, don't stop. Don't sign nothing. You don't need to get checked out. Mind your business. You're fine.
You know,
As long as you get their car.
I gotta be honest with you. I think there's a thing called secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. It happens. You just take a little bit of air, a little bit of water in your nose, and it gets down your actual windpipe, and it can be a very small amount. You don't have to have this deep, long thing. It's a secondary drowning. Look it up. Hey, explain it. That's what it is. That's what I thought you had because I swim all the time, man. You know, we belong to that tennis club. People invite you to come up there like little white people and let's have a goddamn party. Okay,
You're until 8 days of fucking year.
I'm calling that out. Let's go. Okay. No, that next summer. Stop. Come on. We got the whole holidays. Coming. We're so turkey. I'm trying. Okay, if you can teams in me, alright, trust me. I got problems. Okay? Yeah, fucking Jay-Z over here, but I got 100. Alright? Word of that. But you know what? She's fucking being so great. It's so like freeing for both of us. And I still love her. I'm in love with her. I love my babies. And that's why, this wasn't an acid trip night. You know what I mean? It could have been. But it just simply wasn't. I got real shit to do tomorrow. I got 2 beautiful babies, love the daddy. And I've been getting so much bullshit, about me and the wife for the poetry plus. She was just responding. The only chick LA Records. She was already speeding. I had filed on her like 10 days before. Okay, and so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle, and my lawyer in Tennessee goes, you're going to spend about $150,000 just fighting over what state we're going to have the divorce in. Okay, not counting my money. All right, I was supposed to write a retainer tomorrow if she wanted to go to war for like $50,000. Okay, it's retarded. All right, and we're just being cool. It's like my babies, I always want them supported. My wife will never want for anything. She'll have the house that she designed. Okay, she can be free, and I'm a miserable person to fucking live with. Not that I'm a fat piece of shit, is I work all the fucking time. Always. I've got babies that have to be in school. But since this shit broke on the internet, man, they fucking have people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, motherfucker, I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm the guy behind the microphone. You know, those are my babies. And they're just being fucking dicks. You know, I couldn't even go hardly trick-or-treating with people all fucking up in my business who I never even knew. I wanted to slap so many motherfuckers. I couldn't take it. I just sat down. Because everybody knows my fucking business, but they also know my babies, and they go, yeah, their parents, you know. And everybody up there is either swinging on fucking divorce, fucking somebody else, or doing cut. You know, there ain't no innocent ones over there, but they're throwing stones. Oh, man, they're coming. Yeah.
Told me a story that was fucking hysterical. I understand because you're a funny fucking dude. But it's going on in my biography. When you're children, people in the church, we love you. You're true, not the way you know one thing. Who was saying easy? There's two ways. There's shotguns and shotguns. What you want to do this, and then that's the way that listen, man, sometimes people try out to get about the surprise. And then it's not all like that. Guys, I don't know anything. I just found out that this fucking broke out. And she's dating a dude. How does this happen? How does this happen? The cellar from lockdown. She likes to find out. Yeah, she's dating the judge from a fucking the show or something. He broke up with his wife. She broke up with her husband for fucking years. And then they have like a thing today, like, that's twin shelter guy. Yeah. You know, listen, man. People in life sometimes don't get I pray every day that Lyra's faithful, like we love her baby. And I keep it together with her. I pray every day because I know how pretty you do. And the longer you're with a person, the harder it fucking is. And when you have children, it's even fucking harder. So there's two ways to be divorced. You can either go to war, or B, take a fucking few lumps in the head, which you're gonna take anyway.
Okay, that's all
You're
right.
gonna take anyway.
I'm taking that my whole life. I ain't no big
Listen,
deal.
even the dead people can hold you down, put a big black dick in your ass. Or you can just take a fucking white flag, get naked, put it on your back, turn around, go pull all ass off. When it hurt, what the fuck you gotta do, okay? You know, mother dick in the ass hurt both ways. Like they would have hurt you more than you punch it up.
She didn't do nothing wrong. She didn't do nothing wrong. And you know what? She did help me in my career. You know, the truth is, when I got Last Comic Standing, okay, Jim Mark, Dickhead called me on Thursday, go, hey, I need you for an audition. I was in Hawaii working at the Lab Factory, and he said, come back, I need you here on Saturday. And I looked online, the cheapest ticket for round trip, because I still had to finish in Hawaii. Nobody on that fucking island who could have done it, right? And so I had to come back, and the ticket was like $1,100. You know, and that was 2 months rent, man. That's real fucking shit. Like for a baby, for a big fucking baby. And I rolled the dice, and I couldn't afford it. Lana had a credit card that her mama gave her for insurance, and she put it all in there. And that's what launched my whole career. So does she get half? Yes, motherfucker, she gets half. Okay, and she should get more than half. She's gonna be $20 salary for my place. You're gonna be getting out of all that regular white people because when you're Jews, you gotta respect. All right, babies already have big things set up for them. They'll never want for anything. They'll never have what I went through. You know. And it's like, that's what you want. But now they're coming, it's just so irritating. It's like, they're just dumb. Those motherfuckers. You know what's yeah, right?
I used to get that with certain things. I see people using other things, and that's fine. That's what that's what your expression. But sometimes, you know, when you want to read the internet, and the end result isn't going to be good. It's happened to me. It's bad. But in this situation, I'm divorced and stuff.
Nothing's happened yet. Yeah. Trying.
Be a father that's listening. I listen. I'm the voice of my life. And being tough for the reasons I lost a child. To this day, I haven't honestly haven't. I know that unlike Michael Douglas it was he just snapped on the phone. Walking tall, standing tall, he started shooting people.
Yeah. Last straw. I saw that movie. That movie really scared me.
I know. So I have been lawfully.
Yeah, he lost his job.
I lost the mother. I was really shy. It's mine.
And now he found his
You call that color that
it's
I appreciate you for it.
shame
I
type
said,
movie.
that's
But I always saw that happening to me with my ex-wife. That's how bad of a divorce it was. I forgave my stepfather. To this day, I don't know how to speak. I always say, forgive me, never gave you what was coming to you. You know what? Tonight I go get what was coming to me. That was my friend with love right then. He didn't give me my mother's money, but I really went to go and shoot him. For 3 years, I lived the time to prepare to hide under a car and grab his foot and shoot him. Where's his money? So I shoot him and just tell me I get his money now. So I had a terrible idea. And I hated him for fucking years. And I'm like, oh, this and that.
Oh no, the clock was at you so. This has you so. The hundred that you have really got from the clock to my dinner. Your time, my other than the summer, the love, and the dinner.
So in a way,
I just don't have
I
to
saved
my
my fucking life, you
that
know?
thing
So
for
I
a week
forgave
and
her.
also a family.
I forgave her. That was simply died. I didn't go to the funeral. I sent flowers. I went to see his wife. And she died. But I let it go. I let it go. I had this hope. I had such a I don't have any anger. I have only love. No, I don't care. I'm gonna see all the numbers. I just love my babies. I have to get another place here, and I hate it out here. Okay, there's levels of the divorce. When she walked out of the house, she goes, listen, I'm just gonna be around. Come on, come on, anytime you want. Let me just get some space. And I'll just go with that. I'm like, look at it. This is a dream come true. I can work out.
Now how you did it? I
I wanted to be a fucking comedian. I just got out of prison. I was doing working. Still stuff like a fucking. I was a fucking comedy. And all of a sudden, I went from one thing to another. I hope it doesn't go that way. I hope I am living long, but truly, I love my baby. I love my wife. I hope that the attorneys don't get a hold of this and turn it into something else. They're not. I hope that because that's what happens. Once attorneys get illegal, once the fine print, there's a fine print. And once that fine print comes out, they say that they ain't no coming back. And that fine print has to exist. It has to exist. The law says it has to exist. And sometimes that hurts. You know? So, you're my love. You're my love. Always I call you every day. I know. I send you videos on the Spanish guy. You gotta knock it out for that, man. It's like, I've been divorced. I've been through a separation. Guys, it was brutal. I always advise people to keep it together. You gotta have no, I disagree. But if there's no love, there's no love. No, there's no love. There's no love. You don't have love. No, you don't have so much love for each other, but it's like, here's the real deal. Okay. have really fucking bad PTSD, and now I'm properly medicated by probably the best. He's the head of psychiatry at Vanderbilt. He's fucking amazing. He's got me chemically dialed in. I sleep 8 hours. I'm up. I don't take naps. I walk. I feel great. He's done it all. He's fucking amazing. All right. But before I got properly medicated, I was a fucking nut and a complete asshole. Okay. And you know what you do after 2 years of hypnosis?
My parents got divorced when I was in high school, and I actually had wish they got divorced earlier. Like they said, like we stayed together because the kids. Even back then, I thought it would be better just to have like a just a talk to her. This is
I was I feel great now.
let's get some.
I got a lot of
Let's get something out of the Last Comics Day is a great show. And it shows comics to the country and vice versa. Really what the fuck I'm saying. From last understanding, he was already a brilliant man. Ralph was already had a lot of people paying tickets to go see him. It's just accelerated. Right now, these kids become somebody. Ralphie May was already somebody. You follow me? Ralphie May was already somebody. Went from one thing to one thing, Ralphie. I just did. I was there. When you were, cooking for us with no money, and also next thing you know, we're sitting on bullshit Boulevard with a jar of weed delivering. People are just sticking their hands in the weed thing going. We know that he didn't give a fuck. Take it. Show him how the fucking whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, every time he'd see me, give me $200 to do what you do. It's hard. I'm a person, never mind on a marriage.
Man,
this has been a journey for you. You've learned, and now I hope that you keep it together.
man, I've got so much more peace in my life. I've got so much less stress and less anxiety. I don't have nightmares every night.
PTSD from snowboarding.
No, that's hilarious. Hey, that was 12K. Shut your mouth, cocksucker. That was a good angle. All right, I broke my fucking bone, but hey, I fucking got 12K out of it. Word to the month. No, it's when I had bilateral double pneumonia and pulmonary embolism, and I had to stay awake for 9 days because if they said if I couldn't help my lungs expand, I would die. And I had the blood clot was so big that because I had pneumonia and I broke 2 ribs from coughing, and that's what caused the blood clot to go right here. And they said that a radiologist was going to come in at 7 a.m. and enter this vein and go into that and find it right there by the lung. And he goes, you have to be awake. We can't give you any anesthesia. And it's inside you. It fucking hurts in there, man. All right. then they're gonna. You got a 5% chance of living. Okay. If it blows the clot out, okay, you fucking live. And if not, you bleed out in your brain. You have a stroke. Good luck. Hey, sleep tight. Motherfucker, I was fucked up, dude. That fucking snapped. That snaps your fucking head, dude. And so, what I've been doing like a lot of PTSD groups, okay? And they're always like, what the fuck are you doing here? And I'm like, look here, cocksucker. I'm just as fucked up as you are. And let's get to the real deal. Let's talk about some shit. Oh, like you didn't know about me. You know how many times I've gone overseas for the fucking military? Like 19, been a 44 forward operating bases in multiple war zones. Okay, by the way, Afghanistan this time of year is fucking beautiful. All the Taliban's turbans, change colors. It's like military motherfucker. They're like red and yellows and beautiful. Okay, but I've been there and then they start getting real, dude. And man, when those guys get real, it gets real. You know, I mean, it's like, I know it sounds stupid, right? But you're absolutely right.
This podcast, I got
go ahead. My idea
I'm 52,
but
man. I've had a great life. I laugh. I love it. Like my mom said, I live to laugh. I know sometimes I come across as a prick. I love giggling. I love laughing. I have a lot of regrets in my life. I did a lot of fucked up things. I'm talking about my godfather before. One of the biggest regrets I have. That we didn't have the money to do nothing. What a mistake that. What a mistake that. If I go back and rewind that apartment on camera, we would have a show. And I'm telling
That
you,
was the whole time.
it would be
HBO's all time greatest comedy show.
and you can't, you know, when I'm sitting in Roosevelt Brownfield listening to a story, I'm like, I can't even go to HBO. I know I'm talking. I'm taking a Ralphie Lang radio show about Adventures of a Fat Guy. And just the moments of the two when we fell that time.
I'll follow you, Gardner.
About that he's going up, I don't understand. This chick is living in his house. Before we're talking about this story, here's three guys trying to fuck the same chick.
It's miserable. It's the only one not trying to fuck her.
But when you want to fuck if your face fell into the asshole. So there's something happened there. You cannot write this, Lisa. This is an apartment that's living on whatever Ralphie is. I'm sorry. I'm living on Ralphie. I got a little bit of Ralphie's picture. Whatever it is. Bloody Marys. And we're hitting this every night. You know that the morning after the Devil, Ricky you know, and we just talk shit. Something would happen, something would happen. One night it was just me. We always had to then we did. Jody said something to Ralphie to piss him off. And it was a big Japanese man in the kitchen. All right? He sits down and she pisses him off. And he's sitting in the position and something happened to the light down a little low. And he's fucking saying shit to her with his face red, right? He's like, fuck you. This is my house. Don't you ever talk to me like this. This is my fucking house. You believe this stuff out? She's my guest and she's talking to me like this. This is my vibe or something. And he's in the middle of this rage. He's like, and he stops. Because the light burning his head. You can't write that. You cannot write that. That's a spectacular type shit.
I was like, Junior John I always had a hat.
You busted that toilet in your house.
No, it was Gavin's. It was Gavin's. You fucked up Gavin's. Stop. You also shit in Gavin's shower and then push it down with your toe, motherfucker. Okay, I know the bring it up. You go, girl. Alright, you can bullshit with these other faggots, but I'm bona fide. Okay, I was there in the beginning. Okay, I was smoking. Okay.
My people are on fire. People are saying that had a fucking camera with multi-millionaires. I tell the story tonight for a shame of that. And she was giving these people a drug dealer's motherfucking shame. So I left it downstairs in Gavin's apartment. And she's down telling the ESPN story. And I come back at 5. There's one guy looking horrible and
None of it.
oh my god, horrible and oh my god, every time I get around the island, she's on and this Disney bitch like breaks down and like, you had different shut up, bitch, there's like the titties out.
Even anything fucking Australian way.
Do you remember that? You fucking told her, go, yeah, whatever, bitch, take the titties out. She in Vegas now. That's awesome. She is so cool.
She opens her body. She got a little gig. She's a
Dude, she's fixing a fucking
She's
man.
45. She dances in the cage.
She looks like she's like 26.
She dances out for the lesbian club. She keeps marrying gay guys by mistake. She hooked up with that dude. Show or something for NBC that I had to cancel, and she went back with go dance like a male dancer, and they found out she put his name on the pussy.
Oh,
And then
whoa.
they back to LA, and they broke up.
Man, that's fucking.
He was like unemployed, but he always came up with a little bit of money. And she was dating him for like 2 years. They were alive, but then one day she wanted his email. She saw an email from old dudes that he would go to their house and they had to go put like a bikini and they would dance for old dudes and shit. They could get like $50 to do that. So she threw him out and shit. She was heartbroken. She always makes one of the choices. I've told this story before.
That's classic.
Somebody tells me this is the name of the guy that she's got on her pussy. This guy is a go-go dancer for old dudes. And he's smoking that. So she tells him.
Holy shit.
I hear about it. And she says to me, how you doing? We're going back and forth. And I go, hey. I don't know the guy's name on his screen. I don't know. So it's Marco. And she gets kind of sad. She goes, my name is Marco. That's a shame. I go, listen, I know this all.
You know what, Shay, but you gotta give it up to her. She is a queen of a ball buster. She will give it, but she will fucking take it. I tell you what, she takes it better than a lot of fucking grown men.
She's always at bullshit.
She's fucking funny.
She came up at the comedy store.
When nobody
mother's a biker. My mother's Gemma. Did you know that? My mother's like Gemma. She was telling me stories, showing me pictures one time in the house. My mother's like Gemma. She's half Arab.
I didn't know that.
And she's Arabian. She's like
Jesus.
Korean.
I tell you, if you look at her, you think that she had plastic surgery, and you're like, but you realize it's just natural clothes.
Her neighbor Macy used to be a fucking type. Don't be serious, man. This is 12 years ago. They go and doing these dirty shows all over the place. When they start doing Unfortunate show, they got a MySpace. What was before Twitter? MySpace. They got a MySpace page together, and they would do all these dirty homes. And they got the penthouse, but they had some going on in Vegas. They were really trying. And every time you'd see one, you'd see the other. And one day I see Shay like, what's going on? Where's your wife? She was like, so in the back of my mind, I'm like, wow, it's two girls. They want for the same guy. It's some girl shit. I'm glad I find that. They're like, gotta go fucking minutes. Shot together, matter of fact. They're on a plane on the way back. The plane says having engine trouble, and they're gonna die. The plane's gonna go down. Also, we're gonna release the mask. They released the mask, but only one came down. It was shaved his mask. Fucking paper lazy took it out, but now it's gonna choke. That's savagery. Holy shit, right there. Are you still on the Netflix tour?
Yes, unruly. We've got the West Coast this whole month by the next 2 weeks, and then it's the Lord's Day, it's Thanksgiving. You gotta get back to Christ. I'm heading Eugene. I got Santa Cruz, Fresno. Holy shit, Portland. I don't know what I'm on, but man, this is great. Seattle.
It's a flying too.
Oh, he is fucking in Zimmerland. Jesus Christ. And look at you. Dude, I'm telling you, please, get that mustache. Like that villain. Get that mustache. I was just gonna.
You alright?
Look like the fucking circus strong man.
should have seen your face come up.
Hey, all the church members up in Canada. First time I'm coming to Vancouver, man. Come out and let me out, man.
That's a fucking town.
That's a town, Jack. I've heard a lot of great things.
Oh, shit, they're gonna carry you out to the bus.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No. I had to go through Utah. Those cocksuckers. The cops searched me. Those motherfuckers asked me if I did cocaine. I'm like, the fact that I'm Hispanic and talk to you proves I cannot do cocaine. I've never done it. Okay? And then the guy asked me if I want some Quaalude. I'm all Quaaludes. And I'm like, what the fuck year is this? 77? Yeah, I'm like, yeah. Can I buy Quaaludes from you? Well, give me 20 fucking grams of Triceratops or you don't fuck. There's nothing there. You know the official focus? The one I gave him? Because I was fucking, you know what I was fucking cold medicine. I had a sinus infection. Because I had just come from a goddamn Disney cruise with my kids. Okay, we flew to the fucking, we were in the Bahamas and I was in that fucking pool, that boat of germs. Okay, and then I flew to Denver, so I went from 82 to 12. Okay, fuck me. And I had all this shit in my head. And it was horrible. So I started off with like all the Dayquil stuffs, okay? Like fucking just like Dayquil, Theraflu Day, okay? Like every Mucinex day, every day shit they had. And I dried up a little bit. I wouldn't have boogers coming out of my head. Okay? This is the real deal, okay? Alright? But I started shaking my hand. I couldn't shake it. I take it because I'm all fucked up on all that cold medicine. So, okay, I'm not gonna bullshit you. I got the NyQuil out, you know, I'm trying to smooth this ride out, you know. I'm trying to fucking mellow this drain. And then I just take a big old swallow of a fucking NyQuil, man. It wasn't weed. I played NyQuil roulette and lost. Okay? And you know what my wife goes? She goes, why didn't you use the measuring cup? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Measuring cup. That's that cap on the top of the fucking NyQuil. It's a measuring cup. I've never fucking used that in my goddamn life. I had no idea. Okay, it's my fucking, I just drank it up. You know, I go like 2 shots. Fuck it. Okay. Hey, that's your fault. That's good. That's fucking drugs you got. Alright? Okay. That was you and gravity, motherfucker. You own that. Okay, you're a dick. And I wasn't the only one. You fucked up some shit on getting out of there. Okay, so you suck a dick. And by the way, we went to that Jack in the Box right behind his house because we were smelling all them fucking jalapeno poppers. Bullshit, fuck you.
I pull over. I couldn't stop that.
So what happened? Okay, alright. You get your mouth that motherfucker. Alright, nobody wanna see that. Alright, I see him play my life. Alright.
Christ is out.
Oh man, he cut you. And let me finish this, you cocksucker. Alright? Because I know you don't believe me. But my wife goes, that's a measuring cup. And I'm like, well, I may be dumb, but you're a dirty bitch. I ain't never seen one in a dishwasher. That's just gross. Using the same cap, that's disgusting. Alright? And so I was just like, fucking hit it. But you know what I quoted them? Because they were just making lies up about me. I was like, last thing I said before I head on stage, I heard was, all I said was, yes, Mr. Cosby, I'd love another cocktail. That's all I remember. And that's just like, go fuck yourself. Dude, I was so fucked up on Michael.
We got a bottle of Michael. We got started that. Smoke the joint and solo.
In 92, I played the hip-hop comedy stop. Steve Harvey, some Sean McDonald, all black, and comedy club at a hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like, I met this guy, they go, yeah, my name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass midget walks over, Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's a gangster, okay? I mean, Bushwick Bill's no bullshit. He had knives on him and shit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was a high level to him. Okay, no, with codeine syrup. Codeine, and we listen to fucking slow records. Then this guy named DJ Screw would do. Alright, but we drink that with 7-Up, okay, or Mountain Dew. Boom, they do a Mountain Dew so they wouldn't pass out, so they just drink that syrup. Alright, and we was fucked up. Dude, they poured a lot in mine, okay? They poured a lot, and they shitload, and a lot of us put that, what's that, the raspberry liqueur, like Chambord or something. They pour Chambord in it too, so you'd have like grape soda with some Chambord and syrup, okay? And all those fools were doing that, all of them. It was like, I didn't even know what hit me, okay? Because it tastes like Kool-Aid. And I was like, what? And they called me up on stage, and for whatever reason, it was the greatest set of the 4 years I've ever done comedy. And but I was, I've been smoking weed in the back with this little crazy midget passing it because it was so funny to look at a midget when you're on codeine and smoking weed. And like if the midget takes the joint out of your hand, but it was so much infinitely bigger in his hand than it ever did in yours. It's crazy. Like, what? Okay, it's amazing. But I came in and moved the place apart, got a standing ovation. Alright? But a comic came on stage who hated my fucking guts, that he was trying to be like the #1 guy, and he tried to do everything, and I blew the guy out of the fucking water. Steve Harvey told me I did. Okay, it was like, everyone was fucking unanimous, and he starts talking shit about me being fat, like making all these fat shit jokes, and the audience turns on the guy, and then out of nowhere, you see this nickel 45, 1911, 45 caliber come up and go, and in his Bushwick Bill, he goes, bring the fat white boy back, shut the fuck up, nigga. Alright, and he was about to shoot that man, okay? That's how gangster and fucked up this guy was. And they were like, okay, well, fuck it, alright, okay, well, we're in for everything. I had nothing fucking left. What the fuck? How can you follow what you just did? I had nothing at all. I'm like, man, I love those midgets, they've always got your back up to here. Alright, and I got the fuck out. I was so scared. I'm like, he's already pulled a gun once. He's gonna shoot me for making a midget joke at him. But he loved it, because he was all fucked up and falling over and shit. It was crazy, man. Midgets, when they pass out, they just kind of like, wiggle wobbles, and then they go, okay, things like that. Okay, now when the midgets like that, not me, I like them, they're big, shit happens. Word to that great church, by the way, thank you for having me, folks.
Midgets get fucked up on the club. I want to drink black people drinking I saw it on drugs.
What's the way it is?
The shit they drinking breakfast on the side.
What is it?
Like codeine and syrup.
Oh, yeah, sir. Yeah, that's the exact same thing that I joined.
Midgets, you mix codeine with a drink.
No, what you do is, it's cough syrup. It's cough syrup. And
Some practice real fucked up on that stuff.
well, you don't drink it like
As a kid, I discovered life when I was like 9. It would help me fall asleep. So I liked it, but I didn't like the feeling in the morning. I've never tried codeine, but it's great. It's like a joint. It's like a joint. Pills get
Dude, I get so fucking, I can't eat that shit. My fucking little pooper gets worn out. I can't shit and it's miserable. Fuck that. I don't do none of that shit no more, man. you don't want to. Oh man, that's what we used to do. Play slow rap. Hey, Lee, put this song on. Okay, this is a great song. Okay, all right. Where did that?
Let's do this real quick. For 9,000 years, that's how long humans been making wine. That's also how long they've been confused about which wine to drink. Some people get a headache after they drink wine. I used to get a headache. One time I shoplifted a bottle of wine from Hudson County Park, and I drank it. Didn't get down on Louis Castle, but I had a headache for 2 fucking days. For many of us, it's a shopping part that causes a real headache. You got no money choices. You don't know what to do. People coming over, they're serving chicken, they're serving lobster, and sometimes you're down there, and the wine's expensive. You go in there and buy a 20, next thing you're dropping 60, you got no guarantee of what you're gonna buy, right? Let me tell you something. It's overwhelming to pick out a good bottle of wine sometimes, especially when people don't know your own personal experience learning about wine and why you bought wine about wine, that type of stuff. There's really good. I joined a new wine club. It's called Club W. They changed the whole game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com, then you answer 6 questions. The algorithm, whatever you say, algorithm creates a palette profile just for you. What they're calling it right now. It's pretty cool. And if you ever seen anything like this, Club W is named the glass wine revolution. What it means is they cut out the middleman. They work directly for the vineyards, and they cut the guy out, which in turn saves you some premium. So with Club W, you get premium wine customized to your taste and a thirst of what you pay for in the store. You don't even know what you're paying for.
Like a club where they send you other companies' wines. These are their wines. Like, you're not going to see these wines anywhere else.
One of the most interesting things is going to their webpage, clubw.com. You go on their page, they have all these videos, and go on the videos, they tell you what wines they bring you to the test, and next thing you know, you're involved. What you don't know about that, listen, man, I grew up in a bar, I don't know nothing about wine. So when I went to Club W, I was blown away by how much interaction you have. They'll put it down to the exact thing. I mean, the note, the report came from the vineyard anyway. What they do is they save you money. It comes down to maybe $13 a bottle of wine or something like that. And there's even a no risk, 100% guarantee that you'll love what they say. This will be your favorite right now. What they're doing is for all the listeners. It's the rate from 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joe. So you understand me? 15% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joe. And this is not like fucking calling your house where they say you bring it to everyone, but if you don't want it, you order what you want. So if you think you need 3 bottles, you order 3 bottles. It's $13 a bottle. They get delivered to your door, and it's exactly what you want, what you're guaranteed to love. You get 100% money back guaranteed. So again, do me a favor. Get 50% off your first order. Go to clubw.com/Joe. Stop wasting time. Stop losing money at these retail stores. And start drinking wine you know you're going to love. So go to clubw.com/Joey. They can get 50% off.
Just to get this to Thanksgiving parties. Just get let's see if the party stuff's so boring. Yeah, man, just get 3 bottles of wine. This town takes the whole week off. Yeah, there's parties every night. Until the start of the new year now.
White
until Thanksgiving, things are busy. But then after that, so they're out. Everybody's scanned.
Why? Every season now. I go for like 6 weeks of Florida. So thank God I got my honor. I always laugh when I'm looking at things. I'm a short deck of you. Let me tell you something. Those planes are filthy. Those planes are filthy. You think you get off a plane, they steam it with chemicals, they write down nothing. In my bag, there's a fucking deodorizer. I got a hand sanitizer to wipe everything. That's the first thing they put myself in. I don't want somebody else's ass on my ass, and I'm sticking like their fucking ass. You gotta wipe those fucking seats down. So, do me a favor. It's just bad. When you fly, this thing, if you're in contact this time of year, do yourself a favor. Go to Relic.com. Get the Shroom Tech Immune. Boost up your immune system. You have a lot of human contact when you're flying around or smoking dope. Being a vapor pen, you know, you get sick this time of year, you lose fucking thousands of dollars, especially you guys. I can't afford to fucking get sick. I can't. So I don't take a chance. I have my vitamin C when I fly, and I also take Shroom Tech Immune. That's not only the only thing fucking on it's got. They got Shroom Tech Sport, which gives you more endurance when you roll, lift weights, walk, whatever the fuck you want to do. Even when you fly, it opens you up. They have strong bone, they have the head protein powder, and they got alpha brain. You know, it's an 100% money back guarantee. The nootropic, it's off the fucking charts. So these are favorite. Go to Highlight.com right now and press it. Church. You get 10% off your first order. And if you get it sent right to your fucking door, you don't have to leave the house. You have to go to Whole Foods. You have to do nothing. When you press that link, church. Beautiful. Number 2, NE6.com. What did your man say?
He loves it. He says, we're saying it's 5 for 50. It's half off. They're usually 20. No, because it's usually like $20.
That's 20 a piece. You get right now, NE6, tremendous 1,200 guaranteed cups. Right here, I'm smoking the reef. Right here, my little fucking cigar. Yeah, I'm looking like a doctor. I'm like Pacino and Godfather too. You just don't even fucking know.
You broke my heart, man.
NE6.com right now. They got the tobacco. They got the cigar. All right, and then they have the tobacco on a cigarette line. It's 24, 16, 8, 0 milligrams of nicotine. Which smoke whatever the fuck you want to do.
My dad likes the flavor of stuff.
And the flavors, you can switch it up. Go to NE6.com and press in.
Joey's Church.
And get 5 to 50, which is 50% off. Now, the Life.com, the Vapor Kings. You want a vapor pen, you like smoking, you like doing this, you want to see the devil. Go to Life.com right now. What do they want?
When you use code Joey Diaz, you get 20% off the premier vapor pen on the market for all the oil and wacky smokers out there. And if you live in California, there are also makers of those boozer puffs.
There you go. So let's do yourself a favor. Please support Never Life. Please support NE6 by supply. And please go to Club W. It's holiday season. It's beautiful. Wine
Save money.
that's perfect for you. I'm here to save you guys money. I'm not trying to fucking sell you. Don't jump out like that. Don't forget my man is where you need it.
I'm at the Friday night.
Go to rockfree.com.
Yes, for tickets.
Go to rockfree.com for everything. Go see if he's coming to your fucking name.
I'll be there soon. Trust me. I go everywhere.
I'm in Portland Thursday through Sunday. I'm in New Jersey next week at this first victory. All right, guys.
Hey, I love that club, man. And maybe those boys and records come out. I like those guys.
Thank you for coming on. We got
Hey,
fun.
Church, you know what? There's cameras and microphones here, but at the base of it, it's back 16, 17 years, 14, 40. Me and you on my little glass table sitting by the window, you know, crack the fucking joke. Not only Hilly, yeah, everything we have each other, right? That's what Coco brought up the church. What's happening now? We been thinking, okay, you've been there, you've been right there with us, like,
Friday night.
Thank you, sir. Thank y'all for having me on. I really appreciate it. You stuck around. And I know I get long-winded. I'm annoying when I laugh, so I apologize if I do. But I love it when it makes me cry laughing, so I'm sorry. This show was brought to you by Club W. ClubW.com/Joey to get 50% off your first order. That's right, go to ClubW.com to ClubW.com to get 50% off your first order.
Meaning, if I could start off with those agricultural terms, then I don't really have to do that. But if I had to true free will, that means that the oil seed doesn't really grow
This show, The Church of What's Happening Now, would like to introduce you to PetNet. Stop worrying about feeding your pets the wrong amount of food every morning. The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time, every time, automatically. Go to PetNet. Get your PetNet Smart Feeder, plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey. Petnet.com/Joey. Show is also brought to you by Onyx.com. Go to Onyx.com, use code CHURCH to save 10% on all of the optimization products like Alpha Brain, Strongbow, Unload Sugar, Alpha Mushroom, Text.
The Church of What's Happening Now, bitches. Get that Monday, October 17th, the day the devil is buried in sea. Please say aye. Rugby May. Uncle Joey. Little Michael Shankman. Oh shit. Break out those fucking bazookas. Uncle Joey's in your living room tonight. What's happening, beautiful people? Hey,
everybody, how are you?
It's a Monday night, October 17th. Your weekend was fucking tremendous. We had a great weekend. I want to thank Chicago. Let me take my special to a beautiful fucking city, which I've always hoped that I finally got Leo there during the month of fucking Congo, with the fucking rain peppers, the onions, forget about it.
Crazy. Which one you'll go to?
They got house, strong. There was a World Series.
Yeah, right. I want to go up there.
I want to go right down. Listen, I don't like going around. It would take me out and do shit the afternoon one days. So we just kept it light and late of myself. It's the reason why I bring that city.
That's amazing. It's such a great town. They're great audiences. They're like blue collar, but smart. It's rare that they're not shocked by shit. Chicago. Fuck you. That's great.
Chicago's one of those places that when you get to the suburbs, it's the last word to you.
I hate that the whole city's being painted as like the whole Wild West, you know, everybody's dying and getting shot and shit like that. There's only certain parts of Chicago where somebody gets it. Yeah, right. Oh my God, say that. Oh my God, yeah.
Tensions is still like
You know, that's so crazy because I used to go to St. Louis as a kid, and man, I remember in like '84, they had this whole 4th of July down there. Okay, I mean, for every white guy, there was 2 black guys. Okay, we're all listening to Cool Gang, eating fucking hot dogs like Americans. Alright, fireworks, everybody was having a blast. understand it. Cool in the gang. You
I know it's not helpful. I know it's too much. But yet,
clutch
still
little
I
records.
can do it. That means that just because my hand
Yeah.
is good at this kind of thing,
Oh yeah.
how
But do it cool, eh?
versus the Bono solo. Hello, who is Alex Mogadaido?
Oh,
The
what is that,
Idaido
Jax?
to Odin Mola Antis.
Yeah. We go to St. Louis to watch the games, and then we go to Memphis to watch wrestling, and we go to Hot Springs to go to the horse races. My grandfather was gonna place. Oh shit! Fuck no! We saw him on local TV. I mean, that's where I first met Spitting Dick Murdoch, fucking the Funk Brothers. Okay, man, Jerry Lawler. I saw Jerry Lawler and Kaufman fucking wrestle. And then like 2 weeks later, I saw Kaufman get beat by a woman. One of these big bitches from Tennessee. I mean, she's big, probably Mississippi, North Mississippi. Okay, this big bitch whipped his ass. Okay, I saw that. It's third tier, but it's legendary. You know what I mean? It was Mid-South. And something else, I forget the name of it, but I mean, dude, I was to so much wrestling. I saw Ric Flair win the heavy metal belt from Harley Race, and it was his second world championship. And then I saw Dusty Rhodes beat him, and then he beat Dusty Rhodes again for his third championship. It was tremendous. Blood was everywhere. It was fantastic. That wrestling was so fucking good, dude. I remember as a kid spitting on fucking Abdullah the Butcher. I spit on him, you dirty motherfucker. Okay, I spit on him. Who else I spit on? What was her name? Oh, the front row. Oh yeah, man. All the kids are down there. We were fucked up on suicide coke. You ever have a suicide? Okay, here's where you take a coke. All right, you tell me there's a little ice. And then you hit every type of coke. All the fucking thing. Yeah, that's the suicide. Getting all fucking hopped up on that suicide. Like coke, Dr. Pepper, okay, for the orange, orange Sprite, yeah. That's a suicide. Garbage. Cough syrup. Cough syrup, like the midnight cookies. Not even the fucking ghetto on the Greenland. I used to work in the we had like access to the ices. Oh yeah, make up drinks with like the white icy with Sprite or something. We had a creamsicle with the white icy with orange soda. Oh, so good, man. That fucking sounds so good right now. A fucking icy. That body's deadly, by the way. I just want you to know. I was cruising on nothing, and then fucking one hit of that, and I'm done.
So high. We take it to the back.
Exactly. It's not abundant. It's not abundant because everybody's striving to everybody's striving to this understanding that at the end of the day, there is no contradiction between the wonderful elements and man's the Rambam is the
I like the plastic with the fucking pistol grip on the card. I like that.
Muslims use PR is to try to find articles.
Plastic like the plexi.
Yeah.
How we get the outside. Okay. Therefore, we don't need
86 decides to make a bomb that's
to get what it means that God understands. Yeah, these are the deal and the deal.
the bottom was flat.
That is this on the so that's a little like we just need to use the deal so we provide 1 hour, which is like a deal. But with better is the deal.
I use it when she gets to be for Christmas. I use it from like Christmas to like March. This is maybe up to here. This bomb is maybe a foot high. 12 inches high. This bomb,
Maybe.
yeah, maybe.
This your dick out, bet you the kids
No. This bomb had to be maybe 18 inches. Okay. So I used the bomb until about March. She gave it to me. 85 for Christmas. And I used the bomb maybe till March 86. times 10, but to the fact that you didn't know what you were getting yourself in.
And this was clean and sober for you.
This was clean and sober. I gotta say.
There's people who I think who think I need an intervention.
No. Okay. Okay. So.
You want an overtook in rehab? I got one.
Okay. So. Sure. Yeah. Right. You got it. So. From. Okay. Let's do this. Here.
Nobody can read when you're fucking high.
He's trying to figure out how to pay it. The master scoreboard, that's the
Yeah, right.
We'll have the scoreboard over here so people can see. From 80 to 85, it was always something. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure Paris the same as because when
Did your mama pass?
my mother passed in November of 79. Before that, I was already a scout. I don't let me think that all this shit that I was doing.
You were dancing for money at the bar at 6.
I was already by that time that she died, I was already doing acid. I sold acid that whole summer. I was making a living off of acid, a living off of microdot acid. I had it down to a science, Ralphie. I had it down to such a science. I had a good friend of mine in on it. And then the real money making was black cuties. I was getting
Those are the whalers, right?
the ups. So I would get 1,000 for 45 hours, but I would sell 100 for 35 hours. And then you sold one for $1. And then you sold 40 of them. You already got your money back. And you still had 960 of them to do it. There was no only a loser. You lose money in that. And I would sell those to wrestlers.
No, like you could go down and add them.
Get the full numbers I was getting.
Wolverines don't get those numbers.
Solid. I was getting these accounts that we came down the fucking in the college of Pennsylvania, East Stroudsburg. And I remember doing that. I was opening them up and just snorting them like 2 capsules. So you figure, I still had to leave. I go home at night, I think about drug shit. I think about one particular night when I was selling microdot acid. I probably had by the when you sell it, so resistance. So I might sell you one. You might not want to get fucked up. I mean, you want to fuck. And I've been walking around like I'm bumping into people. What's up? You got that's what I'm going to sell you. Sell me commits $1 a piece. You know, they cost me $1.80. Not even do it. Doing it $80 for 100. So we walk into a place fucked up. Give them hands. No, I didn't. You couldn't walk in the bars. Our kids. We were walking the streets. We were walking on side streets so we didn't point the cops on Kennedy Boulevard. And I'll never forget one spot that I bumped into this kid. Just walking the streets of your town. Another kid. That's real quick. You walk in from West New York. You walk in the fucking Black Hoboken was farther away, but the people locally that would be on those streets. But we bumped into a kid from St. Joe's, West New York. And I'm talking to him. He's loving at Best Buy. And he goes, it's a mess. I'll never forget this. He walked into it. Get one of those hits and crush it up and put it in the pipe and smoke it. And I almost broke my head from the blow. I looked up. I go, I've been thinking about this for a year. And I just said, that means I got a partner. That's what we smoked it. Fucking acid. And I got a headache. Like one of those headaches. I was freaking out with the fucking ass already. But again, what we have over here my car those days, you really didn't know what was going to happen. All you knew was that you had 42 hours rough, you had 64, and I had 80. There was a little refrigerants and maybe a pack of short, and maybe a quid short, maybe a close short. You know, and it was like,
Because that's what I want to know about the fucking Quaalude.
like I went from living this fucking going to the bar on a Monday night. Okay, and tonight, what's tonight? Monday. Meet me at Light Shop, which is at 8 o'clock. Okay, I'm thinking about food. And I said, Enjoy your campus. Because the last time I went out there, there's that Miss fucking work because you can't get me the fucking work out of the story to a flow. We can't do flow tonight. My girlfriend gets mad when I go flow. You'll tell me this before we leave the house. Like, hey, girl, what you say is I'm going to do it on Monday. I'm supposed to go. Yeah. This would be fine and it tastes good on tap. You know what I'm saying? I go some Sunday morning. Dog. I got this fucking oil. Oh my god. The guy fucked up when I kept it. That way, so all the chemicals went to the fucking bottom of the coil. Someone's on this side, so when they saw this like free string. Next thing you know, the policeman, Jesus fucking Christ, okay, I was good with you. Because I gotta get some sleep on they make it. You see my clock? I remember people saying it to me. You see that clock? In 1 hour from now, I'm gonna be the fuck out of here. And I was just sitting there going, this is when I become the Nero in casino. Mickey Ripples. That move was in a plane. I just saw it the other day. When the plane broke, and now they got you. That's me. At that point.
That's fucking, God damn it, what's his name? Don Ripples.
Mickey Ripples. At that point, Lee, that's when you come back. That was wrong. I gotta leave here in 1 hour, Joey. Okay? I ate the half a quail and that's it. No, I'm not gonna have another trip with me. I'm gonna come to Ralph and just walk fucking around. Gotta have a fucking drink. And in that meantime, some skinny fuck with a missing tooth walks in and goes, no. Hey man, you want to buy grandma blow for $75? Give me 25, I'll give you 50 next week. And you're sitting there going, it's Monday fucking night. What else can happen here? And all of a sudden, fire walks in. Let's get fired. Joe, what you cousin? And he walks in and light bulb set his hair up. What's the fucking value of the visa? You know, this was a constant. And now I never had anyone come to ask me that. I don't even ask you. They just get a drink, you know, so they wave. Next thing you know, you got the beat. And they go, bam, they got to the back. The technology basically for separating the money we go back and give it next to the what do you know, the pass house for the bills, they can get it. For the bills, they're going to die. You're crazy, lady. Never pass. Give me fucking 20. Let's get this straight for it. Cut this shit. And that's it. That's how we can have it. So I went out and I had a hamburger once again. And you know, Jack into the gills at 5. Wait, the grandma blowing your pocket at 6 quid. You didn't work.
And your dick's mysteriously wet.
I gave you 3 quid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't tell you what I want because I don't want to be that one.
Oh man, George would be home and didn't even know it. He didn't check the inside pocket. Some people carry it sometimes.
Listen, Dr. Coke always went home with pocket. Don't get me wrong. The package, there was no one way. There was people that's out here. That's me here. I go 2 lines and come away. That's right.
I don't care
I stopped and I stopped. It's like M&M's, it's like cigarettes, it's like anything else I put in front of it.
I think that honestly, okay, for the people at home, okay, Coco is the head French man over at the church what's happening now. I've been a member of the church. I might have been the first member of the church. Just the first member of the church. It was us. And okay. The last time I saw Coco do exactly what he, because he's talking about the 80s, like he was a demon then. 10 years ago, Christmas, no, Thanksgiving, pardon me, Coco did a quarter ounce of mushrooms. He smoked nearly an ounce of my weed, drank beers all day long, and then went down and did the Comedy Store and copped. Okay, and that was the last night of evil. Oh, and acid too. He had 4 hits of acid. What? Oh, yeah, he ate a quarter ounce of mushrooms. I swear to God. Okay, a quarter ounce. Okay. All right, and then 4 hits of acid. Smoked at least an ounce of my weed. Drank all my fucking orange juice. Okay, I had to come to the candy store twice to come up and bring more orange juice. Oh, dude. Yeah. Okay, I get him to set up fucking chicken salad on a toast. Stop. Check this out, yeah, avocado, tomato. Jesus, damn, man, that was fucking straight Jew food, man. Oh,
Number one, that you should have taught your food and she still gave you a bill for having the same.
oh, yeah.
Because she said that there was only
Oh, what side?
Oh, your house
Where the fuck is that spot?
your wood.
The place next to the lab.
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, green flats.
Hey,
Green flats. The fucking bitch charged me for having a sandwich because I had hands on.
Listen, I saw a bill.
Oh my God.
so grande la gloria di quando mi dice un po' di motivo questions are the same about that. Is there a thing that I'm not about to talk to the people that
They must hire the dumbest fucking people.
without God,
I went there the time before that, and I got a fucking salami and egg sandwich. Okay, that's a strong move. Okay, late at night, boom, had a couple of pops, some Stonies, boom, that's great. And they fucking fried up the salami, and the goddamn they left the plastic on the outside, so it burned. It's so toxic. I'm like, what the fuck? Can you just send this back? Fuck it, I don't want to eat anything here. Then I got high with you, but I went back to that fucking place. Oh my God, nobody gives a shit.
No, you always used to make fun of me because I don't get pepperoni. The reason I haven't had pepperoni in a few months is because they were always leaving the plastic on. I can eat it in the comfort car with everybody.
Oh my God.
When you get wraps. No, big sandwiches.
Oh my God, really?
And then
which
everybody
was
would
very much in line with what
the
I
ring around. So I wouldn't have to tell them. Like, this is what happened. And different routes. Yes, I make it around sandwiches.
That's number one. Without whom, nothing else can be good. And number two, and number three,
I know. I think LA's problem is it's like an airport. You know,
I want to say, the person who was the that is the least of our local and this is a local
But that's why I can't go to the like I did something really weird today.
that was I served when I said I had a sharp
I left my car at Ralph's. I got pissed off. I didn't have what I wanted. Like the deli counter was full. I filled it. I was looking at my car.
so the nice thing
No, Magnolia.
so if you have a si risolvi la favor se lo hielo which we'll have to stop the case because I'll be like tomorrow.
That's why you get shitty cold cuts. They
And
don't
then
have
I just should go. Why would
cuts
not
there.
get the first one?
So
Because
my fucking cold
if I have a meal, then I would say from no yellow fire.
No, they have a slicer.
What's the
yeah,
yellow?
most of them.
The fact is, that is the issue of
That's a good one.
I'm not allowed to work with my dog. I will say,
No, fine, but then
You should have crossed the street to the
no
block.
yellow fire
That dump is a dump. That's where the Jack in the Box is or something.
Yeah, there's a cross street.
Yeah, that's where you go to have Subway. That's why you
Anyway,
know why
I
that
could
is. That's
play
why
my
that sucker. You don't think I know, but I know.
my
Man, you can't go down, but I don't know by the tool right by you. Very nice. Myself at home.
But people have all kinds of guys, even though again, I don't really want to
Like the worst.
There's a worse one.
it's all the money, God's going to do it, God's going to do it, many different
That
guys.
one's scary.
No, but the one scariest place you go to. That's the one.
used to be John's.
Oh, the minute I take
John's. Scary, all rushing. Food for less? Oh, yeah.
You and me,
I know.
that I could
I wanted to go in there with fucking, like, get a bunch of
fuel everything else, then you would take from India and apply it. You would have a
It's fucking funny, man.
It's great guys doing great podcast.
So I gotta get in on.
It's my brother Solid Bob. We have to get in here to do this podcast.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, Rodrigo told us we have to do this podcast. It's just been so busy the last 2 months. So, listen, we're still all here, Ralphie.
I know.
I just had really with me, Ralph is doing his thing. Fucking,
Man, Joe's doing it big, man.
Nate Cook is working.
Fuck yeah.
Duncan's working. Harry's working. We're still here, I guarantee that nobody paid this to be here. Josh Wolf was in Syracuse. He's working,
I like Q's. Q's in the house, oh my god. Q's in the house, oh my god.
We sit there with the original Sunsetters.
Yeah, man.
Dougie,
Yeah.
Mitch Hedberg,
Oh, man. Dude, I just hung out with Doug. He came and stayed with me. And Andy Andrus and fucking Junior Stopka. Alright, they all came and hung out at my house. It was fucking hilarious. Those motherfuckers. Oh my god. If anybody out there is in entertainment, put a camera on those motherfuckers. They're all degenerates. They're all fucking weird, and they're extremely goddamn funny. And they brought over these singers, Bird Cloud, which are fucking hilarious. Google "Washing My Big Old Pussy." Okay, yeah, that's a real song. And they one of them passed out on my couch, and my dog Biscuits went up on Facebook like, hey, so long your lipstick, let me touch it up. He had his little pinky down. He's awesome.
Number one,
you were there. I was talking about it. It baffles me. When you go on TV,
Yeah.
You sit there, no box. You put the fucking ESPN on the channels. Next to you, that's the usual. Moving on TNT. You got some USA, FX has the strand on or something. And then basically have three networks, pay network, HBO, Showtime, and you have a bunch of ESPN, more ESPN channels now, and more Fox Sports now, and you go through these things. And at that time, from 12, 11:30 to fucking 2, it's these talk shows and these sports shows are put on. And this, you watch them, and you try to watch them, you listen to the topic, you look at the two people, then you step aside yourself, don't even talk about myself or Ralphie May or Jane Moore, who knows about sports, who's got all the sports show. One day we can do this. Stevens is for you and him. Listen to that shit we're doing. My work is basically I believe in mental deals. They will give you 20 years. You don't have to pay for it. All they have to do is sit tight. This guy, Ralphie May, paying some money. Let's see what we can take this call. He's doing fucking Periscope. He's doing
Oh, yeah. Cody's so goddamn funny, though.
It's like he's so funny. That's just the shit he's doing over there. So, yeah, you have a right now. And your phone rings. Ralphie May, everybody at night, sir. This is Joey D. How you doing? Joey, what's going on? Listen, I'm in the Brody. This is Jim. I'm in Brody Stevens. And you know, Periscope. I've been very
Yeah.
Channel. That's fucking millennials and crazy people.
Oh, yeah. Brody be great.
Steve talking the seventh day. Think about it. How bad can it be? Listen to this podcast. I know this for a fact. You know this too. Doing better numbers than most TV shows.
Fuck yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. And I think it was in Brooklyn. I think what I've seen, and then everyone on this like sports radio, sports podcasts, especially podcasts, freaking a good bit. But they're not. The thing they don't have is personality and entertainment. And I think the big people like ESPN and Fox Sports don't really want that. They want it to a degree, but not really. Because comedians have taken over podcasts. It's not even close. It's not even, and some of them are bad. There are a lot of bad ones. But the good ones are good. That's why Jay Moore is good, because he's a comedian, he's entertaining, and there's people on those sports talk shows that you're talking about that are just awful, and they have the ESPN voice, which is no one will listen to. So it's like almost like the athletes when they have those athlete interviews, they're like over the next team, whenever they're not saying anything.
What would it cost me? What would it cost ESPN to put league on softball? Give me some Jason Tebow. You could have Ian Edwards for soccer. Like, there's a lot of Canadians who have. It's just my part.
It's just a waste of talent.
I'm not doing it with my friends. I'm talking about I'm watching something that's unfucking watchable. It was one year that Derek Rose, the white guy.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the white guy is terrible. Derek Rose, I thought he was hanging out with Doc Gooden. You know, he's a fuck. I love all that shit. I watched that shit. There's one show with three black guys with them had dreads. Unwatchable. You know, but they're hooking for Tony Hitchcock. They don't have nothing for the Smash Brothers, but the Smash Brothers on the show. They'll wrestling with a video show behind them. With a video camera. This is the shit I want to see.
Yeah.
This is why these channels are starting to open up. Watch somebody's like, you know what, what's your watch this from the streaming fucking thing? You know, put 3 fucking shows on it. I can stream on YouTube. Brody Stevens 24/7. You wake up with Brody. It's 7 to 8 with Brody in the morning, and then like 12 to 1. The last 2 stops are left for Brody. The Comedy Store main room, or the original one, and where he goes to eat.
He's deadly. He's deadly because he knows so many fucking people, man. I mean, I don't think people really understand. I was at Fox. And Tom Brady walked up to Brody Stevens and was like, "Hey, Brody, how are you?" And that's fucking Tom Brady, man. Okay, and he was like, "Oh my God," and feeling good, doing good, positive. He didn't say positive, that was hilarious. I saw him.
I see it.
I'm not even close to Brody, but he is fucking funny, man.
I would be like one of those guys that follow like distracted by women. That's like that's not all I'm talking about Brody Stevens and what he does on Periscope.
So funny.
What he does on Periscope, it just, you know, this is what kills me sometimes. And you don't want to be that guy. Fuck you. One is he persuades singles to baseball games.
Plays the drums for no reason. He's in the middle of traffic, just beating the shit out of the steering wheel with drumsticks.
However, you know,
Shit over the bush, you know what I'm saying?
Where's the cats?
lo iba a dejar en la
I can't smoke in the house. If I can smoke in the house, I have the cats in there every day. I have beautiful entertainment every day, but I can't.
I know. You believe in Jesus. You can do that.
I can't fuck with cats. That shot, I could clean it. He never came back. He lost that fang and shit. Once he lost the fang, you're like, shit, this shit's real.
This is hilarious. I remember, I was reading Doug Stanhope's new book, okay? And I remembered all the crazy shit we did around fucking Hollywood. I mean, everything from Doug, there was this guy, Blackjack, something. Okay, that Doug would just be annoyed by, like so fucking annoyed, and I'd be over there and we'd be playing Scrabble or something, or just fucking, just be, I'd bring over coffee, fucking go over jokes and shit, and Blackjack would just show up because he knew where Doug was. Doug had his door, the screen door open on the Curson apartment, and every time he come in, Doug would just nonchalantly slide a videotape of outdoor anal fucking gangbang. Okay, this girl had 2 dicks. Okay, all these cums and shit in there. Oh my god, it's horrible. It's like a blue, you can turn it upside down. Like, while mouth was a game, okay? Just gurgling. Cums is disgusting. A fucking fly. Fucking came in, and that fly was there on the inside of her asshole. When the next dick came in, and you could see it going in and out with the fly and the puddle of comes on the end of that guy's dick. And we just be drinking our coffee, and Doug, and tell me whatever you do. Don't look over there, don't put nothing. Alright, I don't care what he asks you. 98.
So I get here January 29th of 1997.
Coco. Okay.
I'm here a year before you. That's your
A year. But bro, okay, you gotta understand. Alright.
All disciples are standing.
We're all disciples.
All disciples are standing.
Everybody who's really been on the road fucking knows Doug Stanhope is fucking the best rocker today.
So when I get here, he's a picture.
Yeah.
The guy from Vegas, that's one-time body guy. That's a nuts.
That's a big fat guy, right? Yeah.
I rest his soul. He's a dunce though. Yeah, he was a fucking dumb. He was like, making bigger than his body guy. He got a big jacket on like bullshit. So I get here with the broad, with this girl in the trailer, we get to an argument. She throws me out with Doug and then back. I'm on the couch or somewhere. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, from fucking
The TV
God
show.
damn it, what was that show? Head of the Class. God damn, she was hot.
With the girl with Tyson.
Yeah. Yeah, she was fucking hot though. We gotta give it to her. That fucking redhead was a hot piece of ass. Alright, and Dougie was deep into that. Okay, he was like all in.
I used to hang out at Coach Horses
All the time.
big fan. Like from town on my hands. How many times I went to Coach Horses? Coaching horses. It was one of those bars, ladies and gentlemen, that was just real. That you felt the pain. And I hadn't been in bars like that growing up. But there's bars where people that took the avenue. There's faith in that, and there was no light in that. And there was some people that did this, that were vampires. But there was some people that because they thought they were cool. And that was not the place to be if you thought they sucked you in. And spit you the fuck out there. Because I did a ton of blow in that bathroom.
Yeah.
Every time I went in there, it was because I was just chilling out of my fucking mind.
Dougie was the fucking best. He knew I didn't have a pot to piss in. And he would always like, hey man, I can talk to you. Alright, you're a fucking comic. Let's go over to Coach and Horses. Alright. And we just walk over to the Coach and Horses. And it was a Bud Light and a Miller Lite for Douglas. And just have a beer. And it was, I remember one night we were at the Coach and Horses, and this guy beside us was talking all this shit about faggots, we've got to kill all the faggots. Goddamn fucking motherfucking faggots. Alright, and Doug goes, fuck yeah, and Doug's amping him up, okay, getting him with him on this, and then Doug fucking grabs my head and makes out with me. Okay, at the fucking bar, alright? And this guy's, oh my god, what the fuck? Alright? And Doug goes, alright, another beer. And a shot. That was a shot. That was fucking, that was weird maniacs.
One night,
Nobody's like that now.
I got so gacked up that I walked right back to Josh Wolf's next door. So I had the car, but the battery was dead. So I was just going to can lay in there, and hopefully after 10 minutes I put the blanket on me and jerk off, and then put the seat back on, open the windows, and let me swim to death. All I did was a suicide note, and I died that fucking. Oh my god.
That's only 10 minutes. I couldn't move it.
There was sometimes that the car would start, sometimes towards the end, where it was a mystery car.
I had to remind, I gotta tell you about this because it's so fucking funny. Because we were on the road with Douglas, okay? And I remember we were sleeping in his Oldsmobile Cutlass, okay? And we were fucking rigged to booze, and he was doing the porno fucking closer with the beer all over. So he just smelled like fucking stale beer, cigarettes, right? And it's in Houston in like April. And so when that fucking sun comes up, it's 110. Okay, that's when we both fucking woke up out of our fucking stupor, sweating like pigs. And Doug goes, Ralphie, can I just butt fuck your titty or something like that? Right? It's really weird. Get out of here, you fucking creep. But that's how it was. He was just fucking bananas. He was bananas. Hey, bang pokey. That's amazing. Okay, that's deadly.
You know, seeing him opened up my mind.
Yeah, man.
One day that New Year's got me on stage. In 96, I saw Doug's down now. And I've said this before. I was a host at the broker. The first time Doug came in the stable, I had just gotten separated. And Doug's stable, it was the house MC. This is 92.
Wow.
And he came back. Yeah, and he came back 6 months later. He had taken me up the improv. Yeah, the stable. Yeah, kept in touch for a while. Then we disagreed on each other's radar. And then I get to see how. And people talking about this fucking Doug stand-up in San Francisco, right on this kind of country right now. And I'm like, this is some little guy with a hair, and he's crazy.
By the way,
This guy's staying.
no, man, you gotta give him his dues, because the guy who came in second place with Dougie won the San Francisco Comedy Competition was Dane Cook, okay? And Dane was a motherfucker on stage. Do you think he's something now? Holy fuck, that kid lit it up. And, I mean, every time Stanley goes, I've seen Mencia get him like that. I've seen Chappelle get him like that. Sam Kinison get him like that. But fucking, I'm telling you, man, that kid's dead. Okay, Dane Cook and Dougie still beat him. And it was murder.
It was something that Lee was. Like at that time, comedy for me was on TV. It was on every channel, like VH1 and comedy on Sundays.
Yeah, TV is saturated.
Even at the improv was on the 3 shows for comics on the Jimmy Kimmel, Letterman, and Carson. You know, all that stuff. So I had all this comedy. And this the first 2 times I saw stand-up, it was just racing type comedy. I thought he was funny. How funny he got. That time I saw him in June of 96. It made me fucking me off that I couldn't go on stage for 2 days. I could make me think about why I want to keep doing comedy. Get a day job because I don't know if I can be that good. That being that good is something.
I so what about
I had that feeling when I saw Hicks for the first time. When I worked with Kinison, and when I worked with Dougie, and when I worked with Mitch, I got the same thing. Like, what the fuck am I even doing? Do you think it's like work? Do you think some people just have more work than some people?
I think there's both. I think there's Doug season. He had a certain thing in his personality that
I'm successful. I'm successful. I'm just successful in the wrong thing.
Brian was
And I'm
great.
successful
Carlo
in
was
the wrong
great.
way.
At that time, at the Apollo, I did young comic specials. Judd Apatow,
Bill Hicks.
Again,
Bill
okay.
Hicks, I didn't really know his
Sometimes
name. I just
success
just
is
my hands in that.
play
Like,
divine
oh yeah,
facts.
yeah,
With
but
how
96, yeah, I
I'm
loved
living
Hicks
and
and
what
Dennis.
I'm doing.
And
Because
Hicks was great for me.
here.
But when I listened to his stuff,
Minnesota.
You're trying
I
to
got
preach.
me the one 24/7.
Yeah.
So if you have my other features that you have at the time, if you listen
Back
to
when
my
this
story,
worked bad. Once I saw stand
wrong
up,
to
it
say,
took me
how
3
blessed
days to
you do
realize
it.
what my next
How
move
blessed you
would
do.
be.
So sometimes success, okay, we define
Yeah,
that
day
as
job.
success.
I gotta go for this.
Sometimes
But I gotta be
success
that guy.
absolutely
I gotta be that loose. I gotta be that free. I gotta be that dangerous. You have to be that.
Great job.
You know,
Out there. Success
if
is
not, you're gonna be like the rest of the
sometimes
fucking
it
cunts.
does
That's
not
why
go down. You go up behind it.
we get banned from the improv.
Sometimes
The
you
time we
have
went to the
gauge
festival,
themselves.
and
They're
Bird
selling
picked them when he put on
that
the edit
success
for
is
some
in
shit.
the
You know,
That
he fucked the chick and go
is
off
not
bed. And he had to write the
I
apology.
think of the
It was
never
non-stop
you
dead, never met anything like that with
go
that guy.
for
And he just walked into the improv. And the improv, you know, they're not the comedy store, they're not gangsters. They're writers and they, you know, oh my God, they're writing. Yeah, they were writing your shit. He walked in there and changed. There were rules that he was walking people on Sunday nights. Like, walking the improv and shit already. That's what, you know, he fucking created. And he made it on this fucking dirt. He went to war with 20,000 club owners. 20,000 on his terms. He got his ball shaved on stage. The chick never recovered. The chick was shaved his balls. She had to get rid of the magician cast.
What happened?
She lost it just for
Very well,
what I laughed about her getting rid of him.
What
If
is
you know this girl, it's a fucking nightmare.
It's a bad
It's,
That was like the 30th one, right?
What's the problem? What's the problem? Utah again has got his God. You know, he's got his God. What is he doing? After all, again, any self-protection guy who's going to go to the next, leave the call. Run that call. But what happens? Another guy, the only one from their show, shows up. Now you're only thinking, guy, you only come back here and shows up.
You see people pull up.
Now, yeah, well, I tell you about the future myself. Yeah, I got a little
A fucking manager.
So Utah, when you're
Assistant manager at Burger King.
He's good. I know, that's a different dude. He's professional. This guy's actually got Doug fucking organized and fucking handled. It's incredible. The guy is great. Bless his ass. Immediately when he came in, he got Doug all settled in and fucking found out the ticket counts exactly. Fucking went, did merge, checked in 4 hours before, came back, made sure Doug was alright, had his suit, press for him, ready to fucking rock and roll. It was a fucking, that's how tour manager. The guy's in good hands. He doesn't let him, he doesn't drink. If you gotta go anywhere, he doesn't drink. He always makes sure food's fucking awesome. Everything's safe. It's a fucking, he's the cleaner. Okay, he's the fucking wolf. Okay, of the Doug fucking circus. Okay, this guy's wrangling up. I mean, he used to leave bitches in his wake and we just pop up like once every 3 weeks or some shit.
However you make success, it's like that success as the time of
Yeah. Because he looked like a nice guy. That's what made him so dead.
8:45. I mean, destroy so deep. They ruin the show. They destroy.
Guys are ruining the show.
It's over. It's over. It's comedians know it's over.
Everybody
Comedians, you know, the comedians are
Every
back.
time for life, you think you know, how he crushed us, how he was got
it was deadly. Yeah.
They gotta put gas in it
At
because
the end of the day, for the final food,
And you knew that was a total scam, right? Yeah, total scam. Tell you, like, you get comedians to put gas in his car. The fucking needle worked. Okay, you just tell everybody to get it out. It's broken. It's broken. What's up with that dude? I'm telling you. It was a total scam. It was a fucking dude. Well, that's on you. You should have put gas in it.
That motherfucker was on the disco. I go in there. I put that dollar. That's one of those bills that you're gonna
So,
sell it come back.
it was the same. It was the ultimate
Yeah,
supreme.
Supreme. Yes, no, that thing was busting jack.
Fucking beat the shit.
I put like $30 that motherfucker one time. They stayed on the E like
That car was in like fucking. When he got rid of it, I think it's like 400 something thousand miles on that car. It's fucking incredible.
I think I even slept in it.
Dude,
I slept in that motherfucker.
I slept in it many times. Doing CW Kindle gigs. Shirley Bonham, she had some good gigs.
We'll pick up the air for
Marcia. Oh,
It's somebody else. I'd have like $32 worth of cocaine in my pocket.
yeah.
We drink vodka, smoke fucking weed.
Yeah, I never did blow.
You know,
I got too many risk factors.
that was a long fucking time ago.
Yeah. That wasn't
That was a long fucking time ago. It's a good building, man. Every time I
just rocking, man.
I don't even go in and I don't do nothing. Every time I drive by, my heart stops. I always want to take lead out with Padre. Like, you know what, man? I'm not ready for that yet.
Yeah, right.
I'm back in there. And they had a good tamale on Monday night and shit. You know what I'm saying? I took these to Joe's Pizza. He likes that, man.
Oh, yeah, that's good pizza. Yeah. I don't think I've been at Joe's.
It's just really weird.
let's keep it
Yeah.
The game is so much different than what it was.
My wife was in 2000. Man, you already have a laugh factory.
Yeah.
You already making it happen. I'm so good. Superstar and spots. You get these spots I was running right on. That was the head. That fucking building. Yeah, but you
I'm working with him in December.
oh my God, there were so many people that had that Celine, the other one, Gentry, you just fucking come in like to sleep. Thank God that was the way it was.
I have a food time for you, man.
That's why until I busted. Then I busted until I busted.
Nah, I think I busted it, man. I think you rebusted it.
Jesus Christ.
But at least you didn't, push a turd down my bathroom. Okay, Dre, that was always forgiven. I appreciate that.
Since I've been a kid, I still remember a fucking story. When I was a young kid, when I was about 5 or 6, I was a fucking match kid. I went to all these faces and said, Dad, I would lock myself away. I would take my mother's 45s.
The singles.
What they are doing, add this to the fact that I'm able to do this and go down this path, indicates to me that I have a powerful structure of my phone. And of course, we're going to see some kind of telling that is correct. Let's be powerful circle. It's able to go ahead and instruct do something does not mean that they all have to be happy with what it is that they are doing. We're taking this is going to see that the general idea about how to interpret things different. So a lot of times I want to do something, I want to go down a certain road. And so I interpret the sound pretty favorable to my desires right now. But sometimes when I got sometimes if I'm going down a very random road and I'm not doing anything, yes, when I say to enjoy some level of success for a variety of different reasons. So that's what, so again, this is part of being discovered in the state of emotion. When the things exist, we go down this concept. Go down this concept that a person just be sure to say I don't know. A person should be careful about not talking that is definitive or about what they're saying. Not acting from definitively so they're not acting whatsoever. The new shift is this idea of focus. Let's think about it. I'm going to read actually in the beginning of like, coming, reading along that this Japanese language, rather sometimes it appears that a person has divided pieces of one problem. Operation what como fiasco, to him, he feels like this instrument shall stand before us loca and he understands this because of the indicative transformation to go down this path. It was a sometimes a person is successful in a particular area and keeps that success on his side. That I say finally got to want him to go down this path. I'm done. I have a thousands of thousand outdoors that we know. No more thousand. 6,000 person. But again, I will say a person ultimately can go to and the person go ahead and not necessarily rely on his ability to be successful in any particular area as the magnitude of divine happiness with that direction in life. Because to do like things, well, I actually complain, but to do like things, the person says, well, if I'm successful in a particular area of life, I'm good in a particular direction. The only way that success could happen is to do like things, well, I actually follow the outlaw to return to Ulog would not have helped me in that direction. God did not want me to go in that direction. Back in the Valley Tower, the sign also will ultimately again what often happens. What often happens is the person will go ahead and say, if a person needs to become car, if it goes, a person goes to become car, a person comes to go ahead and park on the pathway of spirits, that can park with hope them along the track to the path. About all the comments, so let's take it back. This is really quite profound. You see what Seth is saying? So we often think that if I'm successful in a particular area, that must mean that I could probably want to go down this way. At the end of the day, if I thought it could have want me to do it, then why would people allow me to be successful? Then why would they allow me to be successful? But what Seth says, that's not necessarily the case. Because sometimes, back when we took all the time, lots of people are saying, you know, the sign also, basically, the general open website language, there's a concept that somebody comes to the site, right? Somebody comes along. So the windows open. And this is part of the purpose of the cigarettes. I'm chasing the joints with cigarettes. You don't mean though. It's not. On the third joint, I'm gonna pack cigarettes and shotgun lights. That's not somebody cigarettes out the window. Half of them are going right. Ulan, long as silence. All of a sudden, you in general, we say how long is silence. Somebody wants to become taller. That's some part of actively helps them avoid that. If somebody comes to become it, this is something that bounds them. So what's the short from that day? Most
There's the guy
we're still
fucking
needs to
smoking
focus
his
on
shirt.
the door. Close the door open. But he doesn't open the door. What he did is
I
good.
know I'm old.
I think probably things are silent. Look, to your head. Doing something wrong, he probably doesn't do that because at the end of the day, there is always a big up. For example, they have fear and take away my teachers. So whatever I want to do, I know God will help facilitate that. But if what I want to do is pure and good, it is also non-passively helpful. If what I want to do is not good, probably close the door. If I open the door, probably close the door. That's not what that. Therefore, sometimes in life, when I raise the לכן אולי יש לנו אדם לחסיק ללמוד, שתלמוד אותו ולפי Therefore, if I am successful in a particular area of life, that must mean that what? That must mean that what? That is good. Because after all, I'm successful. That is not because of divine assistance. And God only assists people down a path, which is good, and which is power. So therefore, anything I am successful in must be because of His Father who wants me to be successful. So God says, we come up with, I know, so you know, yes, we're going to look at God. The Lord says, if you probably perfectly understand, this is a very dangerous time. In general, this concept of volatile society also, that if somebody comes to become Talmud, but he also helps them along down that path. Because remember, there's another truth here. Sometimes I want to embark on very meaningful for every single thing that somehow is automatically doing inside ourselves, help God help me along the path to look many different ways and many different circumstances. The point that the Sabbath is trying to make is that too often we interpret the divine will the way that suits us best. Like all of us deep down want to go ahead and fulfill the will of God. But how I intuit the will of God very often becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if I want to do something in life, and I have to be successful in that area, because that success as demonstrative of, oh, I'm doing the will of God. I'm doing the will of God. How much damage happens in this world? But people think that they do the will of God. This is such a fundamental even though, yes, I've always kind of decided on stuff. When you come to do something good, ultimately again, you come to do something good. It's not help you along that way. But not every time you are successful is that demonstrative of the fact that God is happy with what is good that you are doing. So we'll stop over here for today. Tomorrow, that's how you reconcile. So that's not the way that yourself that every time I'm successful, that's the practices that God is happy with what I'm doing. Then how do I focus on what I understand that success is indeed going to overwhelm and to go down. There's something to do with that.
Inside it was the bed with brown and yellow, and on the outside it was the bed with yellow and brown. You follow me? Yeah. And then the outside of it was fucking brown. So for $9.95 it fucking came on. I bought a blanket that went fucking hell with me. Jack, marriage, a divorce. We were married, she wanted to throw away the whole fucking have to throw that fucking thing away. That thing was in Miami. I slept with that fucking down with that thing. Because in those days I would just take the fucking clothes out of the army bag, take the fucking blanket out, put the clothes back up, use that as a pillow, and put that blanket on top.
That you started to know how to think they knew what Echo was. They didn't know what Echo was. Therefore,
I have a fucking legend and how to break a window for a car. So that fucking blanket was there with me. And that blanket I was just watching. All that blanket was my love. And I lost her my fucking love. And I was in charge of that fucking blanket.
Don't say
That
something
blanket was
that
no good for me all those years on trouble lines.
but
I
then
never
you gotta
held
have
no dirt in that blanket came with an old thermometric blanket off. I used that fucking
so
blanket.
that your words
Heavy and rough when I'm like,
really convey it.
the same blanket, it would be the same. When I wear the same blanket, it would be the same. That blanket was built in fucking World War II. When I lost that car, that was the hardest thing about that tour. I got that car got towed. I got the
Is that the car that I got my car towed to get all your shit out? It wasn't that time.
This was a car that Manny gave Josh.
Yeah, I got you. I got my car towed to get all your shit out because they wouldn't let you in the lot. All I could get was some back seats and some in the front.
Headshot was in Lowe's.
Oh yeah.
I get fucking pictures when I was a kid. I had shit that fucking thought they done. And sometimes, you know, to this day, I was just thinking of that blanket yesterday. Going, Jesus Christ, I won't have that goddamn blanket crossed out. That blanket fucking will take you to the next journey. That's how deep that blanket was. In 1985, in February 1985, that blanket went into the summer of that blanket. There were crabs in that blanket. I had crabs that came to the blanket. Motherfuckers crabs in that blanket. I did. Always told you about it.
That just because something is clear to you doesn't always mean that it is correct. And it cannot be put down to something that requires humility, requires us to be humble, recognize that even if I see something that is explicitly clear, explicitly correct, maybe it's not. But David is talking about the way you convey things. And if you're going to convey a person, make sure
After 400 episodes, this song still fucking hits me the same way it did when I was fucking 6 years old. 1 minute.
that is not something needs to be that anyone needs to stand for
Shit.
I
I had to my shit today.
think it's one thing expressed in physical second in the idea of simplicity. That's when you use it huge.
My mom would always do it. My always started the song.
My life,
She would come on. She would put the ball in the air and then she would put it back
I
on.
have to
She
experience
plugged
it,
the fucking microchip once.
I did something that
She put ice in the fucking thing and then she started playing the song.
why you do
And she fucking made the whole place. How long the song was. Sneezing all over the floor everywhere. Sneezing off the floor. Fucking sweep it out. This is after the cleaners came to bring the morning. You know what I'm saying? That's how fucking she always played the song. The song was all the time. She had to go. So
What's it? It's not a
we
good
had to
idea
go.
to
That's what the song.
do something
But we played the song. And
that
then
only
the song she
clear
was
to
fucking
you,
playing.
but could be
That's why we play this song on Mondays.
the day by
Respect.
you like
You gotta have respect.
should be about that. There was
Eliminate the eliminate when you suck a dick in purgatory. Uncle Joe, you gotta respect yourself. You gotta light a candle at the sun. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, you're sucking dick in hell. With fucking De Niro and fucking, with De Niro and fucking, Angel Heart. Fucking shit.
Someone posted that scene today from Casino. Well, the guy was going to, I forget the guy's actor's name. Was saying, like, you're not my money back.
They were
It's
like
like, you can't have your money back. And they're like, let me just tell you what I like that whole scene. I just keep showing up. And, the guy who played De Niro's attorney, representing him in Vegas, okay, was played by the actual attorney, okay, that went on to be the mayor of Las Vegas. And he was apparently shady as hell. I mean, you'd have to wonder if he'd sue if it was a gross, I don't know. It was pretty incredible. A little shady. A mob lawyer. I love a mob lawyer. That's real. That's real. I don't know. Maybe I was thinking of The Exorcist too much.
Well, I'm in town doing a benefit tomorrow. Actually, two. I'm doing that Warriors one at the Comedy Store early, and then my show at 10 o'clock. Tuesday is called Rockin' the Rest, and 100% all the comedians are donating their time. And we got Dane Cook, we've got Margaret Cho, we've got Gerard Carmichael, myself, Adrian, the actual native comedian, okay? And all the money goes to pay for propane in North Dakota and these reservations where they're allowed to freeze basically every year. People see their kids die, see their old people die. You know, Indians, they keep their old people with them, okay? White folks ship them away, put them in a box, okay? Feed them them heavy pills until they fucking die, you know? That's what happens. But Indians keep them close. And so every year people die, and this is keeping people warm. Really need it. And so, you know, I'm happy to donate my time. And I think it's going to be a fucking great show. This weekend I'm in Oxnard. I'm at the new Levity Live in the mall, apparently. I don't know. I've never been there. It's brand spanking. I bet it is, man. They don't really fuck around. Those guys, they kind of got their shit together. You know, I mean, they're always phenomenal venues. And then when they make, like, everyone is like, let me top the last one. Okay? Like Irvine was fucking amazing when they redid it. Okay, you got a mommy burger in there. That's a fucking deadly cheeseburger, Jack. Right? And then, boom, this one is the fourth one in Southern California. And it's the newest one. Right? They had to do something bigger and better than Irvine. You know, they got to step up, so they got another Copper Blues in there, which is fucking like 100 beers on tap, fucking like 300. No, it's great. It's fun. 16 people before the show starts.
I got you roll estimated not but in the way that you say it, in the way that you do it, that should not be misunderstood by others. Okay. But what about the fact that sometimes what things through? Right? What about the fact that most of us don't alive?
It'll take down the airplane.
Any word just like this is a process. And then the sun starts to play. That's what you thought. What is the role of
Honestly, I think they're gonna attack the comedy club. I really am. And then, like, you know, blasphemous assholes like us, you know, Joe Rogan, somebody gonna get shot. One of us gonna get shot on stage. I'm telling you, it's gonna be horrific. I hope it's me, because at least I can take 42 and 9mm right up to the door without fucking stopping. I'll get over there and fucking Johnny blow up me and fucking Johnny with a Budweiser bottle. Here I go.
The longest
Dude, it's gonna happen. I'm telling you, man. God forbid, exactly. No, never. It's horrible. What other people are gonna start watching?
I think it's good. And you're like, hey, it is correct. And B, I don't know how to escape this. We do correct. Instead of saying, how about my son is, you know that my son Those are my shoulders like the
She
dog.
said, "What happened? Much meetings tomorrow and one today." And they couldn't do it.
So remember, it gets turned out.
I can't lie to anybody. Last time I went to New York, Gotham, I had a great time.
That I was wrong about something. Here's the
flowers
great news.
on his grave. But I'll tell you something.
Just learn it to me.
Maybe it's
I
my
was
age.
definitely
Maybe it's what I've
I
become.
had
Kind of a pussy to all that stuff. I haven't grown up
anything.
yet to be
So
used
the
to
nice
to a
stuff, the nice
stadium.
stuff.
You know, what's Alex Jones crazy, man? You know, he said something. I saw him at the UFC 5 years ago.
That
He said that in 10 years, he's going to be TSA at Marty's.
of that
That shit.
It's not the same
You
day.
know, and I
Right
can't
now,
see
it's
it not
only
happening,
right
especially
now.
people with
Look
this
at
shit.
again. So now that he goes on, he says, well, we can go and grab
States, Tennessee guy.
when they said, we saw the Puma low side, literally against the heart,
Yeah, it was a sort of fast.
You know, so what I'm trying to say is about your realities of here with life. Every time I send a fucking bug, every time I send a fucking bug,
that our
time I sit down and I see no man, I go, what's that right now? Some guy just running up with a grenade. I think that would have too much of a bad.
Yeah.
I was always right now. What you have in your bed. I come to my airports, anything is better than just being surprised outside.
I think people like to shit on TSA. Maybe I have a weird thing that made, but I got felt up both ways. This way, I had to stand and I look at a different angle into one of the things that legs. It was terrible. But it happened both times.
It was just make sure that whatever I'm
You said
going
both?
to do,
No.
whatever I'm going to do is really correct. And if I'm going to say something,
TSA, make you relax.
and it needs a whole bunch of reaction
7 or 8
on
meetings
that
a
night,
day,
and
but
then I'm trying to
reality is that
it needs a whole bunch of emotions.
it's like this whole, it's like a Russia right
It's
now.
been
They
white
can't
for us.
find them, so they can't
Some
find
of
us.
these
We gotta do something from your skin also. When you see that shit on that GL,
make sure
when
that
they show these people with their skin falls off, you have to come in from gasoline,
they
explosive.
make sure
And there's all that training when I fly in a different angle.
doesn't require
You know, as people are taking each other along this TSA
that's
can
the
only
point.
be so big, you know,
And
like the only thing John Lake knows that
without
so you can't really
sense of self-power
always attacks or whatever.
in my mind.
Listen,
I
man,
think about all these
My
things I
guys
want
in Nashville are so
to say,
fucking cool.
all these things I want to
Like they
analyze.
everybody says hello. They have to go do all
Take
the
correct.
downs and stuff. They just half it was having a high five everybody and walk the fuck off. I mean, these guys are easy breezy. It's just these those guys are the greatest. And they just breeze you right through. I fucking love the guys in Nashville.
you know, listen, man, I love very, very good stuff, but that's the
It
real
makes it good with the
fucking realities, people that, you know, I dread taking my daughter somewhere like something like crazy, like a fucking crazy airport or a Disneyland type of event. I mean, you know, but this listen, you have to live your life.
yeah.
You can't live like a fucking Cuban down there in the corner. You have to live your life, man. That's where you live in America. Goes and down. They're bombing the shit out of them over there. That's how they retaliate, man. Blowing up planes and shit. Why don't you start fucking with them over there right now? Like, shoot people so them. Used to that. No, yeah, so it's violent. So it's long. What's the other thing? He likes to have a month. No, he only substitutes for this dude. I'll watch him. I'll watch that one. He's
I like that guy.
Yeah, me too.
George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, I'll watch him. He was like some White House aide.
Yeah, he was good.
Let me give some fucking quick shout out to my man. It was great seeing him on Lincoln's family in Chicago.
Amazing.
I love you motherfuckers. The old man came out. He knows I love him. It was great seeing Pete the Greek. It was great seeing Josh. 10 motherfucking planet. He took us over to Al's and stuff. You know, I want to really thank the club. The management, the staff, they were great all week. I want to thank my man Ramir, Shaban, Fred Nasser, Coach Prosto, Raymond Mann, Garrett Lamuka, Nikolai Zucker, Sean Charles, Jason Jackson. I want to thank you boys down there in Austin, Crystal, and my man. see my boy, motherfucker, Las Vegas next week. Larry, aka the Turkey motherfucking Lamb. Next week at the South Point Casino. Me and Larry. He'll be there Friday night, fucking working. Friday or something. Then I'll go to bed at 10 o'clock. Nobody bothers. Nobody has their feelings hurt.
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good.
Wednesday,
I'll wake up at radio at 7 o'clock up in Fresno. And my coffee and just go inside and do my show. I really don't like the morning because I got that LASIK eye surgery and I have to wear sunglasses in the morning. Otherwise, it gives me a migraine headache now because I'm under stress. And I get a fucking bad headache, and I think it's because of that surgery. And so I have to wear shades and look like a douche in front of people. And it's like so annoying. I have to explain myself. And I don't feel like a douche back then, too. It's like, just wish my eyes were
LASIK work for the tape.
Yeah, man. I've got great vision. I'm 2010. When I got it done, I was 2020. The next day, I was 2015. And the day after that, everything was healed up, and it was 2010. I'm like 40 something. Terrible. I can't see for shit. Oh, really? Yeah.
I can't see dick either, so, now I can see little things. This is flow. I know this is Iris, so you fucking left you go run. It's like, but I know this. I can't see Twitter enough like that. I can't see my Twitter feed or email. I can't see that shit. That's craziness. But that's the reality. That's what happens.
You really post fun shit, man. You got a very eclectic taste in music, but they're always jams, like across genres. It's really fucking, you put out good vibes. I love it.
I get up in the morning, man. I get up like everybody fucking else. You get up uncertain. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, I went to bed last night, maybe 10 o'clock, because I haven't had it for the weekend. Like, I slept a little in the afternoon. Like, I'm dozing off on the plane. I got 2 hours before I got up on Saturday. Like, that's not enough. I got up at 3 a.m. last night. I'm done. 3 a.m. just got up. I laid there for like 7 minutes. I said, I'm going to go back to bed. I went and peed. I put the robe on. I went in the office and put a few comments. Right? Fuck me, I went to go on the computer. So it was crack a lack. I pulled out my notebooks. I wrote my agenda for the day. I got my week ready.
That's fucking amazing.
It's a couple more. I didn't make coffee. I did a few more hits. Didn't even eat nothing.
Yeah, but let me ask one back to that. I have a question.
It's about 5 o'clock. About 5 o'clock, I went right back in there like a dog always saying. It was freezing. I took that t-shirt off, my titties came out. I got that fucking blanket on, that sleep apnea mask, and I climbed under that blanket. I slept till that fucking alarm went off at 10 after 7. And I would have slept till 9, trust me. I would have gotten deeper and deeper. She questioned him, so
My question is from on Saturday. Because you went to look for talk after it, and you were really hot after it. I don't know, just saying, I never knew, like,
sat there and let the fucking water hit me, Phil. I couldn't take it anymore. I let the water cool off and I stretched my back. I put shorts on and went right there with my back.
You didn't pass out.
Just passed out. Whenever I'm confused and shit, I need to go in the shower. I just go in the shower and let it run out my head. And let that hot water fucking rejuvenate my brain fucking cells and shit. And that's it.
Because around me, you've done a lot of specials. And even your early ones were all more, I mean, great ones. Like, this is Joy's first. So, like, going back to your first, can you think about, like, what that actually looked like?
Well, I've been running those goddamn jokes for like 5 years straight. I mean, I had laughs every 4 to 5 seconds. And the album went platinum because people thought I got fucked up last time. We sold like 1.4 million. And it was a big deal. And it was just out of the Laugh Factory. And the feeling afterwards, like you're like, oh God, and there's like, oh my God, there's like you get to exhale, oh my God, all right, and then you really take it in, and then it'll come if it hasn't already. The panic that you can't do those jokes no more because people are going to see all that shit coming, and you're not the type, because Joey's a real comedian. He won't allow himself. He'll beat himself up to dig deeper and go realer. Okay, and that's what this is gonna do. It's gonna act as a catalyst to spur his writing. And in a fucking year, he'll have an hour and a half. That's how it is. But for like the next month, it's gonna be a little bit panic. Alright, and
No panic at all.
good. Let it breathe.
I'm in the state of.
Where you at?
I'm in the state of.
Because I know the whole fucking thing.
No, I'm in the state of. It all came down to this. I enjoyed doing it. I definitely knew that. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I know exactly where I'm going to do it. The first time I want to take. I know I'm going to do it now.
So you're ready with a whole nother special?
You're ready for a special. There's no how. There's no how. Not even close. I have minus 10 minutes for the special. You know what I'm saying? When you're at that point, I'm not worried about that. I'm going to take this week off and then start next week. And then go to Vegas, take a week off, go to Boston, but I'm still going to have, I'll get some more material put together for these tours until you start doing it. I'm like Janet Jackson. When Janet Jackson starts a tour, she lip syncs. She's got a cardio and stuff to walk and sing at the same time. So you start at 90% fucking lip syncing. By the end of the tour, you're down to 10% lip syncing because you're building your fucking cardio. You don't need somebody singing behind the same shit they were. Yeah, that's how I'm going to try it. That's what I'm going to do right now. I'm in no rush,
Plus of the tours before them.
There's a lot of things you always say you think you're in a rush. I'm in no rush.
No.
I'm in no rush.
Not at our level. I mean, it's like I did my special when I was 11 years in. And I hit my first special. And 12 years in. Yeah, 12. And so when I hit, I knew what I was doing. I've been headlining all over the South for years. I had an hour and a half ready to rock.
Yeah, you had that night and the next night. You come tonight, tomorrow, you'll see fucking hours. No space. I'm not worried about the material. I'm not worried about any of this shit. This experience taught me that you might not have anything in May. You keep getting on stage. And you keep taping your sets and you keep pushing yourself that back. Yeah, I got them under 3 sets. Yeah, you start that bang at half of them because you forgot there's a Dodger game. So that show that's supposed to start at fucking 9 is now going to start at fucking 10:30. So you're at that till 2 in the morning working your material for 3 fucking people. But every spot works. It's really some names, I didn't know what the fuck it meant. It meant that everything you do builds, and it builds momentum, and one day it all builds into one momentum. All those little things that you do with shit all little, and they really do. I'm seeing it with 20 people. I've seen it with 20 fucking people. From Ralphie May to fucking Ari to Ali Wong, I've seen momentum build all the fucking night like nothing happened. So, stand up is real. I can't imagine being Kevin Hart. I can't imagine being Amy Schumer. I can't imagine being Louis C.K. Because those guys' agents get greedy. They put them out there, and these guys can't write fast enough. These guys can't write fast enough. You know, you get to that level, you do 80 other things. It's not you in a fucking room anymore.
Yeah, you're not doing bong heads with your friends and drinking coffee. Yeah,
It's all different.
it's all different.
It's all different now, so people can't adjust to that either. I was telling Lita one of the most important things is grounding. No matter what Ralphie had around him at all times, the 6 agents, the whole thing, I was always holding him on the phone, tormenting him, making him laugh, keep him grounded so he would buy into the fucking bullshit. You don't buy it, they're gonna hit you with bullshit. That's it, that's it. There's a ton of bullshit that comes if you keep your friends around, they keep you grounded. You know what? Ralphie, that joke ain't funny. When that agent tells you that the joke is brilliant, we love it. They're up there eating dog shit. Like that poor kid in today's show, Rory Feldman, singing that
Oh
fucking
my
song.
God, you hear that? Oh, that poor kid. I wish one of them loud boys would come and rip his fucking head off.
What do you do
Scaly face.
when you're that kid's agent and he comes into your office and he sings that song to you? You can't sit him down and tell him the truth.
Somebody's lying to that kid.
Well, that's tremendous. Well, get me on the show right now. Let me call in 2 minutes. Let me call in. No. I'll wait. Call right now. I got fucking someone in my office right now. You'd love to come on today's show and sing a song for me. Tell them to send us a demo. They sent us the demo of that fucking song. Without looking at the kid, he shows up with 2 broads dressed up like fucking Dressed up like fucking white Dracula.
For that role. The 2 women, and then one of them was probably his girlfriend, but the other one, I don't know.
Those poor girls didn't know what they were getting involved in. Trust me.
Oh my God.
Those girls want to shoot themselves right now. Those girls are changing their hair color. They quit SAG and joined after. They fucking switched up with those 2 fucking
Dude, our generation had those chicks from the guy. Those chicks were so fucking hot, okay? It was a good song, good singer. Basic same formula, minus good singer, good song. Okay, if they just had a good singer and a good song, it would have been great.
music at that time was like MTV. The video wasn't on TV or tickets you saw. It really wasn't about the music, and the music was good. The visual effects of the fucking videos in 83 and 84 were fucking brilliant. From Sledgehammer, Thriller. Those videos, and that's what sold tickets in those times. That video was a lights are on. You know what he's talking about, Lee? You know what he's talking about? Put on YouTube real quick. I'll give you a lesson on TV and music right now. Put on Robert Palmer. Just put him up in YouTube. Lee has some questions. Oh, God damn it. Lee, is it time for another mushroom gap? I'm only getting off a little bit. It's time for another mushroom.
I'm not doing mushrooms.
Just being Lee. This is more training, Lee. That's all. You never saw this, Lee?
Oh, this is tremendous.
And you know what? They've done 10 videos, 10 different things to copy this. But I think this guy was the first guy. I don't know if that's why I don't want to say for sure. This is the first guy I saw do it. They made an impact on me. Boston, you never saw this.
Oh my God, seriously? Oh, I wish I was here.
Thank God. Watch this.
I wish I was here right now.
Anyway. this shit. Please, sorry.
Wow. That motherfucker. Damn.
All right, fellas. Good.
That motherfucker. Just fucking
He's such a bad motherfucker. This guy is a bad motherfucker.
listen to his sound. Nobody's got fuck like that. Nobody's got a sound like that.
Gravitas increases. They such as the authority is incredible of the concept of Jesus. I lack the perspective. Only the most nevertheless, it's pointed out that since Jesus had the for example, again, what do you think like? Yakuza, Banashi, Abraham, again, I'm a people get up early in the morning. Why does people go to the why does people get the app? So there are parameters. There are parameters which will say, again, you go to check out the of the group down.
This one is dangerous. This guy has always been dangerous. This guy is this guy was a pop dude. He went deep with some shit. Right there.
Listen to
I'm
this.
not going to get up all these words, but doesn't go to make but doesn't go down to look at you know that
So he wanted to this plumbing game. Maybe after plumbing game done. Right. And this guy was
in the left pulling it all over. He was about about very lucky catch Jesus. I revealed that he absolutely with the outcome the first looks about the second something. When you speak about the parameters of the parameters that are needed for the measurements of a problem. Now we multiply what he's doing at this moment. Aber du weißt den Witz noch. So scheiße.
Yeah.
But when you say that
Apparently MTV.
well, it matters that it is a little bit too loud, a little bit of fun.
I figured out how this shit was 84, 83. This is how they got a little more popularity. Well, the search around the motherfucker. It showed me, these motherfuckers.
It's like a bad day.
Ellen, no, you can come back. The funny comes out. There's both a mixed law and a policy that defines what particular state. Speaking of time, so what is Jesus saying? Jesus says to perform that from the movies are that. Right? Most it's just Jesus in general that we are using to move on during the day. During the day, so that's now look is a serious with high as Jesus. Let me do it follows. You already have got once, needs a humble. And Jesus says, try to do it as so good. That's what people say. Those are the first example, even though Jesus doing it before me, but something of Jesus is doing it today. It doesn't, you can get two things that are not necessarily there is something like a talk with you. Right. So those things in life that have to get done, that are hard, but
We had one
once
and a
you
half,
do them, once you do it, done it.
gummy, whatever.
Now, Jesus says, do it now. Don't wait. Don't do it tomorrow. Don't do it soon. Don't bring the book better. Do it now. So that's the with others. And your actual people say, not now, then when. Because it's such a fun. So Jesus means different things in different contexts. And the influence has a defined time. Jesus means who needs to have to use time. And before that time, because I wasn't, it had to go. So this is, I'm going to try how to do it. Somebody asked me, Abraham, okay, he gets up early that day. So it's that for him, the Jesus was going that day. Not like before, not 2 days before, that day. We're looking at it early that day. Because there are other things like this. Other things like that, I think I have to be personal. You got to do practice. But I was thinking that when you do those things, that's I was that. But the number is that when you're studying again, this particular code, you want to go and have a talk about it. And so I was saying that. So specifically, get a meeting tomorrow, which was and had to say that we were working on the weekend, but I got to see it over. And I looked at the chat, I see so that's what I kept doing. I kept looking from dawn until nightfall. So we were not so show that a lot of the stories, I just like what they
Shout out to Buffalo. Ingesting all this information.
What happened was really good. We covered 10 days. We covered enough of flow. And it was just moving us last week. We didn't have a business yet. We have a business
Congratulations.
Or some kind of video. And it's a great picture. No one ever said, you know what, it's too early to have your success. Right? You know what? It's a great deal to bring in $1 million. But you know what? It's after 5. I clocked out. I clocked out already. So I clocked out already. That's 5 years. You know what? Good. I'll start tomorrow. That's the one of that. The other question that the opportunity for great opportunity comes to the so what's so much you got it. Someone told me to make it you know what? I was $1 gift. Seven. But I would assume that somebody calls it something so it's hey, because they call it $1 million business deal. I'm pretty sure that's you have to have 3 writers now, right? You know, material. So again, you'll see from the myself the fucking head. Next time, so Jesus says, grab it now. That's it. There's other contextual things like listeners. That's every single that night. Son and my aunt, who love, that's the night, it's my day. So do it as many years. Sometimes Jesus has the opposite way of the time. And sometimes Jesus says, grab it and grab it now. Okay? And God bless you. Like tomorrow.
If anything, if you feel anything weird, okay, we go to the safe, okay, Lee? Just write it out, okay? Maybe 3 hours. You want to take a shower, take a bit of shit.
Like they do
That's what it
and
goes.
almost nighttime, and nighttime is safe.
He's a soldier. They went a little bit.
I love it.
What is your finish?
I get to the
So that's
This is it.
Jewish out.
I'm trying to be careful.
I don't know if there's something in between them.
Like, like, right? So again, what and it's back to the law of back to the point of therefore, how long can I stop? You might
Real
say,
size candy bars.
so, actually, well, you might say, no, the fact that you can
Well, you know, those fun size candy bars. There's nothing fun about them. You just get started and it's done. Fuck that. I give whole candy bars. I gotta say, I was getting fucking cases of them. Sit out there. Fucking just remember, you gotta hand up. Right? Like, I appreciate children. You know, don't talk people in my house. You know what I mean? Don't be mad. Okay, we're down. Okay, you know, you pay the neighborhood. You say it's the white picket fence. We get fucked up. Okay? You know what I mean? Just pay it forward a little bit. Okay? The mom will come up. I had them 3. Always on you like Reese. Okay, well, niggas is born 10. Oh, you want the monkey? What? That's what I'm calling around. Okay, that's all we got. I'm sorry. But I mean, I go through probably $300 worth of candy. But it just, I mean, kids just light up and I get toys and stuff.
Things, what happens is, with me, this week with the Butterfingers, I used one of the Butterfingers next to the opposite 22, which meant I hit 3 of those life-size ones. If I would have just stayed on life-size one, I might stand, all right, that's it. You know, I'm a fucking savage. I can say fuck it, that's it.
I had a few of those Butterfingers too.
I saw you a good time, tearing shit up this week. Tearing shit up, you know, me, I ain't no slim jim, I don't give a fuck, I want you to be healthy. But don't sit there, look me in the fucking eyeball, go, oh, wait, these 2 pizzas, I ain't no pizzas disappeared. These 2 pizzas, I was on stage for 2 hours. I come back, he says, he's sitting there with a big grin on his face. Happy as fuck. I was eating when I bet you there with cheese and prosciutto. One backstage. Really? That's the green room. In the green room. It was shoot. You know, when I got back there, ask Willie. When I got back there, I had no pizza. It was just like, ask Willie. Get Willie on the phone. Wait a second. When I got back there, there was 2 slices of pizza. Please stop. So
I wasn't in the state, folks.
he said the back room. There's no nothing. There was one fucking room.
I ate 3 slices in the main room. I did. I ate 3 slices.
That was London.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Somebody ate the ones in the green room. When I left, there was no pizza in the fucking house.
I was saying this to Evan. I just don't like
No, I wasn't eating around here. No.
I wasn't there. I was in Portland.
Yeah, but Ralphie, there was a whole pizza that was Willie's. And there was a pizza. I took 2 little
Well, I mean, okay, I gotta be honest with you.
fucking pan pizza.
Yeah.
There's 2 little strings that come back. 2 little slices when I left. I took both of them. He ate one. I watched him. And he ate a piece of chicken nugget. And he was eating it. He said, well, that's Joe watched the vegetables. There are no veggies. No. Stop my fucking vegetables. So next thing you know, I come back and there's no pizza. And he's sitting there with a grill. High as fuck. And I go, what's going on? I'm going back to the hotel. Next thing he's talking about chicken cutlet parmesan. His wife just got sick eating shit on the road. And all of a sudden he's out there ordering people.
Yeah, just no, I come home done. They're talking about 2 different nights now. Are we talking about Saturday or Friday?
Where'd you go Friday?
Friday? No, Friday and there was a chicken party.
Sabe?
put a
Então,
compliment French
se
fries,
aquilo
no
ou
pasta,
de cru,
pasta,
okay,
pasta.
Just a little bit of that. Hey, look, I want to do it.
Yeah, we see some of them. What was it, Saturday?
The reason why I didn't fry it was because I
the
didn't
right
want the
hand
cheese.
color
So
at the bottom of the
was
But
Saturday was because I had like two slices and he was
Well,
edible.
people have rights to do that. I mean, they have to
Yeah, I'm trying pizza.
That's so cool.
Three slices. Three slices.
Really,
No, but that's like a pound of pizza. I talked to the photographer. I asked him. I was like,
We could get free
no,
meal.
it was not. We didn't record.
Why is he like, oh, he's sitting there listening to whether it's and he was like me in the air through cocaine. Cocaine landed right here. And he's sitting next to Rick and believe it was what's that cocaine? That's not good. He was sitting there. At one time, we had 3 fucking boxes of pizza. Sitting there like middle of the boxes of pizza.
I love that stuff like
You eat everything all the time. You eat garbage pizza. You always
There's like everybody wants to
eat that. Then I want to take some home.
like
I want to take some home. You say no.
Nobody said no.
You did too say no.
No, I did not. I go, yeah, I'm so glad you brought it in.
Why don't I have a slice of split or something? No, I went to the front desk. Well, at least maybe they
You guys are kind of creating a thing, but you work the entire day. So people are constantly going to tell you, when does the day begin? The day almost. And when does the day end? The day ends as the day cycle comes.
on the way there, we had a schedule between us. We almost jumped out of the plane.
So that until people go home to the
You were recording in the I had to perform retaliation.
you make sure to have life that are and the rest of the people
I
can
love
say,
farting on planes.
that how you want to have life is fun. But I don't want to love love.
You said like a half a fag.
So funny.
Blew this guy out the first time. I
The game was so work. It was an hour of commercial. We are
I used to go out of my back. I fucked the back of the
Uma after labo gambala.
Within 2 minutes, I see him look at me.
Remember, the
Like
man said,
he's doing sign language. And he's nailed it
that
for
I
it.
work
Because
during
the
the day.
fuck
I know what I said. Really great
That's why you never take a window
from
seat.
sunrise
Because
to
anything
sunset.
that comes
The
goes
fact
right
that
in
he's
the
working
window.
takes
If I sneeze, it goes
from
through the window.
dawn.
If I blow
So
my
things
nose,
like
it goes
that,
right up
it's
very
just
far.
because
So when he gets the first dose of fun, this guy gets a second
then
dose.
it's
Like,
going on
not
yourself.
during
No,
the last
that
one,
was
supposed to come back.
day
This far comes back.
from a low
This far comes back and it breaks. It's
That's
like a
thinking
wave,
about it.
right? It's like a wave. It breaks like this.
That's
Half of
what
it goes
that's
in the east
like.
direction.
For us,
The other
because
half
of
it
the
goes
lot of
east.
the nice and deep time,
These guys know. And
it's
it's later.
like
I know how to
look
fly.
at us. I thought that.
That fucking is. I started on broken.
I thought that.
That's first class. That's Turkey.
I
You gotta catch him when he's sleeping.
even
And then Mount has to be around him. Rogan would sleep by the window with his mouth facing up. That's tough to catch him with a fucking fart. I'm talking guys. Don't fuck around. I'll tell you how it is. On the way back, I got upgraded
that's
from first class to Sunday flight on the way home. I was gonna
but
upgrade.
this is not
I
done.
went back to check on my
But we
weight.
know what this is.
Killing it.
And how does it go ahead and then
And we started the flight at 7:30 a.m.
fucking
with 2 kilograms of dead nitrogen at the hotel. We had no fucking. And we had just got the back. We had gone 3 hours before. 3 hours before.
those who want stories.
We are like almost there. I'm fucking, you know, everybody's fucking smoking dope outside. We got on that plane. I got up early. Went back to 14 leave.
Why the fuck they
The plane wasn't when I was done. They charge you for those seats now for 14 and 50 bucks. They put you in fucking country code. Let me tell you something. You fly anything now for 16 back.
So in other
You
words,
gotta get some. You gotta have Dodge.
show you that this is something that is important to you. Is it as anyone who's married? There's certain things that complicated things, right? That you do that, and how you do it makes all of the difference. Like how you go ahead and remove for that particular thing that it's up to the test might be done when the garbage might go out, so the errands might be, get accomplished. How you do it, how you do it, and the speed and the ability to shows how you feel about it. Same thing can happen. That's what I said. Rebecca had him, so when you're saying, I will say, obviously, the idea of being there, the first couple things you have to do. Well, if you do it, proposal, and I'll let you know some interesting stuff. It was an interesting, even has its limitations, right? Has its limitations. Because about proposal, you know, not being famous that much. The same time, this makes things outside of it. So it's I'm not obligated to go on with this stuff. The first thing that I'm thinking there's no obligation. I have an obligation to do it. Depends on the opportunity that's going to the party. He's not doing it. But what did Jesus say? Jesus says that as soon as you're up for the day, you have the opportunity and see, this is an important piece. So even Jesus himself has but one is not necessarily obligated to go ahead and in his example, these brothers before the day starts. Because I mean, cell phone, the Harry with suffering. Let me see this لما تشوفني تفهموا ما حكي بالضبط لما يجي تعمل هو قاعد تحكي بالضبط تفهموا you know the summit takes place or live posting on the night of the post to check the why can't you do the morning of the post Informar, trzeba się informować, że to jest złoty, że na tym ale jak to jest jak to jest o, widzów, jest to podpisu, jest to było o starym przyjaźnie. Nie powiedział, because of reason not at night, like the night of Arabic, you know what I don't know. So they say, how you rock pop okay, listen, as you just said, even Jesus has limitations. Right, so remember, if I want to be judged, I want to be elected, I want to be eager and zealous to bring it to the biggest on it. I can think of the cases that obligation to do it the next one. Where does it obligate you to do? Where does it obligate you to go ahead and do it or as early in the day as I can? This is therefore, where does it go to accomplish of using my people? I'm looking at a yasking act from the local, right? I'm looking at authority and the kingdom and ultimately against the title to the I'm looking at is hypothetical example of the but what's interesting enough, what didn't Abraham do? What didn't he do? What didn't he do? He didn't leave the next one. Right? Your sons don't go to sleep. Sons don't go to sleep because don't take every sleeping ever say that even Jesus has his parameters. So as Jesus says on any given day, do perform your opportunity as to give it important to think you set an incredible soul. Because
gotta be
what it
careful
says is
what I
like
fucking
Shlomo
what I
says
fucking
in
think about
Baruch,
a little while.
Lakol is
I
the
go
mind
over
for
yesterday when I got home right before I take a flight.
There's a
I
time for
take that fucking
everything.
alpha brain.
And
That's why I don't fall asleep
everything
on a
must
plane
be
when I get off.
exercised in
I sleep 2
moderation.
3 hours. I
Because
got
you
no
know what
jet lag.
happens
It's
when a
alpha brain.
person
Do
with
me
a
a
type
favor.
of Jesus
Go to
all that,
honest.com right now. I look at the great selection of
right?
supplements they
Free
have. If there's
anxiety,
anything you like,
right? It
go
can
to the
also be
cart.
OCD.
Put
There's
it in there,
a lot
press
of
in.
questions by the way. A lot of
CHURCH
questions
and get
that
10% off your
you know,
first
it's
order.
functionality.
Delivered to your door, okay? If you like what you get, support, stay on the program. They deliver to your door on the first of every month. All right. Go to honest.com and press in church and get 10% off for your first order. Number 2, we'll introduce you to a new product that we're putting on the podcast that I fucking love. When I left, they sent it aside to me, and I got back, they sent it to me, and I asked my wife, what do you think? She loved it. And so far, so good.
Every the best one has to be applied into normal balanced fashion.
I mean,
Because if it's all garbage all the time, and at the
you gotta
end
feed
of
the fucking cats. Every cat
the
right
day
there
again,
has their own
no matter what
goddamn
garbage,
schedule.
that becomes a
If
good
you have
problematic.
one
So what
cat,
this
that's
is,
great. You get the whole
so
schedule. You have a
given
couple
that
cats.
reality, given that
That
reality,
includes me.
we have an interesting dynamic
So
here by the
sometimes you gotta
Because
feed.
look, remember again, the wife is the best
Really
coming
not
thing
eating
done
fucking
at
herbs and tea
At the
every day.
end of the day,
So
it
the time
can't
you
be
put a
because
thing
of
out, fish
Jesus,
they don't eat.
because Jesus
So
just said that
6
I'm up on
months
the
of time,
lifestyle,
every month
whatever
or
you
2
have to
days.
do it early in the morning, do whatever you can in the day, which
Cat
the
flies
studies
all
like.
over that for
Income,
lunch.
I think,
Fucking
is in the
hard
area,
shit.
como fue ahora
So
mismo.
do you
Lo
ever
visto la
wonder if you
la
overfeed
la
your pet?
no sé si
Show
yo lo
studies show
vino,
that your
that
pet
will
will
be the
right the
only
meal
way
every day.
ultimately to get
I
food
love
goes.
them. I
First
love
thing in the
them.
morning,
I
sitting
have
blood.
milk.
What's that? I'm gonna
Your
leave you
pet
over here. Stop
will
over
right
here.
the milk
Yes,
for
pick
you
up with the doctor
every
now.
day.
But I'm just gonna leave off with this. Look, study can produce
This
blood
is how. This
to
is
the
one way.
power of
If
Jesus.
you know
Which you
your
already know
pet,
I'm gonna do.
the pet
Gives
net
us the
smart feeder can
parameters
do
of
super
Jesus.
control.
Parameters of Jesus
Put on the
ultimately
bag,
again
pet feeder that
early in the
personalizes
day.
your pet's
It doesn't require you to do
daily
anything
weekend
right
thing.
before the day. It doesn't require you to give up your
Weight,
sleep. It
activity
doesn't
level,
require you to go
and
to the
food
middle
type.
of the night. So
With the
interesting,
pet
not
net
to
app,
keep
you can schedule and monitor your pet's meals from your smartphone. Get me when you listen to me, meaning your pet is always fed even when you're running low. Okay? Stop worrying about feeding your pet the
checking
normal
the
amount of food every
packing
day.
services in the
The
home.
pet net
You need a
smart feeder
candle.
will feed the
Candle lights
healthiest
work much better
portions
at night, but a
at
shut
the
is going
right
to
time
understand on a deeper
every
level.
day
The fact that
automatically.
the deeper is
Listen,
done
we all love
at
our
night,
pets.
switches
The
up
pet
a
net
different
smart
form
feeder
of
is the
glucose,
best way for
and that
you
doesn't speak
to make sure you're feeding them the right amount every single day. But these things are popular. This is the pet net smart feeder is produced in a limited quantity each month. You need to get yours before they sell out at petnet.com/Joey today. Plus, you get free shipping also. I listen. I'm gonna test it again this week because I just got back on Sunday. I saw it was there. I asked my wife what she thought. She loves the whole phone control thing. That's the one. Comes with an app, and you got it right there. When, how, you can. That's the whole boudoir. And if you're running late, maybe you got your cat on a specific diet, maybe he has certain dietary needs. This is for you. The pet net feeder. So the pet net smart feeder. So do me a favor. Go to petnet.com/Joey today, and you're gonna get free shipping. What I'm gonna do is just get your pet net smart feeder. Get your pet net smart feeder plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey. Again, petnet.com/Joey. This is the future, okay? Right now, PetNet Smart Feeder is the best way for you to make sure you're feeding your cat the right way, the right amount, every single day. So again, get your pet's PetNet Smart Feeder plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. What do you think about .com suckers?
I love it. Strong old school. You know, I'm sure you can use the dog too.
Dog, cat, whatever.
Dude, my man Biscuits, he is fucking the greatest. English bulldog puppy, he's fucking the greatest. And that dog is, I don't know, man, I would love to be able to, I could hook that up to my cameras, be able to feeds, make sure he gets exactly what he's supposed to get, then shut it off.
Go to petpay.com/show. You got something.
Done.
Look at it, see the options you got, and I guarantee you'll love it because when you travel, that's what you really like.
Yeah.
We'll be back Wednesday night, Ralph and Mike. Always a pleasure to have you. Always a pleasure to see you. He's happy. The skies are set. Much I love you.
Get to hang out
Special.
Number one, his grandma, his grandma,
I'll never know, dear, how much I love you. That's all shine away.
Vegas next weekend. Where you at, Oxnard? This Friday, Saturday, Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and man, and then off for a week, thank God. I mean, I've been on eight city, eight state runs. Exactly. It's easy. You gotta understand how much I love you. I'll take that sunshine away.
In that music concept.
Tuesday, I'm at the Improv looking for helping Native Americans get propane, keep people alive in North Dakota. I swear to God, it's their great cause. They're nice people. All right, they don't deserve that shit ever. We used to have fucking holes in the walls that weren't the windows. You know, it was for the good times.
He's an incredible fish. He's an incredible fish. It's there of the danger. She goes to an outfit, big he says, well, actually, look in the border, I can see this. People look on the right hand. I don't know, see the house. There's the cat. The most of the guy is football. The muckle to the boat. The notes that last so some up the season. Uber inroad. But it's just like you said before, that in actual world, in physical world, so you're not allowed to go by. If you are not, if you want to be considered going in there, is that you look suspect. You look suspect. That's what people know. Or illicit activity, immoral activity. The person who goes in there looks suspect that he's not going in there for like any type of good purpose. He's going in there to satisfy his desires. So Tzaddik Light says, smoking makes the other Nehimana in his aspect to be religious. Even Shariah, you don't see that should be actual. Shema Yishto is a type of witness comes out. Which is really kind of like, you call it Alos Shariah, even if it's Aribo, even a self. What's it? So Tzaddik says like this. We'll use the specific template and we'll expound it a little bit. So Tzaddik is saying that which is sometimes, so we go ahead and we get involved. Right? So let's say again, he's talking over here, a person wants to get involved in a material role in order to go ahead and move the cells, move the people, so to reveal the sparks of holiness in every single thing. That works as long as that's really your intent. But sometimes a person will say that's their intent, but their intent really is just to speak themselves in the world of materialism. I'm walking in this with Mea Kashat, a person has to suspect the own interpretations. Are my intentions really good? Are my intentions really pure? Are my intentions right? Because if my intentions are correct, then Mea Kashat, hopefully I have a better chance of being successful. But the worst thing in life is when you pretend you're doing something noble with the right intentions, and it turns out that maybe just something. But so this in general is one of the greatest challenges when it comes to it. When it comes to anything spiritual, that to know and doing the right things for the right reasons. It's nice but sometimes the greatest apologists Allah, is the greatest apologists Allah, is interesting. I think in my limited not focus doesn't seem to erupt in for-profit ventures. The greatest not focus seems to erupt in not-for-profit ventures. When people are engaged in testing, and people are engaged in Vodas Hashem, and people are engaged in religion, it's like when everything falls. People want to make money. People want to make money. I just want to make money. Like, let's just let it be successful. Okay, we can argue. I want more money. You want less money. I don't want less money. We can argue about that. But Lamaisa is absolute clarity of intent. Sometimes the words not focused on in the world of Avodah Hashem, in the world of Chesed, in the world of Tzedakah, and only why? Again, when I think that I'm doing the Lord's work, then a lot of things become justifiable in my eyes that would not otherwise be justifiable. When in fact this didn't happen anyways, it may look like I'm doing the Lord's work, but my machshavas, my intentions are not correct. And when your intentions are not correct, it's what the Tzaddik says, that's what it means to be nothing but love with their Hashem. Be careful. Be careful. We don't enter into the ruin. We don't go and enter into the world of the material. We don't try to do things to go and release the people so when it's so close, unless you have to do it. Really important. Especially when it comes to anything to do with the people of God. Now that being said, there's another philosophy. The other philosophy is, you also just can't worry about intent so much. Someone can't worry about action. Meaning, it is better to do the right thing for the wrong reasons than not to do the right thing at all. It's very important to sow, because at the end of the day,
The church what's happening now is presented by On It. This show is brought to you by MeUndies. MeUndies are the perfect gift for you and your Valentine's holiday, and they come in limited edition prints, and even better. For a limited time, our listeners can get a 20% discount off of their first order, and shipping is always free in the U.S. and Canada. You can go to MeUndies.com/Joey. That's MeUndies.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Divine candidates in any city, industry, nationwide,
do the right thing, and a lot of
right
times
now, our listeners can go to ZipRecruiter and post for free. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/church, that's ZipRecruiter.com/church.
whenever you go into the kurva of life, if you're going to do something that has associated spiritual risks, but your intention is, don't remember, the example is going to show you. A person wants to enjoy the material world, but I'm going to enjoy the material world as a pledge, and I'm going to use it in a spiritually responsible way. Make sure that's really your intention. Because listen, it is easy. Materialism is the easiest thing to do yourself. The person starts off with something saying, I'm going to buy this, purchase this, enjoy this, and I'm going to use it in some kind of holy, elevated way. Even before I know it, I'm just up to my next investments, and it's absolutely no difference. Next, days, with Grandma Ziki. Very interesting. He says, at bottom of the right hand column. Grandma Ziki, what is that? Most of the investments, days. Games you have governed Yakas with Dar Harishus. שקיימת סכנה ופרוס, וכן הזיקים וחם. יישוב ומיקום מקום פריסק וחמים פריסה, שכון בזה של שקפה, ובמקום והפרס ולהזיקים הלוכים ולפחי וארץ. Next, why can't you go to the turbo? Vazikim is going around the water. Shaking. Going into the program, how is this going to change anything? So let's say the president will spend a good time today. Something that is not really spiritual business. Even if you're in even if you're ultimately again you won't understand spiritual business. Just like that. that person goes into the world again with the next world. My goal is to enter into the world of material, not in order to lose myself in it, but ultimately
They go from LGBT to BLT.
what if it's the What if listen, why does the person go to like the person goes to because they're hoping that they can make a difference in their respective field, that they can do something meaningful, that they can do something
Mr.
purposeful,
Senator, you
that
know
they
my
can
client
accomplish
was
things
policy.
of mind, that they can make a difference in this world. That's what my paycheck is very good also. And then I can do some of the wonderful things with that paycheck as well. And also there's amazing experiences going into the world. This is outside of the world. What's the most thing that you can like it's kind of what the world is. It's a place that's very pissed out to our values. And a place that's very pissed out to our ideas. But yet I need to go. I want to go. I want to go. I want to make a difference. Because it's beautiful. You just have to be aware of the thing. So the second thing is Mazikin. You're on Mazikin, you're shaving all around you. Shaving all around you. You're destructive spiritual forces everywhere you go. I was saying, by the way, just point out, let's do things that those of us who don't do it, secular world. Don't do it. Shaving are everywhere. Every person who has to leave the confines of this red box, to leave the confines of his home, encounters these changes in the general world. Be aware of it. Be aware of the changes. Be aware of the changes that come all around. Because the more aware you are of the changes in everything, Rose, let's just finish this. You know what he says? Vietnam at home. This is incredible. Vietnam at home. Because the Southern most of the nationalists. And the just like I was saying, you don't walk in wide because of the danger of collapse. The walls will collapse on you. He says of Southern. They understand turbo. You know about all this difficult. You want to know the rules. And that thing we have the national regard how it's just that that's most always default in the structure.
They poison you like that gas. They trash you out. The third major hot dog will blow up. Yeah, when the taquito is ticking, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm very sorry about the podcast last week, guys. You know, it was never my intention. I had to sit here and talk to myself with me, and he kept sitting there. He didn't know where he was. He was tapping the table. He's so snorted his nose. He was fucking every note they would get the shit out of him. But anyway, that's all right. Just how he does it, because it's a beautiful fucking Tuesday. Ralphie May, what up? Hey, baby, it's so great to be here. Been part of the church. I love it. You got the Pope, Coco, Boom Boom, Diaz, where's the package? I got Cardinal Lee Sayazzo and Shoe. I know he's best. Give him the shine. It got to the point where the nice lady at the store that we go to told me I need to take a tolerance break. She told me. I see, I've seen her so much. She's like, the blonde, the skinny one, she's very nice. I think it was like Sky or Sky, something. She was blonde over black hair. Yeah, she told me everyone over this break, but she's like, because I went in there and I even told you, I asked for something new. She's like, well, you've tried everything. I'm like, no, there has to be something like new that's more than 50 milligrams. And there's literally like I've walked around the store 3 times and there's nothing that you haven't given me. And there's nothing. There's nothing strong enough in weed stores now. Like I have to poison myself for 2,000 milligrams to get anywhere near stoned anymore. Like it's right. Yeah, now you're bulletproof, baby. What if one of those dirty Russian cocksuckers try to put something in you? You'd be like, go fuck yourself. You're a juice there. I'm fucking Lee. I'm flying juice I am. ISIS comes, I got to point these people. They will stand. Yeah. All these other Jews are going to be weak. Now you're leaving. That's strong.
Is that why you go to multiple stores? And like, is that
Yes.
yes? That's just they don't know where.
We're doomsday. We're rappers.
Everybody's here. You can't avoid them, so you don't say therefore don't go into the road. But when I saw, be aware, go in with eyes open. And lastly, again, if you're not careful, that you
All the time. I still got it.
or sometimes you go up to the and unfortunately, and the circumstances collapse all around us. I'm very in a
It
light.
was a pound of weed.
I'm very in a light.
It was huge. It was one of those big ass. Turn out the lights.
3 ounces of this, 4 ounces. They would sit there and go, what the fuck are you doing with this?
Can't be afraid to go to
The
the
truth is most of it I gave it away.
ever aware.
I gave it away.
Sounds
Yeah, I think it's just the coolest thing to do, you know. I mean, the first time my buddy Ari Shafir, of course, you know Ari, right? Ari, first time he ever saw an ounce of weed, I handed it to him. Here, Ari, you're hilarious. I love you. Here, try this weed. You know, we were the first. I mean, in my generation. In comics, in 2003 or 2004, I was the first one to start making some money, and that was a stoner, you know. So it was like we're all going, we're all partying, okay? We're all partying. Coco, take this, try this, and you know what? Joey is a guy that will eat a girl's pussy while melting a coke rock on her clip, and then reach into her pocketbook and get hundreds, okay? All right, get mad that he only pulls out ones and fives, okay? Here he's mad till he gets that 100, then oh, she came, I'm out of here, right? But when it came to taking weed from me, I had to force it to it. You had to force it to him. You did not. Your pride. You're like, I can buy my own way. I know you can, but you take this and this and this. Oh my God.
I missed that shit.
Me too, man. 35%. Damn, that was good.
I really missed that fucking movie.
That was
I saw
good.
it a few months ago, man.
Yeah. He married that girl.
Yeah, long hair, and he was doing his thing. You know,
Yeah.
and he closed it down. You know, it's amazing how he was pushing one open. The word on the street from a lot of people. Pushing one at one time, making 25 grand a day. They would 25 fucking grand a day at one time.
How much was like a gram at that point?
okay.
25.
Yeah.
25. The Russians on fucking Sunset by routes were charging 30 for
The rock and roll routes, right?
rock and roll routes. They were charging 30 for a gram of Obama and 90 for a fucking eighth. They were straight up gangsters with that weed. That place on what was that place that we used to go to pharmacy?
Yeah, but no, it was the West Hollywood Collective or something like that.
Pharmacy for a while.
Oh yeah, the pharmacy with the F.
When you bought the tickets for us to go see Clemens pitch, there was 1,000 degrees August
Yeah.
against the Dodgers. And we bought, Ralphie bought a bag of edibles at the other place. Because the pharmacy had like ice cream and they had one other like Italian ice. But the other place next to the breakfast joint that we used to go to there, by Whiskey and Go-Go.
Yeah, down there.
That chick, the hot
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, she was fine.
they used to have cakes that would fuck you up like chocolate cake.
For like 500 milligrams. Holy shit,
They
man.
fucking dodging
And
it.
this was right at the tolerance for it.
This was way before toughness. This is when you ate shit, went home, cried yourself to sleep and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, we went to the dog ass.
1,000 degrees. Me and John Wesley.
Yeah.
And we sat right under the sun with those fucking suntan. And someone's cooking those fucking edibles.
Waters, anybody really got the water now? We came by 77.
All of them, dude. I handed him $100 bill. Yeah. It was too hot.
The ticket was so good that they were mad because it was right in the sun.
Yeah, those are tough in LA. Especially, there's something weird
about heat on edibles for me.
Yeah, that make you sweat more.
Yeah, it makes it like I don't know. I don't feel good when if I'm too hot. I can't do it.
I get like it's one of the weird ways makes fun of me that I pass out in the studio after what and with the summer I don't take my shirt off. Just, I have no idea why. I don't take my shirt off at the beach. And I was taking my shirt off here when the door opened up and because they turned the AC off and I was just hot.
They said don't take your shirt off in the shower.
I don't.
He's like Josh Wolf's head.
It's fucking crazy. Let me tell you something, man. That shit makes me sweat like a motherfucker.
Oh my god.
I refuse to exercise. Like if I ain't edible and I get somewhere and there's stairs,
Yeah.
like I'm fucking pissed. Even if it's two little stars trying to get me high, they will fuck me up when I'm walking those stairs.
Yeah.
Like running a breath. It makes my mind think I'm passing out.
Yeah.
Like I'm on the radio one time in Boston, the elevator broke. That motherfucker made us walk up to the third floor of the second floor. The radio station.
No, I'll do a phoner from down here.
One cell, one people.
I think you're the single tell.
These are moments escalating.
And it's Boston. The ceilings are really high.
There are
Electricity went down, so they lose my Jesus. Go on the radio show on the generator. I can't do edible and do anything. Like I was on edibles, I'm blaming that walk unexpectedly. I fucking heart would stop. My heart fucking beats to it.
Downstairs at the old office, I used to have a freak out when I was doing the
Those are kind of steep stairs, man. I know those freak me out.
I get a little nervous sometimes if I'm out and it's like rainy or something. If I'm sober, I'm fine. If I'm probably that was my biggest panic at that office was that people were going to see me walking down the stairs and they know it'd be stoned. It took me like 5 minutes once. Because it would take like a couple tries. It was scary. You know, you like my depth perception's off. It's a different one. I kind of like now going out when I'm stoned. It's fun because I've always liked watching people. You know, but we just makes that 1,000 times better. Just walking crazy, man. Like, I always want to go back to a city. I've never been in like a city really stoned, like Boston or New York. And like get to like sit and watch a whole city move by.
Boston's aggravating, and you have to be very careful to leave because those Boston white people are a different type of white people than you've ever dealt with. For case in point, I had done a show there for New Year's in like 2000. There's ice everywhere, snow everywhere. It is probably 18 degrees at the most. And I saw these two guys walk up to a hot dog place and start beating the living shit out of each other because one of them put ketchup on their hot dog. Okay, and they beat the shit out of each other with blood, and then he goes, I told you not to put ketchup on it, and gets up, and they put their shirts back on, and walk off together. They're the craziest white people you've ever seen.
I grew up in the suburbs of Boston. I've always heard stories about this stuff. I never really get to see it. That's what it's. Yeah, I think the winter would be a little bit tough, especially when it's like the same how hot freaks me out. I think super cold would freak me out too. Most like when you can't breathe a little bit when the cold takes your breath away.
Man, okay, I was just in Fargo, North Dakota. Last month, it was negative 22 degrees. The wind chill, negative 40. It was so cold. I went outside to smoke a joint. Literally, I thought I was going to pass out. It hit me so hard because it was so cold. We did. And then,
I'm trying to breathe a little warm.
yeah,
High school, you smoke outside and you walk into the high school.
yeah.
And the weed level's off because you're in warm weather. It's
Man, it was so
like the coldest you've ever been.
Yeah, that was the coldest I've ever been in, dude. I mean, I can't describe it to people. I mean, it's just, I mean, Coco in my bus on the inside. The windows were all closed. The bus heater's on. I have a space heater on top of that. I am under 6 inches of blankets. Right? And there's water on top of my blankets that's about 18 inches away from the window. And it completely froze. And it was inside in a heated place, that far away from the window. That is how fucking cold it was. I've never experienced anything. I tell you what, those people up there, they're the fucking toughest motherfuckers ever. People think they're tough guys. Alright, you ain't tough till you do that.
That was in my 5th year comedy, 4th year comedy. I moved back to Boulder. And I started getting work as a feature in different cities, you know, club.
Yeah.
These guys were booking stuff. And the first weekend after New Year's, I went to Rivertown, Wyoming. And it had to be that type of shit that snowed. So I'm right at the hotel, waking up like 11. There was no breakfast in the hotel all day. There's no free breakfast.
Stop.
I woke up, we had to look at that front desk and we go, where do we go? And I asked them, where do we eat lunch? Take a chance. Listen, no.
Yeah, you would make
Listen, yes, I will.
especially with the wind. The wind is what, at least for me, is what, oh my god.
January 2 years ago. Outside the smoke. And as soon as I'm outside, I can feel the jeans getting cold, like my skin touching the jeans. I'm already that cold. I can only stay outside and smoke maybe half a joint, then turn it off and hide it right there at the Walmart or in the bricks.
Genius.
I go back an hour later there, take it off to work. I do that everywhere. I find a dumpster full of lunch. I just dump over a fucking trailer that was in New Jersey. I had a hotel and I drove to the construction trailer. Had a flap pipe and then joined on there. I'd smoke half it, put all the other way.
That's better than you.
What do you smoke cigarettes? You don't just smoke cigarettes anymore. I was wondering that. What do you have to smoke a cigarette in that sack full?
Go outside.
Jesus.
And trust me, with the cigarette, fucking, it could be 10 below fucking zero. You know what I mean?
My tour manager, Ben, he was out there in it. It would take him 10 minutes to put on all the extra clothes to go outside and smoke a cigarette. Arkansas had 4 seasons. You know, we definitely had 4 seasons. It would get cold. I mean, you know, we had holes in our house, so maybe it felt colder than what it really was.
It's funny because I grew up in cold weather.
You grew up really in cold weather.
But the weather has gotten colder. Climate change is not falling like it was in everything. Even this rain we're getting in California is a negative history making. Yesterday it rained 4 fucking inches in Long Beach.
Is it true about the drought anymore? Is that true?
I have no fucking idea. They were never in the drought. They got water like Ronald, they ain't no fucking drought. You know what I'm saying? That's why I still took long showers. They got for a year, I only take long showers on the road. I get the hotel room. And it was like fucking paradise. It was like Mad Max when they found fucking gasoline. I just laid in the fucking tub for an hour. Then my fucking nails softened. But now I said, fuck that shit. I'm home now. I go in the shower, bitch. I steam everything. I steam the mouth. I don't give a fuck.
Coco, you take 2 showers a day. 2, 3. But it was at least 2, maybe 3. Water was free. Fuck it, let's do this.
I love fucking showers. I was going in there bringing them back. Jerry Seinfeld used to have a joke. They put on as Rodney Dangerfield special about the shower. You know,
That guy is so good. And so boring to me. I find Jerry's jokes so boring, but he's so good. Like purely like just joke technique and everything. I mean, he's brilliant. But what he has to talk about does not fucking interest me at all. about your fucking socks. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about putting your keys in your shoes at the beach. I don't give a shit about any of that. You know? But he's so good at doing it. Dude, of course, he's the fucking greatest. I know, what do I know?
They just brought his
Drinking Mexican Coke next to a Jew and a spick.
Netflix just brought comedians in cars drinking coffee to Netflix.
But he's also doing 2 specials for him.
Wow.
He's doing 2 specials, so it's like $50 million deal. It's crazy.
And I love Seinfeld, the show. I've seen a couple of his stand-up specials. So I love it. What's interesting is I've only seen it before I started this and before like the storytelling comedy.
Yeah.
So I'd be interested to look back on it, even because I like it. I think it's funny. But now that I don't even know what the word is, but the genre of comedy has changed a little bit. I don't know if it stands on.
I paid to see him. I paid to take a girl on a date. Maybe 1992. I took this girl on a date. I did stand up. Oh my God. She went to the down. He was great. He was fucking great. We got the Q&A at the end.
Oh, wow, really?
Really asked him stupid fucking question.
So it was before the show then. It was
It was around the show. The show was about
As the show started, it had a tough first season.
I think the show was starting.
It had a really hard, tough season. A lot of people don't understand how
Well, you know, they always said that if it was today in the show, that they would have thought I'm cut by the 4th episode or something like that. But I still watch the show on the road sometimes. Watching that still keep up.
that shit makes me laugh, man.
Makes me think I still the night that show ended. It was like a fucking big deal. Like,
Yeah.
improv didn't even do stand up that night.
No, they got Thursday.
It was a Thursday. They got a big screen. It just people came in and watched it.
John Panette, I saw that episode the other day. John Panette was great, and they were making fat jokes at him, and that's why they went to jail. Hilarious. I love that episode. It was so funny. John Panette was great.
Isn't it something that you can watch from the beginning? It's like, I had to watch it from the beginning. You know,
Yeah.
it's fucking seasonal. They have pepper specials on them, but they have something very interesting around me.
What is
You
it?
know, I'm fucking not doing anything.
Yeah.
But interesting to watch. The very beginning of Saturday Night Live.
Oh, wow.
I live in Carlin the whole fucking day. Just watch for 4 or 5 episodes.
Wow.
It's pretty fucking interesting. And it's not gonna be, I'm not telling you it's hilarious. Oh my God. Wait till you sit down and say that. I said, just watch it. Next time you have a weekend, just want to see some TV. The rest of the job, you go for free. You'll fucking watch it.
Dude, I used your month for free, and I watched your special. I watched Dougie's special, Dougie Stanhope, and I watched Lori Kilmar, and phenomenal. You know what? It's like, I tell you what, HBO and Showtime, they better get their fucking shit together. Because between Netflix and Hulu, those motherfuckers are gonna be out of the comedy business. Like as far as like those specials I saw on CISO, okay, as opposed to the last 3 specials I've seen on comedy, on HBO. HBO is hot garbage in comparison to Dougie and you and Lori Kilmar. That's no bullshit.
Times are changing. You know, times are changing fast. I told you the weekend, especially came on a great page that I will sign. They congratulated me. I learned something very interesting this week. Somebody else had put on an HBO special. Nobody's talking about the season special. Everybody's watching it from 9 to 5. Next time one of my clients gets an offer for me to be out, I think I'll only do it if they let it. Because they only put on Saturday night and then stream after.
Yeah.
Online is not a 3 hours.
No.
And you learn. And you know, everything's changing. Your audience now is from 9 to 5. It's people in offices. 10 years ago, I couldn't find these things.
Right.
So we listened to them. Jeffrey's did listen to
Joe Rogan.
And a lot like
They listen to you, Coco. Chuck Berry. Oh my God, yeah. Ever since we had Ricky Allen, he runs a YouTube channel. Or YouTube channel. No, okay, YouTube. So I went to this restaurant the other day, and the Tom Oliver's daughter was watching a YouTube video of the guy PewDiePie plays video games and talks about it while he's playing games. She was watching that on a 60-inch TV at the restaurant because it was over her father's place. And she was like, I had to be under 10. I'm like, that's the future. Like, they have cable there, they have all, but she's watching a YouTube video, and it's interesting. Like maybe HBO or Restream, everybody's in video. She could go back and forth. It was crazy. Like it's like HBO is sort of like the Jerry Seinfeld, like that. Like they're still on that platform, and then YouTube. It's everything's changing. Like no one never really wanted to watch a YouTube video instead of TV. I had a computer when I was growing up, but there was no. I remember I had a Rambo on video disc. There were no real videos or anything. Now that's all. Was it First Blood or Rambo?
And
First Blood. That's a deadly movie.
okay.
But that's the thing people don't want. What people want now is like even I saw something like Sam Tripoli tweeted something today, like someone was like 6,000 people were on Instagram Live watching this workout trainer working out. That's what people want. They want quick. Like I almost whenever I'm at home with phone, I don't really don't watch movies that often. Like I think that's why we can watch one movie, but it's all TV. Like it's we all want quick, and it's the movies have been so bad. I think that's why they're going on YouTube and stuff. I don't know. I'm having you guys for now.
Yeah, man. I mean, I got that Fire Stick, that Amazon Fire Stick, and we had it hacked so we get all the movies and stuff like that. So many of the fucking movies are not worth a goddamn dime. I mean, are total shit. There's no, there's no, I mean, we'll turn off a free movie just because this is killing my, and, you know, this is a headache.
I got on TV last week. I love Chelsea, and I think he's amazing at trash talk. I pulled up a 20-minute best of Chelsea and trash talk video, and I had a better time watching that than some kid put together by himself on his laptop than a TV show or a movie. It's pretty interesting. And it's, I don't know, both of you guys have had a huge career growth from online video.
Man, Netflix for me flipped the script, man. I mean, you know, you do 4 with Comedy Central and it's good. You do 1 with Netflix and it's all more than the first 4 with Comedy Central. I mean, it's, but you know what? I was lucky because I took less money for the specials and did them on better cameras. You know, it cost me more money, but because of that, Netflix bought all my ones that were on Comedy Central, and they were the first to go out on them. They used to do just DVDs. Do you remember that?
Absolutely, yeah.
And they when they first went to 1080, mine were already there, and that's one of the last like 4 I've shot were in 4K, and so they're still going to be good for years and years and years. And I took less money, but it's better for me in the career. But man, Netflix, dude, I'm going to Australia in April because of Netflix. I've never told a joke in Australia. And I'm going to. It's crazy.
It just opens up so many new special networks worldwide.
Yeah.
It's fucking just, it's true.
even though there's a risk, you may go ahead and get into that. If you stop in a shorter time, but if it's a subject of
And she was watching the rest of the all while you pay for all my fucking nothing. Like fucking terrible shit.
Go ahead and download further from
It's like Jim Jones. It's what Jim Jones came out the wrong way. You're just like thinking about a clear shoe. So I was so fucking happy. I was so fucking happy. He was always sits in at night and watches cheers. You want to shoot? You want to shoot? That's what I have. He watches cheers.
I like cheers the fact that I wake up
He's a fucking boy.
and you can going through the world today. It's just taking everything you got. It really is sometimes. Be nice to know. With a shoe, it helps a lot.
That's the goal. And if that requires you to have
To watch anymore.
a little bit shorter,
Brother Greg from the fucking trailer. And I can tell you from the trailers now, if this is the movie.
Yeah.
Do you follow me? When you can see it go, that's the movie. That's as good as that movie is.
all
Karen
about
fucking
the
always take a
quantity
genius.
and very little
I
about
even take a genius. I grew up a movie buff.
and
I
young and
watch
loving
trailers.
self
You can see it.
all
All
my
these
powers. Now
assholes
remember,
that
look
get a
at the
movie
honor
was
for
great.
yourself, so
They
first
knew what time of they came at the time.
like my for
They
myself,
wanted to see things. They
I'm
said,
just
no,
not
no,
you know
no.
big man, right?
Let's
That's
move
all
on.
I
Let
think
Jim
about.
Carrey.
You have to be honest for yourself. You have to like to make it if I work a little bit more on myself, I can have a little bit more.
After 3
You know,
weeks
the
after the
goal
fucking
is of course
couple,
to
they
dominate the
canceled.
entire
I
dominate,
still went
but there's a
that
reality
was the
that
sign
sometimes
right there that the movie's tended to. Because
that
they made them years
end of
later
the day,
maybe on the money.
say, you know, it'll be better to go ahead and dominate the shooter, or you can go ahead and maintain
They just keep
power.
on having shitty shit. I've already seen that in box office. They sell
If you
it
were to think what happened,
and they make a
you
little
got the
profit or
OC
the fucking
and
write off.
I heard that fucking CBS is redoing the
what
Honey.
was the Japanese Havana?
Oh,
What was the Japanese Havana? The Japanese
Fucking
Havana?
radio left.
People.
None of
People.
original.
So where here you go, you chose to work this place where there are no people.
they're garbage to
Even
this.
if you have a lot of people, they could have people say, you know,
That works for
I'm happy
Jane
with
because
a lot
they
more
wanted to
people
do
run
it.
up.
They
And I'm kind of
So they said, what shows
when I
were
got
the
to
money
the
movie? They didn't know that
you
the
know,
money
like
was
this,
Jeremy
that might
Gleason.
be true.
Yeah.
I was sitting the other time. You know, they didn't know that it was fucking
You know,
Uncle
you
Rock,
got me on the road,
the fat fuck, not fucking
the most important dynamic of
Yeah.
John Candy. I got nothing against nobody. I'm just telling you the
But
truth.
John Candy.
Yes, John Candy
because
was
there's a
Uncle
book,
Buck. That's it. Leave it at that.
The rest
Yeah.
of the people
Leave it at that.
this is
Leave it
the
at fucking that.
thing you forget.
Fuck
That
it.
there's a power in
Still,
numbers.
they're remaking
Because
Training Day
sometimes
as a
the
TV
things
show, but they just switched
things
the
in
races.
life that I don't have the
Yeah.
rest of the parents to go ahead and get. But you're
Yeah.
next
I
to me.
mean,
And you
if you can't
as
say
in
my
you think
nigger,
alike, and
okay,
you
then
can't carry your own
kill
feet.
yourself.
I can also
Okay,
carry.
you can't say
So
my
you
nigger
can-
on Sunday.
Yes, they do.
But Murphy says, I thought I would have the most Havana, I just won't do it.
To be wild.
Me and God.
Seriously,
Me and
though,
God, that's the best
you
supply
gotta be able to say, well,
Have you watched it?
And the other says, you know,
you know what,
just
I
try
like it.
on the road.
I like
And
that.
even if it means that you got to look
You
at
think it's
left,
brutal? I like it.
never give up.
I like Damon Wayans.
It's tough to play rinks.
Never give up
It
the
is.
power
It's real
of
tough to
being
play reels.
collective.
It took
Yeah, that's
a
part of the
sharp
deal.
way.
I'm trying to do my own.
And
Well, that's really, you know, really good. I
in
just felt my own
1987,
that
Bruce Lee died in
all the time. They stuck to stop his face. Fighting like, by the coach. I'm always
Joey,
talking
you gotta watch this kung fu
about
movie.
yeah, people in the
One
market
day they
over
go
the
film
years.
myself. I hated kung fu movies.
That's so
On ranch dressing.
Just because of
It was like no reason to watch it.
During
It was
summertime,
the fucking
there's
movie.
a million weddings going on.
I
And
like
we got
Chuck
it.
Norris.
You
Chuck Norris
get
was
hit by this and hit by that and we do this and that. Right?
Call the silence.
How
what
do
was
you
that
ever have
Bruce Lee
trouble
where
with
they
that?
just start like warming up?
Dragon, all that shit. Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris died about 85. Whatever.
What was that?
Return of the Dragon. Bruce Lee
Yeah,
fought in the fucking Coliseum. But until that time, I
And
watched
even if your
Yeah.
even if your actual
He's back to the kid before you. Some of this one dude is old at the car dealership in
so a
Detroit,
little
Michigan.
bit less,
That was my dog. His name was Jim Wheeler. I lost contact with him 10
there's
years
a
ago.
power to be
He's from fucking
there's a power that's seen by
Where's
yourself.
outside
And again, listen, if he's upset, where did it come from? But he also says, I would have a better job of it. And by the way, if he wasn't wrong, maybe they're not as guys do all time, But look, the mic, and I'm going to try,
Before I got arrested, bugging me for weeks to watch me throw up in this movie. This fucking Steven Seagal. He's fucking great.
Oh, the alien in that movie, that was what he's about.
No.
Siege with Tommy Lee and Night.
The first one fucking.
Which one is it?
The only reason why he made that one book was because
It must have been good.
it was tremendous.
But what was the name of it?
Above the law.
Oh, that was a good one. I thought I got it twisted up.
Okay, he made Above the Law, which then he went on let him admit an asshole of himself.
Yeah, right.
He asked him if it was the real CIA. He wasn't the CIA, but he was married to Kelly Brock. I said, if you're married to Kelly Brock, you're always welcome to my motherfucker.
Yeah, right. So, let me smell your hand.
Kelly Brock on the inside is good.
Holy moly.
And you're a kid, your head explodes.
What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, the whole fucking thing. But then he released the one when he goes to Brooklyn, who shot Bobby Lupo. That one wasn't bad with Sticks. That's the dude from Law and Order. Who shot Bobby Lupo? And he fights it. It's all about the mafia.
Dude, I saw you the other day on fucking Law and Order.
William Forsythe is the gangster in that. And the girl, Tony Soprano, hooks up with that he buys the real estate from. And she's on goes to show that she's on now. Mariana Margulies, something is her name. She was Tony Soprano. And then she started dating Christopher.
Yeah.
And then Christopher was doing heroin.
Right.
It's her first heroin. She plays her own. She's the gangsters. And Steven Seagal. So that's that one.
Yeah.
The third one was the one that when he gets shot and he goes into a coma.
Oh, yeah, that was horrible.
Kelly Brock, he wakes up and he's funny. No paralysis. No fucking. Then you go for training after you wake up.
Rehab.
No, nothing. He woke up from a coma. He was called psychic for Jesus Christ. He gets out of a coma, starts beat. Shit. His cardio.
I couldn't work a spoon in my mouth. What the fuck? I forgot about.
He came out of a coma.
Almost drowned in a couple of applesauce. Almost drowned in applesauce. It's deadly. It's a great movie. But dude, I saw you the other day talking about Alexis. Alright, taking out the trash on that fucking Law and Order, dude. The one you were on. You were taking out the trash. You were telling the cops about the fucking SVUs or something. Dude, it was great. You get a check.
I did 2 scenes, but they fucking cut it. They cut that one.
Oh, they cut the first one.
It was the fucking coldest day of the year. You understand me? The fucking, I had a 20-hour bill. And I walked into the store yesterday. Then we get a pack of cigarettes or something else. It was $16 fucking dollars. And I go shop myself. And I go, why? It was $16 for a soda pack of cigarettes with cigarettes at 10. That's when I shot that, which had to be 2006.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what cigarettes are. So next time you go to New York, I can't. In fact, there's somebody who cheap on the quick. Because he said he went to New York, he went downstairs, it was $10 a pack. He goes, I'm done. Yeah. It was 10. I got a snap on this fucking pack of smokes, and it was fucking $17, $16. I don't think it was. I was like, what the fuck?
A ver, que no se no acá, hace frío like I have I don't know. Here also I'm a commissioner for Durban, so I'm not alone. So I just know that I'm not the so this is over here to me. Yeah, it's something to do with
One night I was coming from the Jewish priest at the plane. I went over there by myself.
if you don't
And I came home, my mother had just died. She'd been in the grave for 2 weeks or something. She was on the Jewish grave. And I went over there and I got that Marty's bus and I was walking up to Kennedy Boulevard. And a wind got me and I was dressed to kill. Like not dressed to kill, but like, parka, hooded sweatshirt, boots. That wind got a hold of me, man. My fucking spine almost broke. There was one time I went to Wyoming. And I remember the night Freddie Prinze died. I was a kid. And I remember finding out when I was out with a fucking kid. And we got those days drank a bottle almost full, you know. And I ended up drinking a fucking like 2 bottles of Boone's Farm. And we split like a $10 bag of reefer. And I walked to the cemetery. There's a shotgun in Marburg. A lot of people know my view from 64th Street. Right behind the projects. I'm on 46th Street. And I mean, it's just sometimes you walk up to say the real people. Sometimes you walk into real devil worship. There's some shit. It's like the police here. Devil worshipers like me. For me, you can't get this 20, 25 minutes. Because then you gotta run over and get it Boulevard. And then walk down 43rd. Now you just come and crawl through somebody's backyard. We had a spot. We made like a little hill. Just go to somebody's backyard right there. They live in the cemetery. But I went in that cemetery, it was foggy and freezing. It was like shit. It was like no really respectful as well.
Shower wasn't anywhere near.
I went over there and pulled my pants halfway up, and I started looking around real quick. I took my hood up, and I pulled my pants up, and I peed in my pants. Wrong. I had shingles on the outside. There were fucking shingles on the outside like that. When it gets iced off, that's how fucking hot it was. Like I still remember that day. And one night I went to the fucking island on Saturday party in Hudson County. If you go to Hudson County Park and Trail, where you get so cold at the river freezes, there's no water. You would touch the water. My friends would roll across that fucking pond with cables. And I took a fucking quiet walk all the streets.
You ready yourself? Eat a noodle cup.
This kid looked a little bit. And this fucking dude, Joe fucking Rancho, nobody knew we took these Gorilla Biscuits and we knew there was trouble. So we inhaled these Gorilla Biscuits. We went to the island of Insanity. We got so fucked up with the island of Insanity. We had a fucking sponsor. So we went to the wing farm. Because again, it was on Berkeley Island. Kids were professionals at the wing chop. So we got no chance. Joe, the chance. It was too fucking freezing. We walked out Hudson County Park. We made a left, and there was the wing farm. Went to prom at the wing farm. We know it's the end. Actually, so soon these motherfuckers started lining up. They called their cousins. They were so we had no way. We just sat there. We had to keep them off guard. Now there's this kid, Joe Folk. He's still on Facebook today. And he's got a little nose. Joe, I used to call him Joe LaFoe. So me and Luke just sit on the same side, and Joe LaFoe is on the hill with dog. We don't have ribs and bone for a rice and shrimp and lobster sauce and ratatouille.
Pork fried rice with no beans or carrots.
Joe Focaccios fucking feet in his face. Right, his feet in his face, man, so I could see. It was like he 4 stars, right? He got fucked up, you know? And all of a sudden, his face, he just fell into a Chinese restaurant, into a Chinese food. He's fucking smoking that day. LeBron's going for fuck. Embarrassing me. because we were fucked up and freezing. And in those days, we would go home smelling like reefer and like duck shit. So to tame the high from whatever pill we took, we went to the wing farm. And we fucking ate and we stayed there for like 2 weeks. We stayed there till we wanted extra little bit because it was 10 below fucking zero out there.
Yeah, fuck that.
That's it.
That's cold, Jack.
About the energy higher your honorario. National your higher the funding
Dragon grocery and that's still called Dragon grocery.
so you have
On the way down to my house,
after the fight, so that's what I'm
it's still in the corner there.
how you go to happy
This
smoke
house
from the
right
the
goes
gas.
this way.
Who does she not go with
There's a bodega there, and next to this apartment building, it's like 3 floors above each floor. I knew a girl on the 3rd floor, and I must have been freezing. I blacked out by the time I got I blacked out. I still remember I had a baby blue hooded sweatshirt, like a vest,
Yeah.
like a duck jacket. The whole fucking jacket's pretty warm. I had gloves on and shit. It gets better. I wake up in this hallway with this fucker like I slept in a fucking hallway. Mailboxes on walls. It's the hallway. It was still cold in there, but it wasn't clean to roll up. I fucking woke up. I went to the grocery store, bought oranges. I drank that motherfucker and I tipped my way down there.
I know you love orange juice.
So I had this fucking jacket.
Motherfucker Oh my god.
I used to have this feather jacket. In those days, one day my man Canary had a Mustang. That was the only car that the family had that was white. It was his sister's. Once he got my drive, he gave the Mustang. So he's driving to get the brother. Somebody just came with his breath. I was going to get in. We all get in the white duck jacket gets cold. And we all get in. And he left the
what is
window
this that
open.
was the
So we took 3 fucking minutes to win. I said, we're done. And there was feathers.
some people always how you keep things better everywhere. And most of us try to avoid places like that. Because we don't like to
so funny.
most people.
Coco, you're hilarious.
So it's starting. If I look at it, whatever you say, it's parents and also. Like when it does something somebody brings you don't know. It's such a profound message that comes out of here. If you don't have everything, you have your own
Watch it fucking chance.
7-Eleven Red Stars.
You not pick up a bag of fucking stars every Tuesday.
Yeah, but that's all thanks.
Yeah, if you don't have everything,
Because I'm talking about you on the train.
doesn't tell if you'll stop the place. You actually finish the gathering, and then when it's over,
Yeah,
you find it up with you.
What's up?
You've got a bunch of, you know, don't take for the unbelievable reason going to there's a conversation. There's a discussion. Slowly, how do I, why did you go? What about, what do I know?
You know, I was doing a show in Louisville at the old Improv when I was there. And I ran into Tony Bennett, and he said his assistant, which was like a 30-year-old hot chick, and he was performing the next day. And I go, Mr. Bennett, y'all just put it out there. Mr. Bennett, I'm a stand-up comic, huge fan of your music, Anthony, and I'd love for you to come over and see the show. I didn't think a thing of it. I was wasting my breath, right? He came to my show for a good stayed 2.5 hours for that show. I didn't know he was in there. And at the end, I was doing those finger banging shirts. And he goes, hey man, can I get a shirt? You know, the fingers. And that was the coolest I've ever felt. Because when Tony Bennett was asking for a finger banging shirt.
There's nothing, there could be nothing more incredible than having disrupted
He's still killing it.
But
I saw him last year with Lady Gaga. He's older than 80, I think. Look at him.
You sound like my dog.
Yeah. 90. He's 90. I was born in 26. Yeah.
Fucking heavy duty.
That's as good as it gets, Jack.
It means if he stops, he dies.
Yeah.
That means if he stops working, he dies. He knows they don't get stiff and shit. He doesn't want to do that. So he keeps fucking moving. He probably paces himself. Probably does a show every other night on Black Sabbath. He's going to,
Yeah.
shows a night when you're 60, When we had the doctor around here one time, I asked him, "Can you prescribe testosterone? Who are your biggest clients?" Movie stars. He goes, "For a while. Or football players." He goes, "And this musician." He goes, "All my musicians have fucking testosterone. And they go out there fucking 3 nights a week.
Yeah.
And then, look at the YouTube's coming back.
Man, they're playing Joshua Tree. They're playing Bonnaroo this year.
I don't even want to know what they're charging for tickets. I just thought,
$300.
yeah, it's got to be free because Cat Stevens is charging 3 at the Beacon fucking theater last year. Yes, he did. Yes, he fucking did last September. $300 a ticket. I said, "Welcome to the new film." I don't know about my friends at Cat Stevens. They paid us $300. And I know for a fact. I heard her tonight when I was thinking about our tickets. When she came down, $300 was light. $300 was Streisand.
Oh my God, yeah.
Was light. What was that?
That's a different audience. So.
First row, that's the top show.
Oh my God.
They fly out from Midland. They take them out of the cave. And I can't go in there. Just to be seen in there. Just to be seen amongst those Jews. Like that circle you make $10 a ticket. She was, that's going to be the new, yes. You know this for a fact.
Yeah. And that's the shit seats. I mean, that's what they're getting to the door. Okay? And everyone, they're doing Joshua Tree. They're doing just Joshua Tree. An album. Just such a fucking amazing album. It's an amazing album.
The cheapest thing I can find for their Girls one is standing on the lake. It's $50. $52 YouTube.
Wow.
So to stand up, you have to.
The place in Nashville is $300. Let's try it about. Yeah. But they might not now because they just got Bonnaroo. So they're gonna be playing Bonnaroo. It's gonna be 90,000 people there.
They'll sell out to Tennessee.
Yeah.
That don't mean dick with them.
No, but Bonnaroo gets real shitty about that. They don't want nobody performing. They didn't want me performing anywhere in Tennessee for like 4 months before and 3 months after.
I think most people spend their entire work life like hoping for retirement. Do you guys think about retirement? Is that even a goal? I mean, that could be like doing nothing or doing a couple shows a week. I don't know what that would even mean for you.
It's a YouTube tribute band.
No. It's a Hollywood YouTube band. That's his opening for
On the right hand,
That's a tribute band. It says YouTube tribute band.
I swear to God. That's opening for them. I swear to God.
That's called Hollywood YouTube.
That's what I do. You see what I'm saying? As much as you're slipping, that's it. Biggest trick. I know I'm saying, why not bring it over hills? There's only a camping club. They're not going to fucking camping club.
They'll play the Staples.
So why they have it on their YouTube? Why do they
Yates
Hollywood
I tried.
I took a strike.
There's a couple of YouTube Lumineers at the Rose Bowl.
Yes. At the Rose Bowl. The Rose Bowl. Not the fucking training
Where's that Trump before? Black Sabbath when Ozzy was starting. We used to put sound bites on this shit. Those fucking stars, I tell them, be careful with those stars.
I know.
You can't be trading every
Okay. It's $55 for standing room only at the Candy Club for a YouTube tribute band. Okay.
So, okay. I get their fucking emails.
Shit.
Them fucking morons. Oh my god. I went to see that shit. Oh my god, they were
So amazing.
people like me who didn't know that.
YouTube Bono!
And it's a fucking chubby dude.
Yes, it's Bogo.
The middle school, they went 250.
Buffalo's fucking huge, man. Was it whole 60,000? 70,000?
Oh my god. Hold on a second.
Price these tickets. This is California.
And that was for general admission alone. I'm talking sounds right, 430.
Oh my god. Do you want to confirm this just in something? Sure. No, you're on the Rose Bowl. That's the right. I mean, I was like 55. I don't think so. Oh, dude.
This is why I'm watching Cheers.
Okay. Alright, let's.
Well, no, it's the same thing. It's the same time period. Anyway, not exactly, but like the,
Listen,
You know.
or maybe 80s, 90s. I don't know when U2 was around. I don't know when U2 was around. When U2 started. No, you okay.
82 or 80. So you're 83, somewhere around there. Oh, they're so good.
Really, you like it too?
Oh, God, yeah.
It seems like Bono would annoy you.
He got annoyed there. So one of the tools on stage with Kane and shit.
Stop. Just send us tonight. Yeah, fuck off.
But you know what, man? He shows his late elements to good. And the guitar player is a savage. The bass player is a savage. The drummer's a fucking savage. They're all
fast.
So I ain't mad at nobody. I love music. I like what they do. I like the early shit. I like some of the shit they play on the radio sometimes. But that wouldn't go buy it. If that's what you're asking me, I like it. I really like the Josh Tree. But I ain't paying no 50 at the Rose Bowl.
For shit's sakes.
And it's 50 to fucking bar. And it's playing a beer. I don't want to buy the fucking CD. Next time I take a 5-hour flight, I'll try to drink my stars.
Man, those dudes and those stars need to hook me up. Those are great. I fucking love them. Fuck you.
Oh, sure, why not?
Listen,
Fuck you. Come on, Lee. Oh, shit. Man, that's it.
Can I have another water, please?
Have some of this. Have some of that. Why can't you just swallow? It's just pretty good. You're right. He's good about you. Watch this, he gets moving.
He's turning 12. I like him. I love these guys. Oh my god, these are the. I personally think those are number one albums for me.
Yeah. That or the old Restream. Did you ever try those?
That came out after the Restream, so they know.
Oh my god, those look great.
you know, they stink for sure. You know, it's got
I think there's one place still got them. That place that works in Monica. Watch it.
really right there in Santa Monica.
They should. I'm going to buy them out, man. I go in there and drop $2,000 on those.
That's the whole point with an animal is just to get it over with, to do it quickly. To not have that
But I'm not
I
eating
like
TV
spaghetti.
about
I
to
don't
the
like
hell
vodka, but it just doesn't last
and
long enough.
you know,
So
the
edibles,
hateful.
I think that's
Which
why I
you
have a lot
expression
of
opinion
the
as the
big
life.
cakes and
If
the
you
cereal
keep it at
bars.
you don't use the fact that oh,
They're obsolete. Yeah.
you know,
Obsolete.
the
Those
gel,
big things.
the gel,
I don't think
all you
anybody's
need to
ever
put them
cakes.
full,
Now there's a company
you know,
that has
going to the clothes,
I think I
really
shot
for
up here one day.
you know,
Yeah,
muscle,
like
clear
really
effort.
delicious stuff.
Tipo allá, Maguila pasa en Cialis, with the Yabo, with which Yabo is
No way. It's no worth the aggravation.
so public
It's a
size,
fucking
public
huge
size,
piece of
and if you
chocolate
think
cake they got it. But then I don't see baby
at the end of the day, so I have to
and I generally go to four places. I got that place with Buds and Roses.
start this.
I got Moretti and Private Rush. One, I got the people in my drink three there.
I do that.
And I don't see those. I don't think there's no room for that. I don't think there's no room for that.
The banana bread was deadly.
It was delicious. I don't think there's no room for that. People will go for
The
that.
banana bread was so
You know, the stars are 7 calories.
yes.
7 5 calories. You don't even notice it in your system.
Emotional
And then you wake up to being
then it
feeling
goes
scream
to your
or yellow. That's it. It's going in the dark. You wake up like, wow. And then the morning, oh shit, that's ridiculous.
and
Yeah.
then
That fucking meal out of that toilet shining. It looks like that shit. It's the old man. The shit they stole from the moon and put in the pool. What's that movie? With Cocoon.
Oh, cocoon, yes. Yeah, exactly.
It looks like Cocoon and shit.
Yeah, right.
but after you start with the heart, you really have to address your mind first. So
That
especially
kid
in the
is
public
working overtime, Jack.
I know.
With the strain of those motherfuckers. Eat steroids and kill that fucking liver.
Joey has tried to, he does torture me. And he's the best with his boogers. I think you must have been around at that time. Have you ever seen him eat a booger? Coco eat a booger? Yeah. No. My favorite Joey booger story is we were at the comedy store in like 2000. Okay, and me and Joe Diaz were the only ones smoking weed. Okay, up there, there were a bunch of labels. It just wasn't it. Me and Coco were in, and we kept on getting the ear beating from this black guy who said he was a producer from Fox. He was just doing this to come into the shows. He probably wasn't even a PA, a production assistant. You know, this guy was there and he was so fucking annoying and telling us about what TV show we should do and stuff like this. And Coco, I guess he had a head cold, and the boogers he was pulling out, they were like hard at the beginning, and then like really thick and wet at the end. Okay, you know what I'm talking about? They're amazing. It's like half Triscuit, half snail. Okay, and he'd take those, and he'd go to this guy and rub him in. Okay, that guy must have had 20,000 snots on the back of his jacket by the end of the night. Coco, I saw this one too. Lee, he got one going on one finger, right, and then went with the other nostril with the thumb, right? So he had two, and that one looked like the fucking seagull shit on that guy's shoulder. It was so thick, and it was amazing. And this guy was such a fucking asshole. It was the most tremendous.
Once or twice a week, go up and tap on the shoulder and say, "What up, Mr. Zink?" And his back had fucking thousands of little drops. Watch the jacket. It was just it's not almost like it's not a few people.
But that guy, the producer, was the fucking best. That was the best.
Man, there's so many charlatans that came to the store.
Oh, so many. So much shit.
So many people called me and sent me emails with just so much bullshit. I don't think people understand it's not the auditions and the other shit that wears you out. It's the fucking bullshit.
My God. Why do you think I live in Nashville?
I think that's the fucking key to this, just to avoid those people. There is so much bullshit you have to cut through in your first movie. That first you look at these people and you're like, really? Give them this and find out they're fucking
so full of shit.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, if somebody's doing a day extra work, all of a sudden they starred in this movie, or you may have seen them in that movie. It's like, no one saw them in that movie. You know, it's just annoying as shit. But speaking of movies, too, you gotta tell, does the church know about the Eminem story? Does the church know about the M&Ms? Are you throwing it somewhere? Okay, alright. He had a big ass bald head and he had a red spot. We hit him with that fucking M&M.
You're triggering me right now, Ralph.
Oh my god! It was a fucking peanut M&M, so that fucking red spot was that big. It was that big. Oh my god! No, you whipped the couple. It wasn't just a lob. It was a bam. Bam. Let me tell you, there was a couple of overhanded, man. There was a couple of overhanded. You went through a whole big fucking box of fucking M&Ms because I bought them and I'm fat and I wanted them. You went through but not the bag, the box, those big boxes where they used to do it right. Oh my god, that guy getting hit.
Yeah, it wouldn't be better to log it because if you're picking up steam, you're all on top of the
He had it put in his hand.
And then the movie's done. And throughout the movie, he was looking for him. He looked back, he had the flashlight out, he had the club manager. I'm sitting there like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, right? He knows it's us or the blind dude in the corner. He's looking at him like, it's fucking terrible. He knows it's me and Ralphie. There's black people moving there.
Yeah.
It's either me and Ralphie or this black dude sitting there by himself with his hand on his cheek like Napoleon. And he's looking at it like, number one, and number two, he takes the beat and he goes out there. The movie ends. I thought he went home because his head hurt. I
told you you beat me.
I told you you beat this fucking dude.
We're walking
out. And he's got a fucking peanut like a baggie.
Like evidence.
Oh my god, we're dying.
Lining it up to the I need his fingerprint. Oh, God. So funny.
There has to be like a Facebook group for all the people that you tortured throughout the years.
Oh my god.
Look, we don't know whether he is his that's man.
Let's set your asshole on fire.
So I was about 6, I couldn't get a lot. The time we got to get him from go 5 blocks away from the corner of the king of like the 11th floor.
Yeah.
I was a kid, I was fucking crazy, man. Box, pennies, whatever I could get up to that roof and get away with. You're gonna kill somebody, throw off the roof. I didn't give a fuck. I was crazy. I didn't know. When you're 5 or 6, you don't know and you don't give a fuck. And then my family took me to Puerto Rico. We went to fucking San Juan, and we got in a hotel. The hotels, we had like the 5th floor. And my mom and the ladies went out. It was just ladies and me and the ladies' boys. The kid's name was Johnny Crespo. And there was another kid there, I forget. And my mom's little friend. And they were like 7. And when they left, I went on the balcony and started throwing ice cubes off the fucking balcony. And I could see the island, you know, right? So like 10 of them, you get the timing right. It's like a couple of people over there, so and like, don't fuck you, and they walk, sideways. You keep walking. So I would sit there for like 10 minutes, and one night, right there, right through it, and I saw the thing, and this dude, his wife goes down, and I run into my room, I put the bucket in, the whole fucking deal, and within like 20 minutes, ain't nothing at all. When the guy got out of me taking the stretcher, the whole fucking deal, they measured on the ice cube, came from the one that checked the balcony, they checked the balcony, some of the ice cubes fell out, and it was watered out. So they asked us to fucking leave, press charges. It was a fucking, I told you I was a devil when I was a kid, I was able to do all that shit, that was my world. Throwing shit at people, tormenting people, fucking along.
You remember, but I thought you do you ever do you feel like it was exciting to do something? Did you know it was wrong? I remember the kid doing stupid stuff.
I used to buy my mom at a bar, in the jukebox, there were 45s. Okay, and I lived on the third floor on 205 West 88th Street. And they used to be like a parking garage. The people would park their cars and all that. And we on the third floor. But I was in the deep corner. So I would take the 45s and whistle on my window. Whiz out and go down. And from time to time you hit somebody, go, what the fuck? Like, how do you 45 to that? I thought about this room.
My heart, the heart dies. Right? So what happens in that heart? My heart is very void of holiness, of the Shammai. First, when I sin, spoke eternally. I have created an internal void, an internal feeling of emptiness. Africa, this fashion can take what I'm going to study down below. After that, so the destructiveness of sin spreads to the mind. This is the mind, the brain, the mind. Once it's see production, sin really begins inside of my heart, which is the seat of emotion, the seat of holiness. I feel emptiness. Then it spreads to my intellect. Right? And then the intellect becomes corrupted. And then what happens? He goes on, he says, he stay by his version, you should skip a little bit. You skip down a little bit. I check in a muckle, not into half the clock. שגם באקרוי אינו עובר שם שום מחשבה של שמיים, וקבלת עולת בשמיים, שהרי אם פסח ולפס במוקו מחשבה זו, איך שהיו וקבל שאולי יבוא לבוא מחשבה זו, יראו תשובה ללב. Once it's what happens, once for sometimes it becomes itself, just becomes totally void, totally free of any real thought. Because you see, it's a kind of a progression. First, when I sin, it becomes corrupted. First, so the tzaddik is the heart. It's the heart. If there's a lack of feeling, there's a lack of passion, there's a lack of emotion, there's an emotional and spiritual emptiness of my relationship. Then if I don't correct things, it spreads and the mind, intellect. There are no even thoughts of tshuva, thoughts of change, thoughts of rehabilitation. And then as a shown if I do nothing systematically, ואחר כך, אחרי שהזכרתי הלב והמוח, ממילא הדבר כבר מכך שכל דברי המעשים גורמים למחר. In other words, ultimately again, if I don't stand the flow of negativity, what happens, Pastor Shalom? Ultimately again, too much negativity, impurity spreads throughout the entire rest of my body. That's the goddess. That's the goddess. Everything Tzaddik Geba was a really fancy, incredible story. So we see that Tzaddik says in the same way that the Beis Hamikdash that he suffered, there was the Beis Hamikdash destruction in three stages. Sometimes after destruction of man, that brings in these three stages as well. Dies, Eichel, Goats. That's how the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. So doesn't happen as well. Bias, I sin, and it corrupts my emotions. It corrupts my feelings. It corrupts my witness and spirituality. If I don't spend time, the fires of negativity spread ultimately against the Heichal, the heart, the mind. But my thoughts are not being occupied with anything good, anything before me. And it causes when I felt this kind of noise, helps. Then the entire body is I would be a man. As a show becomes corrupted by sin. So as a sample here for today, in this good news, and the answer from tomorrow, the Tzaddik is going to show how Gula occurs. Because remember again, if at the end of the day, Korban delivers that which happens inside of the base of the flesh. Bias, Eichel, Goats, then ultimately again, Gula should have follow that same path as well. Arthur was a British owner that also became here. He that's not the King's Way, it's complex. So that would be speaking against really regarding how no matter what, it will not be any of the values of someone who is sleeping in the darkness of a blocking a home. A home in which, again, the light, the light of the light of the thoughts, permeates the truth. Here's the reminds that there are two reasons, two different things that are facing us. Number one, the metaphor is birthing the child message from the mother, which the child becomes with the message of acts, but just like the child cannot nourish himself. So sometimes when we are struggling spiritually, the best answer is to go and be comfortable. There's often a stress that we do not possess as an individual. We are the instruments, we are the tool, which was the metaphor shown as Baila, but also the ability to speak home is the idea of catching oneself. Below that, you can catch yourself to someone greater than us. But catching yourself to a teacher, we can help inspire, we can help them to grow, we can help a person somehow come out of that bias of that. So you pick up on each time of time. And here at Tzaddik says something amazing. This is that book. Shakur Yochanan in a bias practice. When are these differences correct? Or because so if you check that things in this application, he says, when is it that Allah gives you that? Remember, let's just call it comfort shopping with you. So you are talking about how do you know that the night is coming to an end and the day is beginning? The third wish is beginning. So Tzaddik says, you can see these signs when a baby begins to nurse, when a woman begins to speak with her husband, that's indicative that the Mishmar is coming to an end, and that night is ending and day is beginning. So remember, so then Gemara says, why don't you see money? After all, it is not some kind of observable effect. To which again, the subject says, the man with by something, you can't see the light of self, then you can rely on the sun. So the subject says there is a powerful message embedded in this. Looking at the Quran, he says, "Therefore, Bienvenidos de todos máximo es por ahí. Avant what says? What says that we saw? Also, the mismo Simone Pagani, the age of Euros who the father as far as on the Asmo, Aki Hahaba. So the subject is something absolutely amazing. These Simone are to be relied upon when you can't see the light of day itself. So if you're stuck in a dark home and you can't go ahead and see the light of day itself, so what do? Become part of the secret. What do? Get a ready. What do? Essentially? You use others as a way of pulling you out of your dark home. Says something amazing. Since however, what's the ideal? What's the ideal? The ideal is to walk outside of your darkened home. The idea, I would say, is take care of yourself. The idea is not to have to rely on others to be able to go ahead and correct your problems, but find the way ideally to be self-reliant. Most of you see someone else's sin. So remember again, the darkened home is the metaphor for a person who just dead on the inside. I'm just everything is dark, right? Everything is black. I just is totally bleed on the inside. So then what's the Eitzah for that? The Eitzah says that Tzaddik really focuses on other people. Go and be part of the Tzibur. The Tzibur will lift you up. Go and find the Rebbe. Your Rebbe will lift you up. Like all of these different Eitzahs. But yet interestingly enough, what Tzaddik says, those Eitzahs are really you will not define it. You can't do it yourself. Meaning, the ideal is walk out of your darkened home. The ideal is extricate yourself from your difficult circumstances. The ideal is that you should find a way to help yourself. It's only in the circumstance where you can't help yourself, you can rely on these other things. You can rely on these other things. See, something amazing. He says, "Asuna lismo palesiman harori ishlo dios kudavare es or hayom biatzmo hapi ha'halakha." The law was it, or he's thinking about it from a halakhic perspective. A person wants to know on a technical level, all right, when is the night? Remember, the context over here, like the topic is talking about the beginning of Sahih Blocks. What was the Gemara going? How do I know when the night is over? So I can begin to say, yeah, that's really what halachic comes to. So what does the Gemara say? How do you know when the night is over? Oh, when the baby wants to begin to nurse and the woman speaks with the husband, that shows the night is over. You can begin to say the baby has slept. Now we know from the pure halachic perspective. So you can rely on those simanim like what? But if you can't walk out of your house and look at the sky, right? If you can't get out of your house, and your house, the windows are black, and you can't see out, you can rely on those simanim. But Lamaisa is a good to rely on those simanim. No. The best thing is what? Walk outside. Walk outside and see if the night is over and the day has begun. Says the Tzaddik, what a metaphor for life. Don't rely on crutches, even though they're good crutches, like the tzipah. Even though the good crutches, like a good Rebbe. At the end of the day, those crutches are there in times of need. But what you're really supposed to do is walk out of your darkness home on your own strength. Find a way to be self-reliant. Find a way to depend on your own focus. Find a way to depend on your own strength to walk out of the bias of life, the darkness home. This is amazing. The other place known as right hand color, middle of the color, the earth. He says, because this sin is then Hazaka. Also, this is such an interesting idea. Shahari Ein HaBeber HaNa'asa Al Yedei Sinin Zeh Bura Yosef Adera Nasa Al Yedei Masha Something Ala Hazaka Shalom Nishkana Hadavan Masha Hayat Kodema Balok Iti Bedavar Sheet for Hezbollah Center the Heichal Ikalurai Mivariva. It's a very important idea. There's a text in Halacha called Chazaka. What does Chazaka say? Chazaka says that once we've established that something is a certain way, we assume that it is that way until we know it to be unchanged. And I will say, when do you rely on Chazaka? You rely on Chazaka lest you can't establish facts. You can't establish facts. So if I have a circumstance and I know it was a certain way at a certain time, and I can't necessarily go ahead and establish whether or not those facts are the same right now, Chazaka says that one. Chazaka says that when I say to rely on what was, so when you rely on Chazaka, so I'll give you an example. Like, so the Erev is checked on Erev Shabbos. You have to check the Erev every hour. No. But why? Because we assume that when I see you go ahead and you check the Erev once. So again, so it's up. So what's saying now, does that mean you never have to check the Erev again for the rest of your life? I checked it once 15 years ago and it was up. So that's enough forever? Of course not. Like, Chazak is good. Chazak is good. You don't have the ability to be Nagarin. You don't have the ability to clarify something. Just like we'll say the halacha is that a person has a chesed time. Right? A person has a chazaka that they are alive. Right? That's the chazaka they have. A chazaka that I'm alive. Someone said, what happens if I hear that someone passed away? One second, you can't be. You must be wrong. They have a chesed time. Right? They have a chazaka that they're alive. There's a possible that they're dead. Someone says, so happens that the chazaka works if you can't be in the doctor or something. So it's not to say something amazing. You can rely on certain things and you don't have to collapse to be able to go ahead and clarify it for yourself. Because when you have the ability to clarify things for yourself, you don't rely on chazaka. You don't rely on a presumption that was established at some prior point. Shekol mikra sheniti, I'm reading the Orach Tzidus. Shekol mikra sheniti l'vara es ha'emes. Hayobim l'vara es ha'davar ve'im sumkin ala chazaka. Ukimokim gam kan. Vandai shiyochol ha'odom notzi zakitza min ha'bayis. Veliros im he'ir hayom. Chayiv l'vara v'yetzif v'yatzmo. Veliros l'vara ha'ir hayom. Let's say such an incredible issue. So the topic says, yes, one is dwelling in a darkened home. At the end of the day, are there ways, and I can't get out of it. When I can't get out of it, are there ways in which I can help myself get out of it? Sure. I can rely on the tzibur, I can rely on my Rebbe, I can surround myself with positive voices to get out of the darkness. But that's not the ideal. What's the ideal? And I can also do it. What's the walk out of that house on your own. The ideal is walk out of the darkened home on your own. If you have challenges in life, find the path to solve them, not by yourself, but you can't rely on other people as a show. Right? But it means find a path to be the agent of change in your life. If you're stuck in a darkened home, don't wait for someone else to pull you out. Don't wait for someone else to solve the problem. Find the power to walk out of that circumstance with your own volition, with your own strength. If you can't, because there are times that we are not strong enough to do things on our own, you may not be have the great gift of the secret, the great gift of the collective, hopefully the great gift of the levy, but at the end of the day, that's not the idea. As I only gave that in a circumstance of desire. The idea of those days that if you find yourself and you find yourself in the darkness of life, find example, because with the nurse session, you will pick up the nurse with ultimate tests.
Miss Aquarius, how are you, madam?
Miss Aquarius, madam.
Not just 100%. Not just 200%. But 1,000%. Absolutely. Alrighty. You, my friend, are extremely patient and sincerely appreciate.
You might want to reset your setting is like breaking up.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay, just one moment. I know, just one moment. I'm going to restart my device, and then it should be good. I know. Just took a moment. I'm gonna restart.
Okay. Okay.
Says the metaphor of a baby nursing. Remember again, it wasn't for the baby to nurse, obviously, the baby to baby listen, sometimes it's for when you are spiritually struggling. Again, remember, I want to point out, the subject over here is not telling us how you're struggling with sin. I we spoke about that. We told us somebody who just, I'm just like dead on the inside. I know it's a very small thing. And someone says that's how you feel. Because I'm not even doing anything wrong. I'm not actually sinning. I'm not struggling with faith. I'm living in a blacking out. Just living in this absolute darkness, personalistic spiritual darkness. So what do? The Gemara says, well, how do you know the darkness? How do you get out of the darkness? How do you darkness comes around? And the baby emerges from his mother. So we're going to see a two-part lesson. The baby emerges from his mother, I think. The baby can only nurse if there's someone else. Sometimes the way out of your life is sometimes the way to go ahead and get yourself out of the dark hole is to be part of it. To be part of it. To be part of the plan. Just like the baby cannot remedy its hunger on its own, so to again, just in something that remedy is concerned with the darkness on his own as well. Sometimes I will say, in order to affect change in life, you have to become part of its scene.
Let's see.
You have to become part of its life. Sometimes part of it is to live life on the periphery. Like there's a lot to be said for living life and on as you're not well. You go to spend it on a schedule. You know, it's not always easy part of it see where it's been rumored that probably saw we have a couple of
Let's see.
personalities.
Yeah.
And again, sometimes I don't like this C-bar.
Thank you for your patience.
So
No problem.
All right. Miss Aquarius, how was your day?
How was your day?
I'm good. Went to downtown. We got like 3 shots in one, two, oh, 3 in one area. Well, she said she had 2 areas. So she did 3 shots.
Okay. Were they painful? Okay. Were they painful?
No matter. It's probably the second one, but it wasn't too bad. I can tolerate it a little bit.
All right. Did you know that it's 12 days until Stacy's wedding?
Yes, 12 days.
Yay.
Yeah.
I just simply find myself just on a spiritual platform. How do you get yourself out of the darkness? The child will see become part of its secret.
How was your day?
It was lovely. I was up all night, and then randomly, got an invite to do a different podcast I was not expecting to do. This one was in England, and that went well. It was like an hour, which is good. And then I did another podcast in Australia, the one that I've been doing every week, and it was good. There were some times of contention over some subjects, no fights, just healthy debate. And then I also got, I don't know if this, we'll see how this goes, but a newspaper invited me to, they saw some of my writing, I sent them some of it, and they invited me to sign up for their blogger program, and I might be writing for a newspaper. So that's not something, thank you, that's not something that I thought I would do, but we'll see how it goes. So it was a very, very good day. And then I was exhausted since I've been up all night, and I was just like, I gotta get some sleep. And then I awoke. Oh, these are not good. All right, let's try to get the three.
So Isha Saharas Laila is a woman giving her husband wisdom every morning. A good wife has wisdom at all hours. At all hours. So it's the wife giving wisdom to her husband in the morning. So precisely the second lesson is find yourself someone. Ultimately read the word from.
I took those lady today, Rabbi. When somebody in church like that, and he said, my own rabbi did something. And I said, no, I'm not talking about my friend. I had just had woke up. And dude came in there. I said, don't be talking about my friend. Don't talk about him.
Well, thank you, Mr. Queers. I literally never talked to him.
I know you don't, but, you know, because I heard him. I said, that's my friend. So don't talk about him.
Well, thank you.
But he did it to streaming his life, and he did it, like, and so what? That's his life. Let do him. You do you.
Exactly.
They have lived his life. That's my friend. He shut the hell up, though. He shut the hell up enough.
Thank you, Mr. Queers. Get it. Nice spare.
Thank you.
Now take the lead. Take the lead. Get it.
I wish. Go ahead. You got it.
But there's no ambiguity. I know
Go
it's
ahead.
challenging.
Finish it, Grandma.
No doubt.
Hey, I'm all scared. Come on, let's go. Yay, let's go.
Oh, no.
I did that. I sure did. I took that for my friend.
Thank you, madam.
They always wanted to say something. They know you be on there. And don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly.
And be on the other side. Leave them alone.
Agreed. You and I win.
That's all. You never know. And you never heard something. Don't say nothing nice. Don't say nothing at all.
There you go. You win, I win. I win, you win. Reload.
Yay. Reload.
Yes, ma'am. You should have another try.
I took up for you.
Thank you, madam.
Now being there, happy being there.
That was a great strike, Mr. Queries. You're welcome. Match there. Match me. And we did.
I've got one. Learn from that person. Emulate that person. Choose someone who you think is a role model for you. And allow yourself to shape in the spiritual sustenance of that person. Two-pronged approach says the doesn't. Ultimately, distracting themselves.
Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, get
Oh,
it.
give me that.
Oh,
Give me that. All right, give me this.
Yay, picture.
Thank you, madam.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Nice spare.
Thank you. All right.
You're welcome. No.
We
No.
got it.
Big miss. Giant miss.
You can come back. No worries.
No, ma'am, not the way you're playing. Look at this score, folks.
Nope. Dang. That was all crazy. All right, you come back. Come on, everybody.
Get it.
Get it. Right.
All right, we need this. This is an important one. Give me it.
Yeah.
Ooh, almost.
You Rabbi, you got it.
No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt.
What a comeback.
What a comeback.
Yeah, you did a good job. Come on.
Thank you, ma'am.
You in it.
Thank you, man.
And
Yes,
another
ma'am.
one.
And
DJ
another one.
Khaled. Let's go.
DJ Khaled.
DJ
Another.
Khaled.
I'll
Another.
take it.
Yay.
I'll take it.
What a way to finish.
You
You win, I win, I win, you win.
I win.
Undefeated in bowling,
Undefeated in bowling.
undefeated in friendship.
Friendship.
Yay is right.
Yay is right.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Good job, Rabbi. You did that.
Thank you, ma'am. Alrighty, madam. Well,
Alrighty, madam.
I'm
Well,
glad everything went okay
I'm
with you
glad
today.
everything went okay with you
And
today.
I'm here if you need me.
I'm here.
You've got a big day tomorrow.
You got a big day tomorrow.
And if you need
I
me,
got
I'll
work
be
tomorrow. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
sweet dreams to you.
Sweet dreams.
And if you
to
need anything from me, let me
If
know,
you need
okay?
anything from me, let me know, okay?
Okay, I will.
Excellent.
Sir, Rosa said hello, okay?
Yes, ma'am. If I see him,
Yes, ma'am. If I see him,
we had done a bunch of
we had done a bunch of
documentaries over the course of nights, and
over the course of
I
nights.
think he needed some time off. Not that we did anything wrong.
Not
It's
that we
just
did anything
I
wrong.
think he had some other stuff to do.
No.
But we'll see him soon enough, God.
We'll see him.
I'll let him know.
I'll let him.
Hey, what happened?
You know, I haven't heard from her.
You know, I haven't heard from
I have not heard from her. Don't know what happened to Puppy. She lived that.
She lived that. She lived that.
I don't know, an interesting
I
life.
don't know.
So
An interesting life.
maybe she got busy with that.
Maybe she got busy.
You know who's still being coming in?
Oh yeah, I've had 18 messages
I
from
had
that person.
18 messages from that person.
Oh,
I used to just
wow.
say,
Like she said nice things.
oh, just bonkers stuff.
Just bonkers stuff.
Okay. I keep praying for her, but I ain't worried about her no more.
Miss Aquarius,
I am, but
Miss
you know,
Aquarius.
they don't care about it.
you got bigger fish to fry.
You got bigger fish.
Yes, I do. Okay. Not gonna worry about that. That's just. Anyway, hey, guys, will. See you in the morning.
God willing.
Guys, will.
Non-devaluation. What is it mean when it says honesty? Dark black. There's emotional character. Have the cover of a character to people who think of you as the always podcast. Right to tell you. I actually is skill on the out. And naturally, you have to see other things coming. Because you're like, that's been so as this man. You ask a lot. Written in man, which one is the base hammer? You see us think the base hush. Someone sleeping in a home that is filled with light. The squire can have a new show, making him happy long, but also the curious things. The topic is very simple, so beautiful. That's his idea of a person inside or literally sleeping in a home that is totally dark in his life. Work for what he has producing no light spirituality. And the person is such a compromised state of literally everything in life is like that. no way of looking. There's no way of life. Because after we show regular, هذا الخير. تي أنا هذا وصل أفضل حسن أعظم الشهر. Also, we have one second. Quoting the logic says that the best teacher with life is be humble and humility. Humility is a prerequisite. Humility is a prerequisite for successfully. It is bias about ain't posting local page. Bias about the posting local you osting Hurry Shatai Spirit of Levi. Hurry Shatai is about the Ramis Allah Eva the Hashika. Something the cover says this darkening form that we are referring to that we're discussing here is a whole ultimately again is it represents a person in a human state of life where there's no life thinking to work. The engaged the parish counts really has Mara Adam or the shaman the running the dice Adam. I will other shaman
And what do you have to be? You have coming out of a rushing out your combat ready? Fuck him out of an ocean.
Or eloquence. A person
You could be raping my mom in the bungalow there. She'll be like, whoa, hey, Ron, slow down. What's up? Yeah, Miami is super cool down there. Nothing. I like Naples.
This right here is D-Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. This episode of the world's #1 live podcast is brought to you by Shopify, Talkspace, Prize Picks, and Go. What an amazing show we have for you. You guys excited? Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's show possible.
Amy will get nothing like
Stories on the show, we like me and friends, we're all telling short, telling terrible stories, healing toddlers, wild face sometime. An amazing story. Stop dinners. It's gonna kill us all. How did I get here? How did this happen? That's a good question.
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Every single episode I book, and this one is very, very special. Two of my favorite human beings on planet Earth. One is one of the biggest comedians in the world. The other, one of the biggest musicians in the world. Two of my favorite human beings. Two of your favorite human beings. One has a brand new movie coming out this Friday. The other one just won a shit ton of Grammys and every award you would like possible known to man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kelsey. I present to you Theo Vaughn and Jelly Roll. It is going down, ladies and gentlemen. Theo Vaughn's new movie Busboys out this Friday, April 17th. Jelly Roll and I together are doing the Greek Theater in Los Angeles May 8th, and he's here in Austin on April 23rd. How cool is that? We have
have some big plans for the future. Theo, you're the fucking man. Welcome back to Kill Tony. Yeah, thanks for having me. Nice to see everybody. Happy evening. Yeah, man, I'm excited to be here, and yeah, excited about the movie coming out this week. So that was something. Yeah, so I'm definitely a little bit nervous, but I am excited. That's one of them. We are very excited to have you here. Go out and see the movie Boys in theaters. If you do, more comedians like Theo will be able to make their own movies without the big giant studios and all this crap and people in the way, and it can happen more often. We'll get back to making real comedies that you can go see in movie theaters. Wouldn't that be great? Yeah, we made it ourselves, so we'll see how it is. It's better than a lot of bad shit. That's right. Theo's been on the show numerous times. Jelly Roll has been a musical guest multiple times, but it's Jelly's first time on panel tonight, everybody. This is the first thing he's done since the Grammys.
Yeah, small town listener, real town problem.
I love it. Well, let me just remind all of you, about 250 human beings signed up for the opportunity to be on tonight's show. We're not going to get through all of them, but if we get through any one of them, they get 60 seconds on this stage to do an attempt stand-up comedy. You know, their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else eventually they bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear. Which just interrupts their set. I conduct an interview. The entire thing is improvised. Anything could happen. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Well, we can wrangle that first fucking hole. We're going to start the show with one of the regulars on the show. That means this young man has the very, very tough job of writing and performing a brand new minute every single week on this show. Not easy at all. It scares a lot of people, the thought of that. And he does it and above and beyond every week. Starting off tonight's show, he's formerly the Dark Storm of Atlanta. He's now the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. Make some noise for District Flynn, everybody.
What's up, y'all? Did y'all know that a company can buy your debt from somebody else? Jefferson Capital emailed me, and they said, hey, we bought your debt from Sprint. You owe us money now. No, nigga, you bought it. That's yours now. If I leave a dog outside and you adopt the dog, it's not on me to feed the dog, right? That's not America. That's your debt now. I know Sprint, nigga. I don't know you. I know Sarah and Sprint. Sarah know why I couldn't pay and why I was putting some on it. Jefferson Capital, nigga, I can't even Google y'all. I'm never gonna what kind of a stupid ass company buy debt from other people? That's the same niggas that go online and they feed the homeless on HD cameras. What kind of shit? You think I'm gonna, nigga, I see Sprint commercials every day and I go, oh, them niggas will never see it. How dare you come to me to Jesus? When Jesus paid for our sins, that nigga never sent me an email being like, the adultery that you made with me. That's my time. I've been for a while.
You've done it again. A brand new minute 30, working overtime. District Flynn. How fucking awesome is that? That's spooky. You have another one. You never take a week off, never, and you just keep doing it. Every time I bring you out, I get a little more nervous each time, and I have nothing to be afraid of.
You gotta let that shit go, don't you? I don't duck no smoke. I don't want to come out of here every single
I absolutely love it. Buying debt is something that happens, yet I've never heard anyone joke about it. Fantastic new material. Absolutely incredible.
I'm trying not to cry right now, my man, Tony. Chili.
Black people love sweets.
Did you dye your hair? Oh. So it looks like shit on purpose. Come on, I'm not doing that. That's a joke. I don't roast.
nice to the guest. I'm sorry, Jelly Bro. It'd mean a lot for me to see you tonight because you do songs. One of my best friends that told me to start doing comedy, Teddy Swims. And we were both just two broke motherfuckers in Southside Atlanta. He told me to start doing comedy. I told him to start doing a band. And now look at both of us living our fucking dream. That's just crazy to me. Teddy, I'm a homie too. I love you, Teddy, baby. Yeah, Teddy. I'm friends with Teddy Swims. I can't. It's not my fault I can't. I just never had the opportunity when I wanted to learn. Because you only want to learn swimming at the early ages. After that, it's just drowning or not drowning. And so then when he wasn't swimming, he was just Teddy. What we know, it was always like Teddy and Diddy. Like it's about one that gets when I met you, James, and they could be Teddy, and it was always like Teddy and Diddy coming out. And like in Southside, we were always like murdering the same girls and stuff like that. But he was just singing, like open mic karaoke. And I was like, bro, you have the best voice I've ever heard in my life. You do something with it. And when I said that, he said, you're the funniest person I've ever met. You need to do something with it. So that's honestly what kept me going. Signing up for Kill Tony 39 times. It's just like the day I got picked, when I walked out of the room and they were playing West Patrol, I was crying. And being like, if my best friend can make it, I can make it too. We drink the same water, we ate the same food. Fucking it's just a beautiful fucking thing. Sounds like a Jelly Roll award acceptance speech. Jesus. Yeah, dog, feel like more Jesus in that. I said we was just talking now. We was sitting over there with nowhere to go. Drinking the Four Locos with the caffeine in it. Drinking the Four Locos with the caffeine in it. I said not a little bit. I said all of the caffeine. You got the show started yet again. Unbelievable work, and it has begun. And now we begin the amazing adventure. And to the bucket we go. This is where anything can happen. Could be the next great talent. Could be the next crazy person that signed up for the show without preparing. Anything can happen. Make some noise for your first football of the night. Michael A. Keaton, everybody. Michael A. You know how embarrassing it is to be named after Batman? Having to hobble out here like the Penguin. It's an interesting life. Like, so many people, like, they assume that they don't know what my politics are gonna be. They're like, look at this guy. Like, he has to lead right. Oh, man. That is fun. I became a homeowner recently. Yeah, thank you. It's a rad floor. Oh, man. I live in it, so it's more of a rad floor. Getting older in my life, like, you know, I've gotten to the point, I think, like, my favorite candy now are cough drops, you know? They're just menthol flavored Jolly Ranchers, you know? I've hit the point in my life where it's like, I'm pretty sure the only reason I masturbate is for prostate health, you know? Like, my partner walks in on me, he's like, what do you think about it? I'm sitting there like, yeah.